Chapter 1. The Electromagnetic Cannon. On a sweltering summer day, Jiang wiped the beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, feeling a bit restless. According to the original text and the system's prompt, Lin Qiye was supposed to walk home along this road. However, after waiting here for nearly an hour, she had yet to spot anyone resembling the youth with eyes wrapped in black satin. The heat was unbearable, and with her tendency to sweat profusely, she felt as though her dress was about to become drenched. Just then, a small cart selling beverages and ice cream caught her eye. Seeing no one nearby who matched her target description, Jiang licked her dry lips and ultimately succumbed to the temptation of buying 2 ice creams. One ice cream was hardly sufficient to quench the heat she had absorbed. 3 days prior, when Jiang had traversed into this world, she possessed neither identity nor funds, existing entirely as a shadow. At her fervent insistence, the system reluctantly provided her with a false identity and a loan of 10,000 yuan. While 10,000 yuan was not a substantial sum, the cost of living in Songnan City was relatively low, making it sufficient for her needs for a while. As she savored her creamy ice cream, her eyes scanned the crowd incessantly. Finally, across the street, she spotted a handsome young man dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt, his eyes wrapped in black satin, holding a multitude of shopping bags and a bottle of peanut oil, along with a guiding cane. Perfect. All the elements were in place. Jiang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face, not only because she had encountered her two-dimensional idol, but also due to her sunburned skin from enduring the scorching sun all morning. Lin Qiye was waiting at the traffic light across the street, and since he needed to cross as well, Jiang decided to stand by the roadside and wait. Perhaps her gaze was too intense as Lin Qiye approached. He instinctively quickened his pace, wishing to distance himself from her. Taken aback, Jiang adjusted her expression and then greeted him with a gracious smile. "Hello." Lin Qiye furrowed his brow and took 2 steps back. "Hello, is there something you need?" He had sensed her unwavering gaze, which felt predatory, rather peculiar. Jiang replied, "I came at Songnan for a trip with friends, but we got separated and my phone has died. I was hoping to ask you where the nearest police station is." She was well aware that her excuse was flimsy, but it mattered little. Her intention was not to visit the police station, but merely to find an excuse to engage him in conversation. Lin Qiye's expression turned momentarily strange as he gestured to the right. Following his indication, Jiang looked and saw a sign standing over 2 meters tall by the roadside, emblazoned with the words, "Police station 350 meters ahead, turn left." Below it, in smaller print, it read, "Welcome to Songnan." Jiang. How unexpected. It seems the police station here is quite hospitable, even going so far as to erect a sign. "Apologies, I did not see you." "Thank you." After politely expressing her gratitude to Lin Qiye, Jiang slowly made her way in the direction indicated by the sign, feeling the need to maintain appearances. Meeting Lin Qiye and engaging in amicable conversation. Regret 1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. When would you like to extract an ability? Jiang let out a sigh of relief. She had finally arrived. The system she was bound to was named the Regret Compensation System, which, as its name suggests, brought her to this world to rectify various regrets. What were the regrets in slaying the gods? They included the one-time use of the Oblivion Flash Moon, failing to outrun the River of Time, represented by the king's face, and the cold sun who allowed Shao to return home in her stead. It encompassed the annihilated demon squad and the ethereal swordsman Zhou Ping, who had traversed the mortal realm. So many regrets. When Jiang watched Slaying the Gods, she was emotionally devastated, wishing she could slap Loki and that group of outer gods one by one. Perhaps her fervent wish was too strong, as a self-proclaimed regret compensation system truly brought her into the world of Slaying the Gods and even made her several years younger. Yet, despite the excitement, she, a recent graduate lacking any combat experience, found herself in a state of panic upon her sudden arrival. Fortunately, the system informed her that for each regret she compensated for, she could extract a superpower, which eased her anxiety somewhat, though she remained skeptical. It was only when she heard the system's prompt that she genuinely felt reassured. Extract, extract, extract. The next storyline featured the ghost-faced man versus Lin Qiye, and she remembered that Lin Qiye's classmate had been killed by the ghost-faced man. Children are the flowers of our nation, even if they cannot contribute to the country. They should not perish at the hands of the repulsive ghost-faced man. If she could obtain a powerful skill, she hoped to save those children. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability. Railgun. Railgun? Jiang paused, sensing its potential might. Yet uncertain, she decided to investigate further. She opened a section containing an ability description. Railgun. Capable of freely manipulating high-voltage currents of 1 billion volts and electromagnetic waves. Capable of firing coins at 3 times the speed of sound to form a railgun. Derivative abilities. Electromagnetic barrier. Magnetic control. Controlling electricity and magnetism? Isn't this the skill of the railgun girl? Ecstatic, Jiang bounced on the spot several times. When she previously watched this anime, she had been utterly captivated by the railgun girl's prowess, and now she found herself with such extraordinary power. This was absolutely wonderful. The ghost-faced man? With this superpower, dealing with it would be a piece of cake. After extracting the ability, Jiang opened the system's personal panel, and indeed her information had changed. Name, Jiang. Age, 17. Gender, female. Realm. Initial stage of the Lantern Realm ability. Railgun. Initial stage of the Lantern Realm. Jiang grimaced, having thought that with her extraordinary abilities, she could at least reach Qian's level, only to discover she was merely at the initial stage of the Lantern Realm. Even with the formidable prowess of the railgun, it seems that she can only exchange blows with the minor Spectre for now. As for the Spectre King, the odds would likely be 3 to 7 3-punches from it, and she would inevitably meet her demise. Grass such a humble plant. Nevertheless, there are still a few days until Zhao Concheng faces the Spectre King. Perhaps, by some stroke of fortune, she might possess extraordinary talent and ascend to the Chuan realm within a mere week. Bolstered by this thought, Jiang detoured to purchase a meal before returning to the hotel, collapsing on her bed like a deflated pancake. She took a moment to glance at the system prompt. Spectre, Lin Qiye awakening. Countdown, 8 days. The system is quite satisfactory in many respects, yet it fails to provide her with a specific time, leaving her to wait in anxious anticipation. Alas! Chapter 2, The Spectre. A week later, beside a snack stall at the entrance of Sinan Secondary School, Jiang donned a black tracksuit, savoring a skewer of grilled gluten with great delight. Indeed, the best delicacies are found at the school gates. This stall's grilled gluten is simply exceptional. As the bell, signaling the end of school, rang out, she finished the last bite and tossed the bamboo stick into a nearby trash bin. The unfolding plot made her heart race with a hint of nervousness. She felt a sense of reassurance as she touched the heavy handful of gaming tokens she had purchased for 20 yuan. Throughout the week, she had not been idle. Aside from dining out and shopping for a few outfits, she dedicated the rest of her time to mastering the ability of the railgun. Now, she could deftly charge her phone without any risk of battery explosion. As for the railgun's ultimate move, she had not yet dared to attempt it, uncertain of its true power and lacking an unbounded space. Creating a commotion could lead to chaos. As the school's electronic gate creaked open, students poured out in throngs. In no time, she spotted the boy, shrouded in black satin, surrounded by a few admirers. Truly, he is the protagonist, always the most radiant presence in any crowd. Lin Qiye was flanked by 4 companions. She recalled from the original narrative that these 4 were Jiang Qian, Li Yifei, Lu Yuan, and Wang Shao, none of whom survived the Nanta Serpent Demon arc. In fact, Jiang Qian and Wang Shao would soon meet their demise that very night. Jiang toyed with a gaming token, trailing them at a distance just close enough to overhear their conversation. Lin Qiye tilted his head slightly upon exiting the school. He felt as though he were being scrutinized, initially suspecting an encounter with a human trafficker, only to realize it was the girl who had asked him for directions the other day. Logically, he should not have remembered the visage of a stranger. Yet her beauty was striking, her face radiantly captivating. Yet her demeanor remained cool, a contrast akin to a thorny white rose. However, the fervor in her gaze when she looked at him was bewildering, akin to suddenly encountering a long-lost friend returned from the grave. It was all rather perplexing. Jiang listened as the group ahead discussed the fog, soon shifting to the topic of the upcoming holiday, finding it somewhat amusing indeed. They were children, blissfully untroubled. She glanced up at the fleeting crimson light in the sky. This moment, Team 136 should have already embarked on their mission, which means Zhao Concheng is on his way. I'm taking a turn here, heading off now. A boy from Lin Qiye's group waved goodbye to his classmates as he approached a corner, preparing to venture down a narrow path. Lin Qiye called out to him, whispering something, causing one of the girls to react in surprise, lowering her voice to exclaim, "Lin Qiye, are you out of your mind?" This aligns perfectly with the original narrative. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her arrival had not yet disrupted the storyline. Her most significant advantage lay in her intimate knowledge of the plot. To avoid any deviation that could lead to undesirable consequences, she had been cautious for the past 2 weeks, refraining from unnecessary actions, simply waiting for the story to unfold. Glancing at the group still deep in discussion, she quickened her pace and entered the concealed path where the ghost-faced man lurked. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback she chose this route. It appeared he had misjudged the situation. Shao, intimidated by Lin Qiye's earlier words, felt a surge of courage upon seeing someone else take the same path, bid farewell to Lin Qiye and the others, and followed closely behind Jiang into the narrow passage. The path was uneven, and with the encroaching darkness, Jiang could scarcely see, prompting her to proceed slowly. Shao soon caught up. Perhaps encouraged by the company, he mustered enough bravery to attempt to overtake Jiang. She quickly grasped his arm, feigning disgust as she pinched her nose. "Hey classmate, do you smell that? It's awful." Shao, momentarily bewildered, instinctively inhaled. "I think there's a bit of smell. I feel this path is unsafe. Why don't we take another route? What do you think?" In the original tale, the ghost-faced man emitted a foul stench, and now that they had caught a whiff of something unpleasant, it indicated that a ghost-faced man was surely lurking nearby, most likely ahead of them. Before Shao could respond, Jiang tugged him back, sprinting in the opposite direction. Shao was utterly bewildered, the tall boy being pulled along by a girl barely reaching his shoulder, stumbling as they ran. The noxious odor intensified, reminiscent of a month-old cesspool mixed with a ton of putrid tofu soup and marinated rotten eggs, the scent overwhelming and dizzying. Hearing chaotic footsteps from the path, Lin Qiye instinctively turned to glance back, spotting Shao being dragged out by the beautiful girl. Lin Qiye also witnessed the scene, exclaiming in surprise, "Shao, what are you two doing?" Noticing they had not ventured far, Jiang pushed Shao toward Lin Qiye, positioning herself protectively in front of them, her gaze fixed warily on the path. "Do you smell anything?" Qian, with the keenest sense of smell, suddenly remarked, "It stinks. Here it comes." Jiang swiftly retrieved 2 cotton balls from her pocket and stuffed them in her nostrils to shield herself from the ghost-faced man's odor, preparing for battle. The others behind her were already retching from the sudden stench, crouching on the ground in discomfort, while only Lin Qiye maintained a relatively composed demeanor, his expression grave as he regarded the girl who had positioned herself as their protector. A faint, bluish-violet current flickered around Jiang, forming an electromagnetic barrier that tightly shielded herself and the few students behind her, simultaneously stunning those who could potentially complicate matters, except for Lin Qiye. In moments of panic, chaos often ensues, and she was reluctant to contend with the malevolent entity while also keeping a wary eye on the unsettling individuals behind her. The ghostly figure was close. She distinctly remembered there should be 2 of them. Suddenly, a grotesque humanoid creature charged towards them with astonishing speed, its limbs growing in an awkward and disjointed manner. While one might be indifferent to such a sight in a novel, the reality was utterly repulsive. Its pallid, ghastly visage and its long, crimson tongue lunged directly at her. Lin Qiye, sensing the creature's approach and noticing Jiang frozen in place, assumed she was paralyzed by fear. He was about to grasp her hand and flee when he saw her retrieve a few game coins from her pocket. Jiang had practiced flicking coins over the past few days, but always without the use of her supernatural abilities. She was uncertain of her accuracy should she combine both. Thus, she waited for the ghostly figure to draw near. Boom! A dazzling flash erupted in the alley, sending the remnants of the ghostly figure soaring into the sky. Indeed, remnants the creature's body could not withstand the electromagnetic cannon, disintegrating into fragments upon impact. Jiang stared in disbelief, wondering if the system regarded this as merely the initial stages of the realm of light. Was it the system that was diluted, or had her powers waned? She felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that the creature had descended from above. Otherwise, the surrounding buildings would likely have been reduced to rubble. With one ghostly figure eliminated, another remained. Perhaps the previous display of power had intimidated this one, as it cowered in the shadows, hesitant to advance. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Lin Qiye standing beside her, firmly gripping his guide cane. Today marked his awakening in the realm of the divine, and she could not allow her presence to disrupt the unfolding narrative. Assessing her internal reserves of spiritual energy, she realized she had enough for several more electromagnetic blasts. Even if he faltered, she would have time to rescue him. Perhaps she could attempt something? With this thought, Jiang suddenly softened, as if utterly exhausted, and sank to the ground, prompting Lin Qiye to rush to her side for support. Chapter 3: The Breath of the Archangel. Are you all right? There should be another monster lurking nearby. You must exercise caution. Upon finishing her words, she closed her eyes and fainted in Lin Qiye's embrace. If not for the inopportune circumstances, she might have laughed aloud, never anticipating that one day she would find herself cradled by the protagonist Lin Qiye. Worth it. Hidden in the shadows, the ghastly figure, upon witnessing the perilous character collapse, let out an ecstatic shriek and lunged toward Lin Qiye. Gently placing Jiang down, Lin Qiye gripped his cane tightly and engaged in battle with the ghastly figure. He had been saved by Jiang once. Now, it was his turn to rescue her. Such a notion was splendid, yet reality proved to be harsh. Even though the ghastly figure merely represented a minor threat, it was still far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Lin Qiye. Within moments, the black satin covering his eyes was torn by the creature's claws, and his cane snapped into two. After a decade of blindness and mental turmoil, just as he was about to embark on a new life, he encountered such a monster. Why was he subjected to such misfortune? This was intolerable. With a furious roar accompanied by a brilliant light that surged toward the heavens, it elicited gasps and curious glances from many onlookers. In an instant, Jiang, closest to Lin Qiye, felt nearly blinded by the radiance. Worrying for the still unconscious Li Yifei and others behind her, she expanded her electromagnetic barrier to its maximum capacity, shielding them from the overwhelming aura and indiscriminate attacks emanating from Lin Qiye's awakening before continuing to observe the battle. Lin Qiye's awakening was brief, lasting no more than 7 or 8 seconds, during which his eyes transformed from 2 miniature suns into LED lamps. The oblivious, ghastly figure, now free from the pressure of the Seraph's presence, still dared to attack Lin Qiye, only to be met with the shattered end of the cane thrust into its eye, struggling briefly before succumbing to silence. It was over. Jiang sighed in relief. Talp, talp, talp. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the alleyway. Lin Qiye and Jiang turned their heads in unison, only to find not the ghastly figure, but a man clad in a dark red cloak wielding a long blade. It was General Zhao Kongsheng. All was well. The first act had concluded. Zhao Kongsheng took a deep drag from his cigarette, awaiting the arrival of his teammates, never anticipating that the divine agent of Michael would deceive him. Wasn't it agreed that he would return promptly after fetching his backpack? Damn! Zhao Kongsheng tossed the cigarette but to the ground, boiling with anger. He pondered, considering himself not a villain. Why had that kid fled? Hiss! At that moment, the several students who had been unconscious began to regain consciousness, and Jiang feigned awakening with a few exaggerated breaths. Awoken? Zhao Kongsheng's gaze fell upon Jiang, the most conspicuous among them, as she was the only one not in uniform, appearing unrelated to the group dressed in the second high school attire. Jiang nodded, as if recalling something, suddenly glancing around in alarm. I think I just saw a monster. Did you see it, uncle? I saw a monster too. Its tongue was so long, and it smelled terrible. Li Yifei was quite startled by the scene before he lost consciousness. They were merely teenagers, overly sheltered by their families and the state. They had never encountered such a monstrosity. The memory now sent shivers down their spines. Jiang Qian and the others remained silent, appearing somewhat dazed, either unable to comprehend the situation or rendered speechless by fear. In any case, Jiang would never admit that she might have exerted too much force while incapacitating them. Zhao Kongsheng nodded and asked, "Do you recall how many monsters you saw?" The scene had yielded only a single corpse of the ghoul-faced creature, while another remained unaccounted for. It would be fortunate if it had been slain by the divine agent of Michael. However, if it had fled, that would spell danger. Jiang scratched her head. I believe there were two. I briefly regained consciousness and thought I saw one being reduced to ashes by a boy radiating light. She regretted having to apologize to Lin Qiye, her scapegoat. I only saw one before I fainted. Lin Qiye felt somewhat embarrassed. After he had vomited, he glanced at the creature and succumbed to fright. Thankfully, his classmates were unharmed. Wait, where asked Lin Qiye? Uncle, did you see a boy with a black satin wrapped around his eyes? Lin Qiye grew anxious. Aside from Lin Qiye, the others were present. But where had he gone? He had promised Lin Qiye's aunt to take good care of him. Yet now he had seemingly vanished. Zhao Kongcheng shot him a glance. A surge of anger boiling within him. Don't worry, he has already returned home. Just thinking about it irritated him. However, with both ghoul-faced creatures seemingly dead, he felt a sense of relief. The team arrived promptly. When Shima shook the forbidden object, Dream Whisper, to erase memories of the incident. Yet for Jiang, with the system firmly in place within her mind, the artifact held no sway. Rescue Wang Shao, Jiang Qian, regret -1. Ability available for extraction. Extraction attempts. 1. Will you extract the ability? Yes. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability. Breath of the Archangel. Breath of the Archangel. The healing power of the Angel Raphael, capable of mending both body and spirit, restoring vitality. Derivative ability. Divine healing of the soul. Upon reviewing the details of her newfound ability, Jiang felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyously towards the heavens. This was truly a life-saving skill. It could heal the body, the mind, and even the soul. What did this imply? It meant that she could rectify at least 90% of the regrets from the god-slaying world. Ha 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 ha. She had become a divine agent of sorts. Next, she would witness Zhao Kongqing's confrontation with the ghoul-faced king, utilizing the ghost god summon. Were it not for the need to conceal her identity, she would have eagerly informed him, "Don't worry, feel free to use it as much as you like. I can save." After extracting her ability, Jiang noticed that her system panel indicated she had reached the mid-stage of the Lantern Realm. She dismissed this detail, reasonably suspecting that this realm was merely the system's way of aligning with the world setting. After all, who in the initial stage of the Lantern Realm could obliterate a minor creature of the same realm in a single strike? Chapter 4. The Demon Mask King. Zhao Kongqing's demise. Countdown. 1 hour and 5 minutes. In the old town, there existed a quaint tea shop where Jiang sat languidly on the sole chair available, her fingers idly toying with a pale green cube, while occasionally sipping from a cup of taro milk tea resting on the table. The weather had taken on a peculiar temperament. The sun shone brilliantly during the day, yet by nightfall, rain would descend unexpectedly. At this hour, Zhao Kongqing was likely still at Lin Qiye's residence preparing dinner. Waiting idly was rather tiresome. Perhaps she should wait outside Lin Qiye's house. For the Demon Mask King was sure to make an appearance there. After finishing her tea in one swift motion, she bid farewell to the young attendant and, opening her umbrella, stepped into the rain. She was unaware of Lin Qiye's exact location, only that it resided within the old residential district. However, it mattered little. All she needed was to locate Zhao Kongqing's vehicle. Before long, she spotted the familiar black van parked in front of a 2-story building, along with Zhao Kongqing, who was folding his umbrella and preparing to enter. 10, 9, 8. Jiang stood at a distance, silently counting down in her mind. Soon, Wu Xiangnan would inform Zhao Kongsheng that they had discovered the whereabouts of the Demon Mask King, and indeed, it was situated within the old residential area. Just as anticipated, with a resounding thud, Zhao Kongsheng slammed the car door shut, neglecting to take his umbrella, and sprinted into the rain, clutching a box containing the boundless void. He spoke fervently, though the distance rendered his words inaudible to Jiang. The narrative was unfolding. She could not afford to miss it. So she hurriedly followed in his wake. In the rain-soaked night, clad in black and shielding herself with a dark umbrella, Jiang concealed her presence nearby. So much so that Zhao Kongsheng, preoccupied with setting up the boundless void, remained oblivious to her advance. An all-too-familiar stench wafted toward her. This time, Jiang was not as quick to react as before. The noxious aroma overwhelmed her senses, causing her to stumble and nearly retch. Hastily, she retrieved a cotton ball to block her nostrils, finally allowing herself to breathe easier. One could only wonder what the ancient god sect's followers were thinking, daring to experiment with such repugnant substances. Perhaps sensing the vitality of a living being, the manhole cover nearby began to tremble violently, and then a creature far larger than the previous demon masked man leapt forth, barreling toward Yi Jiang's hiding spot. Unbeknownst to her, ever since she had acquired the breath of the Archangel, a potent aura of life emanated continuously from her, akin to a demon yearning for the flesh of a monk in the tales of Journey to the West. This demon masked king, already grievously wounded, was irresistibly drawn to her vibrant life force, compelled to consume her in a bid to restore its health, thus erupting from the sewer. As Zhao Kongsheng placed the final sign and activated the boundless void, he had been recounting his oath from his time as a night watchman to Wu Xiangnan. However, upon turning his head, he beheld the demon masked king, who disregarded him entirely and lunged in the opposite direction, prompting an exclamation of surprise from him. Wu Xiangnan, concerned, inquired what happened. What's going on? Zhao Kongsheng's gaze fixated upon the girl emerging, startled, as he exclaimed, "Who is this little girl? How'd she get in here? What little girl? Oh no!" Ignoring the inquiries of Wu Xiangnan through his headset, Zhao Kongsheng unsheathed his star blade and charged forward. At that moment, Yi Jiang was evading the Ghost Face King. Just as it neared her, she increased her energy output to deliver a jolt, specifically targeting the wound inflicted by Chun Mai's blade. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly retreated, and when the creature regained its composure to pursue her, she shocked it once more, inciting incessant screeches of rage from the Ghost Face King. It was not that Yi Jiang wished to prolong its suffering. Rather, Zhao Kongsheng needed it to awaken the Forbidden Ruins, and she could not jeopardize the general's prospects. Thus, in Zhao Kongsheng's eyes, the Ghost Face King appeared so gravely wounded that even a girl devoid of the Forbidden Ruins could not keep pace with it. As the Ghost Face King's claw was about to make contact with Yi Jiang, Zhao Kongsheng sprinted in with his blade, intercepting the attack, which led to a fierce clash between claws and blade. Yi Jiang stood a short distance away, hands on her hips, gasping for breath. Her stamina was already mediocre, and with the Ghost Face King's swift movements, she felt as though she had run an entire year in less than a minute, her body feeling utterly drained. It must be said that Zhao Kongsheng's prowess in close combat was formidable, managing to hold his ground against the Ghost Face King from the Chuan realm even in the absence of the Forbidden Ruins, despite the creature being severely injured. However, judging by the Ghost Face King's condition, it likely could not endure much longer. It was time for a decisive move. Indeed, a ghostly visage emerged on the ground, accompanied by Zhao Kongsheng's terrified exclamation. "This is the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176, Ghost Face Land. You must flee." This last statement was clearly directed at Yi Jiang, but he failed to notice that the girl, whom he deemed devoid of the Forbidden Ruins, stood calmly in place, unperturbed, quietly observing his struggle with the Ghost Face King while idly toying with a small green cube. The activation of Ghost Face Land disoriented Zhao Kongsheng's senses, causing him to overlook the fact that the Ghost Face King had already appeared behind him, its claws poised to strike at his neck. A sudden crackle of electricity surged, rendering the creature's arm numb and devoid of sensation. This attack stemmed from that woman. Simultaneously, Zhao Kongsheng regained his composure, turning to distance himself from the Ghost Face King, swinging his star blade towards its neck. If all went well, this strike would undoubtedly sever its head. To his astonishment, the Ghost Face King caught the star blade with its bare hands and retaliated with a powerful kick. Another crackle of electricity resonated, causing its leg to lose feeling as it knelt on one knee. Yi Jiang simidet, keeping it alive to compel Zhao Kongsheng to utilize the Ghost God's summoning to awaken the Forbidden Ruins. Yet, if it became too audacious, she would not hesitate to end its life. The Ghost Face King roared in fury, feeling utterly insulted. Typically, this was the moment when villains unleashed their ultimate move. Clearly, Yi Jiang was not alone in this sentiment. Zhao Kongsheng's expression grew increasingly grave. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he could handle minor foes with ease, he stood no chance against the Ghost-Faced King from Qian, especially with an ordinary person at his back. The rapid depletion of his stamina and the pressure of the confrontation left him gasping, his arms aching to the point of nearly dropping his weapon. He could undoubtedly endure no more than 10 minutes, yet he had to hold on until the captain and Honging arrived. With this thought, he took out the night watchman emblem from his chest. Zhao Kongsheng, are you inside? Suddenly, a voice resonated from beyond the boundless void. It was Lin Qiye's voice. Zhao Kongsheng shouted, quickly get back home. This is no place for you. Lin Qiye persistently pounded against the invisible barrier before him. Let me in. I can help you fight. The onslaught from the Ghost-Faced King intensified once more, with no time to spare. Zhao Kongsheng swiftly drew forth the demon-repelling bullet, inhaled deeply, and pressed it into the palm of his hand. Chapter 5. The candy of healing, feeling the fatigue and pain dissipate, along with an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. Zhao Kongsheng burst into hearty laughter. Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 083. Fading Life, Flashing Moon. I knew it. I, Zhao Kongsheng, am also a genius. Ye Jiang chucklet. Finally seeing the fruits of her labor after much effort. With his awakening of the Forbidden Ruins, Zhao Kongsheng was now capable of matching the current Ghost-Faced King, prompting Jiang to divert her attention and settle down on a nearby stone to observe the combat. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as a corner of the boundless void was forcibly breached. Jiang glanced back, and indeed, it was Lin Qiye, his eyes glowing with golden light. Making his entrance. Long time no see, Jiang greeted him first, recalling how he had abandoned her, yet she had conveniently shifted the blame onto him, thus evening the scales. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes slightly. What are you doing here? Ye Viang Shuruk. Just happened to get locked up here. In the midst of battle. Zhao Kongsheng shouted towards Lin Qiye. How did you get in here? Probably just glare my way in, Jiang interjected. Lin Qiye. Zhao Kongsheng. These two are truly driving me insane. Why don't you go help him? Having witnessed Jiang's formidable ability to reduce a ghost-faced being to ashes in an instant, Lin Qiye questioned why she was merely watching Zhao Kongsheng, an ordinary person without the Forbidden Ruins, struggle against a monster. It's not my time to intervene yet, she replied coolly, casting a glance at Lin Qiye. Do you believe that everyone has their moment to shine? I must simply refrain from cutting in line or being late. Lin Qiye was puzzled by her words. Seeing Zhao Kongsheng get kicked away by the Ghost-Faced King, he rushed forward to assist. Zhao Kongsheng halted him. Wait, let me take one more swing. This strike. You must watch closely. Why? Because this strike will be magnificent. This strike will be magnificent. Jiang's whisper harmonized with the voices of the two men. At that moment, she suddenly felt a genuine sense of belonging within this world. With a swift motion, a black crescent slashed across the night sky, and the Ghost-Faced King's head rolled aside. Zhao Kongsheng collapsed straight into Lin Qiye's arms, as if he had fulfilled a mission. Jiang stroked her chin. This scene felt oddly familiar. The headless corpse of the Ghost-Faced being still trembled slightly. Yet the two men engrossed in their emotions were utterly oblivious. I have a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Light one for me. Jiang snatched the cigarette away and swiftly shoved the small green cube she had been holding in a Zhao Kongsheng's mouth. Forget the cigarette. Just eat the candy. Hurry and chew. Zhao Kongsheng. This girl is quite bold. And such a hard candy, it might be a bit tough on the teeth. Lin Qiye hesitated to speak. He wanted to express that Zhao Kongsheng was clearly on the brink of death. Yet he couldn't even fulfill such a small wish. In the next moment, a soft green radiance enveloped Zhao Kongsheng, lingering for less than 2 seconds before dissipating, leaving behind a middle-aged man of 30 with a flushed complexion and a look of astonishment, lying in Lin Qiye's embrace. The essence of the ability known as Breath of the Archangel lies not solely in healing, but in bestowing vitality. The small cube that Jiang had given Zhao Kongsheng was a crystallization of life force she had painstakingly condensed over 2 days. Under normal circumstances, her instantaneous healing would suffice to revive even the gravely injured, and with such an abundance of life energy, It could rejuvenate even a man in his 60s or 70s back to the prime of his 40s. However, as it was Yi Jiang's first time wielding this power, she feared that Zhao Kongsheng, having overexerted himself, might not be salvaged by mere incremental healing. Thus, she dedicated 2 days to crafting a life crystal, which not only replenished his depleted vitality and healed all his hidden injuries, but also restored his youth. Lin Qiye, mouth agape, gazed incredulously at the man before him. Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongsheng responded, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, realization struck him. "I seem to be all right? What the hell? How is this possible? I'm not dead." Lin Qiye had witnessed Zhao Kongsheng, once resembling a candle on the verge of extinguishment, springing back to life in an instant, rejuvenated no less. To claim he was not astonished would be a lie. Yet, he felt an overwhelming joy, for aside from his aunt and Jean, Zhao Kongsheng was the third person to selflessly shield him. Good people, after all, deserve longevity. After a moment, he broke into a smile. "Welcome back, General Zhao Kongsheng." Zhao Kongsheng laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. General is still a bit premature. Not to mention, the Ghost-Faced King is still alive. Could you not show some respect for him?" Yi Jiang's voice echoed from a distance. Her concern for the Ghost-Faced King escaping during their emotional exchange, prompting her to guard its head and body. However, the creature's struggles were growing increasingly vigorous, and she found it challenging to maintain control. Had it not been for Zhao Kongsheng's merit, she would have already dispatched it with an electromagnetic cannon. Upon hearing that the Ghost-Faced King still drew breath, Zhao Kongsheng's spirits lifted. That wretched creature, truly resilient. Even without a head, it still clings to life. Grumbling, he approached, prompting Yi Jiang to step aside. With a swift motion of his blade, a crescent of darkness swept through the air, cleaving the Ghost-Faced King's body in half. Fearing it might rise again, Zhao Kongsheng meticulously sliced the corpse into smaller pieces before sheathing his sword. Yi Jiang gasped in astonishment. How cruel! Now, who could possibly discern what this creature was? Zhao Kongsheng shot her a sidelong glance. "Yeah, I did not see you afraid. Speaking of which, who exactly are you? You were present with the Ghost-Faced Man last time, and now with the Ghost-Faced King. What was that thing you fed me?" He instinctively knew that his revival was undoubtedly due to the flavorless candy bestowed upon him by the young girl. Yet, what could possibly compel her to grant such a precious and rare artifact to an ordinary night watchman? Could it be that? Zhao Kongsheng's gaze drifted towards Lin Qiye, who stood quietly to the side. The 17-year-old was youthful, handsome, and possessed an impressive physique, serving as a divine agent with boundless potential. It seemed he had indeed benefited from this lad's grace. Yi Jiang sat upon a stone, holding an umbrella. "I am merely an ordinary person with a slight supernatural ability. As for these recent incidents, you may consider them mere misfortunes on my part." "Then what did you give me?" "The ability to heal those affected by spirits must be an exceedingly rare and precious artifact. The healing candy I concocted took me an entire year to create. If it were too common, it would lack value. Had it not been inappropriate, I would have claimed it took me a decade to perfect." "Healing candy? Are you a healer of forbidden realms?" 2 overlapping voices responded, one filled with astonishment, the other tinged with skepticism. Chapter 6. A Serious Blow, Limitless Techniques, Peace Affairs Office. Name? Yi Jiang. Age? 17. What is your ability? The Forbidden Abyss. Healing. Healing? Is it the Forbidden Abyss Sequence 389, Micro Healing? Could you demonstrate it, please? Certainly. Yi Jiang restrained her strength, gently releasing a hint of breath of the Archangel. And even this small amount contained an abundance of life force. When Shima also sensed this aura, rendered speechless by shock, and upon contact with the green radiance, felt an overwhelming comfort, as if the injuries sustained during yesterday's training with Hong Ying, as well as lingering wounds from before, had miraculously healed. Am I falling behind the times? Is this what you call micro-healing? Zhao Kongsheng, waiting outside the room, observed when Shima's astonished expression and nudged Lin Qiye with his elbow. Hey, are you just going to let her deceive people like this? He had seen night watchers with micro-healing before, but never one who could rescue someone who had been possessed by a spirit and also rejuvenate them. Isn't this simply treating people like fools? Lin Qiye shot him a glance, her expression complex. She yearned to recount her experience battling the demon-masked man. For her ability was not healing at all. However, considering her own psychiatric hospital of gods, she chose to remain silent. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and she did not wish to divulge hers for reasons of her own. Besides, despite her formidable strength, she had still allowed Zhao Kongsheng to employ the spirit lure to save him. Perhaps there were deeper motives at play. When Qima emerged from the room with a notebook in hand, his face etched with disbelief. Jiang, hands in pockets, followed closely behind and immediately noticed Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Qiye waiting at the door, both looking as if they had something to say yet hesitated. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Is there no restroom here? When Qima, thinking she needed to go, pointed, yes, it's over there. Why are they so awkward then? Is there a disagreement about the restroom order? Zhao Kongsheng. Lin Qiye. This girl can be infuriating at times. Is this really the reason? Jiang glanced at her phone. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Have you joined the Night Watchers? She turned to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye nodded. Yes, and you? Everything that transpired tonight, along with Jiang herself, made it abundantly clear to him that he was currently too weak. If he did not join the Night Watchers, he would be unable to protect his aunt and Jean the next time such a situation arose. Moreover, he indeed owed Zhao Kongsheng a favor. If he had not blocked the Demon Masked King, if he had not used the spirit lure to slay the Demon Masked King, if Jiang had not saved Zhao Kongsheng, then Zhao Kongsheng would have perished in battle by now, wouldn't he? In that case, he owed Jiang a life. Jiang shrugged. Then I shall join as well, though my combat prowess is rather modest. I possess only a smattering of healing abilities. Lin Qiye observed her silently, bemused by her pretense. When Qima, eager to interject, said, Do not speak so lowly of yourself. Your forbidden ruin is exceedingly powerful. If you join us, our squad 136 would be elated. He nearly faltered in his writing as he noted down 389 minor healing. Almost convinced that Jiang was a divine agent herself, had he not been temporarily unaware of any divine emissaries of life appearing. At that moment, Chun Mai emerged from the office, glancing at the three individuals standing at the doorway, puzzled by their shared silence. Why are you all standing around? Sit down and converse. With that, he took the lead and settled onto the sofa. Lin Qiye, I have just submitted the applications for you and Jiang to join the Night Watchers, which means from this moment forth, you are temporary members of Squad 136. You will only be considered official members after completing the intensive training. That was quick. Jiang exclaimed in surprise. It seems rather expedited compared to the original narrative, does it not? Chen Mai's expression was complex. It was indeed her presence that had prompted him to rush and submit the application late at night, even making a phone call to Shao Pinga. There were indeed healing-oriented Night Watchers, such as Si Xiaonan, whose thread of fate allowed her to perform healing tasks. However, they had never encountered a purely healing-oriented Forbidden Ruin apart from the sequence 389, minor healing, and the efficacy was remarkable. They understood that this was undoubtedly a new Forbidden Ruin, potentially even a divine ruin. Yet, for various reasons, he and Shao Pinga decided to categorize Jiang's file under Forbidden Ruin sequence 389, minor healing. She had mentioned that her Forbidden Ruin had awakened a year prior. Whether this was true or not, the fact that such results could be achieved within a single year was astonishing. If utilized effectively, it might even be combined with the power of the spirits, effectively granting every Night Watcher an additional life. Not to mention, it could also enhance one's appearance. Cough, cough. Chun Mai cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Kongsheng, who was preening with a mirror, inwardly lamenting, why must he always stumble upon all the good fortune, slaying the ghost-faced man, awakening a forbidden ruin, and rejuvenating himself by several years. I shall never admit to feeling envious. Clearing his throat, Chun Mai remarked, Our Night Watchers maintain a commendably high level of work efficiency. Wen Qimo responded with a silent expression, while Zhao Kongsheng remained nonplussed. Just then, Wu Xiangnan entered, questioning, Who are you trying to deceive now? Lin Qiye asked. What is this intensive training you mentioned? All newcomers must participate in a year-long intensive training before officially joining the Night Watchers, where they will learn various combat skills. When does it commence? Jiang, well-versed in these plot lines, decided to sit quietly and ponder. The system rewards had long been deposited, yet she had not found the time to examine them. Seizing the moment, she hastily checked her status, saved Zhao Kongcheng, and aided in his awakening of the Forbidden Ruin. Regret -2. Ability can be extracted. Once, she unexpectedly compensated for 2 regrets in a single instance, believing that each narrative only accounted for 1 regret. However, having 2 is preferable. The more abilities she acquires, the stronger she becomes. Extraction. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability. Serious Punch, unlimited technique. Serious Punch. There is no problem in this world that cannot be resolved with a single punch. If there is, simply deliver another punch. P.S. May I strike you once? Unlimited technique. Why not try to touch me? One invites a punch, while the other dares a touch. Jiang pondered. Is this introduction reliable? Nevertheless, it feels remarkably familiar. Aren't these abilities akin to those of Saitama and Gojo? No wonder the descriptions of these powers are so formidable. After all, they truly represent the pinnacle of combat prowess. As Jiang assessed, the Serious Punch seems to manifest only when truly needed. Presently, her persona is that of a delicate healer, rendering such a violent skill temporarily unnecessary. However, the unlimited technique can be activated at any time as it demands minimal mental energy, functioning as a passive ability, perfectly suited for her. Chapter 7. Business. As Jiang found herself entranced by her newfound skills, the conversation among Chunmai and the others had shifted to the remuneration for temporary team members. It was noted that no accommodation or meals were provided for these individuals. Chunmai's voice gradually drew Jiang back to reality. She nearly forgot about this matter. The system had only lent her 10,000 yuan. After accounting for her lodging, purchasing a mobile phone, meals, and leisure activities, she realized she was left with barely 3,000 yuan. With a month remaining until the training camp, she certainly could not survive on mere air during this time. Where will we stay for this month? Lin Qiye asked in a panic, and Jiang mirrored his concern. In the original story, Lin Qiye was kindly taken in by Hong Ying. What would she do now? Their gazes converged on Chun Mai simultaneously. Am I not your divine agent? Your ultimate caretaker? Are you abandoning me? Chun Mai felt somewhat awkward. These 2 children had nowhere to stay. At that moment, Hong Ying's small head peeked in from the doorway. My house is quite spacious. Would you like to come and stay with me? Hong Ying, didn't you go home with Shao Nan? When Qima asked in surprise. Hong Ying pouted slightly. Today marks the first day of 2 new team members joining our squad. Is it not fitting for me and Shao Nan to be here? Besides, it's fortunate we didn't leave. Otherwise, wouldn't you have left Jiang and Qiye to sleep on the streets? Exactly. Shao Nan chimed in softly from behind Hong Ying. Jiang was moved to tears. Her finances would be spared. Then, thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Thank you. Sister Hong Ying, Lin Qiye echoed, following Jiang's lead. Jiang shot him a glance, inexplicably feeling as though she had gained a younger brother. Hong Ying beamed with joy. It's nothing at all. Since it's so late, shall I take them home to rest? She looked toward Chun Mai, seeking his approval. Chun Mai nodded in agreement. All right, bring them over in the morning. They need some training before the camp. Hong Ying made a gesture of acknowledgement, and, with Shao Nan on either side, they exited the office. A divine agent and a girl from an unknown forbidden wasteland. Chun Mai gazed at their retreating figures, his brow furrowed in concern. In the villa district, Jiang and Lin Qiye stood in awe before the luxurious mansion, their mouths agape. The disparity between what they had read in the novel and what they beheld with their own eyes was stark. She never imagined she would one day reside in such a splendid abode. Hong Ying skipped over to open the door. Coming quickly. The house is a bit messy. Please don't mind. Lin Qiye and Jiang waved their hands in dismissal. Not at all. Hong Ying found them each a pair of slippers and pointed to 2 adjacent rooms on the 2nd floor. These 2 rooms are guest rooms. They're all tidied up, and the bedding and toiletries are new, so you can just use them. The layout of the two rooms was quite similar. Lin Qiye turned to Yi Jiang. Which one do you want to stay in? Yi Jiang casually pointed to the room near the staircase. I'll take this one. All right, Lin Qiye nodded. Suddenly, he had a thought and called out to Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, may I borrow some paper and a pen? Today, he had unexpectedly ventured out and stayed out overnight. Since he had resolved to join the Night Watchers, it was only right to inform his aunt and Jean. Paper and pen? Just a moment, let me find them. Hong Ying replied as she rummaged through the room. Lin Qiye turned to Yi Jiang and asked, Aren't you going to inform your family? Yi Jiang shrugged. I have no relatives. In her previous world, she had been the surplus child after her parents divorced and formed new families. Other than the monthly living allowance, she was left with nothing. After graduating from university, her parents severed ties, believing they had fulfilled their obligations. Thus, she was not only alone in this world, but also rootless in the former one, which explained her unhesitating decision to follow the system into this new realm. I'm sorry. Lin Qiye had not anticipated that she was even more pitiable than himself. At least he had his aunt and Jean. Yi Jiang casually placed her hands in her pockets. It's fine, I'm used to it. When Hong Ying finally emerged with a hard-won paper and pen, Yi Jiang bid them good night before returning to her room. She had initially thought training would commence today, but forgot that Lin Qiye was enlisting at Chi Hair, while Chun Mai and the others had gone to perform at his aunt's house. Thus, the office was left with only Yi Jiang, Hong Ying, Si Shaonan, Wen Qimo, and Lung Qian. Hong Ying had intended to teach her marksmanship, but suddenly an elderly lady arrived at the office, claiming she suspected her partner of infidelity and wished to hire them to investigate. Consequently, Hong Ying and the others went to comfort the old woman. Meanwhile, Lung Qian approached Yi Jiang. Would you like to join me for marksmanship training? Yi Jiang's eyes lit up. Absolutely. In Huahua, she had never had the opportunity to handle a real firearm, but now she had a chance. Bang! A shot rang out in the shooting range. Yi Jiang tilted her head. How did I do? How many rings? Lung Qian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. 10 rings. Again, at 50 meters. Bang bang. 2 more shots echoed. Lung Qian gazed at the overlapping bullet holes, somewhat astonished by Yi Jiang's talent. Is this truly your first time handling a gun? You possess quite the aptitude. Yi Jiang pondered. If we disregard the times I shot balloons at the night market, then yes, this is indeed my first. She had always been good at aiming. Even throwing stones or tossing rings, she had a knack for precision. Perhaps this was her innate talent. Well, if you practice more, you might become a valuable asset for fire support in our team. Yi Jiang agreed wholeheartedly. With her capabilities, her firepower would undoubtedly be formidable. When Lin Qiye and the others returned, they found Hong Ying still comforting the elderly lady. Yi Jiang happened to approach, preparing to step out for a meal. Having trained with firearms all morning was enjoyable, yet undeniably exhausting. Oh, you're back. Care to join us for a meal? Lin Qiye remarked, casting a bemused glance at Hong Ying and the others, muttering quietly, Is this really an office? Indeed, came the reply. Songnan hardly encounters any mysterious incidents throughout the year. They cannot afford to sit idle. This way, they can find something to occupy their time and earn some rent. How splendid. Yi Jiang still remembers that Lung Qian was once a doctoral student at a University of Political Science and Law, and even took on tutoring assignment for middle school students. Lin Qiye, upon contemplating the possibility of handling such cases in the future, suddenly felt a pang of regret for joining the Night Watchers. His expression was so conflicted that Yi Jiang could easily discern his thoughts. Rest assured, you will not have the chance to deal with the love and hatred of grandmothers and grandfathers. Why? Because in the future, you will be far too formidable. Yi Jiang pushed open the door of a noodle shop and casually remarked, You will understand when the time comes. Chapter 8. Doubting she is cheating in the afternoon. It was Chun Mai's special training time. Yi Jiang's persona was that of a pure healer, yet Chun Mai insisted on bringing her to the training grounds, arguing that even a support role must possess self-defense capabilities. Yi Jiang thought to herself. She wanted to express that despite her system panel indicating she was merely at the initial stage of Pool Realm, if she truly engaged, a single punch could leave Chun Mai dazed. However, she refrained from speaking, as she needed to maintain her character. Chun Mai handed her a straight sword while he wielded a wooden sword. Come on, attack me. Yi Jiang raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Yes. Well then, Captain, why don't you strike me instead? Yi Jiang genuinely lacked combat skills. Her only connection to fighting was the Tai Chi elective she had taken in university, which she had largely forgotten by now. Anticipating her inability to launch an attack, Qian Mai initiated the first strike. To his surprise, Yi Jiang merely stood still, clutching the sword. Qian Mai sighed, assuming she was intimidated. In the next moment, his wooden sword halted 10 centimeters from her shoulder, unable to advance any further. What? Qian Mai widened his eyes in disbelief. He retracted his sword and attempted another strike from a different angle, only to encounter the same result. He could not touch her at all. Curiously, he reached out to tap her shoulder, but it felt as though an invisible barrier repelled his hand, preventing any contact. Do you have a forbidden item? This effect resembled the shield of sequence 171, Wang, yet he sensed no aura of a forbidden object from her. Yi Jiang chuckled and shook her head. This is my passive skill. I call it try to touch me and see, Qian Mai replied. What a splendid name. Before long, the door to the training grounds swung open, and Yi Jiang emerged. At the entrance, Wen Qima was astonished. You're out so soon? Wait, you aren't injured? He was well aware of the captain's strength. During his own initial training, he had entered upright and exited horizontally. He never anticipated witnessing someone emerge completely unscathed. Upon closer inspection of Yi Jiang's face, he thought, the captain must be showing mercy. It was no surprise, for who could bear to be harsh with such a beautiful girl? Is it that I am unworthy? Lin Qiye, Gomain. Qian Mai's voice echoed from within. Lin Qiye strode in with confidence, noting Yi Jiang's apparent ease, suggesting the intensity of the captain's training was not so severe after all. Moments later, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Captain, be gentler. When Qima remarked, the captain has indeed changed. Yi Jiang sighed dramatically. Perhaps having struck Lin Qiye too hard, Qian Mai decided to cook a feast that evening. When Lin Qiye staggered out of the training room, Yi Jiang stifled a laugh and patted him, instantly healing all his injuries. Oh, that feels wonderful. Lin Qiye could not suppress a moan of relief as the comfort washed over him. Yi Jiang's ability was truly impressive, as the bruises inflicted by the captain faded into nothingness. Zhao Kongcheng held his bowl of rice, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. Indeed. If I may say, Shao Ye's forbidden market is truly remarkable. It feels as though I have indulged in a full-body massage, exquisitely refreshing. And that's not all. Unregistered. Today, Shao Yi gifted me a pendant she crafted herself. After donning it, I sparred with Wen Qima for 2 hours without feeling fatigued. It's simply a miraculous source of energy. Wen Qima paused his drinking, his expression darkening. I wondered why you insisted on competing with me today. You still owe me snacks. Without any enhancement, he had been extorted of 200 yuan worth of snacks by Hong Ying. She, feeling guilty, glanced around, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Qian Mai emerged with the last plate of braised ribs, placing it on the dining table before taking his seat. Just as they thought they could commence their meal, he suddenly addressed Yi Jiang. Shao Yi, the healing candies you gave to Hong Ying, did you craft those as well? Yi Jiang raised an eyebrow. Nearly, but they don't possess the same efficacy as the one I made for old Zhao. The one Zhao Kongcheng consumed had taken her a full 2 days to prepare, while the one she gave to Hong Ying was merely a product of her boredom before morning practice. She anticipated that Qian Mai would request more for the sake of their team, but to her surprise, he not only refrained from asking, but also advised her to conceal her abilities in the future. The breath of the Archangel is an extraordinary skill in its truest sense. Should it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could spell trouble for her. These individuals primarily referred to the ancient god cult. Although Yi Jiang did not perceive the ancient god cult as a threat at her current level, she graciously accepted Qian Mai's goodwill. In return, she promptly conjured 7 green orbs, each a crystallized essence of life energy, distributing one to each member of Team 136. For ailments, a cure. For health, nourishment, she mused. Despite Qian Mai's reservations, Yi Jiang cheerfully assured him, Fear not, Captain, I will exercise caution. The members of Team 136 were commendable, and she too wished for their safety. With these life crystals in their possession, they would at least have a means of emergency assistance when danger arose. It must be said, Chen Mai's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. After several days of takeout and small restaurant fare, Jiang finally savored a hint of homely flavor. Yet, there was no time for sentiment, as the individuals at the table were fiercely competing for food. Lin Qiye even brandished a submachine gun to maintain order, only to receive a yellow card warning from Chen Mai. Nevertheless, the meat he seized was generously shared with Jiang and Lin Qiye. Having dined satisfactorily, Lin Qiye whisked Lin Qiye away for shooting practice. The thought of Lin Qiye's shooting talent made Jiang chuckle. By the end of the day, Lin Qiye was utterly exhausted, while Jiang remained unscathed. This was primarily due to her passive skill, which absorbed all forms of attack. Whether it was knife strikes or rubber bullets, they could not breach her defenses. Chen Mai, skeptical, unleashed his full strength against her, even nearly resorting to the unchanging blade, but failed to penetrate Jiang's defenses. Ultimately, he could only helplessly advise her, if your passive skill doesn't significantly drain your mental energy, just keep it activated. It's exceedingly safe. Jiang agreed with delight. Thus, today, only Lin Qiye has sustained an injury. Chapter 9. The Campus Purge. Are you saying you personally witnessed your classmate Lu Xiaoyan devouring our dean? When Qima inquired, his face a picture of astonishment. Unregistered. Did she regurgitate an entire dean afterward? Zhao Conchang added. Moreover, it appears they share a rather amicable relationship. As they posed these relentless questions, Jiang lounged on the sofa, yawning and listening with an air of indifference. The Peace Affairs Office was destined for turmoil today, as the plot concerning the Nantua serpent demon had already commenced. She had intended to find an opportune moment to discuss the matter with Chen Mai, but to her surprise, Li Yifei had acted with even greater alacrity, stationed at the office entrance since early morning. Truly, a testament to his future prowess as a caretaker leader. His initiative was commendable, Jiang mused inwardly. Did you not sleep well last night? Lin Qiye inquired, studying Jiang's fatigued visage with concern. Jiang, absently toying with a small green bead, replied lethargically, Indeed, I spent the night gazing at the stars, predicting your fortune today, which kept me awake in frustration. Lin Qiye appeared speechless for a moment before asking, Is it a significant fortune? Jiang rolled her eyes, retorting, How mundane. Truly, you are exceedingly banal. As per the original plot, after Li Yifei's arrival, Chen Mai convened a meeting to devise a meticulous plan. Subsequently, Hong Ying, Si Shaonan, Lin Qiye, and Jiang set forth towards the second high school to eradicate the mysterious entity. Oh, and there was Li Yifei as well. Jiang was somewhat reluctant to attend. Chen Mai preferred to shield this precious gem from peril. Yet, her insatiable curiosity was a formidable adversary. What did the Nantua serpent demon look like? Was it male or female? Wasn't she new handsome? These inquiries clawed at her heart, compelling her to witness the reality firsthand. However, before their departure, Hong Ying relentlessly doused her in perfume, admonishing, Be sure not to let your scent escape, lest it attract trouble. Having mastered the art of concealing her aura, Jiang shuruk in resignation, alricht. The five of them arrived at the second high school in grand fashion. Yet, when they stood beside the school's wall, Jiang was taken aback. Jiang, I miscalculated. I am merely a pure mage, and scaling walls is utterly beyond my skill set. Fortunately, Lin Qiye managed to perch atop the wall and hoisted Jiang up, subsequently lowering himself to catch her, allowing the group to proceed to the next phase of their mission. According to plan, Si Shaonan and Hong Ying headed to the girls' dormitory, while Jiang, Lin Qiye, and Li Yifei took charge of the playground and academic building. Everything unfolded precisely as scripted, except that behind Lin Qiye and Li Yifei trailed the leisurely Jiang, hands tucked into her pockets. To be honest, had it not been for her limitless array of spells, Jiang would have felt a twinge of trepidation facing so many serpent demons. While Lin Qiye could sense who among them was a demon, she could not. She even found herself making direct eye contact with those serpent offspring whose eyes had transformed into slits. In an instant, Jiang felt as though she had found herself ensnared within a nest of serpents. When asked if she felt moved, she dared not move. Indeed, she was paralyzed by fear. With a resigned sigh, she silently lamented, "Ah, curiosity has led the cat to its demise. The ancients were not deceiving me." Just then, a student cried out in terror, "What on earth? Why has the sky turned green?" Indeed, it was true. A verdant, boundless void slowly ascended, prompting Lin Qiye to furrow his brow as he tapped the notice board, questioning, "Is this thing malfunctioning?" Zhao, Kongcheng, seated nearby and engrossed in a casual game, glanced up and laughed heartily. "Ha! Why did it turn out this color?" Lin Qiye's expression darkened. Unable to contain herself, Jiang burst into laughter. The ambience was just right. The green, boundless void justified her insistence that Lin Qiye personally arrange it today, purely out of curiosity about what a green sky would look like. The girls' dormitory was likely embroiled in chaos, as Jiang observed numerous serpent spawn dashing in that direction, some even revealing their true forms. The students, petrified by the spectacle, fled in a frenzy towards the school gates. Lin Qiye shouted several times above the noise. Yet no one heeded his call. In exasperation, he drew his pistol and fired 2 shots into the air. "Silence. Listen to me." A sharp intake of breath followed. Jiang couldn't help but admire his bravado. Truly, he was deserving of the title of protagonist. Skepticism arose among the students regarding Lin Qiye's identity, yet without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and swiftly dispatched the concealed serpent spawn among them. This display of formidable prowess left the others too intimidated to utter a sound, each behaving as docile as lambs. Thus, Lin Qiye and Li Yifei busied themselves organizing the throng of students at the gates, while Wen Qima and the others stood outside erasing their memories. Throughout it all, Jiang took a back seat, occasionally tending to fallen students and dispatching lone serpent spawn with ease. Once the students at the gates were evacuated, Lin Qiye inhaled deeply and tucked his pistol away. "Li Yifei, I recall passing the grand auditorium earlier. Several girls were hiding inside, including Wu Shujie. You go protect them there. I will accompany Jiang to the sophomore building to rescue others. If Lu Xiaoyan is the progenitor of the monster, then the sophomore building is undoubtedly a hotspot for disaster." Concerned for Li Yifei, an ordinary person, Lin Qiye was reluctant to let him join the perilous venture. Li Yifei found himself torn, caught between the girl he secretly admired and the imperative to save more lives. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely declared, "No, I will go with you to the classroom building." Just as Lin Qiye was about to refuse, Jiang interjected, "Let him come along with me here. Nothing will go awry." Acknowledging Jiang's formidable combat skills and healing abilities, Lin Qiye nodded. "Very well, we shall go together." What lay ahead was the true battle for survival. Jiang instantly regained her composure, if memory served her right, and Qingyu was located in a classroom on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. As Lin Qiye and the others arrived at the building, they were met with a relentless surge of serpent demons rushing inside, accompanied by faint human screams amidst the cacophony of the creatures' collisions. The sheer number of these serpentine beings sent shivers down their spines. It was truly a veritable den of snakes. How could we possibly enter with so many monsters present? Li Yifei's voice trembled, the horrific scene causing a profound impact on his psyche. Through the window, Jiang suggested, her gaze fixating on a window near the side staircase. Most of the serpent demons were charging up the main staircase at the front of the building, leaving the sides relatively safer. "All right." Lin Qiye decisively shattered the glass of the window with the hilt of his knife and leaped inside, followed closely by Li Yifei. However, Jiang stood motionless, hands in her pockets, showing no inclination to enter. Li Yifei, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you coming in?" With a dismissive pout, Jiang replied, "No, I'll take care of those at the entrance." In truth, she harbored a desire to eliminate Li Yifei directly. That would ensure the annihilation of the serpent demons in one fell swoop, simplifying matters considerably. Yet, she refrained from such drastic measures, as she needed to facilitate the progression of the narrative, resigning herself to her task. Lin Qiye assumed she was reluctant to climb through the window and did not press the issue, merely advising, "All right, just be careful." Jiang responded with an okay gesture, instructing, You two head to the 5th floor and clean from there downwards. I'll start from the 1st floor and clean upwards. This will save time. Understood. Once Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye departed, Jiang leisurely approached the main entrance of the teaching building. She toyed with a coin in her hand, contemplating for a moment before stowing it away. The power of the electromagnetic cannon was too great. She would not be able to manage the situation effectively. Chapter 10. Unable to overcome, a piercing short whistle suddenly pierced the air, instantly capturing the attention of the serpentine demon offspring. Outside the dimly lit teaching building, Jiang stood alone, her body crackling with subtle currents of electricity, the occasional sound of snapping filling the air. As she gazed at the grotesque monsters rushing towards her like a tidal wave, a slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth, her eyes betraying a hint of excitement and provocation. Come forth. Minutes later, Jiang surveyed the charred corpses strewn about her, the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeating the atmosphere. Strangely enough, this fierce battle had awakened her appetite. Oh dear, this has made me crave barbecue. I must indulge in a feast upon my return, she mused to herself, her expression betraying a lingering sense of satisfaction. The serpentine demon offspring that had been lurking nearby lay defeated. Even those within the 1st floor classroom had been lured out and dispatched with precision. Jiang clapped her hands in contentment. Though her electric attacks lacked the overwhelming force of a railgun, dispatching these minor nuisances was a trivial task. The only downside was the slightly prolonged duration of the skirmish. She wondered if Lin Qiye had met with Archangel yet. The thought of that encounter filled her with anticipation. The first meeting of the key to the door and the god of causality. She simply had to witness it firsthand. After Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye dashed into the teaching building, they made their way directly to the 5th floor. In such a life-and-death scenario, it was remarkable how many astute individuals there were. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they were met with a cacophony of chaos. The thud of heavy objects crashing to the ground intertwined with the shouts of the distressed crowd. Lin Qiye swiftly ascended the stairs, and before long, he encountered a dozen grotesque creatures blocking the stairway, frantically attempting to push aside the obstacles in their path. However, the continuous barrage of desks and chairs being hurled at them, combined with a narrow staircase, rendered their movements ineffective, resulting in a stalemate. Lin Qiye could hear frantic cries emanating from within. However, he had no time to waste. With a flash of cold steel, he unsheathed his knife, swiftly dispatching the creature that had turned to attack him. Lin Qiye stood by, wielding a fire axe, forcefully kicking the severed body of one creature and the scattered debris down the stairs, clearing more space for Lin Qiye to maneuver. Truth be told, these monsters were not particularly difficult to slay. The challenge lay in their overwhelming numbers, which made the task cumbersome. Yet with just a dozen before them, eliminating them was akin to slicing through vegetables. Upon witnessing this heroic display, the trapped individuals felt a surge of hope, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes, with a few girls, unable to contain their emotions, bursting into tears. A middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, his expression one of astonishment as he recognized the two boys in school uniforms. Lin Qiye, is that you, Lin Qiye? Lin Qiye chuckled bashfully, wiping the sweat from his brow, remnants of battle still evident on his face. Mr. Wang, are you unharmed? Mr. Wang adjusted his glasses, pride illuminating his voice. I'm Fine. My years of playing tower defense games have not been in vain. As they engaged in conversation, Lin Qiye swiftly examined the dozens of students on the 5th floor, confirming the absence of disguised serpent demons before releasing a long sigh of relief. Approaching Teacher Wang with a serious demeanor, he remarked, Teacher Wang, the 5th floor is currently secure. Let us proceed downstairs for further investigation. I kindly request you to continue overseeing matters here. Having witnessed Lin Qiye's valiant display of dispatching a small monster with a single stroke, Teacher Wang refrained from offering any words of caution. Very well, but do exercise caution. The 4th floor was eerily quiet, likely due to everyone retreating to the 5th floor. Thus they made their way directly to the 3rd floor. Outside one of the classrooms on the 3rd floor, two serpent demons were furiously attempting to breach the door, desperate to enter. However, They were evidently unable to penetrate the defenses constructed by the occupants within using desks and chairs, and could only roar in frustration from outside. As Lin Qiye and his companions descended, the two demons spotted them and charged forward. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye drew his blade, and with a swift flash, the demons fell lifeless to the ground. Li Yifei rushed to the classroom door, pounding on it vigorously. "The monsters outside are dead. You may come out now." Upon realizing that the relentless creature at the door had indeed been vanquished, the occupants cautiously dismantled their defenses and opened the door. A few brave boys stepped out, bolstered by their courage. Top, top, top. The sound of cheerful footsteps echoed from below, prompting everyone to turn in vigilance. It was a strikingly beautiful girl with long hair. Upon seeing Lin Qiye and Li Yifei standing with several boys, Jiang felt a surge of joy, knowing she had not missed an exhilarating moment. It was fortunate that she had run quickly. Observing her pristine appearance, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow in confusion, inquiring the monsters outside. "They're all dead," Jiang replied cheerfully, her face radiant with a victorious smile. Lin Qiye was internally astonished. It appeared he had underestimated her strength. Among the boys, the one wearing glasses appeared refined and clean, clearly the type favored by teachers. He regarded Jiang with a rational gaze. Jiang returned his friendly smile. Was this the vice-captain of the Nightfall team? He seemed like an amiable neighbor's younger brother, far removed from the image of a scientific madman who had resided in the sewers for a year. Li Yifei was the first to speak. Addressing in Qingyu and the others, "The teaching building is secure, and most students have evacuated the school. You should join us in leaving." Before Qingyu could respond, Jiang shook her head suddenly, her expression grave. "We cannot leave yet. The main body has not been found." "The main body?" And Qingyu questioned, bewilderment etched on her face. "Are you suggesting this monster has a progenitor?" "Indeed. Without the mother body, these monsters will continue to spawn endlessly. Thus, we must locate it and then eliminate it. Wouldn't you agree, Li Yifei?" Jiang's cold gaze suddenly turned towards Li Yifei. In a state of confusion, nodded yes, right. Amidst the incredulous gazes of Lin Qiye and the others, Jiang smiled, her expression tinged with a hint of ruthlessness. In a swift motion, akin to a thief snatching a bell, she drew a pistol and fired 3 shots at Li Yifei's head. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots struck their mark. "Is this?" Lin Qiye's words trailed off as they beheld Li Yifei, who should have collapsed, standing unscathed, even the blood hole in his forehead vanishing at a visible pace. He touched his head in bewilderment, murmuring, "Huh? Iem me fine?" Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed with delight, "Qiye, I'm actually okay. Have I awakened a power like yours? Can I join your organization?" "Not likely," Jiang replied regretfully. "After all, you are a Nanda serpent demon." Li Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm a Nanda serpent demon? What are you talking about?" "Enough with the pretense. Hurry up. We need to get home for dinner." Upon uttering this, everyone witnessed Li Yifei's dark brown eyes suddenly transform into golden, slit-like pupils. A raspy voice emerging from his lips. "How did you know?" Impatient, Jiang frowned and snapped, "Mind your own business regarding the beauties, Lin Qiye. Go. Who wants to engage in mysterious chit-chat with you? Quickly offer up Li Yifei's soul and your head, and this plot will conclude. Otherwise, there won't be any spots left at the barbecue restaurant." As Jiang's words fell, Li Yifei's pupils contracted, and in an instant, he transformed from a schoolboy clad in uniform into a terrifying creature, entirely covered in dark green scales, with a human body and a serpent's tail. Lin Qiye gripped the star blade tightly and charged forward without hesitation, swinging the blade with all his might. Clang! The Nanda serpent demon effortlessly blocked the strike, taunting, "You think you can kill me with just a mere flicker of light?" Jiang was taken aback, suddenly glancing towards the sky outside the window. "Oh no, I forgot it's not yet night. Lin Qiye can't use Star Night Dancer. Her presence has halved the plot's progression, and that orange twilight still lingers on the horizon. Lin Qiye, danger." Chapter 11. The training ground. As anticipated, Lin Qiye, devoid of the enhancement from Starry Night Dancer, found it exceedingly challenging to vanquish the Nantawa serpent demon at the pool realm, even though he was the protagonist. The situation on the battlefield was overwhelmingly one-sided, tipping in favor of the Nantawa serpent demon. Jiang watched in horror as Lin Qiye narrowly evaded the demon's deadly claws several times, clearly on the verge of collapse. And she couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. She had warned him against carelessly altering the story's trajectory. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged into the fray, activating her serious punch mode. This marked her inaugural use of such an ability, to prevent inadvertently delivering a fatal blow to the Nantawa serpent demon. She dared not unleash her full strength upon its head. Instead, she exerted merely 1% of her power and struck its abdomen. Just a moment prior, the Nantawa serpent demon had been arrogantly taunting them, claiming, "You two, mere beings of the Lantern Realm, think you can challenge me, a pool realm entity? Utterly delusional." With a cold huff, Jiang retorted, "Who told you I belong to the Lantern Realm?" In the next instant, a terrifying cyclone coalesced beneath her fist, rapidly expanding and unleashing a forceful shockwave. Boom! The Nantawa serpent demon's body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the corridor's end before coming to a halt. Lin Qiye's dark eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jiang. "Wait, you possess such strength and still let me engage it? Are you even human?" He had initially believed that her inability to employ the super electromagnetic cannon stemmed from some limitation, only to realize he had underestimated her. Even without that technique, she could obliterate this monster with a single punch. Flushed with indignation, Jiang shot him an irritated glare. "I thought you could handle it. How could a mere being of the Lantern Realm possibly contend with it? Why are you so incapable?" The two bickered while on the other side, the Nantawa serpent demon, having regained its senses after being momentarily stunned, struggled to rise. And Xingyu swiftly cautioned, "Be careful, it's getting up. It's injured. Try attacking again." With just 1% of her strength proving so formidable, she genuinely feared that another punch might end the creature's life, which would spell disaster for Lin Qiye's esteemed guardian. Lin Qiye activated Mortal Domain and charged forward with his blade, seizing the opportunity to strike. Although the Nantawa serpent demon had regained some composure, its lower body had lost all sensation. As Lin Qiye swung his sword, the demon could only feebly defend itself. However, devoid of mobility and its serpentine tail as a weapon, its claws were utterly inadequate against Lin Qiye's fierce assault. Before long, a massive head was severed, rolling across the ground before coming to rest after several rotations. Lin Qiye wiped the blood from his straight blade before sheathing it with an air of nonchalance. Were it not for the blood splattered across his face and body, he would indeed appear quite dashing. However, in that moment, he resembled a deranged killer, rendering such an assertion merely hypothetical. With the demise of the Nantawa serpent demon matriarch, all its serpent offspring fell lifelessly to the ground in an instant. As Wu Xiangnan's voice echoed through the headphones, Jiang cast a glance at Xingyu, whose gaze was fervently fixed on the severed head of the serpent demon, and said nothing. Grasping Lin Qiye's arm, she descended the stairs with purpose. The subsequent arrangements at the school were naturally entrusted to designated personnel. Their mission had reached its conclusion. As they made their way down, Jiang perceptively noted Lin Qiye's demeanor was somewhat melancholic. Understandably so, for the Demon King had not met his end by his hand, and he remained oblivious to the existence of a prison within the divine psychiatric hospital. In his heart, Li Yifei was truly deceased. As an elder sister, Jiang felt compelled to uplift her distressed younger brother. "What is troubling you?" she inquired. Lin Qiye remained silent for several seconds before slowly articulating, "Li Yifei was my first friend upon arriving at Archangel. Was a genuinely good person." Jiang patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "I must tell you something. Li Yifei is Li Yifei, and the Nantawa serpent demon is a different entity altogether. Li Yifei is merely the second personality of the Nantawa serpent demon. He was entirely unaware of his true nature, which affirms his goodness." Lin Qiye offered a bitter smile. "It's pointless to say such things now. He has already passed away." Jiang shook her finger, speaking with an air of mystery. "That may not be the case. Make sure to rest early tonight. There might be a delightful surprise in store." What surprise? Lin Qiye retorted. It certainly doesn't involve wealth. At the school, S in trance. Hong Ying and Si Shaonin sat upon a stone pedestal, and upon their arrival, they greeted them with laughter. Wow, that was quite a fierce battle. Ye Jiang, maintaining a serious expression, nodded and exaggeratedly claimed, Indeed, just look at the blood on us. I wonder if laundry detergent can even cleanse it. Hong Ying interjected. That blood on you was clearly smeared on just now, wasn't it? Those obvious fingerprints. Ye Jiang grinned cheekily, quietly observing. Si Shaonin glanced at the crimson mark on Yi Jiang's arm, contemplated for a moment, then stealthily wiped some of Lin Qiye's blood onto her own face. At that moment, Yi Jiang turned her head to catch the sight, and with a playful smile, she gave her a thumbs up. Not far away, atop a high building, a crisp sound echoed as a photograph was delicately picked up and shaken by slender fingers. Lin Qiye gazed at the four jovial figures in the picture, a faint smile gracing his lips. On the way back to the office, as anticipated, Chen Mai received a phone call, learning of the mysterious disappearance of the serpent demon's head. It was merely a head, and no one paid it much heed. Yet Yi Jiang mused, and Qingyu had indeed taken action. Their next encounter would likely not occur until the new year. By then, she wondered if he would still remember her. 10 days later, in the peace office, Chen Mai sat behind his desk, addressing Lin Qiye and Yi Jiang. The new recruit training will commence in a few days, likely in Shanjing City. The winters there are cold. In the coming days, have Hong Ying take you both shopping for daily necessities and winter clothing. Do not fret about expenses. You may use my card. There are still tickets available. You might as well purchase them while you're out. Chen Mai's voice echoed persistently. Yi Jiang scratched her head, gazing at the system panel with a furrowed brow. To spare Chen Mai the unnecessary expense of winter clothing and tickets. Count down 20 hours. Surely, you cannot be serious, dear sir. It seems you are intentionally creating difficulties for me. Fat who? Should she either directly inform Chen Mai that she was aware the training session would be held in Songnan? But how could she possibly know? Or should she squander her own money on a plethora of unnecessary items? Does she truly appear to be a fool? After much hesitation, considering her dwindling balance, she resolved to confront Chen Mai directly. Captain. Her words were interrupted. But given that the subject was the cherished darling of their team 136, he was not the least bit offended. Instead, he inquired kindly, What is it? I think you might want to consult the higher-ups. I have a strong feeling this training session will not take place in Shanjing City. Chen Mai was taken aback. Why do you say that? In previous years, the training has always been in Shanjing City. Unable to conjure a suitable excuse, Yi Jiang decided to take a leap of faith. Actually, I possess some divination skills, and I foresee that this new recruit training will indeed be in Songnan. If you don't believe me, feel free to make a call and verify. Chen Mai studied her with a furrowed brow and, after a moment, picked up his phone to make a call. Yi Jiang felt a slight sense of relief, only to notice Lin Qiye staring at her with an odd expression. Startled, she smacked him gently. What are you looking at? Lin Qiye turned away silently. The night they vanquished the Nanda snake demon, he had been unable to sleep. Consumed by thoughts of the surprise Yi Jiang had mentioned, so he had gone to the psychiatric hospital to see Nikes. To his astonishment, he discovered a prison. Within it were the Nanda snake demon and Li Yifei. Remembering Yi Jiang's words from earlier, he now wondered if she was somehow aware of his connection to a psychiatric hospital. Meanwhile, after finishing his call, Chen Mai quietly set down his phone, astonished that Yi Jiang had indeed been correct. The training had been relocated to Songnan. Thankfully, her suggestion to make that call saved his wallet from being depleted. But how did Yi Jiang know? Seeing his expression, she knew she had hit the mark. Raising an eyebrow, she teased, Well, Captain, am I right? Chen Mai cleared his throat lightly. Indeed, the new recruit training is indeed in Songnan, so prepare accordingly. We'll have old Zhao take you there when the time comes. Captain, considering how much money I've saved you, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Appreciation for what? For the meals over the next few days? Very well. Chen Mai chuckled. You'll have your fill. Chapter 12, Returning Home. Help Chen Mai safeguard his wallet. Regret -1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 1. Would you like to extract the ability? Yi Jiang. Yes. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability. Blink. Blink, travel to any desired location, disregarding distance and obstacles, with a maximum range of 10 kilometers per use. However, excessive use may result in minor side effects. P.S. Though blink is advantageous, do not overindulge. Jiang slightly parted her crimson lips, sensing a generational gap between herself and the system. To her, this skill should be referred to as spatial transfer, rather than the unremarkable blink. Can your blink allow you to escape from Songnan in a few moves? Can it truly ignore all barriers? Jiang pondered, a smile gracing her lips. With this newfound ability, not only could she move swiftly, but she would also no longer need to learn how to scale walls. Quite splendid indeed. Once humanity acquires a new toy, the instinct to flaunt it to friends emerges. Thus, with a fleeting thought, Jiang vanished from her room, reappearing in the adjacent one in the blink of an eye. Lin Qiye stood in the center of the room, knife in hand, engrossed in practicing his swordsmanship. Suddenly, he turned to find someone he believed was next door standing before him. "Good evening." Jiang greeted him with a cheerful smile. Lin Qiye, taken aback, swiftly scanned the door, which was firmly closed. "How did you get in?" "Well, I just came in." Though Lin Qiye was aware that Jiang likely possessed hidden abilities, he wondered if such a blatant display was truly wise. After all, he was merely a 17-year-old boy, and even his composure could falter. With a sigh, Lin Qiye, curiosity evident in his expression, remarked, "I am genuinely intrigued. What exactly is your secret realm?" "Don't ask. Just know it's minor healing." Lin Qiye's expression darkened. "Could you at least reveal what level your true strength reaches?" Jiang lifted her chin proudly. "The stratosphere." Lin Qiye closed his eyes, turning to open the door and usher her out. Jiang hastily caught his arm. "Why so impatient?" All right. To be honest, I'm unsure of my true strength, as I have yet to unleash my full power. Whether employing Railgun or serious punch, I've merely executed them casually. To say it's my full strength is an exaggeration, at best. It's merely 1% of my capability. If I were to exert my full force, I fear I might obliterate the entire city of Songnan. Tilting her head in contemplation, she added, "However, I believe even Michael could hardly withstand a single blow from me. Let's say, too, since he is your divine proxy, and I ought to show him some respect." Lin Qiye, reasonably suspecting her of boasting, resolved to pose one final question. "And what is your current level of mental prowess?" Jiang enunciated clearly, "Mid-stage pool realm." Lin Qiye extended his hand. "Please, leave." What a remarkable feat it is to vanquish the supreme god with a single blow at the mid-level of the pool realm. Who are you trying to deceive? Jiang, quick-witted and agile, seized his hand. "Look at you, hastening to judgment. When I speak the truth, you doubt me. When I fabricate a tale, you accuse me of deceit. Is trust between individuals truly so fragile? Moreover, who claims that the realm of mental prowess directly equates to one's overall strength? When you were in the Lantern Realm contending against the River Realm, I did not label you as absurd, did I? If others' Lantern Realm resembles a modest teacup, then Jiang's must surely be akin to a vast teapot. While others' Pool Realm may be likened to a small pond, hers is undoubtedly an expansive lake. She could scarcely imagine what her prowess will be like when she reaches the Klein Realm. Would the 3 pillars of the K-series withstand even a single punch from her? Additionally, the abilities extracted by the system not only consume minimal mental energy, but also wield tremendous power. How infuriating. Yet what can she do? As a mere bystander, she finds herself in a most helpless predicament. Seeing his continued skepticism, Jiang sighed. "Since you remain unconvinced, allow me to demonstrate. Do not blink." With that, she grasped Lin Qiye's arm and activated Flash. Lin Qiye felt a jolt in his vision, and suddenly a familiar house materialized before him. It was his aunt's home. Instinctively, he wished to retreat into the shadows, but Jiang pulled him forth. "Why are you running? We're at the doorstep. Why not step inside and take a look?" Just as Lin Qiye was about to decline, a sudden loud bark erupted from the second-floor balcony, seemingly alerted by an unfamiliar presence. Then a boy's voice rang out. "Shao, hey Lai, what's the matter?" A handsome, youthful lad leaned over the balcony and instantly spotted the pair standing below. "Brother, You're back. The boy's voice cracked with excitement. And before Lin Qiye could process the moment, the boy cried out, Mom, Mom, my brother has returned, as he hurriedly dashed downstairs. Lin Qiye glanced at Jiang, his expression rife with conflict and reluctance. You should go back and visit. Not only do you long for them, but they yearn for you as well, Jiang encouraged, gently patting his shoulder. Lin Qiye hesitated, torn by his emotions. Was he truly unwilling to return? On one hand, he feared the pain of leaving again. On the other, he worried that his presence might place his aunt and Jean in jeopardy. As if reading his thoughts, Jiang urged, just step inside for a moment. I promise to surprise you shortly. Oh, and here. She produced 2 marble-sized green orbs and handed them to Lin Qiye. One for your aunt and one for Jean. It's best to attach a string and carry them daily. If they ever feel unwell, they can take a couple of licks. But don't consume them lightly. I spent 3 whole days crafting these, and their effect surpasses that of the one I gave to old Shao. Originally, she intended these for the captain of the masked team, Wang, but as plans often do, circumstances had shifted unexpectedly, and with no other suitable gifts at hand. She decided to present these newly crafted energy crystals to his aunt and Jean instead. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, his skepticism flaring. Didn't you say the one old Shao consumed took you a year to create? He realized then that this person rarely spoke a word of truth. Oh dear, I misspoke. Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat awkwardly, then gently nudged Lin Qiye towards the door, urging, don't dwell on the minutiae. Just go inside. Once Lin Qiye entered the house, glancing back 3 times, Jiang finally exhaled a long sigh of relief and turned his gaze toward his system panel. Just moments ago, amidst Yang Jin's animated exclamations, the system had stirred to life once more that evening. Allow Lin Qiye to return home and reunite with Aunt Jean. Regret -1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 1. Would you like to extract the ability? To his surprise, a fleeting impulse had led to the rectification of yet another regret. Nevertheless, it made sense, since joining the night watch, Lin Qiye had not returned home, scarcely making a phone call. Consequently, when the divine battle erupted in Songnan City, that scoundrel Loki had deceived him into leaving. Aunt Jean had vanished, and after Yang Jin's brawl, she had to be remade anew, leading to their reunion being akin to a grand finale. It was not only Lin Qiye who felt regret. She too found the blade of fate unbearable. Come forth. Extract the ability. Extraction complete. Congratulations. Host has acquired the ability. Guardian Barrier. Guardian Barrier can create a barrier that repels all forms of attack and reflects damage. However, the barrier's range is limited to a radius of 1,000 meters. Exceeding this range will deplete your mental and physical energy, so please use it judiciously. Chapter 13. Guardian Barrier exceeding 1,000 meters would deplete mental and physical energy. Thus, remaining within this limit must allow for unfettered use, right? Were it not for the inopportune circumstances, she would have burst into laughter. Look, did I not say that doing good deeds daily holds merit? Even the infinite version of Wang 2.0 has emerged. Jiang lifted her gaze towards Lin Qiye's residence, then pressed her palms together and rubbed them vigorously. When she parted her hands, a transparent bubble materialized in her palm, radiating a faint glow. She squeezed it firmly, yet the bubble remained unyielding. Is this the Guardian Barrier? Without hesitation, Jiang slapped the bubble against the wall. Upon contact, it adhered instantly, extending until it enveloped the entire house snugly, before flickering slightly and vanishing into the air. Done. However, it remains uncertain whether this creation can withstand Shiva's grievance. Perhaps she ought to prepare a single room for her aunt later. Inside the room, her aunt was engaged in conversation with Lin Qiye about his recent experiences. When Yang Jin suddenly turned to gaze out the window, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. Brother, is that sister outside also a soldier? His aunt paused momentarily. The sister outside? Lin Qiye quickly clarified, a comrade accompanied me. She is also a soldier. His aunt grew anxious. Oh dear. How can you let your comrade stand outside? Yang Jin, go invite her in. Understood. Yang Jin responded, then hurried downstairs, with the little black dog cheerfully trailing behind him. The guardian barrier ability proved to be exceedingly valuable. Jiang resolved to grant each member of Team 136-1. As she continued to rub her hands together, the door before her suddenly swung open, and the boy along with the dog emerged. "Sister, it's cold outside. My mother asked me to invite you upstairs for a while." Jiang paused her actions, then smiled and shook her head. "No need. It's rather cool outside, and I enjoy the breeze." At the end of August, the weather was too warm to be deemed cold. Moreover, while she recognized Lin Qiye's aunt as a kind-hearted individual, she was not yet inclined to engage with her. She feared that if she were unable to save her aunt later, it would only deepen her sorrow. "Oh," Yang Ji nodded, then added, "Then let me keep you company." With that, he went inside and retrieved 2 small stools, placing them on the ground and gesturing for Jiang to sit. Without hesitation, she plopped down onto the little stool, graciously provided by the revered Erlang Shun, and playfully ruffled the little black dog's head. What delight! She too had now petted a divine beast. Yang Jin observed her actions in silence, and the two sat quietly at the doorstep. Before long, Jiang resumed her task of crafting the barrier, showing no intention of concealing her actions from Yang Jin. They were both adept at playing the fool while concealing their true prowess, who was unaware of the other's capabilities. Yang Jin, watching her intently, finally inquired, "Sister, what are you doing?" Jiang did not lift her head. "The guardian barrier, the one just used in your household." Yang Jin, "Aren't you night watchers supposed to conceal your identities in front of ordinary people? Why are you telling me this so openly? Just as you came down, I want to give this to you." Jiang, unfazed by his thoughts, continued, "This is a small guardian barrier. It can absorb damage and even reflect it. Although I cannot be certain it can withstand the wrath of Shiva, it should suffice against ordinary attacks. The Night Watcher's Wang can only block those who possess forbidden realms, but it cannot stop commoners. You and your aunt should carry this with you. With it, Lin Qiye can feel more at ease." Yang Jin's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixing intently on the girl before him. "Who exactly are you?" "I am someone who aids the great Xia and Lin Qiye," Jiang replied in a calm tone. Yet her expression was notably earnest. "Rest assured, I share the same stance as you and the Night Watchers. I would never act against the interests of Great Xia. Not only will I refrain from any actions detrimental to Great Xia, but I shall also assist and protect it in various ways." Meanwhile, upstairs, Annie had been conversing with Lin Qiye for quite some time without seeing her son return, nor was there any sign of the little black dog. She wondered, why hasn't a Jean come back yet? Lin Qiye walked to the balcony and peered down, spotting the 2 people and a dog seated together, seemingly engaged in conversation. Jiang held several glass beads and strings, as if teaching a Jean how to make a bracelet. He chuckled helplessly. Jiang certainly had a way of getting along with anyone. "Auntie, there's no need to worry. A Jean is downstairs playing with my comrade." Auntie approached to glance down as well, and chided, "You know, your comrade has come to visit, yet you didn't bring her inside. It's dangerous for a young girl to be left waiting outside in the dark." "Dangerous?" Lin Qiye thought to himself, knowing that when there's no real danger, Jiang is the greatest peril. Downstairs, Jiang instructed, yes, just like that. Make a hole in the center of each bead, string it onto the red thread, and put the finished ones in this bottle. While guiding Yang Jin in beading, she fervently rolled the beads in her hands. Initially, the atmosphere was not like this until Yang Jin, out of boredom, poked a bead made from the guardian barrier with divine energy, creating a small hole in the center. The bead then transformed with a fine string, forming a bracelet. Jiang was astonished. What is this? This is her destined partner. Thus, it evolved into their current collaboration, one rolling beads while the other strung them, perfectly synchronized. Jiang even took out the vitality crystals she had prepared and stored in the system space, determined to exhaust Yang Jin's divine energy. Watching this, Yang Jin felt a sense of dread. Although this task did not require much divine energy, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Yang Jin's pace began to slow, drawing a puzzled look from Jiang. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Yang Jin replied, Yes, I'm fine." Jiang set aside the beads she had rolled and gently patted his arm. A surge of vibrant life, energy instantly permeated his being. Fatigue dissipated, vitality was restored. his soul rejuvenated, and his mental fortitude rebounded. His condition soared. Young Jiang, Jiang, how do you feel? Are you better now? This was her first experience administering divine healing, and she was uncertain of its efficacy. Yang Jin numbly nodded, feeling quite well and noticing a significant acceleration in the restoration of his divine essence. Thank you. Let us proceed. Please be swift. As Lin Qiye, and I must attend the new recruit training tomorrow, and we still need to return tonight. Yang Jin silently gazed upward, for the first time wishing that his brother might refrain from returning, at least for the time being. Chapter 14. The Unsavory Things When Lin Qiye Emerged. Annie followed closely behind. Upon catching sight of Yi Jiang's appearance, something seemed to strike her, and she grasped Yi Jiang's hand, smiling broadly. Little Yi, next time you visit, do let Annie know in advance, and I shall prepare delicious treats for you. Surprised that Annie had also come out, Yi Jiang obediently nodded. All right, Annie, understood. Goodbye, Annie. Finally escaping Annie's affectionate admonitions, Yi Jiang, after bidding farewell to Annie and to Jean, seized Lin Qiye's hand and dashed away. Auntie gazed fondly at their retreating figures, murmuring to herself, good looks, earnest eyes, an appropriate age, such a fine child. Little Qiye is indeed fortunate. Yang Jin, overhearing her words, wore an odd expression. Mom, what are you talking about? Auntie snapped back to reality, grasping Yang Jin's hand as they walked indoors. Jean, what were you and your sister-in-law? I mean, your sister playing just now? Yang Jin replied. We were making bracelets. Bracelets? That sounds like a diligent child. Yang Jin felt speechless, his gaze drifting toward the direction where Yi Jiang had departed. If his brother truly ended up with Yi Jiang, would he have to assist her in stringing beads every day? No, thank you. Meanwhile, a black van glided along the road, with the entire team 136 mobilized to escort their 2 temporary members to the training camp. Hong Ying scrutinized her phone's checklist of necessities, methodically confirming that Yi Jiang had not forgotten anything. Sunscreen, sunglasses, hydrating spray, hand cream, cute little girl essentials, foot soaks. Seeing her more anxious than herself, Yi Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. You've checked 3 times already. I assure you, I've got everything. Hong Ying zipped up the little snow-white backpack with conviction. The training camp is closed off. If you don't bring everything now, you won't have the chance to buy it later. Is that so? I had no idea. I'm so glad to have you around. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Si Shaonan chimed in from the side, and I'm here too. I prepared everything alongside Hong Ying. Ye viang similit bidaitli, toilink, si Shaonan's fluffy talinbuns. Thank you as well, Shaonan. I wouldn't have known what to prepare without your help. Observing Yi Jiang navigating comfortably between the 2 girls, when Shima felt a twinge of envy, remarking, only Yi Jiang could manage that. Otherwise, which girl could withstand it? Seated quietly nearby, Lung Xian shivered slightly, his gaze fixated on the petite girl who resembled a charming little kitten. Wu Xiangnan nodded gravely. Indeed, she's not only beautiful, but also strong, gentle, and considerate. She can charm anyone. Not to mention girls, even boys would likely find it hard to resist her. Upon finishing his words, he mischievously nudged Lin Qiye, who sat silently beside him, clutching her backpack. What do you think, Qiye? Yi Jiang and Lin Qiye, being of similar age and both having joined the Night Watchers simultaneously, often trained, dined, and undertook missions together, earning the admiration of the members of Team 136. Lin Qiye understood the implications behind their words and shook his head with a wry smile, choosing to remain silent. His feelings for Yi Jiang were devoid of romantic inclination. Rather, they embodied the camaraderie of battle companions, akin to familial bonds. In his heart, Yi Jiang played the role of an elder sister, a sentiment he believed she shared, evident from her playful teasing and affectionate ruffling of his hair. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongsheng, who was driving, stifled a laugh upon overhearing Wen Qima and Wu Xiangnan's banter. In his view, Yi Jiang was a formidable girl whom Lin Qiye could hardly win over. Their interactions clearly showcased an imbalance with her dominance overshadowing his. Yet, who was Lin Qiye? The divine agent, despite his current weakness under Yi Jiang's influence, would eventually grow stronger. It was indeed curious to think that two such strong-willed individuals could harmoniously coexist. Moreover, he observed that neither harbored romantic feelings for the other, a matter of concern only for their overly invested guardians. Outside the training camp, a black van came to a slow stop. After Jiang and Lin Qiye exited, Chunmai regarded the two with a bittersweet pang reminiscent of a parent sending their child off to school for the first time. He earnestly advised, "The training camp differs from the team. It is filled with prodigies from all corners. Let us strive to avoid trouble, but should anyone bully you, stand your ground. I will take responsibility for any repercussions. And little Yi, if you face any issues, seek Qiye's assistance instead of shouldering it alone. Qiye, do take good care of her. Her abilities center around healing, and she may find herself at a disadvantage in the camp." Jiang nodded obediently, while Lin Qiye remained silent. Had it not been for Jiang's prior admonition, he would have insisted that their captain be made aware of her true nature. Only he understood that beneath the facade of a delicate flower, she was, in fact, a fierce dragoness. After bidding farewell to the guardians of Team 136, Jiang and Lin Qiye entered the training camp. Watching their retreating figures, Zhao Kongsheng suddenly remarked, "Do you not feel as if we are a group of guardians seeing off our children to school?" Once out of Team 130's sight, Jiang glanced up at the sun radiating relentless heat above and surveyed the rugged, muddy path beneath her feet. After a brief moment of hesitation, she abandoned the notion of traversing the distance on foot. Who knew how long it would take to reach the sentry's line of sight? Under favorable conditions, she would never compromise her comfort. "Why have you stopped?" Lin Qiye inquired, a look of confusion on his face. "Are you unable to carry the backpack?" "I find our current pace rather slow and have resolved to adopt a different method of travel," she replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye comprehended the implication. "But do you know the location of the training camp?" One by one, they flickered into view. Following the path, they walked 100 meters at a time. Lin Qiye understood and extended his hand. "Then let us proceed. As the saying goes, mastering the good is no easy feat, while falling into mischief is but a slip away." Lin Qiye found himself in this very situation, having fully adapted to Jiang's behavior, even undergoing a transformation into Jiang. "Okay, hold on tight to me." Soon, an eerie sight unfolded before them. A man and a woman, one shouldering a snow-white backpack and the other a Peppa Pig satchel, clasped hands as they appeared a mere 100 meters ahead in the blink of an eye, pausing for but a second before vanishing once more to reappear 100 meters further on. The watching Special Forces soldier felt a chill creep down his spine. How could such unclean apparitions manifest in broad daylight? Trembling fingers fumbled for the walkie-talkie. "Report. I believe I have spotted 2 ghosts." On the other end of the walkie-talkie, the response was one of confusion. "What nonsense are you speaking?" "It is true. 2 ghosts. A man and a woman, hand in hand. One with a snow-white backpack and the other with a Peppa Pig backpack." "Where are they now?" Another soldier on watch joined the conversation. "They are nearing the entrance of the training camp." "No, they have already arrived." Chapter 15, Shenxingzhu, Jiang. And Lin Qiye gazed in awe at the imposing iron gate before them. "Qiye, ye Wang unregistered. How could they have constructed such an extensive training camp in merely a few days? If this technology were applied in modern times, surely they would be real estate magnates." Lin Qiye did not respond to her query. He sensed someone approaching. Moments later, an instructor emerged from the gate, regarding them with a particularly peculiar gaze. "Are you new recruits?" "Yes." "What are your names?" "Lin Qiye, Ye Wang." The instructor's expression shifted to one of realization as he scrutinized Lin Qiye more closely. They had heard much about this esteemed individual lately, the divine agent, a rarity indeed. Recalling another file that accompanied Lin Qiye's, the instructor's gaze drifted to Jiang, who stood relaxed beside him. It appeared that both hailed from the same squad as the Archangel Michael's agent. The training camp was seemingly a micro-treatment facility. Evidently, the earlier commotion was instigated by Lin Qiye. The instructor led them through the entrance of the training camp, speaking as they walked. "You are the first wave of recruits this year, arriving rather early. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hong Hao, and I will be your instructor." "Hello, Instructor Hong." Lin Qiye and Jiang replied in unison. Instructeur smiled. Come along, since there's no one around at the moment. I'll first take you to the dormitory, and then we can familiarize ourselves with the training camp. The training camp was vast and exhibited a simplistic style, emanating a sense of military rigor and seriousness. The male and female dormitory buildings stood closely together. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Instructor Hong allowed them to select their accommodations and stow their belongings independently. He remained downstairs while Jiang casually chose a room on the second floor, tossing her backpack onto one of the beds before hurriedly descending. Lin Qiye did similarly, with only the two of them as new recruits. They had the liberty to choose any room. In truth, there was little to choose from, as each dormitory resembled the next in a monotonous replica. When they descended, Instructor Hong appeared somewhat surprised at the efficiency of their actions. Do you see that large tent over there? That is the mess hall where our chef, Old Son, prepares meals that are simply delightful. You will enjoy them daily. Over there is the classroom, where you will study theoretical knowledge. And that area, the training ground, is where you will enhance your physical capabilities. Additionally, that small building over there is the supply station, where you can collect daily necessities, such as compressed biscuits, bread, cigarettes, and water. As they passed each location, instructors observed them and whispered among themselves, which piqued Lin Qiye's curiosity. Instructor Hong, why are those instructors continually watching us? Because you are a divine agent, the agent of Michael, an extraordinary rarity, Instructor Hong replied. Before he could elaborate, Jiang interjected, indeed. Instructor Hong nodded. That is correct. Over the years, only 2 divine agents have entered this training camp, yourself and the captain of the mask squad. The mask team. Lin Qiye had heard from Jiang about this unique squad, piqued by her incessant motion of rolling vitality crystals. Curiously, he inquired, and she presented him with a palm-sized glass vial, revealing that these vitality crystals were prepared for the captain of the mask team. When he asked for the reason, Jiang offered little explanation, merely stating that the captain possessed exceptionally unique abilities and she wished to assist him. Having familiarized themselves with the training camp facilities, Instructor Hong once again escorted them to the dormitory entrance. The training officially commences in 3 days. You should make the most of these 2 days and relish the fleeting moments of leisure, he remarked cryptically before waving farewell and departing. Lin Qiye sighed, sensing an ominous foreboding regarding the arduous days that lay ahead. Recalling the events depicted in the original narrative within the training camp, Jiang smiled. Did Instructor Hong not say to cherish your limited days of comfort? Once you emerge from the training camp, you will confront nearly insurmountable foes and endure the anguish of losing loved ones and friends. Lin Qiye cast her sidelong glance. It seems as if you were exempt from participating in the training. Jiang's eyes curved into crescent moons, indeed. This time, I shall stand by your side, exerting all my strength to shield you from suffering once more. She playfully beckoned. Let me share a secret with you. Lin Qiye first surveyed their surroundings before leaning in closer. What secret? I heard that there is a new recruit in this training session who has an unusual penchant for smelling others' feet. So do exercise caution. Lin Qiye, in the monitoring room, observing their intimate whispers, Chief Instructor Gang could not resist perusing the files. I did not recall the records indicating that the divine agent of Michael has a girlfriend. Oh no. Under normal circumstances, the emotional histories of recruits would not be documented. However, romantic relationships are prohibited in the training camp. Should we summon them for a discussion? Gang gazed at Jiang's file, pausing in contemplation. Perhaps it is best to let it be. Why should we interfere in the budding romance of young individuals? He swiftly closed the highly confidential file and locked it within a safe, exhaling in relief. Reflecting on the small print he had just seen, a tremor of apprehension coursed through him. Suspected divine agent of life, possessing the ability to heal those on the brink of death. No, I must call the commander-in-chief. Previously, he had only known of a divine agent of the Seraphim Michael, unaware that another suspected life agent had been discreetly introduced. All right, the weather is too sweltering. I shall return my beads. You should also rest, he said, handing Lin Qiye several red string bracelets adorned with thumb-sized green beads. With a wave, Jiang dashed into the dormitory. It is not that she is unwilling to give Lin Qiye anything. Rather, Lin Qiye possesses something far superior, akin to what was bestowed upon Ant and Jiang, sufficient for him to utilize during the divine battle. As he gazed at her retreating silhouette, a warmth blossomed in Lin Qiye's heart. He carefully arranged the bracelet and tucked it into his pocket before making his way into the dormitory building. Along the way, he encountered a newly arrived recruit, tall and slender, towering over him, with a striking appearance, albeit exuding an air of arrogance that belied the demeanor of a diligent student. As they passed each other, they exchanged polite nods before entering their respective dormitories. Lin Qiye took note of the room the recruit entered, only to discover it was adjacent to his own, adorned with a nameplate that displayed 3 characters. Shun Qingzhu. Chapter 16. Molly in the dormitory. Jiang lay on her bed, feigning sleep while contemplating various matters, her hands engaged in a continuous motion. With her left hand, she rolled a transparent glass bead, while her right hand busied itself with a small green bead, each hand diligently occupied, neither interfering with the other. After such extensive practice, she had developed the ability to multitask, a testament to the adage that practice makes perfect. Having spent over a month crafting these beads, she had amassed several large bottles filled with life essence crystals. As for the protective barrier beads, which she had only begun to roll out last night, she had managed to produce just 1 bottle. However, the crafting of the protective barrier was relatively straightforward compared to the life essence crystals, which required energy accumulation and compression, thus allowing for a swifter pace. At that moment, she pondered whether she should seize an opportunity to call the commander of the night watch, Yi Fan, to gauge the situation. After all, her efforts in creating these beads were not without purpose. They were intended for Yi Fan to present to the night watch, thereby proving her worth and subtly expressing her allegiance. She was a staunch supporter of the Great Xia party, aligning her stance and interests with those of Great Xia. All ancient deities, foreign gods, and the 3 pillars of the cursed would undoubtedly become her targets for elimination. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Halting at her door, Jiang slightly opened her eyes. Was her roommate arriving? With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a striking red-haired woman. Tall and possessing an aura of both elegance and charisma, she epitomized the archetype of a sophisticated beauty. Jiang squinted. This person bore an uncanny resemblance to Molly. The cool girl glanced at her drowsy yet beautiful roommate and initiated the conversation. Hello, I am Molly. I am Jiang, she replied. Molly nodded slightly, placing her luggage beside the bed and beginning her tasks. Jiang sat up in bed, quietly observing as Molly arranged her bedding. Clad in a fitted black athletic ensemble, Molly's movements revealed her graceful physique, and as she removed her outer jacket, Jiang noted the defined muscles in her arms. Beautiful and charismatic. It was no wonder that Bai Li Pang Pang had fallen for her at first sight. Jiang too felt an inclination to draw closer to this stunning older sister. Noticing the intense gaze directed at her from behind, Molly momentarily paused her task of folding the quilt, quickly finishing the arrangement of her bed. She then rummaged through her large backpack at the foot of her bed, retrieving several snack packages and offering them to Jiang. Here, these are for you. Jiang was taken aback. Was she really this warm and inviting? She had anticipated that Molly would be somewhat aloof, considering her own modest abilities in the realm of minor healing, the weakest of the abilities. Did Molly not notice the label on her door, which bore not only her name, but also her designated ability? Seeing Jiang hesitate to accept, Molly appeared puzzled and raised her hand again. These snacks are really delicious. Please give them a try. Thank you. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang accepted the offerings and paused before presenting a red string bracelet adorned with 2 beads she had crafted in collaboration with Yang Jin the previous day. This is something I made using my ability. 1 bead is a healing candy, and the other is for the protective barrier. I hope you like it. After she finished speaking, she shyly added, although it may not be aesthetically pleasing, it is quite practical. This bead can automatically activate its defense mechanism in times of danger and even rebound damage. Wearing this bead regularly can nourish the body, and if injured, consuming it will immediately alleviate all ailments. As for this red string, it symbolizes safety. The red string was adorned with 2 beads, 1 green and 1 transparent. To be honest, the The color combination left much to be desired and was not particularly attractive. Yang Jin had even suggested to Yi Jiang to choose a different colored string, but she insisted on the red one, believing it to be auspicious and festive, capable of bestowing blessings upon the wearer. Previously, she had only considered its practicality, but now, in the presence of a strikingly beautiful woman, she felt somewhat flustered and embarrassed. Molly, however, showed no signs of disdain. Instead, she reached out and took the peculiar bracelet, adorning her slender wrist with it, causing the two ends of the red string to sway gently beneath. She tugged at the little tails, a warm smile gracing her lips as she said, "Thank you, I really like it." Not only did she appreciate the gift, but she also found herself quite fond of the exquisite young lady before her. Receiving such a positive response from the stunning beauty, Yi Jiang chuckled softly, unconsciously rubbing the beads in her hand. Molly then observed a swirling green mist emanating from the motion of her fingers, gradually coalescing into a green crystal the size of a grain of rice. Before long, this tiny bead visibly expanded, growing to the size of her thumb, identical to the one she wore on her bracelet, merely 2 sizes larger. Yi Jiang followed her gaze and suddenly realized that the bead had indeed grown larger. In a moment of distraction, it had transformed into a rejuvenating candy of sorts. Never mind, she retrieved a clean, wide-mouthed bottle and placed the bead inside. She intended to give it to Wang, as he was the most suitable recipient. Molly watched her fluid movements, momentarily stunned. "What are you making all these beads for?" Earlier, she had noticed that several soda bottles were already filled with small beads, both green and transparent. With such a large quantity, they couldn't possibly be meant for wholesale, could they? Perhaps as gifts? Yes, Yi Jiang affirmed, raising the green bead in her hand. "Do you know about ghost spirit essence?" Molly nodded, fully aware of it. It was said to be the last dignity of the night watchman, capable of temporarily enhancing strength, but with dire consequences. Using ghost spirit essence often led to certain death. I once used this to save a night watchman who had just utilized ghost spirit essence. Later, I joined the night watchman as a temporary member, and at that time, I thought to myself that I wanted every night watchman to be equipped with my healing candy. Though Yi Jiang's tone was quite calm, Molly sensed a hint of anger in her voice. Why was there anger? Her thoughts flickered momentarily before vanishing without a trace. Her mind consumed by the ramifications of the side effects that could be induced by the spirits. "Isn't your forbidden domain micro-treatment?" Molly inquired, incredulous. The moment the words left her lips, she discerned the answers to 2 questions. Her forbidden domain was unequivocally not micro-treatment, and the higher-ups were certainly unaware. Had they known, she mused, she likely would not have encountered Yi Jiang at the training camp. Unconsciously, her fingers brushed against the red cord bracelet on her wrist, which she had believed to be merely a trinket she crafted herself. Little did she know, it was a lifeline gifted to her by a newly acquainted roommate. Yi Jiang stuffed the bottles filled to the brim on the bed into her system space, then donned her shoes and rose, a smile gracing her face. The higher-ups probably remain oblivious, but they should soon be informed. Her system space was brimming with dozens of beverage bottles, signaling that the time for delivery had arrived. Observing her actions, Molly asked, "Are you heading out?" Ye Viang nodded. "I need to visit the chief instructor. I produced an excess of beads, and the bottles are overflowing with no place left to store them. I'll accompany you." Molly stood as well. Yi Jiang's abilities were extraordinary, and should anyone wish her harm, she would be there to protect her. "All right, thank you, Molly." Chapter 17. The Bountiful Harvest Training Camp. Yuan Gang sat in his office, perusing the recently received documents, and for the first time felt a twinge of confusion. As the girlfriend of Lin Qiye, the divine agent, Yi Jiang's file had been meticulously scrutinized once more. Naturally, it was the 136 squad that had discovered her and welcomed her as a night watcher. And thus, Shao Kongsheng was the first to be interrogated regarding the matter of the ghostly influence. Ah, what a splendid instance of the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 389's micro-treatment. That old rascal Chun might truly knows how to conceal matters well. With a soft click, Yuan Gang's countenance was obscured by the ashen haze of cigarette smoke. Given the gravity of the situation, his first instinct was to report to the commander-in-chief. However, before doing so, he placed a call to Shao, who suggested that since she wished to keep her identity concealed, it would be best to refrain from reporting immediately and instead have a conversation with Jiang to avoid alarming her. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. This task was far from straightforward. Should he utter a single misstep and offend the young lady, she might confide in Lin Qiye, and they could very well abscond together. If it were up to him, he would prefer to report directly to the commander-in-chief and allow him to handle the situation. After all, this was a matter of significant consequence regarding the side effects of the ghostly influence. As a night watcher, who could guarantee that they would not be compelled to resort to the ghostly influence when faced with formidable foes? Who desires to meet their demise? Yet, it was a necessary evil. Now, however, a solution had emerged, but how to broach the subject was another dilemma altogether. Alas, report, Chief Instructor, a new recruit named Jiang wishes to see you. Just as he was engulfed in his worries, an instructor knocked and called out. Wang, startled, nearly dropped his cigarette. Jiang, please let her in. He hurriedly extinguished the cigarette and opened the window to disperse the smoke. Upon entering the office, Jiang was immediately struck by the dense aroma of smoke that filled the air, rendering the room somewhat hazy. She furrowed her brow. It was hard to fathom how many cigarettes were required to achieve such an effect. Clearly, being the chief instructor was no easy task. Wang rose, his face beaming with a smile. Little Yi, don't just stand there. Please take a seat. I don't have any beverages, but I do have a can of strawberries. You can make do with that. He then kindly twisted off the can's lid and offered her a disposable fork along with it. Jiang stared at the amiable and robust middle-aged man before her, momentarily at a loss. She seemed to recall that Wang was not quite so affable in the original narrative. His excessive warmth made her feel somewhat uneasy. Wang, observing the questioning and scrutinizing gaze of Jiang, found his smile faltering. Clearing his throat, he settled into an armchair. Little Yi, what brings you here? Jiang placed the can before her on the table and nodded. I do have something to discuss. In fact, I am here to deliver. Deliver? Wang's expression turned bewildered as he struggled to comprehend her meaning. Jiang extended her hand, and dozens of beverage bottles, varying in size, materialized on the table. The table, being small, could not accommodate them all, so a neat row was arranged on the floor as well. These were vitality crystals, the very healing candies that Zhao Kongcheng had consumed. While their efficacy was not as potent as the one he had ingested, they were still effective in healing the body, mind, and soul, and could certainly alleviate the side effects induced by spirits. This was a compact guardian barrier, which could be carried on one's person and would automatically activate in the face of danger, capable of both deflecting and rebounding attacks while concealing one's presence. However, I was uncertain about the extent of attacks it could withstand, though it would undoubtedly suffice against those from Chuanjing. After leaving Aunt Lin Qiye's house last night, she had first sought out Chenmai. In any case, under his full assault, the guardian barrier remained unyielding. It was uncertain whether higher realms could breach this defense. Gang stared, wide-eyed, at the plethora of beverage bottles cluttering the table and floor, momentarily at a loss for words. You just laid your cards on the table? I hadn't even asked yet. It's akin to playing cards where I merely played a pair of eights, and you immediately unleashed a bomb. Quite inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang paid little mind to his convoluted thoughts and continued to retrieve bottles. And these are high-power vitality crystals, capable of replenishing expended life force, essentially reversing aging. Each one can restore approximately 2 years of vitality. If the depletion is significant, simply consume several more and come to me for additional supplies afterward. She did not specify that these were intended for Wang Mian. After all, how could a novice among the night watchers possibly know what the special squad leader's forbidden grounds entailed? That would only invite trouble. However, it was evident that Gang recalled Wang Mian's forbidden grounds without her prompting. He remained silent, rising to salute Jiang solemnly. Jiang was taken aback, hastily standing and, in her fluster, awkwardly returned the salute. Gang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice heavy with emotion as he expressed, "On behalf of the night watchers, I thank you for all you have done." Thank you. He was uncertain whether Jiang was an agent of the divine, but he recognized that she was undoubtedly a night watcher with the heart of the great Xia. Once Yuan Gang's emotions settled, Yi Jiang exhaled a sigh of relief, only for her heart to leap again at the next moment. Resolving the side effects of spirit summoning. Regret. 6. Ding. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 6. Would you like to extract the ability? Regret. 6. How is that calculated? Yi Jiang glanced at Yuan Gang, who was still counting beads, and silently declared, Extract. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the abilities. Mental Domain, Clone Creation, Soul Retrieval, Healing Origin, Daylight Origin. Mental Domain. Create a personal mental space that can defend, attack, and imprison. Within this space, you are the absolute sovereign. Clone. Consume mental energy to create a clone. The clone can independently perform various activities, replicate the host skills, and possesses the same level of power, but with a time limitation, lasting a maximum of 2 hours. Creation. The ability to conjure any inanimate object from thin air. Soul Summoning. Under the condition that the deceased body remains intact, one can summon the soul of the departed, further augmented by a substantial influx of vital energy to achieve resurrection. Derivative ability. Soul Summoning Talisman. Healing Origin. The primordial power of the healing angel Raphael. Divine Realm. Garden of Redemption. Abilities. Healing injuries and ailments, reviving life, collective protection and healing. Divine Artifact. Staff of Life. Daylight Origin. The primordial power of the Greek goddess of daylight, Hemera. Divine Realm. Sanctuary of Daylight. Abilities. Daylight Cage. Purification of light. Amplification. Light-based attacks. Divine Artifact. Holy Wheel Staff. Chapter 18. The Soul Recalling Talisman. Yi Jiang gazed at the system panel, her expression darkening. What? Is her future role merely that of a support character? A total of 6 skills, and only the Daylight Origin bestowed her with a single light attack, while the rest were all supportive abilities. Was her serious punch not worthy of being considered a frontline combat skill? As she contemplated the array of skill descriptions on the system panel, Yi Jiang fell into silence. Well, if she must be a support, then so be it. Support can be quite valuable. At least it allows her to survive. Do you wish to merge the healing origin with the daylight origin? If she recalled correctly, merging the origins would cause quite a stir, wouldn't it? It would be prudent to refrain for now, especially since there were still undercover agents from the ancient God Church in the training camp. Merging origins at this moment would be tantamount to courting disaster. She decided to postpone this matter until she returned to her dormitory. Closing the system panel, she noticed Yuan Gang was still enthusiastically counting beads. Yi Jiang genuinely wished to suggest he call a few people to assist, but Yuan Gang resolutely declined, even preventing her from intervening. With no other option, Yi Jiang continued to munch on her canned food while contemplating her new skills. Setting aside other considerations, the light purification field was undoubtedly the skill she urgently needed. This ability could not only dispel the malevolent forces afflicting her enemies, but also purify and erase all negative effects, such as the curse of Shiva's grudge. Thus, even if Loki managed to lure Lin Qiye out of Sangnan City a year later during the Divine War, it would be of little concern, as neither Ant nor Chunmai would come to harm. Among these abilities, the one that intrigued her the most, aside from the light purification field, was undoubtedly the soul recalling technique. The requirements for this technique included an intact corpse and an undissipated soul. This thought inevitably reminded her of the Special Team 002's medium. If the souls of the medium team members had not yet dissipated, then the prospect of resurrection might indeed be within reach. With this thought, Yi Jiang's eyes sparkled with hope. Perhaps she could truly witness the revival of the entire medium team. Without further ado, while Yuan Gang was still occupied, she quietly commenced the initial creation of the Soul Recalling Talisman. The crafting of the Soul Recalling Talisman was significantly more intricate than bead making. It required her to first create yellow talisman paper and then draw symbols using her mental energy. Swiftly producing a stack of talisman paper, Yi Jiang carefully summoned her mental energy, meticulously inscribing golden runes upon the paper, knowing that even the slightest error could render her efforts futile. This endeavor tested not only her technical skills, but also her mental fortitude. After ruining 3 sheets of talisman paper, she finally succeeded in crafting one soul-recalling talisman. Gazing at the golden talisman floating in the air, radiating with a shimmering light, Jiang could hardly contain her excitement. At last, she had done it. This task had proven exceedingly challenging. She reached out to retrieve the soul-recalling talisman, only to turn and discover Gang silently standing beside her. Startlet, Jiang exclaimed. Instructor Yuan, what brings you here? Gang replied. After counting these beads, I noticed you were engrossed in your task, so I refrained from interrupting. But what is this? He pointed at the talisman in her hand, having sensed a peculiar energy emanating from it during its creation, something he found difficult to articulate. Yet it inexplicably felt as though it reached deep into the soul. Quite strange indeed. This is... Jiang raised the talisman, signaling Gang to come closer. As he leaned in, he heard her softly utter, "This is called the soul-returning talisman, capable of reviving the dead." Gang's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice involuntarily rising. Reviving the dead? The last 3 words escaped his lips in a hushed tone. Jiang nodded, explaining its usage and conditions, nearly revealing that it had been employed by the spiritual medium team. Gang swallowed hard, his demeanor turning serious. This matter is of great importance. I must report it to the commander. Very well, she replied, not expecting to remain undetected after these revelations. However, I hope the fewer people who know about this, the better. It's not that I distrust the night watchers, but rather some individuals among them. Gang did not argue, picking up the phone from his desk to make a call. Jiang, however, was not interested in their conversation. Her focus was on creating a second soul-returning talisman. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over her, and cold sweat broke out. Wait, had she made a mistake? Had she appeared too nonchalant? The life-giving essence capable of rejuvenating one's youth and the soul-returning talisman. If it became known that she had casually created such extraordinary things, would she still be safe? Would she become a mere tool in the hands of certain individuals? She had become overly reliant on the system and too trusting of human nature in this world. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, as the call connected, Gang was about to speak when a delicate hand snatched the phone from him. Jiang's expression was grim as she spoke directly into the receiver. May I speak with Commander Yi? This is Jiang. Could you come to the Sangnan training camp? I have matters to discuss with you privately. Gang. In Shangjing City, Yi Fan set down his phone, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Just then, Zhuqing entered with a folder. Yi Fan instructed, I need to visit the Sangnan training camp. I should be back by evening. If there's anything urgent, wait until I return. Zhuqing, surprised, asked, the Sangnan training camp? Is something wrong? Yi Fan replied, unclear at the moment. It's said to be urgent. The girl named Jiang merely requested to meet him and returned the phone to Gang, who only mentioned it was crucial and required immediate attention. Their secretive behavior piqued his curiosity. Fine, I shall go. It coincided with the presence of the divine emissary, Michael, so I shall meet them both. At the Sangnan training camp, after Yi Fan ended the call, Gang turned to the sullen Jiang. What troubles you? Jiang squinted, scrutinizing Gang until he felt a chill run down his spine, and finally said, Instructor Yuan, I suddenly wish to discuss something with you. Gong. What is it? This child seemed as if possessed by some spirit. From this moment forth, there exists no elixir capable of rejuvenating one's youth, nor any talisman to resurrect the departed. The ordinary essence of life requires 3 days of meticulous effort to forge merely a single crystal. Do you grasp my intent? The most prudent course to evade complications is to eradicate their source. She cannot feasibly eliminate all the sentinels directly. Thus, she must retract those elements that bring her distress. Nonetheless, the gifts destined for the king must still be bestowed, along with those intended for the medium team, albeit discreetly, concealed from the prying eyes of others. All actions must transpire in secrecy. Survival, indeed, is the ultimate principle. Chapter 19. Dear younger brother, as the afternoon sun cast its oppressive heat, an armed helicopter gracefully descended onto the training camp's helipad, stirring up waves of scorching air that surged outward. Jiang, who had come to greet alongside Yuan Gang, instinctively squinted as dust enveloped her. Fortunately, her quick wit prompted her to activate her limitless technique in advance. When Yi Fan emerged from the helicopter, he surveyed his surroundings before striding purposefully towards Yuan Gang and Yi Jiang. "Commander." Yuan Gang saluted respectfully. Yi Fan nodded, turning his keen gaze towards Yi Jiang, who stood nearby, curiously observing him. "You are Yi Jiang?" Yi Jiang instinctively stood at attention. "Yes, Commander. Was this urgent matter you spoke of?" Yi Fan brushed the dust from his cloak, his sharp eyes scanning the two. The phone call had been shrouded in mystery, insisting on his immediate presence. Now that he had arrived, they better provide a satisfactory explanation, or he would not hesitate to demonstrate a few close combat techniques. Yuan Gong glanced at Yi Jiang. Though she had previously silenced him, facing the commander of the Night Watch made it difficult to conceal the truth. Sensing this, Yi Jiang swiftly constructed a mental domain, enveloping both Yuan Gang and Yi Fan within it. In an instant, their figures vanished from sight, startling nearby soldiers who promptly reported the situation. Zhuqing soon received the news and pondered for a few moments before stating, "It appears to be a type of domain-like forbidden space. There is no need for alarm. Simply establish a defensive perimeter. The commander is one of the pinnacle figures of our human race. A domain cannot confine him unless he willingly enters." Yi Fan and Yuan Gang felt a shift before them, transforming the scenery entirely. Yuan Gang exclaimed, "Is this a domain?" "Indeed, this is my mental domain. The conversation we are about to have is of great importance. I hope to avoid any eavesdroppers, hence my presumptuousness in bringing you here. Once we conclude our discussion, you may exit," Yi Jiang explained. Yi Fan sat cross-legged, his expression calm. "What is it that you wish to convey to me?" Yi Jiang responded slowly, "Before we proceed, I hope, Commander, you can bear in mind that while I am a guardian of the Great Xia, I am also a citizen of Great Xia." Later that evening, Lin Qiye accompanied her new roommate to the supply station to collect food and water. Remembering that Yi Jiang likely hadn't eaten, she decided to fetch an extra portion for her. The two meandered towards the girl's dormitory. Bai Li, plump and ever observant, noticed her thoughtful demeanor and teased, "Qiye, already setting your sights on someone so soon after arriving at the training camp?" Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp his implication. "Setting my sights? Isn't the goal to become a full-fledged night watcher?" Bai Li looked at her in exasperation. "Who suggested that was a goal?" "I meant this," he said, his eyes continually darting towards the additional portion of food. "Lin Qiye, you might be overthinking it. Yi Jiang is my good friend, and we both emerged from the same Night Watcher team. Being a girl, I naturally need to take extra care of her." "Oh, good friends." Bai Li Pang suddenly recalled something. "Yi Jiang, is she not the owner of the micro-healing from the Forbidden Ruins sequence 389? Whenever Lin Qiye hears people mention Yi Jiang and the Forbidden Ruins, he can only respond with exasperation. "You seem to know quite a bit." Bai Li Pang puffed out his chest, his face brimming with pride. "Of course. I came here to make friends, and one must understand their friends." With a sly grin, he added, "Mainly, Yi Jiang is stunningly beautiful. Given her close association with you, the divine agent, I initially thought you two were a couple." Lin Qiye looked at him curiously. "Have you met Yi Jiang?" "Not exactly. I've just seen your profiles before. Otherwise, how would I have obtained such information?" Lin Qiye nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, but Yi Jiang and I are just friends, not a couple." Just looking at how she took down the Nantua serpent demon in Chuanjing with a single punch, even if he had romantic inclinations, he wouldn't dare pursue her. His feelings for Yi Jiang are purely one of admiration, without a trace of ambiguity. Perhaps noticing the peculiar expression on his face, Bai Li Pang sighed slightly, suddenly wrapping an arm around his shoulder and earnestly saying, "Brother Qiye, as a friend, I must speak to you candidly. Although Yi Jiang's strength may not be formidable, her joining the Night Watchers indicates her desire to grow stronger. I believe you should not look down upon her." Before he could finish, Lin Qiye exclaimed in shock, "Look down upon her? Brother, are you reversing the roles here?" He had always felt it was Yi Jiang who looked down on him. Suddenly, a feminine voice drifted from behind them. "Who do you look down upon?" "Lin Qiye." After sending off Yi Fan, Yi Jiang bid farewell to Yuan Gang, preparing to return to her dormitory for some much-needed rest. After a busy afternoon, she felt an unusual weariness, not physically, but mentally exhausted. This afternoon was filled with bead-making and drawing, soul-calling talismans, worrying that her vitality would be insufficient when using the talismans. She had gone all out, crafting a massive cube of about 1 cubic meter. If she didn't use it all, she could simply cut it into smaller pieces to carry with her. After all this, she had to repeatedly emphasize the importance of keeping her actions concealed, ensuring everything proceeded quietly. This had led to a round of discreet questioning from Yifan. Additionally, she had made an agreement with Yifan to produce 100 vitality crystals capable of instantly curing the side effects of ghostly influences each month, along with 5 large guardian barriers and 50 small guardian barriers, as well as 2 soul returning talismans. In exchange, she secured Yifan's personal phone number, allowing her to contact him directly at any time, and the Night Watcher headquarters would make every effort to fulfill her requests. This agreement may seem rather unjust, yet it matters little, for her current level has surged tremendously, allowing her to conjure beads in mere seconds. Even if she were to devote an entire day to drawing soul-recalling talismans, she could produce several with ease. However, rarity bestows value. Although her purpose is to rectify past regrets, she is unwilling to expend herself entirely. Thus, the quantity is just right. Furthermore, let us not forget that she has recently taken a considerable amount of goods from Yifan, sufficient to equip half of the night watchmen of the Great Xia with new gear. As she contemplated her hunger and the prospect of returning to her dormitory for food, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Qiye and a rather fair and charming little chubby companion of his engaged in conversation beneath the dormitory building. Lin Qiye exclaimed something about being discriminated against. Jiang immediately perked up, sensing potential bullying afoot. Lin Qiye, startled by the sudden voice, stammered, "No one? How did you return from outside? I thought you wouldn't come out for a meal, so I went to the supply station and brought you something to eat." Jiang took the bread and water, tore open the packaging, and took a bite, chewing while casting a curious glance at him. "Little Qiye, do you harbor any thoughts about those whose forbidden realms are inferior to yours?" Lin Qiye winced, forcing a bitter smile. "No. Can you please listen to the entirety of what people say? That is not what I meant." Jiang nodded, well aware that Lin Qiye was not a bad child. Yet, as an elder sister, she felt compelled to impart some guidance just in case. "That's good to hear. You must understand that there are many individuals in this world whose forbidden realms are not formidable, much like myself. Although my forbidden realm may not be powerful, I possess a resilient spirit." Lin Qiye replied, "Indeed, you're not powerful." Li Pang observed, "Jiang has an imposing aura. It's somewhat intimidating." He now understood that Qiye and Jiang were certainly not a couple. The dynamic resembled that of a brother and sister more closely. Did one not see how even the divine agent Lin Qiye was rendered speechless under her reprimand? After Jiang finished her admonishment of Lin Qiye, Li Pang seized the opportunity, saying, "Sister Jiang, I am Qiye's roommate. My name is Li Ming, but you can call me Li Pang. This is a little token of our first meeting. I hope you won't find it lacking." With that, he produced a gift box from his pocket. Upon opening it, there lay an immaculate display of 12 exquisite timepieces, a sight so splendid that they could only be described as both beautiful and exorbitantly expensive. How stunning! Jiang's eyes sparkled. What girl could resist the allure of shimmering jewelry? After expressing her gratitude, she gladly accepted the gift and took a few seconds to conjure a vitality crystal and a guardian barrier in return. Although Li Pang was unfamiliar with these items, he felt elated nonetheless, recognizing that the 2 beads bore resemblance to those adorning Lin Qiye's bracelet. This indicated something significant. Jiang regarded him as her beloved younger brother. Chapter 20. Merging with the Origin after bidding farewell to Lin Qiye and Li Pang. Jiang returned to her dormitory to reassure Li of her safety. Originally, Li was supposed to accompany her to find Yuan Gang, but after waiting outside for her, she decided to return to the dormitory to rest before going to greet Yifan. Nevertheless, Li had spent the entire afternoon in a state of anxiety. Torn between concern for Yi Jiang and the fear of what might happen should Yi Jiang encounter any trouble, given her own limited abilities to assist. It wasn't until Yi Jiang returned unscathed that Mo Li finally exhaled in relief. "How is it? Did they give you any trouble?" Mo Li asked, pulling Yi Jiang into a thorough inspection. Yi Jiang smiled faintly. "Not at all. I just told them I would provide a batch of beads every month." Mo Li furrowed her brow. "And then? They can't just accept goods without compensation, can they?" "Then they shield me," Yi Jiang replied with a hint of mischief. In truth, as long as she remained within the bounds of the law, she could practically navigate the realm of the Xia with impunity. Montag li pouted, Zeming li unimpresset. "You made such a significant contribution, and that is all?" After a moment of contemplation, she added, "But this is good. The night watchers will act as your shield, ensuring your safety." In her heart, while she acknowledged Yi Jiang's strength, she believed that her relatively weaker abilities necessitated protection. With her mind preoccupied with various thoughts, Yi Jiang engaged in conversation with Mo Li for a while before excusing herself to the rooftop for some fresh air. Once on the rooftop, she sought out a blind spot in the surveillance and plunged into a mental realm, subsequently accessing her system panel. Her system panel had become quite extravagant. Name: Yi Jiang. Age: 17. Gender: female. Realm: late stage of the sea realm. Abilities: electromagnetic cannon, breath of the Archangel, serious fist, unlimited technique, blink, guardian barrier, mental domain. Clone: creation, soul retrieval, healing origin, not absorbed, daylight origin, not absorbed. Look at this. Hard work pales in comparison to rapid upgrades. In just over a month, while Lin Qiye remained in the Lantern Realm, she had already reached the late stage of the Sea Realm. Once the healing crystal and soul retrieval talisman reached Wang Mian and Bu Li, she anticipated another 2 levels of advancement. Look at how things have unfolded. The training hasn't even commenced, and I am already stronger than Yuan Gang. How embarrassing. Yi Jiang chuckled to herself before beginning to merge with the power of the origin. The process of merging with the origin power was a stark contrast to the ease and comfort of extracting abilities previously. As the healing origin entered her body, a layer of golden radiance enveloped her, and in an instant, she felt an incredibly pure and warm energy gently surging from the depths of her soul. This energy flowed like a meandering stream, gradually coalescing into a roaring river within her, healing her exhaustion, pain, and the scars deep within her soul. An unprecedented sense of comfort and ease enveloped her. Simultaneously, as the awakening deepened, the golden light surrounding her intensified, transforming into countless golden feathers that danced gracefully around her. Each feather bore ancient and mysterious healing runes, shimmering with a lively glow. At last, behind Yi Jiang, a pair of magnificent golden wings, radiating a resplendent light, gathered. As the wings gently unfurled, they stirred ripples of golden energy, sacred and brimming with vitality. Yi Jiang floated in the air and slowly opened her eyes, sensing her newfound ability to perceive the state of all life surrounding her, be it the minuscule insects in the soil or the growth and decay of distant flora, all etched in her mind with crystalline clarity. Clumsily, she flapped her enormous golden wings, which almost brushed the ground, landing gracefully. Curiously, she touched them. They were not the rigid structure she had envisioned. Rather, they were remarkably soft. With the emergence of her wings, not only could she soar through the skies, but the effects of her healing and restorative abilities surged to an astounding 220 increase. Yi Jiang smacked her lips, acknowledging the sheer utility of pure support. If utilized effectively, she would be an indomitable source of endless buffs. When her teammates faltered in battle, a single skill from her would revive them instantly, surpassing even Kai Wenji in her capacity to heal. Once she retracted her wings, she turned her gaze towards another source, the essence of the daylight, the divine power of the goddess Hemera. Yi Jiang closed her eyes and began to absorb it, in contrast to the gentle nature of the healing essence. The daylight essence was far more fervent. The moment it entered her body, she felt like a supernova, dormant for millennia, finally erupting. The power surging forth within her was akin to the boundless waves of energy released during the cosmic explosion. Extending her hand, she sensed a profound connection between herself and the light and warmth of the cosmos, as if a mere thought could command the dawn. Tentatively, she raised her hand. As her fingertips brushed the air, light coalesced, forming a miniature sun that radiated intense heat and dazzling brilliance. Behind her, the ethereal figure of the daylight goddess gradually materialized. The goddess's visage was as luminous as the moon, yet her gaze bore the authority of sunlight, and a sacred aura rippled outward, causing the entire spiritual realm to tremble. The apparition began to merge with Jiang's form, lifting her body into the air, enveloped in a cascade of vibrant light. Her previously dark hair transformed into golden strands, swirling behind her like flames, beautiful, pure, yet exuding an undeniable majesty. Just as the golden wings had appeared, another pair of enormous butterfly wings, interlaced with gold and white, emerged behind her. The tips of the wings gently curved upward, resembling small horns, while trailing too long, flowing ribbons. In this moment, Jiang resembled a deity descended upon the mortal realm, her beauty transcending that of any mere human. Yet, Jiang felt somewhat exasperated. Having just sprouted feathered wings, now she was adorned with butterfly wings as well. While aesthetically pleasing, it felt akin to a cosplay. The healing essence had merely granted her wings, but the daylight essence not only bestowed wings, but also transformed her hair into a blinding golden hue. Truly, she embodied the deity of light and the sun, a sight that most would dare not gaze upon directly. Having completed the fusion of the two essences, she retracted her powers and returned to her original form before stepping out of the mental realm, descending the rooftop at a leisurely pace. Unbeknownst to Jiang, on the adjacent boys' dormitory rooftop stood a figure, a cigarette delicately poised between their fingers, who happened to witness her ethereal emergence, radiating a golden luminescence. The nocturnal setting rendered her particularly striking. Shen Qingzhu's gaze lingered in a moment of stupor. The cigarette had grown hot in his grasp, yet he remained oblivious to it, taking a considerable time to regain his senses. Just moments ago, had he, perchance, glimpsed a celestial being? Chapter 21. You are all trash. Shen Qingzhu strolled through the dormitory corridor with his hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze wandering, lost in thought. A boy carrying a basin of water emerged from a dorm room and, upon encountering Shen, noticed that he was deep in contemplation, having passed by without even realizing it. What are you thinking about so intently, Shen? The boy nudged him with his shoulder, snapping him back to reality. Having walked past the dorm, Shen Qingzhu looked up somewhat dazed and realized he had just passed the doors of Lin Qiye and Bai Li Tuming's rooms. Rubbing his temples, he hesitantly asked the boy, "Do you think there are fairies in this world?" Li Jia scratched his head, perplexed by the absurdity of the question, yet he answered nonetheless, "Of course. If there are gods, then a fairy is hardly surprising, is it?" Shen Qingzhu fell silent. He truly must have been bewitched to pose such a foolish inquiry. Seeing his demeanor, Li Jia leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Shen, have you seen a fairy?" Typically, Shen was either preoccupied with making money or engaged in fights. Even when approached by girls seeking his contact details, he maintained an air of indifference, as if he were above such trivialities. His friends were curious about his ideal type, and it seemed now that he had a penchant for ethereal beings. Feigning fierceness, Shen shot him a glare. "Go pour your water and stop gossiping." He then pushed away the head that had leaned too close and turned, taking a few steps into his dorm before slamming the door shut with a thud. Li Jia stood there, his eyes darting around, and then smirked slyly. "Looks like Shen is embarrassed. I must tell Li Liang and the others about this. We'll have to see which little fairy has captured Shen's heart during the training camp." With 2 days left until the official start of the training camp, most of the new recruits were still en route, leaving few occupants in the dormitory. However, the camp lacked signal, internet, and air conditioning, so aside from lounging in their rooms, the only option was to exercise at the training ground. Jiang lay on her bed, engrossed in a novel, surrounded by a plethora of snacks generously shared by Molly. Initially, she too had wished to purchase some treats for her system space, but unfortunately, her finances were limited. Knowing the quality of food provided at the training camp, she had opted instead for a variety of rice sauces, pickles, marinated eggs, and sausages. After her shopping spree, her funds were nearly depleted, leaving no room for snacks. Though her ability to create food existed, she felt a peculiar sense of guilt consuming something she had conjured herself, thus hesitating to utilize this skill for such purposes. If only I had drawn this ability earlier, she lamented, her hand glowing momentarily, revealing a hefty gold ingot the size of her palm. Once I sell this ingot, wealth will surely flow in. Alas, it was a pity that her timing was unfortunate. She could only wait until the holidays to pursue financial gain. With a click, the door swung open as a sweaty Molly entered, towel in hand, diligently wiping her perspiration. The weather in Sangnan feels even hotter than in Gusu. She gazed at Jiang, who was wrapped in a blanket, her face filled with astonishment. Aren't you hot? Why are you still under the covers? Jiang, with a strand of squid jerky dangling from her mouth, replied nonchalantly, Not at all. With the daylight law, now, at her command, managing light and heat was a trivial matter. In fact, not only was it not hot, but it was slightly cool, which was why she had chosen to keep the blanket on. Molly exclaimed, You truly have a high tolerance for heat. After saying this, she took her clothes and toiletries and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Jiang shook her head in resignation. She too could manipulate the temperature around Molly, but she refrained from doing so. She needed to maintain her persona of micro-healing. Revealing too many abilities would not bode well for her. Of course, it was a different story in front of Lin Qiye, who was a veritable amalgamation of trouble and therefore unfazed by the prospect of new complications. However, at night, she would still lower the dormitory's temperature slightly, ensuring a restful sleep for both of them. On the morning of the third day, Instructor Hong finally made his appearance, announcing to everyone that they were to assemble at the training ground at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon hearing this news, Jiang sprang from her bed with excitement. Finally, she would meet the mass team at last. In the afternoon, when Jiang arrived at the training ground, most of the participants had gathered. However, they clearly lacked military training. Even in their pristine uniforms, they did not resemble proper soldiers. In stark contrast stood over 20 instructors on the training platform, clad in military attire, standing tall and orderly behind Chief Instructor Wang, exuding an air of righteousness. Jiang pulled Molly along to find Lin Qiye, who was still accompanied by the chubby Bai Li. Wow, Jiang, you look remarkably dashing today. Bai Li greeted Jiang before turning his attention to the striking red-haired beauty behind her, his eyes widening in delight. Hello, my name is Bai Li Tuming, a child from an ordinary family in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. You can call me Chubby. Molly, initially disinterested, chose to acknowledge him with a curt nod, standing beside Jiang. Bai Li's gaze kept straying to the right, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Lin Qiye, perplexed by his friend's behavior, asked, Chubby, what are you looking at? Hush, hush. Bai Li quickly signaled for Lin Qiye to lower his voice. Seeing that Jiang and Molly were oblivious to their conversation, he discreetly urged Lin Qiye to observe the tall redhead beside Jiang, whispering, Don't you think she's stunning? Lin Qiye replied, She's all right, I suppose. If only Bai Li had witnessed Jiang confronting the Naga demon, he would have realized just how dazzling she truly was. Meanwhile, Jiang noticed Molly's displeasure and tentatively inquired, Molly, it seems you aren't particularly fond of Bai Li? To say she was merely unenthusiastic would be an understatement. Her feelings bordered on aversion. With a look of disdain, Molly replied coolly, It's nothing personal. I simply detest rich playboys. What she did not mention was that yesterday she witnessed Bai Li, the plump figure, distributing a plethora of luxury watches throughout the training camp, embodying the essence of a wealthy scion. The sight of him was utterly distasteful to her. She could not fathom how Jiang had come to know such a dandy. On the stage, the instructors observed the chaotic ranks below, their expressions decidedly grim. Those aware recognized this as a new recruit training, while others might have mistaken it for a bustling marketplace. Silence. Stand straight. One instructor bellowed. Clearly, the instructor's authority was formidable, as the commotion promptly subsided. Gang's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering momentarily on several recruits before he began to speak. I understand that you all are prodigies from the great Xia. Here came Yuan Gang's sardonic remarks. Yi Jiang stood erect, yet her mind began to wander. As Yuan Gang's tone grew increasingly severe, he declared, "You are nothing but refuse. Worthless. What? Do you not accept this?" Silence enveloped the crowd. Yet the faces of the new recruits boldly conveyed a singular message. "We do not accept." "Very well. Let me see who dares to defy." "I do not accept." A boy to Yi Jiang's right, clad in military attire that resembled work clothes, leisurely raised his hand. Due to his height, she could not discern his face. But Yi Jiang was certain that he was none other than Shun, the aloof prodigy, the innate undercover saint, the enigmatic figure known as Qingzhu. New recruit. "What is your name?" "Shen Qingzhu." "Good. Who else does not accept?" "I." "Me too." The atmosphere ignited in an instant. The fervor of youth propelled them. After being suppressed by Yuan Gang, a fire ignited within these young hearts. With Shun Qingzhu leading the charge, the majority of recruits raised their hands in defiance. Noticing Yi Jiang's unchanging demeanor, appearing indifferent, Lin Qiye inquired, "Yi Jiang, do you not accept?" Yi Jiang surveyed the surrounding recruits, still in their novice phase, and replied nonchalantly, "To be frank, I do not accept. If I may speak candidly, everyone present is nothing but refuse." "Molly, Bai Li, are you serious? You, a mere rank 389 in the Forbidden Ruins, are this arrogant?" On stage, Yuan Gang. "This one is a living ancestor. Best to avoid provoking her." Chapter 22. The mask. As the atmosphere ignited, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Yuan Gang's eyes. "Very well, since none of you are convinced, I shall present you with an opportunity to recognize your true selves." He picked up the intercom and said calmly, "Descend." The new recruits were bewildered by his intentions. Yet Yi Jiang understood. She lifted her gaze to the sky, where an aircraft soared above, 7 dark figures gradually descending. At that moment, Yuan Gang's upward glance caught the attention of the trainees, prompting someone in the crowd to exclaim, "Look, there are people in the sky." As the 7 figures drew closer, it became evident that they were clad in gray cloaks, bearing black boxes on their backs, and wearing masks. 6 of them were in a free fall, gracefully synchronized, while one flailed helplessly, appearing to struggle against gravity. As they neared the ground, the recruits recognized their identities. They seemed to belong to the Mask team. Mask? Special Team 004 Mask? Lin Qiye gazed in astonishment at the 7 descending figures. Is this truly the Mask team? When they were less than 50 meters from the ground, the man wearing the scale mask extended 2 fingers, performing a gesture akin to casting a spell, and the 7 individuals descended as if freed from gravity, landing lightly and unharmed. It can only be said that this display was executed flawlessly, except for one. The man in the vortex mask suddenly collapsed to his knees, retching audibly. The Mask team members, the recruits, winky face, faced with the death glare from his captain. The vortex mask wearer swallowed hard and clasped his hands in salute. "Vortex from the Mask team wishes everyone an early Happy New Year." He quickly attempted to rise, hoping to pretend as if nothing had transpired. However, the next moment, a palm-sized golden ingot was tossed into his arms, which Vortex instinctively caught. A female voice resonated from the ranks. "This is your red envelope for supplies. No need to be modest." Vortex. Bailey Pang stared wide-eyed at the shining ingot in the sunlight. "Wow, Jiang, are you perhaps the daughter of a wealthy family?" Yi Jiang stifled a laugh. "Stay low-key." Long before she had the chance to traverse into this world while reading God Slayer, she had envisioned rewarding Vortex with a red envelope, thus somewhat alleviating her own small regret. Alas, Vortex's embarrassment multiplied, leading to uncontrollable laughter. Vortex stood frozen in place, yet his grip on the golden ingot tightened. Wang Mian exhaled, feigning ignorance of the incident, and spoke solemnly, "Greetings, we are the Mask Special Team." Despite Vortex's earlier blunder, the mere mention of their team name caused the new recruits to collectively gasp in awe. Yuan Gang's voice resonated once more. "Since you all remain unconvinced, I shall grant you an opportunity to recognize your true selves. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon, before 9 o'clock tonight. If any one of you can remove the mask from any member of the masked team, you shall be deemed victorious. Should you succeed, I will grant you your graduation tomorrow. However, if you fail from this day forth, you must unconditionally comply with any demands we make during the training. Gang surveyed the crowd below and continued, I understand that you might perceive their realm as superior, deeming it unfair. Therefore, in this competition, every member of the masked team will suppress their realm to match yours. Do you have any objections? The same realm, 239 against 7 individuals. In the minds of the new recruits, it was undoubtedly a crushing victory, and they expressed their agreement with loud shouts. At this moment, Wang slowly interjected, not 7, but 5. We 5 can easily overpower you. Boom! The atmosphere in the venue ignited instantly. We are all at the same realm, yet we have over 200 people, and you only have 5. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Li Pang remarked in astonishment. This is not arrogance. They have left behind the members who are less adept at combat. The remaining ones are the main combatants of their team. This strategy is not only harmless to them, but also advantageous, Lin Qiye explained, glancing at the leisurely Jiang and quietly inquiring, will you participate later? He was genuinely curious to see how Jiang would fare against this unique team and what level her strength had reached. Jiang shot him an exasperated glance. If I participate, how will you continue to play? Once the training camp is disbanded, will these new recruits merely become fodder for the enemy? She was indifferent, as she had her own advantages, but the others did not share the same fortune. This was a matter of their lives. Very well, Lin Qiye shrugged, choosing not to pursue the topic further. In truth, having Jiang compete against the suppressed, masked team seemed rather unfair to them as well. On stage, Wang listened to the cheers from the crowd, and amidst the cacophony, he caught the phrase, if I participate, how will you continue to play? His gaze instinctively shifted towards the divine agent of the seraphim, Michael, and the girl beside her. A flicker of confusion and surprise crossed Wang's eyes. Wasn't it stated that only one divine agent would be present for this training? What then was the status of this girl? He sensed a faint divine aura emanating from her, barely detectable due to his high realm. However, with the battle about to commence, he had no opportunity to inquire with Gang and decided to set this matter aside for further investigation after the fighting concluded. May I ask when we shall begin? Someone in the crowd, eager to challenge the renowned, masked team, hastily raised their hand as Gang and the instructors descended from the demonstration platform. Below, Lin Qiye dragged by Li Pang towards the exit, knowing that if Jiang wished to flee, she could do so faster than anyone else. There was no need for his concern. Ping smiled politely and then extended a finger. In the midst of the crowd, the questioner was suddenly struck by an inexplicable force and sent crashing to the ground. The chaos had commenced. Amidst the turmoil, Molly grasped Jiang's hand and fought her way through the throng, racing towards the weapons depot. Jiang, initially intending to slip away unnoticed, found herself thrust into the battlefield. As they ran, Molly remained vigilant, frequently glancing back to reassure Jiang, saying, I will first escort you to a safe place. You must hide well, and I will come to fetch you once the battle concludes. Jiang found herself both amused and exasperated. It seemed Molly truly perceived her as someone fragile. Yet, to be protected like this was, in all honesty, a rather pleasant sensation. The training camp's buildings were few, and after a winding journey, Molly brought her to the girls' dormitory, not far from a supply station. This supply station was merely a small structure, unlikely to be affected even if a skirmish broke out nearby. After ensuring Jiang was safe, Molly took some provisions and bottled water from the supply station before dashing off to the battlefield with a sense of relief. In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors watched in silence as the starkly different scene of Jiang unfolded on the monitor. One instructor furrowed his brow, holding the actions of this deserter in contempt, expressing his disdain. Whose pampered daughter is this, playing house at a training camp? She exhibits no sense of collective honor, while her comrades engage the enemy ahead. She remains behind to spectate. What a disgrace to the night watch. Clearly, Jiang's conduct had provoked significant dissatisfaction among the instructors. At that moment, Gang cleared his throat awkwardly, interjecting, I believe this is not entirely her fault. The instructors turned to him with puzzled expressions. Could she be a relative of yours? Gang continued. After all, if she were to participate, it would be unfair to everyone. A burly instructor could not contain his curiosity, asking, What do you mean, Chief? Speak plainly. Why the riddle? This is classified. Best not to inquire further. Her absence from the field is for the best, Gang replied, feigning concentration on the monitor. Lost in thought about the words Jiang had spoken to him and Yi Fan 2 days prior. Yi Fan had stored the 2 colored beads and the soul returning talisman in a spatial artifact and exited the mental realm. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he turned to Jiang, asking, Can you tell me, are you an agent of the divine? Although this was already evident, he still wished to hear it from her own lips. Jiang nodded yes. And which deity do you serve? The healing angel Raphael. The healing angel Raphael? Is she not a colleague of the Archangel Michael? Gang exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. In heavenly mythology, the Archangel Michael, the healing angel Raphael, the messenger angel Gabriel, and the wisdom angel Uriel are collectively known as the 4 archangels. This revelation indicated that the deity Jiang represented was indeed a supreme being. No wonder her healing powers were so formidable. And what is your current level of mastery? Ocean Realm. Ocean Realm? Yi Fan struggled to suppress his shock, while Gang once again gasped in disbelief. A 17-year-old powerhouse of the Ocean Realm, possessing an extraordinary healing divine sanctuary. Fortuitously, it was the Night Watchman who discovered him first. Had he been found by the ancient god sect, the consequences would have been utterly unimaginable. Chapter 23, As long as one remains steadfast, there is no need to proclaim oneself a master of the sea. Yet here you are, enduring the rigors of a training camp. Gang sighed softly, his gaze drifting towards the young girl sitting on a small stool, nibbling on bread while spectating from afar. Is the variety of supplies at the supply station rather limited? It seems Jiang has little fondness for the compressed biscuits, and this bread appears quite dry as well. In the weapons depot, Li Pang scanned the surroundings. Hey, gee, I seem to have not seen Sister Jiang. She hasn't been eliminated, has she? After all, as a support type with minimal combat capabilities, her elimination wouldn't be surprising. Molly, passing by with a katana in hand, overheard him and replied coldly, I've sent her to a safe place to hide, so you need not worry. With that, she flicked her hair and prepared to leave. Li Pang protested, Wait, shouldn't we form a team? Molly paused. She understood that Lin Qiye, being a divine agent, possessed considerable strength, and teaming up with him could prove advantageous. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 076, Manifestation Frequencies, allows one to control the vibrational frequencies of all objects that come into direct or indirect contact within the confines of the Forbidden Ruins. The Seraphim Michael, divine agent of the Divine Ruins mortal realm. And what about him? Molly's gaze shifted to the relaxed Li Pang. Li Pang shrugged. I lack a forbidden ruin, but rest assured, I will not be a hindrance to you. Molly scoffed and walked away. Yet in the next moment, Lin Qiye suddenly drew his straight blade and swung it towards Molly's back. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated from behind. Molly reacted swiftly, leaping away from her previous position. Lin Qiye firmly held his blade against a short sword-ass attack. A young man's light laughter followed. Oh, not bad. You actually noticed me. At the supply station, Jiang folded the empty bread wrapper and tossed it, along with her water bottle, into a nearby trash bin. It seemed unwise to remain hidden for too long. Perhaps she should check on her situation. Brushing off non-existent dust from her clothes, she ambled towards the source of the most intense explosions. In the underground base of the training camp, Gang kept a vigilant watch over Jiang. Seeing her casually approach the weapons depot, his eyes twitched, nearly prompting him to halt the match. Ultimately, reason prevailed. Considering Jiang was indeed a formidable presence in the sea realm and bore the guardian barrier, such skirmishes should pose minimal threat to her, allowing him to ease his concerns somewhat. Now, the number of new recruits had dwindled to less than half, most of whom had taken refuge, leaving only a small fraction engaged in combat with the masked team. If her memory served her correctly, Lin Qiye and the others should have already confronted the masked team head-on. Next up would be Rose against Molly, Tian Ping facing off against Xiao Yuan, Yu Guo versus by Li Peng Peng, Xianhua against Shun Qingzhu, while Lin Qiye squared off against Wang Mian. Yi Jiang surveyed the nearby life force and decided to first explore the battlefield closest to her. Even if she couldn't intervene, it would still be entertaining to observe the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted near the weapons depot, sending flames and thick smoke soaring into the sky. Starting Ye Jiang immensity. The closer she approached, the more she could sense the ferocity of the explosion. Even the ground trembled slightly beneath her feet. Goodness, had the weapons depot been obliterated? Such a grand display. What was once the weapons depot had transformed into a desolate ruin. It was unclear who had detonated the explosives within, causing other grenades and munitions to erupt in a secondary explosion, leaving nothing but heaps of debris scattered across the ground. Amidst the flames, a few individuals emerged, seemingly unscathed, but likely shaken by the unexpected chaos. They probably hadn't anticipated such recklessness from the new recruits. Xianwu, who had just been at the epicenter of the explosion, had managed to invoke his protective barrier in time, but he still inhaled a considerable amount of smoke and was now coughing uncontrollably. His once pristine gray cloak was now riddled with holes and stained, rendering him a pitiable sight. He sat down heavily, coughing for a while before muttering angrily, "That kid playing with air is ruthless. If I hadn't activated my barrier so quickly, I would have been in serious trouble." Cough. "Do you require medical attention?" A sudden, unfamiliar female voice called from behind. The 5 members of the mask team turned alertly towards the newcomer. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes slightly. A new recruit? Yi Jiang stood not far from them, her limitless technique keeping her impeccably clean, a stark contrast to the chaos around her, clearly indicating she had not participated in the fray. She shrugged. "Well, I couldn't help but notice your unfortunate predicament. I thought I might extend a friendly offer for treatment at a most reasonable price. Not 98,000, not even 9,800, just 998. Xianwu scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, 998 is hardly cheap. You're even more unscrupulous than the black market clinics." Rose slapped him lightly. "Is this really the time to discuss the cost?" Yi Jiang interjected. "So, will you accept treatment?" "No." Xianwu's mouth was abruptly covered by Yu Guo. "Yes." Wang Mian replied, "Please treat him. As for the payment, we can settle it after the competition." Although this was against the rules of the contest, Xianwu had faced the blast head-on. While he appeared fine, he had undoubtedly sustained some injuries. Given that a healer was now offering assistance, Wang Mian would not refuse, fearing any lingering harm. "Very well." Yi Jiang approached, noting there were 5 of them. Considering the number of clients, she decided to round down the fee to 5,000. "Is that acceptable? Are you trying to undercut us? Who taught you to conduct business like this?" Xianwu exclaimed, incredulous at her audacity. "Ye Jiang simidet. What can I say? I suppose I'm a natural in commerce." Having experienced numerous battles, the 5 bore various injuries, but for Yi Jiang, this was a trivial task. Aside from Wang Mian, she bestowed a gentle touch upon each of the 4 individuals, transferring a measure of life energy to them. The vitality contained within this life energy was far more refined than the beads she had previously conjured before merging with the healing essence. With this orb of life energy, while it may not guarantee immortality, it would render them impervious to toxins until the energy was exhausted, enabling accelerated self-healing and providing a continuous supply of mental and physical stamina during combat. This was a generous gift from Yi Jiang, a token of their initial meeting. The mask team had evoked profound feelings within her, and previously, lacking better options, she could only prepare several life crystals for them. However, the situation had changed. With the healing essence at her disposal, offering them a few orbs of life energy was a trivial matter, as they felt the pure and warm energy coursing through them. Astonishment filled their hearts. They sensed that this energy not only healed their discomfort, but also replenished the mental stamina they had previously expended. Once their bodies and spirits reached optimal condition, the energy settled within them, as if awaiting the next opportunity for healing. What is this?" Xuanhua murmured in disbelief. Aside from him, both Yuegui and Xiangwei seemed eager to voice their thoughts, but were silenced by Tianping's intervention. Enough. The new recruits are still waiting for us, and the captain has yet to receive treatment. Let him remain for now. After signaling to Wang Mian, he turned and soared away with the three others. Wang Mian was somewhat perplexed by their behavior, yet he could sense that his comrades were in an unprecedentedly excellent state. Coupled with the gesture Tianping had made, it was clear that this girl had indeed administered treatment, and the results were quite remarkable. All right, now it's your turn. Relax. And do not resist, Jiang said, pulling the wary Wang Mian into her mental domain. Chapter 24, What is your request? This is my spiritual domain, and the matters that follow are not meant for others to know, which is why I have summoned you. Behind the mask, Wang's brows furrowed tightly as he subtly retreated a few steps. What do you intend to do? Observing his demeanor, reminiscent of a virtuous woman caught in an impending predicament, Jiang felt a playful urge to tease him, her smile radiating mischief. Of course she was going to do what needed to be done. If she hadn't made such a ruckus, Wang might have genuinely been concerned. However, upon hearing her villainous laughter, he suddenly felt at ease. All right, let us not jest. The competition outside is still ongoing, and I cannot be away for too long. Very well. Jiang suppressed her mischievous grin and asked earnestly, Have you seen Commander Yi Fan recently? Wang was taken aback. No, our team has been executing missions outside. We just completed one today and came straight here. Why do you ask? I suspected as much. She had noticed earlier that they bore neither life crystals nor a protective barrier. Otherwise, the vortex would not have been so severely devastated. I entrusted Commander Yi to bring you some items. If you haven't received them yet, it's of little consequence. I can still provide them to you now. What items? Wang looked perplexed. She had asked Commander Yi to send something for him? They seemed not to be acquainted. Jiang did not respond, but directly activated the divine abyss. A golden radiance instantly erupted from her, suffused with a rich aura of life, transforming the space into a golden realm. Within it, a European-style garden adorned with countless vibrant flowers gradually took shape, resembling a dreamlike paradise. Behind Jiang, a pair of majestic golden wings suddenly manifested, gently fluttering, allowing her to hover in midair. Wang widened his eyes. This aura was divine. Was the girl before him a deity? The thought barely surfaced before he dismissed it. No, it could not be. She must be a divine agent, for he could discern that her realm was akin to his own. She was likely at the sea realm as well. Yet, Wazti had stated that there would only be one divine agent at this training camp. And was Yuan Gang truly capable of such manipulation, inviting a divine agent of the sea realm to participate in the training? In Jiang's hand appeared a golden staff, intricately adorned with delicate green patterns, standing tall at her height. This was the life staff, a gift from the system when she had drawn her abilities. Today marked the first time she brought it forth. This is my divine abyss, the garden of redemption. Henceforth, I shall infuse you with my primordial power. It will replenish your vitality while you expend life energy in the divine abyss. In other words, as long as my primordial power remains intact, you will be able to use the divine abyss without limit. As her words fell, she gently tapped the staff against the ground, causing the flowers in the Garden of Redemption to tremble. Strands of golden green silk floated toward Wang and then entered his body. Wang's appearance, which seemed to be in his 30s, began to transform rapidly as countless strands coursed into him beneath his mask. In a fleeting moment, he transformed from a somewhat weathered man in his 30s back into a youthful figure in his early 20s. This was his true visage. Jiang descended gracefully from the air, her wings and the ethereal garden illusion vanishing into nothingness. She gazed at the motionless man before her, scratching her ear in confusion, pondering whether he had fallen asleep while standing. After a brief pause, Wang Mian regained his senses as Jiang presented a mirror to him. Here, take a look at your true appearance at this age, she remarked. Wang Mian had formed the mask team at 18, and at 19, he had sacrificed a decade of his life due to the emergence of the eight-headed serpent. Now, at the age of 24, he appeared to be in his 30s. This meant that even he was unaware of how he looked in his 20s. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand to accept the mirror. Yi Jiang watched eagerly as he took the mirror, only to hear him say, "You're not trying to trick me into removing my mask, are you?" Yi Jiang replied in disbelief. "You should know that the training camp cannot disband now. The recruits still need extensive training to become qualified night watchers. Come on." She rolled her eyes. "It's just the two of us here. If you remove your mask, no one else will see. Do you dare not look in a mirror?" Wang Mian slowly reached up to remove the mask, revealing a face that was youthful and quite handsome. Yi Jiang's eyes sparkled with delight. Who could fathom that the esteemed captain of the mask team was, in fact, a charming young lad? If he were to visit the Black Wudong Club with Lin Qiye in the future, she could hardly imagine how popular he would be among the affluent ladies. Ahem. Wang Mian stared blankly at the familiar face in the mirror until Yi Jiang's cough snapped him back to reality, prompting him to don a mask once more. "Well, what do you think? Surprised? Satisfied? You must be at a loss for how to repay me now," Yi Jiang teased. Wang Mian returned the mirror to her, conceding, "Indeed, if you have any requests, feel free to voice them. As long as they do not jeopardize the great Xia, I can consider accommodating them. Actually, my request is quite simple. I ask that you inform me each time you take leave or embark on a mission," she articulated. Wang Mian appeared taken aback. "Why?" Yi Jiang waved her hand dismissively. "That's not for you to inquire about. Some secrets should remain undisclosed. However, you must remember that whether it's a leave or a mission, if it involves going anywhere near the seaside, you must tell me." Wang Mian shook his head. "Night watchers have confidentiality protocols for missions. If you do not disclose your reasons, I cannot agree to your request." TSK. It seems I cannot easily persuade him. Yi Jiang, feeling vexed, bit her lip and stated bluntly, "What if it pertains to the lives of you and your teammates? Would that not suffice?" Wang Mian's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean? Do you believe in fate? I know the destinies of everyone in your team, including yours. I cannot recall the exact time, only that it was after the establishment of the 5th Special Team of the Great Xia. During a vacation, you received a phone call directing you to investigate a fishing village where you found yourselves entrapped in a temporal loop. It was only when the vortex transferred its psychic energy to you that you managed to escape." Listening to the individual before her recount their tale as if narrating a story, Wang Mian was engulfed in a sense of horror. Was there any truth to what she spoke? If falsehood, why did her eyes betray such sorrow and anger? If true, what fate awaited them? As guardians of the great Xia, they could not refuse their orders. Were they destined to perish there? Wang Mian's mind became a tumultuous mess, completely devoid of her former rationality and composure. The fishing village. I cannot pinpoint its exact location, but I remember it to be the hometown of a high-ranking night watchman named Chen Lu. Chen Lu. Was it he who commanded us to the fishing village? Yes, but I cannot disclose further details. I can only say this much, lest the course of history be altered. However, do not fear. Within this year, you are relatively safe. I have been striving to change history without impacting its progression." Wang Mian fell into silence, and after a moment, her voice was hoarse as she inquired, "Have you succeeded?" "Certainly," Yi Jiang replied with conviction. "Thus far, I have altered the fates of 4 individuals who are doomed to die. I share this with you not only to earn your trust and compliance with my request, but also to prevent you from unknowingly entering that fishing village, where I would be unable to rescue you in time. Yet, you are only in the sea realm. If our entire team encounters misfortune there, what could you possibly do?" Yi Jiang pouted. "Do not underestimate me. Who knows, I might ascend to the infinite realm by tomorrow morning, reach Qian the day after, and become a deity the day after that." Wang Mian, you truly have an audacious imagination. Chapter 25. Heartbeat well. I have temporarily alleviated the side effects of using the divine ruins for you, but the true resolution must await your ascension to divinity. As for the matters concerning the fishing village, I shall address them at the appropriate time. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from any unnecessary actions during this period. Otherwise, I cannot predict the changes that may ensue in the future." Wang Mian nodded, fully aware that for the safety of his comrades, he would not act recklessly. Yi Jiang contemplated carefully, ensuring no details were overlooked, and concluded that all was in order. After all, hadn't the system just prompted her to extract abilities? Very well. Let us proceed to the final step. Wang Mian watched in astonishment as a new model fruit phone suddenly materialized in her hand, shimmering with a faint glow. Jiang eagerly opened the camera and leaned towards him, exclaiming, "Come, come, let us take a picture together for our first meeting, and let us add each other on WeChat too." Wang Mian. Since Jiang and Wang Mian had vanished together, Yuan Gang had been fixated on the surveillance screen. His concern was not for Jiang or Wang Mian, but rather for Lin Qiye. Should he inform Lin Qiye that his girlfriend might be unfaithful? Perhaps it was best to remain silent. After all, Lin Qiye had indeed reached for someone beyond his grasp, and a girl's flirtatious nature seemed not too grave a matter. However, when their figures reappeared on the screen, Yuan Gang finally exhaled in relief. Glancing at the clock, he noted that less than 20 minutes had passed. It seemed that nothing significant had occurred. Otherwise, with both Lin Qiye and Wang Mian as divine agents, he would truly be at a loss as to whom to favor. As Wang Mian exited the mental realm, he made a beeline for the battlefield, while Jiang leisurely trailed behind, heading towards the dormitory building. She had already delayed Wang Mian for 20 minutes. Yet Lin Qiye and the others had not yet dealt with the vortex. At that moment, Jiang was blissfully unaware that the frontline combatants among the recruits, Lin Qiye, Bai Li, and Molly, were all equipped with life crystals. Facing the masked team, imbued with her life energy, the two groups transformed into a perpetual motion machine, their battles intensifying with fervor as they clashed. When Wang Mian reunited with his teammates, he observed that only 3 individuals remained in the opposing recruit camp. One boy panting heavily, yet continuously triggering explosions, and a peculiar black humanoid creature, cackling maniacally while wielding a long black blade, relentlessly pursuing and hacking at a scale balance. What an odd assortment of recruits this batch contains. Wang Mian turned to regard the young man approaching slowly from behind, drawing the yuan from his waist. "At last, you have made your appearance. I have awaited you for quite some time." Outside, Jiang swayed as she reached the ruins of the dormitory building, pausing to gaze at the scene before her. She couldn't help but reflect, youth is indeed filled with passion. Just look at this dormitory building. It is devoid of even a single intact brick. At this moment, Lin Qiye had already engaged in combat with Wang Mian. Both were agents of the divine, unleashing their celestial might during battle, which instinctively caused others to steer clear of their vicinity, resulting in a vacuum surrounding them. In that very void, Jiang raised her phone to capture the spectacle of their clash. Occasionally, debris or stray attacks would inadvertently strike her. Yet the dual defenses of unlimited technique and guardian barrier shielded her, causing Yuan Gang's heart to tremble with an urge to personally intervene and extract this little ancestor from the fray. After filming a segment of the duel between the dual agents, Jiang shifted her focus to capture the confrontation between Xuanwu and Shen Qingzhu. The spectacle of Xuanwu's forbidden void was quite dazzling, as numerous violet whirlpools materialized in the air, relentlessly devouring the explosions conjured by Shen Qingzhu, only to regurgitate them from another purple vortex, epitomizing the principle of returning whence one came. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers repeatedly, but predictably, all his explosions were consumed by the violet whirlpools. He felt somewhat bewildered. Weren't they all at the same realm? How could their mental energy be so abundant? The whirlpools across from him continued to taunt him, a true testament to the limits of his patience. Sensing his mental energy waning, Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth, determined to muster the last vestiges of his strength to deliver a decisive blow to this irritating adversary. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant life energy flowed effortlessly into his body, alleviating all his discomfort and swiftly replenishing his mental reserves to their peak state. What was happening? Turning around, he beheld a striking young woman clad in a new recruit's uniform, standing gracefully behind him, her gaze directed at the whirlpool with palpable hostility. This girl seemed somewhat familiar. The previously smug Xuanwu was now rendered speechless, shouting at Jiang, "You're cheating." Jiang cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "And you dare accuse others?" The fact that he has managed to hold his ground without being eliminated is already quite impressive, don't you think? Xuanwu fell silent. Upon hearing her words, Shun Qingzhu dismissed the flicker of recognition in his mind and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Are you implying he cheated?" "Yes, he just... My dear brother, we've been at this for quite a while. Why not take a moment to rest over there?" Xuanwu hastily interrupted her, flashing a sycophantic smile at Shun Qingzhu. The latter increasingly suspected this fellow had indeed cheated, and recalling the energy he had just experienced, he sighed, realizing that this battle was inherently unfair. Even if the mask team had their level suppressed, their years of combat experience far surpassed that of these new recruits. Even if cheating were involved, if it weren't for his underhanded tactics, I would have sent him flying long ago. That scoundrel. Xuanwu, unfazed by Shun Qingzhu's displeasure, casually draped an arm around him, engaging in light banter that somehow managed to soothe Shun Qingzhu's irritation. Jiang observed the scene with a smile. Only the lively Xuanwu could charm the proud Shun Qingzhu in such a manner. However, it did raise the question, was Shun Qingzhu truly this handsome? With elongated eyes, a straight nose, and delicate, rosy lips, he possesses an air of sharpness and defiance when not smiling. However, when he grins, the corners of his mouth lift slightly, and his eyes sparkle with a flicker of youthful exuberance. Yet, what captivates Jiang the most are his long legs encased in military trousers. At this moment, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he strolls leisurely, exuding an alluring sense of languor. Jiang finds herself involuntarily swallowing hard, suddenly feeling a thirst arise within her. She concedes that she is indeed quite the infatuated admirer. Since her arrival in this world, she has encountered a fair share of handsome men. Wen Qima, Lin Qiye, Lin Qiye, and Qingyu, and Wang from Team 136, all possessing striking good looks that could easily make them internet celebrities. Yet, her admiration had been purely aesthetic, devoid of any romantic inclinations. Even for Xuanwu, whose face remained hidden behind a mask, his physique was undeniably attractive: broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs that paraded with the grace of a male model. But her interest had merely skimmed the surface. However, Shun Qingzhu stands apart in a remarkable way. That said, it is curious that at the same age of 18 or 19, Shun Qingzhu towers at 185 meters while Lin Qiye is only 175 meters. This simply will not do. She must devise a plan. Her brother, Jiang, cannot be overshadowed by others. Chapter 26, Spatial Anchor Points on the other side. Chao Yuan, who had been foolishly chuckling while pursuing the floating balance in the sky, was nearing the limits of his physical and mental endurance. After utilizing the Black King's annihilation, his once blood-red eyes gradually returned to their normal black hue, and the black flames enveloping him began to dissipate. After laughing for quite some time, his throat had grown hoarse, and, after a few harsh coughs, he called to the balance, still hovering above. "Cough, cough, cough. I'm done fighting. Let us go take a break together." The balance looked at Chao Yuan, whose voice was strained with a hint of sympathy. "Why don't you find someone to treat your throat? Otherwise, it might hurt for a few days." There's a girl among the new recruits who specializes in healing. She is quite remarkable. Chao Yuan, puzzled, responded, "Is that true?" "Isn't there only one person among the new recruits with a healing ability? Minor healing." It wasn't that he looked down upon minor healing, but rather that the description of it being particularly remarkable seemed rather exaggerated. The balance paused. "Minor healing? Are you sure?" Such an impressive effect is attributed to a healing ability of sequence 389? Is it me who has lost my mind, or is the world truly mad? Just then, Vortex approached, accompanied by two individuals clad in new recruit uniforms. Among them, a girl caught his eye. He patted Chao Yuan on the shoulder and pointed towards the trio approaching. "That girl over there. She is exceptionally skilled at healing, though I can't confirm whether she specializes in minor healing." At that moment, the battlefield was left with only Lin Qiye and Wang, who were locked in a standoff, while the others had long since settled down to rest. Bai Li, chubby and cheerful, was showcasing the items from his free space to Yu, while Rose and Molly sat beside Jiang. The three girls, each breathtakingly beautiful, shared joyful laughter, creating a picturesque scene. 9 individuals huddled together on a large rock, watching the escalating clash of the two fighters with keen interest. After tending to their wounds, Jiang began distributing snacks and drinks that she had conjured on the spot, embodying the role of a logistical supporter to perfection. However, the others assumed she possessed a spatial item similar to Bai Li's free space, and so they refrained from inquiring further. Vortex munched on potato chips, remarking, "Who do you think will win?" Crunching, he continued, "Between these two, who do you believe will emerge victorious?" "That's definitely Qiye. He will absolutely overpower him," Bai Li exclaimed, rising with excitement, accidentally scattering chocolate beans over Yu Gue, who sat before him. Yu Gue responded, "The captain won T lose." "Captain, attack him," Rose shouted in encouragement. "Qiye is the best. Go, Qiye. You must win." Bai Li's voice rose in fervor, matching the enthusiastic chorus of the others, creating a cacophony that resonated in Jiang's ears. Suddenly, 3 sharp whistles pierced through the training camp. The movements of Lin Qiye and Wang Mian halted momentarily. Wang Mian, with a smile in his tone, remarked, "You've lost. It seems fate can indeed be altered." Lin Qiye, bewildered, retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Have you been cheating?" Wang Mian, slightly evading Lin Qiye's suspicious gaze, turned his head away, feeling a twinge of guilt. He chose silence, sheathing his sword and directing his attention to the approaching instructors. Yuan Gang wore a look of satisfaction, not just towards Wang Mian, but also towards Lin Qiye. Heaven knows, when he witnessed Lin Qiye's fierce prowess, he nearly feared a disaster. However, to his astonishment, the contest took a turn, and the two engaged in a back-and-forth that persisted until 9 o'clock. Yet, had Jiang participated, the outcome would indeed have been uncertain. As time expired, the battle concluded. Yuan Gang's voice resonated through the base's loudspeakers, clear enough for every recruit to hear. Half an hour later at the training ground, over 20 instructors along with the entire massed team stood on the platform, while below, the new soldiers bowed their heads in silence. This contest profoundly highlighted the vast chasm between them and genuine talent, rendering them too intimidated to speak. Only Jiang appeared unperturbed, with Yuan Gang's words slipping past her ears, her mind adrift elsewhere. Temporary resolution of Wang Mian's ability side effects. Regret -1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 1. Would you like to extract the ability? Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability. Spatial Anchor Point. Spatial Anchor Point allows the establishment of one or more spatial anchor point for teleportation, distance determined by one's strength. Please select your anchor point form. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang replied, "Game currency, please." She considered it a memento of her first ability, electromagnetic cannon. Anchor point form confirmed successfully. This ability is indeed remarkable. It will save her considerable travel expenses in the future. With her current strength, teleportation within the Great Xia territory poses no issue whatsoever. Jiang's fingers grazed the game currency that had mysteriously appeared, intending to present it to Wang Mian later. Even if he chose not to disclose their location, she could ascertain it through the spatial anchor point. Yet, most importantly, she yearned to flaunt her newfound power to Wang Mian. She had now achieved the boundless realm. Look at that. What she says, she accomplishes, a testament to the grace of women from Great Xia, promising to reach the boundless realm by tomorrow. She had already arrived that very night. He would surely be envious. Once Yuan Gang finished his address and departed the training ground with the other instructors, the masked team followed suit. As her thoughts shifted, Jiang turned to her companion, Molly, saying, "Molly, I need to find Instructor Yuan for a moment. Please wait for me at the dormitory." Molly, bewildered, realized they had no dormitory left, as it had become a ruin. However, understanding that Jiang must have pressing matters, she nodded in agreement. "All right." The moment Yuan Gang entered his office, a figure suddenly appeared before him, startling him to the brink of instinctive defense. Fortunately, his keen eyes recognized the visitor, and he sighed, "Little Yi, what brings you here so suddenly? Is there something you need?" Jiang nodded. "Instructor Yuan, when will the masked team be departing?" "It should be tomorrow, though I'm not entirely certain, as they sometimes embark on missions without prior notice." "Very well. Please inform them to let me know before they depart, as I have matters to discuss with them." Gang suddenly displayed a peculiar expression, as if he was hesitant to speak. Jiang encouraged him. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. Well, I was wondering about your opinions on Lin Qiye and Wang. Gang delicately framed his question, as he was somewhat reluctant to inquire directly. They are both quite admirable. They possess gentle natures and harbor no ill intentions. Thus they get along well with me. Gang took a deep breath and continued. If you absolutely had to choose one among them, whom would you select? This struck Jiang as an oddly perplexing inquiry. She scratched her head. Must I really choose? Is this a matter of allegiance? Upon receiving a confirming look from Gang, she hesitated before responding. Well, I suppose I would choose Lin Qiye, given that we have spent more time together. The length of their acquaintance certainly deepened their bond. Alas, it is a pity that the mysteries within the country are so numerous. Wang is perpetually engaged in missions, leaving little time to devote to others. It is no wonder he might fall short compared to Lin Qiye. He must have a serious conversation with Commander Yi regarding this matter, lest it culminate in a scenario where love breeds resentment, which would indeed be troublesome. Chapter 27. The performance at 3 o'clock in the morning. The training camp lay enveloped in silence. Suddenly, a series of sharp whistles pierced the stillness, echoing throughout the camp. Everyone was summoned to the training field immediately. Jiang abruptly opened her eyes, instantly realizing that the instructors were up to something. She hurriedly roused the still drowsy Molly, hastily donned her clothes, and dashed downstairs. The corridor was filled with people rushing outside, some even attempting to dress as they ran. Grasping Molly's hand, Jiang thought of a place, and in an instant, they found themselves on the training field. 3 instructors were already present, led by Instructor Hong. The sudden appearance of the two startled them, and Molly was equally taken aback. She felt someone grasp her hand, and in a flash, they had been transported to a different location, meeting the gaze of the 3 instructors. Glancing at Jiang beside her, she swallowed hard, the remnants of sleep quickly dissipating. Before long, Lin Qiye rushed in like the wind, standing beside Jiang. Following him, the other recruits arrived in quick succession. Once all the new recruits were assembled on the training field, Instructor Hong, with a stoic expression, announced loudly, "Today marks the first day of your formal training. From this day forth, regardless of what you are doing upon hearing the whistle, you must gather at the training field within 3 minutes. Now, anyone who takes longer than 3 minutes to arrive, please step forward." A few recruits who arrived last quietly stepped out, while others attempting to evade the consequences were called out and penalized with weighted runs. Among those penalized were Li Pangpang and Shun Qingzhu. The remaining recruits were granted permission to rest in place. When the punished few returned, breathless, they collapsed onto the ground. Jiang distributed energy drinks to those seated nearby. Previously, she had been finicky about consuming food she had created, but with no other options available, those pretensions were cast aside. "Thank you," Shun Qingzhu said, accepting the drink, while his companions Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang expressed their gratitude as well. Li Pangpang twisted off the cap and took a hearty gulp, panting as he lamented, Jiang, you are truly clever for storing so much food in your space. How did I not think of that earlier?" Chao Yuan remarked quietly. "Perhaps it's because you have money. You can simply buy whatever you need without needing to stock up." Jiang smiled, but said nothing. Her limited funds had been spent on more essential supplies, leaving no room for snacks or drinks. "My forbidden space is no longer usable," Molly suddenly spoke up. Breaking the silence, Li Jia exclaimed, "I can't sense my forbidden space either." "Me neither. What is going on?" Except for the exceptional Lin Qiye and Jiang, and those like Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan who had unique circumstances, the others could no longer perceive the existence of their forbidden spaces. Shun Qingzhu remarked. Instructor Yuan mentioned that there are forbidden objects capable of suppressing forbidden spaces. They must have employed such objects. Lin Qiye carefully sensed his surroundings and discovered that his forbidden realm was still operational, albeit its effectiveness had diminished considerably. He softly inquired of Jiang, "Is your forbidden realm still functional?" Jiang smirked and gestured for him to observe her hand, where a green orb was rapidly taking shape. Lin Qiye remarked, "You are indeed quite extraordinary." Jiang handed him the orb and suddenly asked, Can you string beads? String beads? How does one do that? Lin Qiye was taken aback. Without any tools at hand, how could he proceed? Jiang raised her arm, revealing a miniature electric drill at her fingertips. Use this to make a hole in the bead, and then string it with this. She produced a length of red thread from seemingly nowhere and gave it a gentle shake. Let me give it a try. At this early hour, while visibility was poor for others, it posed no challenge for Lin Qiye, who possessed enhanced mental perception. He placed the bead Jiang had just shaped on the ground, securing it with one hand while cautiously drilling a hole with the tiny electric drill. You're off center. Aim a little more towards the middle. No, that is still off. It's definitely slanted downwards. Are you certain you can see clearly in this dim light? Naturally, from your vantage point beside me, it appears skewed. Their hushed argument drew the attention of several nearby individuals. Bai Li, plump and jovial, approached them. Sister Jiang, what are you and Qiye up to? I want to make a few bracelets and thought of having him help me with drilling a hole. But little Qiye, your precision needs improvement. By the way, do you still have the beads I gave you the other day? Perhaps we should drill holes in them now to make them easier to carry. I do have them. Ever since Lin Qiye enlightened me about their significance, I've kept them safely in my carefree space, fearing I might lose them. Lin Qiye drilled a hole in one bead and gestured for Jiang to take a look. How does this look? Is it satisfactory? Jiang examined it and replied, It seems acceptable. It appears to be centered. Deng Wei craned his neck to catch a glimpse and suddenly exclaimed, My brother Shen excels at this. He has always had sharp eyesight and can easily thread a needle. His craftsmanship is exceptional. Yes. This task requires my brother Shun. Shen Qingzhu shot them a fierce glare. You lot are quite the chatterboxes. Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang chuckled nearby. Over the past few days in the training camp, they had observed the two female soldiers associated with the term fairy. One was Mo Li, and the other was Jiang. However, Mo Li's demeanor was often cold and distant, and an extended conversation with her felt like an invitation to danger, leading them to dismiss her. Jiang, on the other hand, was several degrees more enchanting than Mo Li, often wearing a cheerful smile that evoked warmth in others. Thus, the trio unanimously deemed her the little fairy mentioned by Shen Qingzhu. Moreover, Shen Qingzhu typically exudes an air of arrogance, embodying a demeanor of supreme confidence. Yet, during these past two encounters with Jiang, he refrained from smoking, abstained from chewing gum, and spoke little, adopting an aloof and cool persona. In the past, the trio might have surmised that this behavior stemmed from Shen Qingzhu's disdain for one of them. But the conundrum lies in the fact that if he truly dislikes someone, why would he still associate with Lin Qiye and the others? Surely, it cannot be due to an infatuation with Bai Li Pang, can it? Thus, it is evident that Shen Qingzhu has developed feelings for Jiang. As brothers, ought they not to assist in bringing them together? What a splendid opportunity. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Jiang's eyes as she shyly turned to Shen Qingzhu and said, Could I trouble you for a favor? The subtle hint of bashfulness in her gaze, coupled with the faint blush adorning her cheeks, rendered her even more charming and adorable in the morning sunlight, momentarily leaving Shen Qingzhu speechless. Lin Qiye, who was obliviously using a miniature electric drill to pierce beads, looked up in confusion, and with his extraordinary perceptiveness, he immediately noticed Jiang's delicate demeanor as she sought assistance. No way, if this were truly the case, he would stand on his head while washing his hair. Is she really putting on such an act? Chapter 28. Unworthy you seem off, Lin Qiye remarked, arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on the girl before him. Jiang, however, averted her eyes, refusing to meet his stare. Speak plainly. Have you taken a liking to Shen Qingzhu? Though Lin Qiye was inexperienced in matters of the heart, a quintessential 24K pure straight man, the morning's encounter was enough for anyone familiar with Jiang to discern her burgeoning feelings, a desire to pursue someone. He felt a deep sympathy for Shen Qingzhu, lamenting his good looks that had caught the attention of the formidable Jiang. What's wrong with that? Jiang, her intentions exposed, dropped her pretense and mirrored Lin Qiye's posture, her tone brazen and laced with exasperation. Am I not in my prime? Seeking a handsome man for sweet romance? Besides, shouldn't you reflect on your own position? As a minor character under my protection, instead of helping me find a charming suitor, you come to question me? Are you unable to distinguish between the major and minor players? You, Lin Qiye, momentarily taken aback, retorted weakly after a brief pause. I merely believe this is inappropriate. We are comrades. What if we are assigned to different locations in the future? Wouldn't that make you two long-distance lovers? Long-distance relationships can foster stronger feelings. Haven't you heard that distance breeds beauty? But what if you break up midway and then end up in the same place again? That would be incredibly awkward. Seeing her at a loss for words, Lin Qiye seized the moment, adding, moreover, the training camp forbids romantic relationships. If Instructor Yuan finds out, you will definitely face punishment. Ye Viang Skofut. He wouldn't dare to reprimand me. Besides, you and Shen Qingzhu aren't a match. Just look at how aloof he is around you. Perhaps he doesn't fancy your type at all? This statement struck Jiang profoundly. She was beautiful and formidable, and once she sold her gold after the training camp, she would be quite wealthy. Yet, what if Shen Qingzhu simply did not fancy her? In the dormitory, a commotion erupted. Brother Shun, your corner is about to be stolen. Lin Qiye's boisterous voice rang out from outside the door as he kicked it open and lunged towards Shen Qingzhu's bedside, wailing. Shen Qingzhu sighed, lowering his hand from his eyes. A striking red string bracelet adorned his wrist, threaded with beads of two contrasting colors. What has happened? Lin Qiye exclaimed. I just overheard Lin Qiye speaking ill of you to Jiang at the supply station. Shen Qingzhu's eyes flickered. What did he say? He said you and Jiang are incompatible and that your long-distance relationship is doomed to fail. With a scoff, Shen Qingzhu closed his eyes once more. He was acutely aware of his unworthiness. Did he truly need others to reiterate that fact? Seeing his lack of reaction, Lin Qiye grew anxious. Come on, Shun, say something. Leave, I wish to sleep. Lin Qiye. The new recruits had barely rested when the relentless whistle of the instructors echoed once more. Following the lessons learned from the morning, a noticeable number of them managed to arrive on time this time, though most appeared utterly exhausted, still struggling to regain their energy. The only solace for the new recruits was the knowledge that this time they were heading to the cafeteria for a meal rather than enduring further training. Instructor Hong led the recruits to the entrance of the cafeteria and announced, You have 20 minutes for your meal. Assemble at the training ground in 20 minutes. Should you exceed this time, you shall bear the consequences. With that, he turned and departed with two other instructors. Having labored all morning, the majority of the new recruits had not consumed a single drop of water or a grain of rice since the previous afternoon. Upon hearing the announcement, their eyes sparkled with anticipation, and as soon as the instructors left, they rushed into the cafeteria. However, upon entering, they were met with a shocking sight. Instead of delectable dishes or comforting home-cooked meals, they found a large basin of steamed buns and another basin filled with raw meat, still tinged with blood. What does this mean? Are we expected to prepare our own meals? There's nothing cooked? Bai Li, the plump recruit, approached the basin of raw meat, scrutinizing it in confusion. It was only when a seasoned recruit from the Special Forces boldly took a bun and a piece of raw meat that the others began to comprehend. This constituted their meal for the day. Bai Li stared in shock, eyes wide, but this is raw. At least give us something cooked to medium. Just take it, Jiang advised, grabbing a plate, a bun, and 2 pieces of meat before finding a seat. The others followed suit, mimicking her actions. From her system space, Jiang produced several jars and bottles, displaying an assortment of sauces, chili oil, fermented tofu, beef sauce, along with marinated eggs and hot dogs. Lin Qiye and the others were taken aback. Sister Jiang, did you really prepare this thoroughly? Bai Li was genuinely impressed. Noticing how Jiang's space was filled with provisions while his own contained nothing but restricted items and a watch, proving utterly useless in critical moments. It's just a precaution. I bought a little of everything. Never expected it would actually come in handy, Jiang replied. Feel free to take whatever you like. If you don't want to eat the raw meat, we can save it for later and cook it. She produced a plastic bag and placed it on the table, transferring the meat from her plate into it. Lin Qiye and the others, unable to stomach the bloody raw meat, followed suit, placing their meat into the bag, which Jiang then stored in her system space. Despite the raw appearance, the meat was of high quality and perfectly safe for consumption. It would be far more enjoyable to prepare it properly and savor it. Other recruits, witnessing the table laden with side sauces, were filled with envy. Yet their unfamiliarity with Jiang and her companions held them back from speaking up. Midway through their meal, a group clad in gray cloaks entered the cafeteria, capturing everyone's attention. It was a masked squad, originally bustling in the kitchen. Old Sun emerged with a cheerful smile. "Oh dear, you little rascals. I nearly thought you had sneaked away again. That can't be, Old Sunday. We have long to savor your cooking, and we simply must finish our meal before departing." Old Sun feigned annoyance and replied, "You only know how to flatter and amuse this old man. Quickly, take your seats while I bring forth the dishes." Before long, the table was adorned with an array of delectable and aromatic dishes. In stark contrast, the steamed buns the new recruits had been consuming resembled mere scraps, making them barely palatable, their faces reflecting their displeasure. Once all the dishes were served, as if recalling something, Wang gestured towards Jiang and Lin Qiye. "Jiang, Qiye, come over and have a bite." Rose warmly beckoned them. "Indeed, Old Sun's cooking is simply delightful. You must come and taste it." The members of the mask team were particularly cordial towards Jiang, having learned last night about her efforts to restore Wang's vitality, and feeling grateful for the life energy she had bestowed upon them. Under the scrutinizing gazes of all the new recruits, Jiang and Lin Qiye, who were munching on steamed buns smeared with beef sauce and Railgun, looked up in confusion. "Huh?" Vortex stood up, glanced around, and chuckled. "Well, who is so thoughtful as to bring such a bounty of condiments to the training camp?" Jiang swallowed her morsel and, taking Lin Qiye by the hand, approached the mask team's table to sit beside Wang. Shun Qingzhu observed this scene, quietly lowering her gaze, expressionless as she continued to nibble on her bun. Chapter 29. Is it real? Come, don't be shy. Indulge a little more. Sun Lao's chicken stew with mushrooms is truly a delicacy, something you rarely get to enjoy, Xiang Wei exclaimed, as she took a pristine little plate and, without waiting for a response, piled it high with meat and vegetables for Jiang. Jiang quickly protested. "That's enough. I just had a large steamed bun. I'm nearly full." Xiang Wei paid no heed to her refusal and continued to add several more dishes to the already overflowing plate. "You must eat more, otherwise you won't have the strength during training." Jiang could only remain silent. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye was also receiving enthusiastic hospitality from Wang Mian, yet he resolutely declined. "There's no need to trouble yourselves. I actually came to ask a few questions." Wang Mian nodded in understanding. "You wish to inquire about the agents, correct?" "Yes. I would like to understand the nature of the relationship between agents and deities." In the masquerade team, aside from Xiang Wei, there was another female member, codenamed Sandalwood, a seemingly demure and beautiful girl. However, after only a few exchanges, her true nature was revealed. She, like Xiang Wei, was straightforward and easy to get along with. The three girls sat together, enjoying their meal and engaging in lively conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Jiang glanced at the time. Nearly 10 minutes had passed since mealtime began. She looked over at Lin Qiye and Wang Mian, who were still deeply engrossed in discussion, and reminded them, "Qiye, it's almost time. We should be leaving." Wang Mian, being from the training camp himself, was well aware of the punitive measures employed by the instructors, so he said, "Let us wrap it up for today. You two should hurry along." "All right, continue your meal. We shall meet again next time." Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, startling the new recruits, who turned to look at the clock on the wall. It was only 10 minutes into their meal. Why was there another whistle? Regardless of their thoughts, their bodies instinctively rushed outside. After all, the punishments dealt by the instructors were notoriously harsh, and no one was eager to experience them. Jiang swiftly conjured a handful of game tokens and stuffed them into Wang Mian's arms, speaking hurriedly. "These are spatial anchor points. With these, I can teleport to your side at any time. If you need to reach me, just crush one, and I'll sense it. Keep a few for yourself. The rest can go to Yifan. Until we meet again." After a moment as thought, she leaned in and whispered something into Wang Mian's ear. With a wave, she took Lin Qiye by the hand, and they dashed quickly toward the exit. As they passed by Sandalwood and Xinghan, she playfully patted each of them on the back. gifting them a burst of life energy. Wang Mian watched, a bemused expression on his face. Sandalwood and Xinghan exchanged confused glances. "Captain, what is this?" Seeing their puzzled looks, Wang Mian smiled knowingly and asked, "Do you feel particularly invigorated now?" "Yes. It's like I've just had a massage from within." A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Wang Mian's eyes. "Rest assured, this is a gift from Jiang. We all received one." Sandalwood's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this what you were referring to? Will I also become youthful like the captain? I wish to remain 18 forever." The moon demon mocked her, saying, "You're almost 30. Do stop pretending to be young." Tanxiang abruptly turned her head, ready to strike back. "Who are you calling almost 30? I shall forever be 18. "Thank you very much." Tian Ping, exasperated, intervened to prevent an imminent altercation at the dining table, explaining the captain's situation is unique, and Jiang can potentially extend the captain's lifespan, albeit at a probable cost. Tanxiang, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, will it be like in the novels, where the female lead shares her lifespan with the male lead? Is that for real?" Vortex scratched his head and glanced at Wang Mian, hesitatingly asking, "Captain, does Jiang have feelings for you? Is that true? Does the captain like Jiang? Is that true? Could Jiang join our little team in the future? Then we would have an invincible healer. Is that true? But isn't Jiang paired with Lin Qiye? I always see them together." The group fell silent, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Wang Mian took a deep breath and, with a weary gesture, said, "Please stop the wild speculations. Jiang is simply kind-hearted. As for joining our team, it is highly unlikely. She will probably form her own team or operate independently." Recalling Jiang's last whispered words to him, Wang Mian felt a throbbing pain in his head. "I've already reached the infinite realm, haha. What does it mean to fear for my brother's hardships, while also fearing they drive a luxury SUV? This is it." He had originally thought Jiang was joking, never expecting her to take it seriously. He genuinely feared that she would inform him the next day that she had reached the Klein realm. That would be utterly amusing. "Now that we've eaten our fill, let us depart." Wang Mian stood up, picking up the black box beside him. Yifan had asked him to return to the capital to see him a few days prior, and coincidentally, Jiang also had something for him to deliver to Yifan. The seven of them rose, shouldered their black boxes, donned their masks, and slowly exited the cafeteria. In the training ground, an unfamiliar instructor stood before them, his gaze sharp. "Mysterious creatures are our primary enemies as night watchers. Do you know what one relies upon to combat such entities?" "Report." Shun Qingzhu lazily raised his hand. "It's the Forbidden Ruins." The instructor scoffed coldly. "The abilities of these mysterious creatures are myriad. Do you think your Forbidden Ruins can simply beckon and eliminate them?" "I can." Although Shun Qingzhu might lack confidence in other areas, when it came to the Forbidden Ruins, he felt no trepidation. The instructor, perceiving him as a troublemaker, pressed further. "What is your Forbidden Ruins?" "Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 068, Qian." The instructor fell silent, realizing he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. "Is there anyone else with a different answer?" Bai Li, chubby and eager, raised his hand. "Report. We rely on money." The instructor sneered again. "What? Do you intend to crush the mysterious creatures with wealth?" Bai Li, "Uppering inusen, rupiah. I can use money to buy powerful forbidden items and then use them to crush it." The instructor fell silent once more. He feigned ignorance and turned to the other recruits. "Aside from the forbidden grounds, we must also hone our physical prowess and master combat techniques." The instructor picked up a weapon from the nearby rack, demonstrating various weapon handling skills to the eager recruits. It must be said that this instructor indeed possessed considerable expertise, captivating everyone's attention. When he mentioned the straight sword, he suddenly declared, "Now I require a few volunteers to demonstrate the combat techniques with the straight sword." "You there?" "Yes, indeed. The chubby lad who just spoke of using money to slay mysterious creatures." He waved his hand at Bai Li, simultaneously retrieving 2 wooden swords from the rack. Noticing the impending trial of the instructor, Jiang leaned in to whisper to Lin Qiye, "Did you have a satisfying lunch?" "Yes, though I did overindulge on buns, which made me quite thirsty. I packed quite a bit of food from Wang Mian's table. Once training concludes, I'll gather everyone and treat you all." The cafeteria had plenty of raw meat. I plan to whip up some dishes to enhance our meals. When did you pack it? Lin Qiye inquired, puzzled, as he had not seen Yi Jiang do so. While you were engrossed in conversation with Wang. Oh, do you still have any cola? Indeed. Whatever you wish for, she can conjure it up. Chapter 30. A much improved mood on stage. Instructor Han gazed at the wooden sword in his hand, now reduced to a mere handle, his expression dark and engulfed in silence. Bai Li, with a face full of regret, hurriedly exclaimed, "Oh dear. I forgot to turn off the automatic firewall. Instructor, shall we have another go? Get lost." Instructor embarchiert in anger. All right. Bai Li swiftly scampered off the stage. Instructor Han took a deep breath, infuriated, and tossed the handle to the ground, his eyes swiftly scanning the new recruits before settling on Lin Qiye, who was still engaged in hushed conversation with Yi Jiang. You. Yes, you, the one whispering to your partner. Partner? Lin Qiye was taken aback, glancing at the equally bewildered Yi Jiang, his heart racing as he quickly stood up and walked briskly to the stage. The instructor casually tossed him a wooden sword and inquired, "You don't have any prohibited items on you, do you?" No. Lin Qiye replied hastily. What about your partner? Lin Qiye was at a loss, exasperatedly explaining, "Instructor, she is not my partner." The instructor's gaze was filled with disdain, clearly uninterested in further debate on the matter. He pressed on. Does the female comrade you are close to have any prohibited items? No. Then come forth. Since you both seem to be engaging in private conversation, it's evident you've learned something. The instructor scoffed. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity while Lin Qiye had captured the instructor's attention, Yi Jiang nimbly switched places with Bai Li and settled beside Shen Qingzhu, while Bai Li took the opportunity to sit next to Emoli. Emoli instinctively wanted to refuse, but when she saw Yi Jiang's pleading and pitiful expression, her resolve softened. Well, all right then. With this arrangement, both Yi Jiang and Bai Li felt particularly cheerful. Shen Qingzhu glanced at the smiling Yi Jiang beside him, remaining silent, his ears slightly reddening. He always felt inexplicably nervous around her, unsure of what to say. Furthermore, he gazed at Lin Qiye, who was currently sparring with the instructor, recalling the instructor's earlier words, a hint of unease stirring within him. Would you like some gum? Strawberry flavor, Yi Jiang offered, producing a box of gum seemingly from nowhere and extending it to him. Shen Qingzhu hesitated for a moment before accepting it, murmuring, "Thank you. No need to thank me. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I have it all," Yi Jiang replied with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Though she had never been in a relationship, she understood well that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Given the current circumstances, she settled for snacks, planning to showcase her culinary skills after the evening training, which would surely leave Shen Qingzhu utterly enchanted. Upon hearing her words, Shen Qingzhu fidgeted with the gum packaging, lowering his voice. Aren't you worried about him? Yi Jiang paused, following his gaze to Lin Qiye, who was still engaged in battle. Observing the instructor nearly boiling over with frustration. Worried about him? I'd be more concerned about the instructor, she replied dismissively, a smirk on her lips. Lin Qiye, despite her shortcomings, had studied swordsmanship under Chen Mai. If she were to lose to an instructor, she would promptly call Chen Mai, urging him to provide her with specialized training during the holiday. Her words, though unremarkable, conveyed an air of confidence and trust in Lin Qiye that Shen Qingzhu could easily discern. He fell silent, yearning to inquire about the nature of Yi Jiang's relationship with Lin Qiye. Yet he pondered, what difference would it make? He currently possessed nothing, not even the means to purchase a modest gift. Yi Jiang, softly speaking by his side, said, after the afternoon training, don't leave. I shall prepare something special for you. Shen Qingzhu frowned slightly. Something special? Yes, what dishes do you enjoy? I will cook for you. Yi Jiang looked at him with eager anticipation. She realized that Shen Qingzhu was rather taciturn. Even during their time together over the past few days, he scarcely spoke, leaving her puzzled. Was he equally reticent in the original narrative, or did he simply not wish to converse with her? As if to confirm her suspicions, Shen Qingzhu responded, I am fine with anything. Yi Jiang rolled her eyes in exasperation. When Lin Qiye was dismissed from the training platform, she noticed that Bai Li Pang, who had previously sat to her left, had switched places with Yi Jiang, who was now seated closely beside Shen Qingzhu. Shouldn't she be in high spirits? Yet, her countenance appeared rather dismal. Could it be that she had faced setbacks with Shen Qingzhu? Amused by the thought, Lin Qiye secretly chuckled. Jiang was increasingly convinced that Shen Qingzhu harbored no romantic interest in her, leading to her growing despondency. Just then, the instructor, having already encountered 2 failures, turned his gaze toward her and called out, "The girlfriend of that boy from earlier, you come up here." Taking a deep breath, Jiang bit her lip and stood up, realizing that the steps to the training platform were on the opposite side, necessitating her ascent alone. Her expression grew increasingly grim as she awkwardly climbed up, and the instructor handed her a wooden sword. "Your boyfriend's swordsmanship is commendable, as his girlfriend. Yours must be equally impressive, correct?" The instructor remarked sarcastically. His words were a clear mockery. She struggled even to ascend the platform. How could she possibly wield a sword? Fury ignited within Jiang, her eyes narrowing as she grasped the wooden sword with her left hand. "A left-handed fighter, is it? Let us see what you've got." The instructor assumed a stance and swiftly swung the sword toward her shoulder. Instead of moving her left hand, Jiang quietly raised her right hand, discreetly calibrating her strength. The instructor, thinking her paralyzed by fear and intending to merely tap her shoulder, decided to relent, not wishing to provoke a young girl. However, the next moment, a resounding thud echoed through the air as the wooden sword met his fist, sending the instructor crashing to the ground 5 meters away, unconscious, with blood streaking from the splintered wooden fragments. The training ground fell into a stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Jiang, her expression unperturbed, nonchalantly blew on her fist as if it were a gun, though internally she regretted her impulsiveness. While her mood had indeed improved, she felt a twinge of guilt towards the instructor. In the audience, it was Lin Qiye who first regained his composure, shouting at the top of his lungs, "What are you waiting for? Take the instructor to the infirmary." Within the confines of the office, Wang wore a look of helplessness, weary as he pinched the bridge of his nose. He then turned his gaze towards Jiang, who sat on the sofa with her head bowed, exuding an aura of dejection. "Shao, Wang said earnestly, I understand that the training is arduous and you may be feeling rather disheartened, but we must not resort to such extreme measures against the instructor. Instructor Han is merely at the pool realm. How could he possibly withstand a punch from you? How about this? If you feel the urge to release some energy next time, just come to me and I will train with you, all right?" At this point, Jiang had already reached the boundless realm, and coupled with the inherent power of the serious punch, it was only due to her timely treatment that Instructor Han had not succumbed to a fatal blow. Nevertheless, upon regaining consciousness, Instructor Han remained resolute in his decision to resign, insisting he would no longer serve as an instructor. It was only after Gang's persuasive efforts, including promises and salary increases, that he managed to coax Han back. Otherwise, on the very first day of intensive training, he would have been left to explain to Yi Fan the absence of an instructor. Chapter 31. The violent nanny Gang, with a heart full of earnestness, spoke at length, only for Jiang to lift her head, her expression one of profound grievance. "I truly did not mean to," she lamented. "Instructor Han asked me to come on stage to demonstrate knife techniques with him. I was utterly terrified at the time, and in a moment of distraction, I sent him flying. Indeed, we all understand it was an accident." Gang mused that if he had a daughter, he would likely soothe her in much the same manner. However, the conundrum he faced was that he was not comforting a daughter, but rather an ancestor of a higher realm than his own. With a tone tinged with caution, Gang continued, "The reason I called you here was not for anything specific, but rather because I noticed you seemed rather downcast. I wanted to inquire about what transpired and whether you require my assistance." Suppressing her urge to ask Gang for help in pursuing Shen Qingzhu, Jiang shook her head. "You cannot help me." Gang grew anxious. "How can you say that without telling me what it is? I wish to pursue Shen Qingzhu, but he does not have feelings for me." Gang fell into a contemplative silence. This, it seemed, was indeed beyond his capacity to assist. "Wait a moment. Weren't you paired with Lin Qiye? And what about Wang Mian? How does Shen Qingzhu fit into this? A love quadrangle?" Seeing his troubled expression, Jiang felt no disappointment. She had not anticipated his assistance. She rose to her feet. Never mind, I shall take my leave. You carry on with your tasks. The morning's cold weapon training concluded abruptly due to Instructor Han's visit to the infirmary. Consequently, the scant time before lunch had to be filled by another instructor. The unfortunate victim being Hong Hao. All present, 10 laps with added weight. Only those who complete the run shall earn their meal. The collective instinct was to wail and protest, but the thought of the repercussions silenced their voices. Bai Li, panting under the weight, remarked, "Why hasn't Sister Jiang returned yet? Has she faced a severe reprimand from the chief instructor? She won't be expelled, will she?" At this, Shen Qingzhu felt a sudden tightening in his chest. "She will be fine," replied Mo Li confidently. "How do you know?" Lin Qiye, aware of some underlying details but unable to disclose them, ambiguously stated, "Well, Jiang has certain connections, so it is highly unlikely she will encounter any trouble. Just wait, she shall return shortly." "Connections?" Bai Li pondered for a moment, then murmured, "I recall that the commander of the Night Watch seems to share the surname Yi. Could there be a relation?" Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the group. Lin Qiye's expression darkened. "No, you are overthinking it. They merely share a surname. Jiang's situation is unique within the Forbidden Ruins, which is why she garners such attention." "Unique?" Yi Jiang's ability, merely minor healing. Liang queried in confusion. "What is so special about minor healing?" Chao Yuan interjected, "In any case, I have yet to witness a minor healing that can render a male instructor unconscious with just a single punch. I have not seen such a thing either." "Neither have I." As they recalled Instructor Han's recent plight, a shiver ran down their spines. "What have you not seen?" A woman's voice drifted from beside him. Bai Li Pang instinctively responded, "Of course, it's Sister Jiang, the formidable healer." The woman fell silent for a moment, replying, "Is that so? I have never seen it myself." Jiang's expression turned melancholic. The good news was that her healer persona remained intact. The bad news was that she had morphed into a violent caregiver. Bai Li Pang's expression stiffened as he seemed to realize something, glancing toward a certain individual. "Jiang. Sister Jiang, you're back. Is everything all right?" Jiang, burdened as well, shook her head. "It's fine." Lin Qiye rushed to her side, curiously whispering, "What did Instructor Yuan say to you?" Jiang shrugged. "Nothing much, just asked if I was feeling down and if I needed his assistance." "And what did you say?" "I told him I wanted to pursue Shen Qingzhu and asked if he could help." Lin Qiye replied. "Instructor Yuan really drew the short straw meeting you." Nearby, Li Jia and Deng Wei, eavesdropping, exclaimed, "What?" "Those folks over there, huddled up chatting. Do you need me to fetch you some chairs so you can talk to your heart content?" Hong Hao's voice unexpectedly boomed from the loudspeaker, causing the group to fall silent. After their run, the recruits hurried to the cafeteria, only to discover they would still be eating raw meat and steamed buns, causing their spirits to plummet. However, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed an extra small dish of pickled vegetables today. Bai Li Pang swiftly grabbed 4 or 5 pieces of raw meat, filling his plate before leisurely taking a dish of pickled vegetables. Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan followed suit, gathering ingredients for tonight's special meal. "Do you think old son has had a change of heart today, actually adding pickled vegetables?" Bai Li Pang remarked, popping one in his mouth, exclaiming, "The flavor is quite delightful." Jiang also sampled one and agreed, "Indeed, it's tangy and spicy, quite appetizing." "It is good. Before the training concludes, I must inquire about this recipe from Old Sunday." At that moment, Chao Yuan unexpectedly brought his portion of pickled vegetables and placed it before Lin Qiye. "Qiye, eat my pickled vegetables." Lin Qiye declined, "No need. You enjoy them. I have enough on my plate." Regardless of how tasty they might be, they were still pickled vegetables, which could lead to thirst if consumed in excess. Moreover, ever since Chao Yuan shared the 16-character mantra from the Golden Cicada Master, Lin Qiye had felt an odd sensation around him. It seemed that Chao Yuan was not seeking a benefactor, but rather auditioning for the role of a sycophant. For instance, at this moment, unable to withstand Chao Yuan's forlorn gaze, Lin Qiye tentatively picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and tucked it into his bun. In the next moment, a visible joy spread across Chao Yuan's face. Lin Qiye thought, "Is it really necessary, my friend? Your enthusiasm makes me quite uneasy." Bai Li Pang observed the scene with a peculiar expression. spreading a generous scoop of the meat sauce Jiang had prepared onto his bun and taking a hearty bite. Seriously, it's just a dish of pickled vegetables. Is it worth all this fuss? Isn't this meat sauce, crafted with both science and precision, far more enticing? His eyes incessantly darted towards the pickled vegetables placed before Lin Qiye by Chao Yuan, having long since finished his own meal. Well, Qiye, if you do not intend to eat that, might I indulge in a couple of bites? The old man's pickles are truly delectable, though the portion is far too scant. Attention, everyone. After we finish our meal, gather at the back of the cafeteria. This afternoon, you shall commence your first session of extreme training. Chapter 32. The disappearing pickled ginger instructor Hong's voice echoed from the entrance of the cafeteria, leaving everyone perplexed. Extreme training? What on earth is that? Bai Li, plump and bewildered, inquired. Unclear. Chao Yuan shook his head. Jiang took a bite of her steamed bun stuffed with pickled vegetables and leisurely remarked, You all don't understand what extreme training means? In simple terms, it is training designed to push your limits. Bai Li chuckled awkwardly, so that's it. Listening to Sister Jiang's words is truly enlightening. Lin Qiye could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, prompting the others, who had been stifling their giggles, to join in subdued chuckles. Jiang smiled slightly. However, I didn't know a bit about the training content. Would you like to hear it? Bai Li's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Yes. Yet, Emily furrowed her brow, cautioning Jiang. 1T revealing this beforehand caused trouble with the instructor? Not at all, Jiang replied, shaking her head. Even if I don't tell you now, you would find out later. It's not a secret. Nevertheless, her voice unconsciously lowered a notch. We're going to climb a mountain shortly. Climb a mountain? Bai Li looked utterly confused. How does that qualify as extreme training? Jiang let out a cold laugh. What if you had to climb while something was chasing you? Goodness, that's ruthless, Bai Li exclaimed, instinctively reaching for another steamed bun and taking a hefty bite. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment, asking, according to the instructor's habits, wouldn't there be punishments if one were caught? What sort of punishment? Running laps on the mountain? Not quite. Jiang revealed a mysterious smile. I can't divulge the specifics, but I can tell you it will be quite exhilarating. Bai Li nudatutfri, shamingli faja. Oh, as long as it's not physical punishment. However, I am curious about one thing. His gaze was filled with suspicion as he looked at the plate of pickled vegetables in front of Jiang. Sister Jiang, why do your pickles seem to multiply the more you eat? Though she had been consuming them, the few pieces had somehow transformed into a full plate. How could it go from a few to overflowing? Could these pickles be reproducing? Most importantly, he hadn't seen Jiang leave to fetch more. Jiang and the others were taken aback, glancing at her plate of pickles. A sudden realization struck Jiang. Her pupils widened in shock. Oh no. She had been so engrossed in their conversation that she accidentally created too many. Faced with the astonished, confused, and knowing gazes of her companions, she chuckled awkwardly. Extending the plate of pickles, would you like some? Once everyone finished their meal, they headed straight towards the back of the cafeteria, where several black buses stood quietly parked. A few instructors were stationed by the vehicles, and upon seeing them approach, gestured for them to board. Having been forewarned by Jiang about the upcoming events, the group asked no questions and boarded the buses in an orderly fashion. Regardless of the type of bus, once it sets in motion, an unmistakable aroma of gasoline and leather fills the air, making it nearly impossible for some to avoid feeling nauseous. Jiang had barely been seated for a minute before she began to fidget restlessly. Observing her discomfort, Molly, sitting beside her, inquired, "What's the matter?" Jiang's complexion turned pale as she managed to squeeze out 3 words through clenched teeth. "I feel nauseous." This had been her affliction since childhood. She would easily succumb to motion sickness on buses, while other vehicles posed no issue. She had hoped that the healing abilities granted by her powers would allow her to endure this trip, but alas, it was not to be. Before Molly could respond, Jiang decisively created a mental sanctuary in her seat and dove into it, feeling the urge to vomit intensify. "Hey, Jiang." Molly's alarmed voice drew the attention of those nearby. Fortunately, her voice was soft, and they were surrounded by Lin Qiye and his companions, which spared them from the instructor's notice. Lin Qiye glanced at Jiang's former seat and then turned to Molly, asking, "What is going on? Where is Yi Jiang?" Molly, equally bewildered, replied, "She seemed off earlier. When I asked her, she just said she felt nauseous, and then she vanished." "I heard that too," Shen Qingzhu said in a low voice. Seated directly behind Yi Jiang, despite the subdued conversation, he had clearly caught every word. "She didn't just disappear, did she?" Lin Qiye scratched his head, suggesting, "Let us not inform the instructors just yet. She might return on her own soon." "Disappear?" Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lin Qiye. "Do you know something?" Lin Qiye did not shy away from the inquiry and replied candidly, "Yes, but it's Yi Jiang's secret, and I cannot divulge it, not even if she has feelings for you." As the tension between the two escalated, Bai Li, chubby and eager to ease the atmosphere, interjected, "We're all friends here. Let us not argue. Perhaps Yi Jiang simply stepped off the bus to alleviate her discomfort. Let us not panic. But what if she encounters danger?" Molly's face was etched with anxiety and guilt. Yi Jiang had disappeared right before her eyes, and she felt a growing urgency to seek out the instructors. "I believe she is unlikely to encounter any danger." Lin Qiye coughed lightly, meeting the concerned gazes of his companions. "If it were for another reason, it would be understandable to worry, but her safety is truly not a concern." "What do you mean by that?" "It means that, even if the entire training camp were to band together, they would likely be unable to overpower Yi Jiang," Lin Qiye stated frankly. The more he studied the intricacies of her abilities and combat prowess, the clearer it became how formidable Yi Jiang was when she unleashed her power. She was, in every sense, a legendary hexagonal warrior. Not only could she wield spell-based attacks, but her physical prowess was equally impressive. Her defenses were formidable, and she even possessed healing abilities. Not to mention, her speed was remarkable. Even items capable of suppressing forbidden realms could not contain her. Thus, if anyone were to attempt to confront Yi Jiang, the likelihood of her being the one in peril was exceedingly slim. Shen Qingzhu spoke with a tone of discontent. "What absurdity are you uttering? Even if Yi Jiang's forbidden domain is formidable, all our domains have been suppressed. What combat prowess can a frail young girl possess? If you are unwilling to rescue her, then I shall seek the instructor." As he attempted to rise, he suddenly froze in place, his gaze fixed and unblinking. "Yi Jiang." The others were momentarily taken aback. Following his line of sight, to see Yi Jiang emerging from the spiritual realm, seemingly struggling to settle into her seat. However, the cramped bus seats were too narrow, and she found herself unable to twist her body into position. "Yi Jiang, you have returned." "Sister Jiang, what manner of appearance is this? Why is only half of your body visible?" After spending an eternity in the spiritual realm, Yi Jiang's complexion was pale, and due to the constricted seating, she could only protrude half of her form. This peculiar sight left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Had it not been broad daylight, they might have believed they were witnessing a ghost. Observing them merely conversing without offering assistance, coupled with Shen Qingzhu standing behind her, Yi Jiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Gritting her teeth, she enunciated each word with precision. "Could you, my friends, lend me a hand? Are you merely going to stand there and watch? This is unacceptable. All of you shall receive a poor rating." Chapter 33. The commencement of extreme training. As the story reached its climax, the group remained frozen in their seats. Not out of cruelty, but rather because Yi Jiang could not withstand the nausea from the motion sickness. After briefly informing Lin Qiye and the others, she retreated into her mental realm to purge her discomfort. Once her upper body vanished, the others exchanged glances, enveloped in a profound silence for an extended period. Eventually, Baili Pang broke the stillness, inquiring, "Qiye, what precisely is Jiang's forbidden domain?" As far as he knew, mycotherapy could not possibly create a space that allowed entry. Chao Yuan speculated, it could also be a forbidden object, considering that our own forbidden domains have been suppressed. Baili Pang scratched his head, puzzled, "But I've never heard of such a forbidden object. If there were one capable of creating space, wouldn't the Bai family be aware of it?" "It is not a forbidden object," Lin Qiye replied, furrowing his brow. "How do you know?" Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback by the question. He couldn't very well claim it was a mere intuition. "I believe that rather than indulging in wild speculation, It would be more prudent to ask Yi Jiang directly later. Indeed, they conceded. The bus continued its journey for approximately half an hour before finally coming to a halt. Through the windows, the group beheld the scenery outside. It was indeed Jinan Mountain, Lin Qiye mused quietly. When the doors opened, the recruits disembarked en masse. Shen Qingzhu glanced at Yi Jiang's seat and asked, "What about Yi Jiang?" Li Pangpang tentatively reached out to the space where Yi Jiang had previously peeked out. "There's nothing here." Lin Qiye suggested, "Let us disembark first. If necessary, we can inform Instructor Yuan." Given Instructor Yuan's regard for Yi Jiang, he likely would not pursue the matter of her absence too rigorously. As the group stepped off the bus, they were greeted by the familiar figure standing among them. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Jiang had dismounted at some point and was now standing with her hands in her pockets. Thanks to the healing from the forbidden domain, her complexion, though still somewhat unnaturally pale, had improved significantly compared to earlier. Jiang. Li Pangpang hurried towards her. "Are you all right?" Shen Qingzhu found himself standing beside Yi Jiang, his eyes brimming with concern. Upon seeing him, Yi Jiang recalled her earlier embarrassing predicament, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame, and had completely abandoned her pursuit of him. "Ahem. I'm fine," she replied. Shen Qingzhu produced a pack of gum from his pocket, apparently a gift from Yi Jiang. Yi Jiang hesitated momentarily before accepting a piece, only to return it to him, saying, "Thank you. Don't mention it." Soon after, the recruits gathered at the foot of the mountain. Instructor Hong, his demeanor stern, addressed them gravely. "Next, we shall embark on extreme training. Do you see that vast expanse of mountains behind you? Shortly, each of you will be assigned a 35-kilogram load. Your task is to traverse this mountain range before dawn tomorrow while carrying the weight. Furthermore, once your training commences, drones equipped with paintball guns will pursue you through the mountains. Should you be struck, it signifies your failure in this training, and the consequences of failure will be exceedingly harsh." Instructor Hong waved towards the bus behind him, and a swarm of drones emerged, performing a few graceful loops in the air as if showcasing their prowess. Additionally, there are a few rules I must emphasize. After listening to Instructor Hong's address, the recruits took turns stepping aside to don their burdens. Except for Chao Yuan, each was also issued a tactical knife. Understanding Chao Yuan's circumstances, the instructors had prepared for him a small spoon. Chao Yuan was taken aback, while Yi Jiang and others erupted in laughter. Ye Jiang, already aware of this unfolding scenario, collected his gear and brought his friends to witness the spectacle. "No, instructoran. Gao Juan, hotet." Hoping for at least a stick in place of the knife, Hanli comforted him with a pat on the shoulder, saying, "Make do with what you've got." He then turned to the boisterous Li Pangpang, adding, "And you relinquish your freedom space and any other prohibited items to me for safekeeping until training concludes." Li Pangpang shot a resentful glance at Yi Jiang before reluctantly emptying his pockets of various restricted items into Han Li's hands. Yi Jiang, with a nonchalant expression, replied, "You see, I have nothing to offer. I can't produce any prohibited items. Let us move on." As they traversed the wooded slopes of Jinan Mountain, the ground was littered with vines, dry branches, and tree roots, posing a risk of tripping at every turn. Each of them wore the friendship bracelets gifted by Yi Jiang, which remarkably accelerated their stamina recovery, allowing them to progress swiftly despite their burdens. However, their speed was no match for the drones, and soon the distinctive buzzing filled the air. "Wow, that was quick!" Li Pangpang exclaimed, sprinting away with a speed that belied his appearance, prompting Lin Qiye and the others to hasten their pace as well. The dense swarm of drones zipped overhead, sending the recruits into a frenzy, the cacophony sending shivers down their spines. Even Lin Qiye and his companions found themselves pursued by dozens of drones, which relentlessly fired paintballs at them. With 70 pounds of weight on their backs and navigating a treacherous, obstacle-laden path, this challenge was monumental for everyone. "Ugh, I can't run anymore," Li Pangpang gasped, realizing that no matter how effective Yi Jiang's bracelet was, it couldn't instantly transform him into a superhero. He contemplated giving up, reassured by Yi Jiang's earlier words that failure would not lead to severe penalties. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a loud thud resounded behind him. A recruit was struck by a paintball and instantly lost consciousness. Two instructors emerged from the bushes, grinning maliciously as they dragged the unconscious recruit away. What the heck? Isn't that a paintball gun? How can it knock someone out? Bang shouted in panic. Sister Jiang, didn't you say it would be fine even if we failed? What was that all about? This doesn't look like fine to me. As Yi Jiang ran, she replied, I never said failure is inconsequential. Rather, I indicated that the consequences of failure will be quite exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Bai Li and Chao Yuan exchanged incredulous glances, instinctively covering their lower bodies in disbelief. Could it be that failure would result in a loss of virtue? The disturbing expressions of the two instructors from earlier only heightened their fear, unleashing a surge of latent potential within them. With their burdens in tow, they found themselves sprinting ahead of the group. Yi Jiang mused to herself, another day of being a victim of the instructors' reputations. Typically, each recruit would be accompanied by only one drone, perhaps two at most. Yet, with 8 of them, a throng of drones followed closely behind, creating a cacophony of sound as they launched paint rounds upon the ground, reminiscent of the thunderous effects of a Gatling gun spitting blue flames. Just when the group was in disarray, a voice from the burdens they carried suddenly emanated from the instructors, startling everyone. What was this all about? Chapter 34. Truth or dare? The echoes of burdensome voices still resonated. You can hear it, right? Good. Then let's start with you. Your name is Zhang Yuan, correct? Share with us the most embarrassing thing you've done from childhood to now. Yi Jiang blinked, pondering. Shouldn't that be the story of classmate Wang Liang, who peeked at the neighbor's sister while she bathed? Why has the spotlight shifted? The voice of the new recruit, Zhang Yuan, emerged. When I was in elementary school, I listened to my classmates tell ghost stories, and after school, I was too afraid to go to the restroom alone, so I urinated beneath the window of the teacher's office. Anything else? Once, my hemorrhoids ruptured, and I thought my period had started. I even wrote a farewell letter. The instructors struggled to suppress their laughter, unable to contain themselves. Is there more? Zhang Yuan's voice, tinged with despair, continued. On graduation day from university, I went to a hotel with my partner, thinking I had brought protection, but instead, it was a pair of disposable gloves. The instructors burst into uncontrollable laughter, and Zhang Yuan, bound tightly to the chair, resembled a fish out of water, devoid of hope. Only when the instructor removed the silver ring from his hand did he gaze blankly, his lips trembling as he murmured, "What a beast!" Within Jinan Mountain, the new recruits were laughing hysterically, unable to rein in their amusement. Bai Li, the plump one, clutched his belly, running and chuckling, until a gust of wind caught him off guard, leading to a fit of coughing. Lin Qiye remarked softly, "Bye-bye, is it amusing? It's absolutely hilarious. Disposable gloves." "Ha ha," he replied, but then a sudden realization struck him. "Wait, when you get caught, it will be others laughing at you." "Ha ha, oh no." Bai Li's smile vanished, leaving his face pale. "Sister Jiang, is this the kind of thrilling punishment you mentioned?" Yi Jiang nodded with conviction. "Indeed. Weren't you all quite delighted while laughing just now?" The group responded with incredulity. "Is this the kind of delight we sought?" Lin Qiye couldn't help but critique. "They've even brought out something that compels people to speak the truth. These instructors certainly have dark hearts. Indeed, this is nothing short of a public humiliation." Chao Yuan lamented for the new recruit from earlier. Shenxing Zhu glanced back at the relentless drones pursuing them and spoke gravely. "There are too many drones chasing us. At this rate, we will surely be wiped out. We must split up." Lin Qiye concurred. "All right, see you at the finish line." To the finish line. With that, Shenxing Zhu led Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang in a different direction, while Bai Li and Chao Yuan chose their own path. Molly decided to go solo, naturally pairing Lin Qiye and Yi Jiang together. After they separated, only 2 or 3 drones remained in pursuit, and the pressure immediately lessened. The recent barrage of firepower was nothing short of horrifying, causing everyone to scatter in panic. Now, however, the situation felt markedly less dire. As Lin Qiye deftly used his small knife to carve branches, he even found the presence of mind to inquire, "Yi Jiang, what exactly is your forbidden domain?" Naturally, He was cautious of the instructors, lowering his voice to avoid being overheard. Without turning her head, Jiang replied, "Which one are you asking about?" Lin Qiye responded, "All right, I understand." The two swiftly wielded their knives to clear obstacles from their path. Lin Qiye surveyed their surroundings and suddenly remarked, "Do you not find this place a bit peculiar?" Jiang was well aware, but chose to respond, "What seems strange? We've been running for so long, yet the sun hasn't moved at all. Moreover, the mountain path I see keeps changing, giving me the sensation that we are merely going in circles. Can you find a correct path?" Lin Qiye paused for a moment, realizing that Jiang was indeed aware of the situation. But he also understood her reluctance to voice it. He could not rely solely on her. He needed to strive for strength himself. Listening to the whispered secrets of the newly captured recruits behind him, Lin Qiye declared firmly, "I can." Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the burdened group. "You're Li Liang, right?" "Yes. Do you have someone you like?" "I like my brother Shun, Jiang, Ding Wei, my brother, and Aunt Shun from the breakfast shop." Stop. You mean you like brother Shun Qingzhu, right?" "Yes. Do you know who Shun Qingzhu likes?" The response came hesitantly, as if struggling to articulate the truth. "Ye Viang." Yuan Gang, who was sitting nearby sipping tea and enjoying the spectacle, spat out his drink, drawing a puzzled gaze from the instructor who was questioning. While coughing, Yuan Gang gestured for the questioning to continue. "How do you know that Shun Qingzhu likes Jiang?" Li Liang, with a mournful expression, uncontrollably replied, "Brother Shun always stares at Jiang when he is lost in thought. Back at the dorm, he gazes at the bracelet and gum that Jiang gave him. When he is with Jiang, he can't even speak. His ears turn so red that we can hardly bear to look." Hearing Li Liang's revelations, Shun Qingzhu felt his secret affection for Jiang laid bare, frozen in place. After a long pause, he gazed at the towering trees and dense thickets around him, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps I should just live here. Why was it that others were captured, yet he was the one facing the social death?" Meanwhile, Jiang, upon hearing Li Liang's words, couldn't suppress a smile. Lin Qiye shot her an exasperated glance and said, "Go ahead and laugh. Don't hold it in." He never anticipated that the arrogant and aloof Shun Qingzhu truly harbored feelings for Jiang. What a disaster. His prize pig had been uprooted by the cabbage. How could he possibly explain this to Team 136? Jiang smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, though her lips quipped, "Oh, it's nothing much, really. I anticipated this all along. After all, how could a girl as perfect as I am possibly fail to attract any admirers?" Lin Qiye cast her a deadpan gaze, retorting, "Are you aware that there's one aspect in which you are particularly flawed?" "What is it?" she inquired. "Your thick skin." Jiang raised her fist in mock indignation, exclaiming, "Little Qiye, it seems I owe you a righteous punch." The two playfully bickered while swiftly racing toward the right path, as if the drones trailing behind them were non-existent. At the foot of the mountain, Yuan Gang observed the handsome youth before him, bound and helpless, with a bemused expression, and slowly asked, "You are Shun Qingzhu?" "Indeed," came a reply. "I hear you have a fondness for Jiang?" "Yes." "Pray tell, what is it about Jiang that you admire?" Shun Qingzhu's eyes reflected a vacancy, his expression numb. "She is beautiful, charming, kind-hearted, has a melodious voice, is gentle, sincere, intelligent, and perceptive. Like a fairy." Yuan Gang stifled a chuckle and continued, "If Jiang possesses all these virtues, why do you not pursue her? Are you afraid? I do not feel worthy of her at this moment." Listening to Shun Qingzhu's heartfelt words, Jiang felt as though her heart had been filled with a ton of honey, sweet enough to overflow, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Was it truly the case that she held such a place in his heart? She turned to Lin Qiye, who was still mechanically hacking through obstacles, and softly called out, "Little Qiye." Lin Qiye shivered, eyeing her warily. "I know you are thrilled and delighted right now, but please speak plainly without all this nonsense." Chapter 35. Conditions and Kisses. Jiang's gaze was filled with affection, akin to that of a guardian observing a mischievous younger relative. She spoke gently, "Sister is going to discuss some matters with your brother-in-law. I shall return shortly. You should run ahead, but do not let yourself be caught." "Is this really my brother-in-law?" Lin Qiye replied with evident disdain, waving his hands dismissively. Just go. You are merely a burden here." Since their ascent to the mountain, Yi Jiang had only been running, never once engaging in combat. She had not even touched the tactical knife issued by the instructor, claiming it's just a small hill. I could reach the summit with a few flashes. Why exert myself? Now, while she was absent, the 4 drones trailing behind her would assist him considerably. Yi Jiang conjured a game coin from thin air and tossed it to him, saying, "This is a spatial anchor point. Keep it with you. I will teleport to you shortly." With that, she vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Qiye rolling his eyes in exasperation. The instructor behind the drones exclaimed, "What just zipped past?" Instructor Hong stared in astonishment at the footage relayed by the drones. How had Yi Jiang disappeared so quickly? 2 of the drones dutifully continued firing paintballs, while the other 2 flitted about aimlessly like disoriented flies. What the hell? Where did she go? Instructor Hong could not contain his frustration. Hearing the commotion, Gang approached and inquired, "What is happening?" Instructor Hong, his expression grave, responded, "Yi Jiang seems to have vanished. The drones can't locate her." What? Gang's first reaction, after reviewing the drone surveillance footage, was to find Shen Qingzhu, who had just been released. Go check if Shen Qingzhu is still in the vehicle. Soon, a panicked instructor rushed back, exclaiming, "Sir, Shen Qingzhu is also missing." Gang let out a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He waved his hand, saying, "All right, keep a close watch on Lin Qiye's movements. Yi Jiang will likely seek him out soon." Beside him, Instructor Hong was filled with curiosity over Gang's series of actions, but restrained himself from voicing his questions. The favoritism and attention Gang showed towards Yi Jiang had not gone unnoticed by the other instructors, who, in hushed tones, speculated whether she might be the beloved daughter of Commander Yi Fan, given the similarity in their names. However, it was evident that Yi Jiang harbored secrets yet to be uncovered. 2 minutes earlier, on the bus, in the last row sat a solitary figure, gazing melancholically out the window at the passing scenery. Liang, with a look of regret, ventured, "Shun, brother Shun." Without turning, Shen Qingzhu coldly retorted, "Get lost." Liang sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. It was true that he had succumbed to the effects of the truth ring. But those instructors were particularly cruel to subject the new recruits to such trials, leading him to inadvertently reveal Brother Shen's secret. At last, it seems that Brother Shen will likely ignore me for several days. However, thinking positively, if Yi Jiang were to hear Brother Shen's heartfelt confession and decide to be with him, perhaps he would indeed achieve something remarkable. Liang was lost in thought, unaware that Shen Qingzhu's mind was in turmoil as well. He was not particularly angry with Liang. After all, even he could not resist the allure of the truth ring. What he felt more was regret and frustration over his own weakness, unable to withstand a mere forbidden object. And he was also uncertain about how to face the impending awkwardness with Yi Jiang. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past him, accompanied by an incredibly familiar fragrance. Was it the scent of Yi Jiang's shampoo? Just as he was taken aback and turned his head, a hand seized his arm, and he vanished from his seat without a trace. Liang, who had been glancing back at Shen Qingzhu intermittently, found that Brother Shen had inexplicably disappeared. His pupils dilated in shock, and just as he was about to call out, an instructor boarded the bus, calling out, "Is Shen Qingzhu here?" Trembling, Liang raised his hand, exclaiming, "Brother Shen, he has vanished in a thin air." Within the realm of consciousness, Yi Jiang and Shen Qingzhu stood facing each other. "Yi Jiang, how come?" Shen Qingzhu was startled by the sudden turn of events, nearly instinctively preparing to retaliate. Yi Jiang looked at him with a beaming smile, her lips parting slightly. "Shen Qingzhu, I have heard that you like me." This direct approach caught Shen Qingzhu off guard, gazing at the enchanting girl before him. His mind went blank, and his heart felt as though it was clutched tightly by an invisible hand, causing him to swallow hard. After a moment's pause, he gritted his teeth and admitted, "Yes, I like you." But before he could finish his sentence, a finger as delicate as a jade onion pressed against his lips. Yi Jiang pouted in displeasure. "All right, that's enough. No need to say more. I probably wouldn't want to hear the rest anyway." In that moment, Shen Qingzhu realized that perhaps Yi Jiang had a slight fondness for him as well. A flicker of hope ignited within him. He reached out to grasp her hand that was covering his lips, holding it tightly as if it were the most precious treasure in his life, unwilling to let go for even a moment. I do like you, but right now, I have nothing to offer. I intended to wait until I had something to express my feelings properly. I fear that the current me cannot provide you with what you desire. His voice was no longer calm as before. It trembled slightly, conveying his anxiety and insecurity. Yet, the seriousness and sincerity in his gaze towards Jiang were unmistakable. Jiang had always thought that among Shun Qingzhu's features, his eyes were the most captivating. Typically aloof and proud, his emotions were concealed within those eyes. At this moment, as he focused on her, his gaze sparkled like scattered diamonds. It was evident that his words did not resonate with her desires. What do you think I want? Jiang's tone was laced with indignation. Do you truly believe that my pursuit of a boyfriend is solely based on external attributes? Shun Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, stammering in his explanation. No, I meant to say that at this moment, I am unable to even buy you a gift that you would cherish. I merely feel that what other girls possess, you should equally be able to claim. Furthermore, his Adam's apple bobbed nervously, his ears flushed with warmth, and I inquired with by Li Pangpang about your birthday. You are still not of legal age. Early romantic involvement is inadvisable. As he uttered the last 4 words, his voice dwindled to a near whisper. Jiang's pupils dilated in disbelief. Early romance? Shun Qingzhu nodded solemnly. Yes, your birthday is in December. You have over 2 months left until you come of age. Jiang was momentarily speechless. Her meticulous calculations had not anticipated that she was still a minor, let alone that Shun Qingzhu would adhere so rigidly to his principles. So, are you implying that we must wait until I am of age to be together? I think. Shun Qingzhu's expression wavered, and it was evident he was still wrestling with the notion of gifts that others' girlfriends possessed. Jiang bit her silver teeth, her heart ignited with determination. Suddenly, she rose to her toes, her hands coiling around Shun Qingzhu's neck like a serpent, pulling him forcefully towards her. She elevated herself, her ruby lips parting slightly, and without a second thought, she kissed him fervently. Shun Qingzhu's eyes widened in shock, his body stiffening, his mind a blank slate. Yet, Jiang was undeterred. Her kiss bore a hint of fury, mingled with an indescribable yearning, her lips warm and supple against his. Initially taken aback, Shun Qingzhu soon succumbed to instinct. Wrapping his arms around Jiang's waist, drawing her tightly into his embrace, deepening the kiss. Their breaths quickened, and the air around them seemed to ignite. In that moment, the world appeared to dissolve until only they remained. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Jiang's cheeks were flushed, yet her gaze remained defiantly locked onto Shun Qingzhu. Her chest heaved with intensity, breath coming in disarray. Shun Qingzhu was equally breathless, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, shock, surprise, and an undeniable desire. Jiang. His voice was low and husky, imbued with joy and a touch of embarrassment. Jiang slightly tilted her head, a triumphant smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Now, do you still claim we must wait until I am of age? Shun Qingzhu gazed at her, his eyes growing deeper, and once again, he enveloped Jiang in his arms, holding her as though he wished to meld her into his very being. Chapter 36. Midnight conversations in the pitch-black forest. 2 figures darted through the shadows like wraiths, their speed reaching its zenith. Behind them, the number of drones had increased, now pursuing them with relentless fervor, 8 drones in total, unleashing a deluge of paintball fire that fell like a torrential downpour. Remarkably, neither of the 2 was touched by even a single splatter. From the looks of you, it seems you haven't quite struck a deal with my brother-in-law. Lin Qiye's teasing voice floated in from the left. Witnessing Jiang in such a flustered state was a rare delight. He couldn't help but feel invigorated, his fatigue dissipating in an instant. Jiang's expression stiffened as she kicked aside a stone that obstructed her path, her tone laced with irritation. Are you itching for trouble? Lin Qiye couldn't suppress a laugh, but upon catching the increasingly dangerous glint in Jiang's eyes, he quickly cleared his throat and conceded. All right, I won't tease you anymore. We're almost at the summit. They had been racing through the woods for an entire afternoon, and the burdens on their backs had yet to elicit any commands from their instructor. To be frank, this situation tested not only their physical endurance, but also their mental fortitude. On the surface, Jiang appeared calm, yet her mind was inundated with countless terrifying images from the horror films she had previously watched: rural teachers, bizarre creatures crawling from wells, and chainsaw-wielding lunatics, interspersed with peculiar figures bouncing about. The atmosphere was thick with dread, yet her ability to maintain composure and engage in banter with Lin Qiye showcased her formidable psychological resilience. Downhill, a group of instructors gazed in astonishment at the footage of the two sprinting and leaping. Are Lin Qiye and Jiang really this physically capable? One mused. I recall Jiang awakened with a focus on medical abilities, yet her strength seems astonishing. She could potentially serve as a formidable asset in combat. Have you noticed? They have been moving in a straight line, as if heading directly for the finish, another instructor remarked. Is that true? We've been altering paths using forbidden objects, yet they remain utterly unaffected. At this pace, they might reach the finish line quite soon, perhaps in another 2 hours, Instructor Hong observed, his gaze fixed on the two figures. Let us tidy up here and wait for them at the finish. Meanwhile, the drones that had been relentlessly firing suddenly ceased their assault, retreating without further ado. Lin Qiye glanced back. Have the drones run out of power? Seems likely, Jiang replied. We must be close to the finish. In silence, they completed the remaining distance. As the 10th hour of the new recruit's entry into Jian Mountain approached, Lin Qiye and Jiang were greeted by the blinding glare of headlights ahead. It was the car lights. All the instructors stood at the finish line, silently observing. Moments later, two figures, muddy and somewhat disheveled, emerged from the thicket, one trailing behind the other. Their military uniforms bore varying degrees of damage, yet their spirits were undeniably high. I was just pretending, Jiang declared. Beneath the glow of the lights, the two approached the instructors, saluting with impeccable precision. Faced with the astonished and admiring gazes of the crowd, Jiang smiled and inquired, May I ask, instructor, have we accomplished the task? Instructor Hong, with a complex expression, paused for a moment before gently patting Lin Qiye and Jiang on their shoulders. You have not only completed the task, but have also made history. After a grueling 10-hour dash, without any supplies, burdened with weight, and under pursuit, they had successfully traversed the entirety of Jian Mountain. This was no mere completion of task. It was the creation of an astonishing miracle. Lin Qiye exhaled a sigh of relief. Even though the vitality crystal on his wrist continuously restored his stamina and repaired his damaged muscles, the relentless sprinting for such an extended duration had pushed him beyond his limits. As he suddenly relaxed, his previously taut legs buckled, and Jiang swiftly supported him, administering some treatment to ease his discomfort. Instructor Hong handed them both bottles of water, exclaiming, You are exceptional. Among all the training camps over the years, you are the first recruits to truly succeed in crossing Jian Mountain. Lin Qiye gulped down a large mouthful of water and, intrigued, asked, Has no one managed that before? None. Instructor Hong shook his head, which is why you have made history. Now, let us return. It is quite late. That night, the new recruits soaked in medicinal baths in their dormitory. Jiang lay in the tub, drowsy, while Li, seated in her own tub, was wide awake. After much contemplation, she decided to discuss the events of the day with Jiang. Jiang, are you asleep? She asked softly. Jiang, eyes closed, replied, No. What's up? Nothing much. I just want to talk about Shun Qingzhu, Li said. Talk about Shun Qingzhu? Jiang instantly became alert. Her mind flooded with dramatic scenarios reminiscent of countless melodramatic novels. However, Li simply inquired, What do you think about Shun Qingzhu confessing to you today? What did she think? Jiang felt a surge of anger recalling the afternoon's events. With a cold laugh, she retorted, What does it matter what I think? She doesn't listen at all. Her voice brimmed with indignation as she recounted Shun Qingzhu's words to Li, ultimately expressing her frustration. I've never encountered someone so principled. Li chuckled softly, surprised that Shun Qingzhu, who appeared to be a flamboyant playboy, harbored such innocence. But isn't that precisely an indication of her genuine affection for you? Yi Jiang sighed. I understand, but I don't want to waste time. If we like each other, why wait? So many people linger in anticipation, only to miss their chance in the end. Isn't it better to be together if there's mutual affection, and to part ways if there isn't? She comprehended Shen Qingzhu's perspective, but recognized that as night watchmen, they could be assigned to different cities or face unforeseen circumstances at any moment. Long-distance relationships could erode feelings, and by the time one realized the gravity of the situation, it might be too late. Why not act sooner? Of course, she is aware of Shen Qingzhu's fate, and with her own system at her disposal, she is unlikely to encounter any mishaps. However, every situation harbors its unforeseen circumstances, and she simply wishes to avoid lingering regrets. Moreover, she has already stamped her approval on Shen Qingzhu's path, yet she cannot fathom why he remains so resolutely steadfast. Nevertheless, Shen Qingzhu is determined to wait, at least until she comes of age, which infuriates her to the point of biting him several times. Under the moonlight, Yi Jiang and Molly can only sigh in resignation. Chapter 37. Your sister Hemera in the training camp. Yi Jiang had set up an incredibly comfortable lounge chair on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory, reclining in a rather unrefined manner as she savored the gentle night breeze. It was the heart of autumn. While the days still clung to a semblance of warmth, the nights were refreshingly cool and pleasant. After each training session, Yi Jiang loved to retreat to this secluded corner of the rooftop where surveillance cameras could not reach, nestling into the chair while idly fiddling with some beads to pass the time. With the delivery date fast approaching, she had been contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to call Yi Fan and inquire about the soul-recalling talisman. It had been some time since the system had failed to indicate that the regrets of the medium team had been resolved. Could it be that something had gone awry on Yi Fan's end? Just as she became lost in thought, the door to the boys' dormitory rooftop suddenly creaked open. Yi Jiang blinked and hastily withdrew her senses, only to discover Lin Qiye standing there, motionless and seemingly deep in meditation. What brought him to the rooftop at this hour? Yi Jiang scratched her head and suddenly recalled that it was around this time that the healing rate of the night goddess Nyx had reached 50%. The next moment, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in an exquisite black veil gown appeared like an apparition behind Lin Qiye, locking eyes with Yi Jiang, who was concealed in the shadows. Panic surged through Yi Jiang, and she quickly retracted her senses, shrinking back into the chair like a startled kitten, scarcely daring to breathe. She swallowed hard, her heart racing. Was that truly Nyx, one of the 5 renowned primordial deities of Greek mythology? Her beauty was breathtaking, her formidable presence impossible to ignore, emanating an awe-inspiring maternal authority that filled Yi Jiang with an inexplicable sense of nervousness and sorrow. Feeling somewhat foolish, she chastised herself for being anxious over someone she was not even related to. Danaus, Nyx inquired, her expression tinged with confusion. Why hasn't your sister come to see me? Sister? Lin Qiye was taken aback, following Nyx's gaze towards the hiding place of Yi Jiang. Mother, are you saying my sister is here too? Nyx's expression shifted, darkening with irritation as she remarked, Naughty child, hiding from me. No sooner had she spoken than her figure flickered like a wraith, instantly appearing on the girls' dormitory rooftop, with Lin Qiye hastily employing the powers of Starry Night Dancer to follow suit. Upon seeing the unmistakably out-of-place lounge chair and a pile of snacks, Lin Qiye deduced that the person attempting to evade discovery beneath the blanket was none other than Yi Jiang. With a gentle motion, Nyx lifted the blanket concealing Yi Jiang's head. Her tone, though calm, carried an irresistible authority as she said, Hemera, do you not wish to see your mother? A jolt of fear coursed through Yi Jiang, her mind going blank. She had been discovered, having taken the divine essence of another's child, only to be caught red-handed by the child's mother. What shall one do? I await your guidance, as time is of the essence. As the adage goes, when faced with an insurmountable dilemma, one might as well refrain from resolution. Yi Jiang mustered a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, hastily pushing the snacks from the small table towards Nyx, her voice quivering as she proposed, Mother, perhaps you might sit down and indulge in a morsel? Indeed, Nyx's current expression, devoid of emotion, instilled in Jiang a sense of foreboding. It felt as though disobedience would result in a severe reprimand. Lin Qiye stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief as he pointed at Jiang, exclaiming, "Mother, are you referring to Jiang? She is the day goddess, Hemera." With gentle affection, Nix embraced the obedient Jiang, who had eagerly opened her arms for a hug, and a look of contentment graced her features. Indeed, after spending so much time with your sister, how could you not recognize her? Lin Qiye, utterly perplexed, gazed at Jiang with an expression that seemed to implore, "Could someone please elucidate this situation for me?" Jiang, adorned with a smile intended to placate, gestured for him to listen as she attempted to clarify. Nix's formidable divine presence had drawn the attention of many. To conceal their identities, Jiang swiftly summoned them into her mental realm, conjuring an enormous, soft, and comfortable lounge chair, accompanied by a table brimming with various snacks. Seated closely beside Jiang on the plush sofa, Nix surveyed her surroundings with curiosity and exclaimed, "Hemera, you have chosen to establish your divine realm within that of Darnidus?" Handing Nix and Lin Qiye each a cup of milk tea, Jiang nodded affirmatively, "Yes. My power is still quite feeble. For now, I can only reside within his divine realm." Nix's gaze was filled with maternal love and concern as she held Jiang tightly, gently reaching out to caress Lin Qiye's head. "Do not fret, my child. Now that you have reawakened the essence of daylight, I'm certain you will soon regain your formidable strength. Moreover, the bond you share as siblings brings me great comfort." While Nix and Jiang exchanged intimate words, Lin Qiye, though brimming with questions, chose to remain silent, recognizing that in this brief moment, Nix's healing progress had astonishingly reached 60%. At this rate, he would soon be able to harness new abilities. "Mother, do try this. It is taro bubble tea, and the flavor is exquisite. This one is delightful as well. If you enjoy it, please indulge further, and on our return, we can bring some to share with friends." Little Qiye, do not dawdle. Partake as if it were a late-night snack. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, both Lin Qiye and Jiang eventually acknowledged that it was time to rest, and Nix, too, realized it was necessary for her to return to the hospital. She grasped Jiang's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with reluctance, softly advising, "Hiem-ola, do take good care of yourself. If anyone dares to bully you, let Danaeus come to me. I shall advocate for you, my dear." "I understand, mother." Jiang nestled in Nix's embrace, her heart heavy with longing, reluctant to part. The genuine maternal love bestowed upon her by this goddess enveloped her in warmth and happiness, filling her heart with joy. Just before Nix was about to depart, Jiang suddenly spoke with unwavering resolve. "Mother, do not fret about vengeance. Once I ascend to the highest realm, I will join you in confronting Olympus." This was not merely for the unfolding narrative, but also for Nix, the goddess who truly cared for her. She was determined to journey to Olympus and seek justice on their behalf. Nix's eyes shimmered with emotion as she tenderly caressed Jiang's head, saying, "Very well, my dear. I shall await your return." Chapter 38. Confession. As Nix's figure faded away, Lin Qiye and Jiang exchanged glances, the atmosphere descending into an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Lin Qiye spoke softly, "Comrade Hemera, please enlighten me." Jiang replied, "Tonight's discourse is quite sophisticated. Which aspect would you prefer to explore first?" Contemplating for a moment, Lin Qiye inquired, "What is the divine realm? Why did Nix assert that you reside within my divine realm?" "The divine realm signifies the dominion held by various deities. Yet, I am not a deity. How could I possess a divine realm?" Lin Qiye was engulfed in confusion, struggling to comprehend why Nix would articulate such a notion. Jiang fell silent, weighing whether to divulge the entire truth. Lin Qiye's dark eyes were fixed intently upon her. "Are you uncertain as well?" "Not quite." Jiang scratched her head. "I am contemplating how to convey this to you in a manner you can readily accept." An ominous feeling washed over Lin Qiye. "Just speak plainly. There's no need to concern yourself with my reactions." With a grave expression, Jiang stated, "I can share this with you, but you must promise me not to rush to conclusions and to maintain your composure. Can you manage that?" "Yes. In truth, The entirety of Sangnan City was obliterated 9 years ago. That is, it ceased to exist. You utilized the mortal realm of the divine to revive everyone. Yi Jiang's voice was soft, yet each word struck Lin Qiye's heart like a hammer. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Obliterated? Are you jesting? That was a city, not merely a handful of individuals. How could this be possible?" Compassion and reluctance filled Yi Jiang's gaze as she slowly articulated, "It is indeed true. 9 years ago, Sangnan City was conceptually eradicated by an outer deity through a forbidden artifact, and at that time, you bore the power of the Archangel Michael, employing the divine might of the mortal realm to resurrect the city, sustaining it for 9 years. 9 years ago, Lin Qiye murmured, "Was that when my eyes were scorched by Michael's power? Ye viang nodded, City. You could not withstand Michael's power, which is why you lost your sight." Lin Qiye inhaled deeply, and one of my aunt and a Jean. Your aunt also vanished at that time, as did Captain Chen Mai, who happened to be on a mission in Sangnan and subsequently remained there. You may not have noticed, but you have never left Sangnan City throughout your life because if you were to depart, the miracle would dissipate. However, even if you remain in Sangnan, the immortal realm can only endure for 1 more year. It is likely that next year, Sangnan City will vanish once again. At that moment, Lin Qiye felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, his mind blank. Would his aunt and a Jean also cease to exist? Yi Jiang appeared relatively unfazed, even taking a moment to sip her milk tea. However, do not fret. Within the forbidden realm of the goddess of daylight lies a power known as the purifying light field, capable of cleansing all negative states. I had originally intended to return during the holiday to see if I could rescue Aunt and Captain Shunmai. Lin Qiye's eyes suddenly sparkled with an alarming brightness, staring blankly at Yi Jiang. The overwhelming emotions of joy and sorrow made him feel as though a lump had lodged itself in his chest, making it impossible to swallow or expel, a torment beyond measure. After a moment, he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ye viang shuruk nonchalantly, her demeanor exuding confidence. "I already told you to remain calm. It was your own impatience that led you to ignore my words." Lin Qiye helplessly closed his eyes, exhaling deeply before inquiring once more. "Why not return and save them now? I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. Even if we cannot purify the effects of Shiva's grievance, I have a secondary plan." Yi Jiang playfully wiggled 2 fingers in front of Lin Qiye. "When Sangnan disappears, we will preserve Aunt and the other souls, and I will create a body for Aunt. At that point, we can directly merge." Lin Qiye's face was filled with skepticism. "Is that reliable?" Yi Jiang scoffed lightly. "Are you questioning the most dependable sister in this world, Dana Dus?" At the mention of this, Lin Qiye recalled previous events. "Are you truly the goddess of daylight, Hemera? Well, I may not fully embody that title just yet, but in the future, you might indeed address me as the goddess of daylight, Yi Jiang." Lin Qiye responded, "I see, so it's all a fade then. So the abilities you previously wielded were merely from the goddess of daylight's realm?" About that. She had indeed never utilized the powers of the essence of daylight. Yi Jiang nervously touched her nose, and Lin Qiye instantly understood. "All right, I comprehend. We must take our leave. Yuan Gang has been waiting outside for quite some time." Yi Jiang had sensed Yuan Gang's presence outside earlier, but she first attended to Nike's and then engaged in conversation with Lin Qiye, allowing him to wait outside for a moment. Lin Qiye was taken aback. "Instructor Yuan? What is he waiting for us for? Nike's aura is exceedingly powerful, so he must have sensed it and come to investigate. Just tell him that Nike's is looking for you to be his agent." Yi Jiang appeared particularly at ease. Lin Qiye gave her a sidelong glance. "Why not say he is looking for you? This individual always made him bear the brunt of things." Yi Jiang shook her finger while clicking her tongue. "Your vision is too narrow, little Qiye. Just now, Nike's instructed you to take good care of me. Are you ignoring your sister's words now? Be careful, or I might just tell on you next time in front of her." Lin Qiye. On the rooftop, Yuan Gang sat solemnly on Yi Jiang's recliner, gripping the stellar blade, patiently awaiting their return. Suddenly, a head appeared before Yuan Gang without warning. Startled, he reacted faster than his mind could process, drawing his blade in a swift motion, only to trigger the protective barrier surrounding Jiang, which firmly halted his attack. Jiang widened her eyes, gazing incredulously at the blade that loomed so close before her. She exclaimed, "Instructor Yuan, how could you possibly strike me? Jiang, why do you only have a head remaining?" Gang hastily lowered the knife, feigning that nothing had transpired. Jiang rolled her eyes in response, saying, "I am perfectly fine. It is you who have taken my place. I merely extended my head to caution you, lest I inadvertently step on you." Chapter 39, The Early New Year's Money Ahem. Gang awkwardly stood up, making way as Jiang and Lin Qiye emerged from the realm of consciousness in succession. Jiang feigned ignorance, her face brimming with curiosity as she inquired, "Instructor Yuan, what are you doing here?" Gang shot her a fierce glare. "Stop pretending. Was that unfamiliar divine aura just now conjured by you? How can you accuse me unjustly?" Jiang pouted, her lively eyes subtly urging him to glance at Lin Qiye beside her. Gang, filled with confusion, turned his gaze towards Lin Qiye. "Did you cause that?" Lin Qiye reluctantly admitted, "Yes, it was me. That aura was certainly not that of the Archangel Michael. You can't possibly tell me you're a dual divine agent as well?" Gang's disbelief was palpable. Lin Qiye chuckled awkwardly. "Instructor Yuan, is it so implausible that I might indeed be a dual divine agent?" Gang's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment as he scanned the two individuals before him. "Is that true? Which deity?" "The goddess of night." "Nix," Lin Qiye replied. "The goddess of night," Gang exclaimed involuntarily, for she was one of the primordial deities of Greek mythology. "But you are already the agent of the Archangel Michael, aren't you?" "I'm straddling two boats," Lin Qiye responded. "Yuangong." Jiang could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Gang furrowed his brows at the two seemingly untrustworthy individuals. "Are you using this lad as a shield to deceive me, Jiang?" "Instructor Yuan, how could you think so poorly of us? Do we seem like the type to lie?" Lin Qiye inwardly scoffed. "If you were incapable of lying, there would be no such thing as a con artist in this world." Upon hearing her retort, Gang fell silent for a moment before shifting the topic. "What task did the goddess of night assign you as her agent?" Generally, deities bestow specific tasks upon their chosen agents. Curiously, when Lin Qiye became Michael's agent, no requirements were given, and he had inadvertently blinded him with a mere glance for 10 years. Surely Nix would not be so unreasonable as well? Scratching his head, Lin Qiye replied, "She asked me to help her find a bracelet." Gang nodded thoughtfully. "A retrieval task? That's manageable." After a pause, he inquired with curiosity, "But how is it that Jiang is with you if Nix is selecting an agent?" Jiang, with an air of righteous indignation, responded, "Instructor Yuan, you clearly misunderstand. Just as one compares goods before making a purchase, shouldn't T1 also carefully select an agent to ensure they are suitable and agreeable?" "Oh, is that so?" Gang appeared somewhat perplexed. After all, he was not a divine agent and was somewhat unfamiliar with such matters. "Well then, it's quite late. You two should return and rest, as training awaits you tomorrow." All right. Jiang made an okay gesture, swiftly retrieving the lazy sofa and snacks from the rooftop into her system space before bouncing downstairs. Gang turned to Lin Qiye. "Why are you still here?" Lin Qiye was in a state of inner turmoil. It seemed rather inappropriate to exit the girls' dormitory in broad daylight, and scaling the wall in front of the instructor appeared equally unseemly. Yet, with Instructor Yuan's urging, he decided to opt for a more convenient method. Lin Qiye murmured, "I shall take my leave now." With that, he nimbly leaped from the rooftop of the girls' dormitory to that of the boys, swiftly disappearing from Gang's line of sight. Gang approached the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the nearly 5-meter gap between the two dormitories, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. What a clever lad. It seems that in future training sessions, dormitories must be spaced at least 20 meters apart. Time flew, and a month had passed since the beginning of the 5-month training period. The new recruits had undergone a remarkable transformation in their spirit and combat readiness. However, the instructor's rigorous training remained unchanged. In the mess hall, the delightful aroma of food wafted continuously, tantalizing the recruits' senses. Bai Li, rotund and jovial, clutched a large meat bun, his mouth glistening with grease. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he inquired, with the new year approaching, "Do you think we will have time off?" Lin Qiye was taken aback. The days in the training camp had flown by so swiftly that he had not realized the new year was upon them. Jiang and Shun Qingzhu, seated together, were savoring a lovingly prepared soft-boiled egg that Shun Qingzhu had peeled by hand. Upon hearing the question, they replied, "Yes, we will." Bai Li's eyes sparkled with mischief as he pressed on, "Sister Jiang, do you have insider information?" "Well, it might not exactly be insider information. Rather, it's external news," Yi Jiang replied. Lin Qiye frowned. "You possess external news?" Chao Yuan interjected with exasperation. "Is this really the time to be debating internal versus external matters?" "Exactly. Accurate information is good news." Bai Li quickly chimed in to agree. Lin Qiye remained silent. Yi Jiang beckoned them closer, and Bai Li and the others instantly understood, quickly gathering around her. "I have heard that an evil organization intends to make a move against the training camp. An instructor Yuan plans to disperse us to ensure the recruit's safety." Evil organization? Could be the ancient god society? Lin Qiye suddenly recalled what Zhao Kongqing had said before he joined Squad 136. The ancient god society was indeed the largest malevolent organization within the Great Xia. Yi Jiang nodded, a smile playing on her lips. "Yes, Bai Li should be quite familiar with them." "Bai Li, wait, this missing. They often attempted to assassinate me back in Guangshan. I hear my bounty is several 100 million Great Xia coins." "Several 100 million. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Among the group, aside from Bai Li, the others were financially struggling, and upon hearing such a staggering bounty, they looked at him with eyes gleaming with avarice. Yi Jiang cleared her throat, signaling for everyone's attention. In her hand, a soft glow flickered as several radiant gold ingots appeared on the table. "Bai Li, astunisha, exclaimat. Sister Jiang, why do you keep so many gold ingots in your space?" Yi Jiang distributed a gold ingot to each person, smiling as she said, "This is your early New Year's money, since we want to be able to return home, and we'll have to spend the New Year in Songnan. Selling this ingot will ensure a pleasant celebration." She then turned to the plump one. "Songnan has few places that accept card payments, so be sure to withdraw some cash promptly after the holiday to keep on hand." Bai Li, fondling the gold ingot, nodded repeatedly, "Understood, Sister Jiang." Lin Qiye, having a rough idea of the origins of these gold ingots and being on good terms with Yi Jiang, unreservedly accepted this early gift. Chao Yuan, following Lin Qiye's lead, also expressed gratitude and accepted his share. However, when it came to Shun Qingzhu and Deng Wei, they politely declined, feeling too embarrassed to accept. Yi Jiang understood that it was Shun Qingzhu's pride at play, but recalling how, in the original story, they had to settle for a bowl of plain noodles during the New Year filled her with a sense of unease. Chapter 40. I have not wronged any of you. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Yi Jiang seized the opportunity to claim she needed to discuss something with Shun Qingzhu, and without further ado, she pulled him away. A few bystanders lingered at the entrance, watching the couple's retreating figures. Bai Li, portly and unable to contain his astonishment, remarked, "Who would have thought that the proud and imperious brother Wang would transform into a submissive, ear-tugging husband after entering a romantic relationship?" The term ear-tugging was one he had heard from other recruits, perfectly encapsulating Shun Qingzhu's demeanor in the presence of Yi Jiang. Chao Yuan interjected with a teasing tone, "If you were in a relationship with Yi Jiang, wouldn't you feel intimidated?" Initially, everyone in the training camp presumed Yi Jiang to be an ordinary support figure, until the incident during the Forbidden Ruins uprising, when Yi Jiang, in front of all, decisively knocked out Chao Yuan in his transformed state with a single punch. It was then that they grasped why Lin Qiye, as an agent of the divine, obeyed her every command. The sheer force of that punch was such that anyone who dared to defy her would certainly find it unbearable. Lin Qiye, however, held a different perspective. Intimidated? I believe Brother Wang is willingly and joyfully embracing this. Did you all forget that time when he thought Yi Jiang was lost, lamenting that she was merely a delicate young girl? TSK Bai Li's eyes brimmed with sympathy for Shun Qingzhu, reflecting on how his own Molly, though seemingly aloof, would never deliver a knockout punch. love truly blinds one's judgment. The onlookers shook their heads in shared lamentation. Meanwhile, after pulling Shun Qingzhu out of sight, Yi Jiang swiftly drew him into the realm of consciousness. Once inside, she forcefully pinned him against the wall, executing a bold wall slam. Tell me, why won't you accept my gold ingots? Yi Jiang glared at him, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Shun Qingzhu, casting his gaze downward at the irate young lady before him, couldn't he help but smile slightly, raising a hand to gently pinch her soft, plump cheek. If I accept them, wouldn't that make me a freeloader? Rest assured, I still have my own funds. His voice was gentle yet deep. Your money is yours, but what I offer is what I wish for you to use. Do you have any objections? Yi Jiang stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes radiating determination. Shun Qingzhu fell silent, yet his expression revealed that he indeed had thoughts swirling within. Yi Jiang, in a fit of frustration, slapped the wall and exclaimed, I knew it. What Qiye said is true. If you want to listen to me now, are you not destined to eventually resort to domestic violence? Lin Qiye, who had been reveling in the gold ingots, interjected, Firstly, I've not wronged any of you. I want to Shun Qingzhu's face expressed resignation. His eyes filled with affection and forbearance. He understood that Yi Jiang was concerned for him, worried he might lack financial resources, but as a man, especially when their relationship had yet to be clearly defined, spending a woman's money was a blow to his pride. Yi Jiang lifted her hands to cradle his face, her gaze earnest and intense. If you had money, would you spend it on me? Shun Qingzhu, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, Yes. Should I also refuse your generosity? Yi Jiang, her large eyes sparkling, gazed intently at him. Shun Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Yi Jiang continued, Moreover, to be precise, this is not truly my money. It merely originates from my awakened realm. Awakened realm? Shun Qingzhu queried, perplexed. Isn't your realm microtreatment? Yi Jiang tossed her hair and replied, Consider that I possess two realms. Shun Qingzhu glanced around the wondrous mental space and inquired, In this place? Yi Jiang, crossing her arms, proudly declared, Just assume I have three realms. Pointing to the shimmering shield enveloping her, Shun Qingzhu asked, What about that shield? Yi Jiang retorted, I knew it. You dare to question me now. Won't you stray in the future? With a huff, Yi Jiang turned her head away. Shun Qingzhu could not help but chuckle lightly, tenderly ruffling Yi Jiang's fluffy hair as he soothed. All right, tell me about your awakened realm and its connection to the golden ingots. With a playful pout, Yi Jiang produced a lazy sofa, pulling Shun Qingzhu down with her, then conjured two steaming cups of fruit tea, handing one to him. My realm is called creation, and theoretically, it can manifest any non-living object. As she spoke, she sipped her fruit tea, but grimaced at the taste, quickly conjuring a cup of warm milk tea for herself. Shun Qingzhu pondered. So those golden ingots were created by your realm? Ye Viang vigorously nodded. There's an abundance of them. Shun Qingzhu took a sip of his fruit tea, neither affirming nor denying his belief. He understood that Yi Jiang certainly had more to share, yet he did not mind. In their relationship, there was no need for exhaustive inquiries into each other's secrets. Simply being together was enough. Leaning against him like a gentle kitten, Yi Jiang nuzzled into his neck, her voice soft as she reassured him. So, do not feel burdened or overthink this. And, suddenly, she lifted her head, her expression serious as she earnestly stated, I spend money on you because I like you, and I relish the thought of you spending my money. Shun Qingzhu's heart melted at her candid confession, and he embraced her gently, whispering in her ear, All right, I understand. Yi Jiang smiled and returned the embrace, then playfully remarked, However, this realm only awakened after I entered the training camp. I often regret not having awakened before. It would have allowed me to experience the joy of sudden wealth. Shun Qingzhu chuckled. You'll have your chance when you leave the training camp. So, when the New Year holiday arrives, let us invite Qiye, Fatty, Chao Yuan, and Deng Wei for a delightful outing. Ye Viang exclaimed excitedly. Shun Qingzhu nodded, yes. I also need to visit Qiye's home to pay New Year's respects. You should come with me. Yi Jiang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. All right, When the time comes, we shall seek out a 5-star hotel to indulge in the joys of life. Very well. Would you grant me a kiss? Jiang blinked her eyes, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Very well. The moment the words escaped his lips, Shun Qingzhu was taken aback, only then realizing he had fallen into a playful trap. Glancing down at Jiang's mischievous smile, he could only shake his head in resignation. Since you've already agreed, I shall not hold back. Without waiting for his response, Jiang rose on her tiptoes and initiated the kiss herself. Wait, Shun Qingzhu attempted to protest, but it was too late. He could only embrace her tightly, reciprocating this sweet kiss. Chapter 41. Missiles. A familiar whistle suddenly pierced the air, prompting the new recruits to dash out of their dormitories like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the training ground for assembly. On the training platform, the instructors, led by Instructor Hong, stood in perfect formation, their postures upright and commanding. Once everyone had gathered, Instructor Hong cleared his throat before addressing the assembly. He announced that starting today, they would have a 4-day holiday until the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. As soon as the words left his mouth, the new recruits erupted into cheers, their expressions radiating joy as if they had just won a grand prize. After months of relentless training, they felt akin to ascetic monks, and the prospect of a holiday was utterly unexpected. Though the break was brief, 4 days felt like a significant respite to them. The recruits laughed exuberantly, and Bai Li, brimming with excitement, leaped onto Lin Qiye, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Wow, we're actually getting time off. Did you hear that, Qiye? We're really getting a holiday, huh?" Chao Yuan wore a beaming smile, contemplating how he could put the New Year's money from Jiang to good use. Just as everyone was basking in the delight of returning home for the new year, Instructor Hong's next statement fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing their dreams. However, no one is permitted to leave Sangnan. If anyone is found to have left, they will be expelled from the Night Watcher's ranks. Do you understand? Bai Li and his companions had already been informed of this by Jiang, so they were somewhat prepared and did not feel too disheartened, still cheerfully responding, "Understood." Lin Qiye patted Bai Li and Chao Yuan on the shoulder, suggesting, "Come over to my house for New Year's Eve dinner." He thought to himself that since these two were not from Sangnan, it would be rather lonely to dine alone on New Year's Eve. To his surprise, both shook their heads in unison. "Forget about New Year's Eve dinner. Sister Jiang said we should all eat together." Lin Qiye suddenly realized that it made sense. They couldn't return home either, so celebrating together was only natural. "All right, then I'll find you when I have some free time." On the platform, Instructor Hong waved his hand, instructing everyone, "Return to your dormitories to pack your belongings. Assemble at the training ground within half an hour. A vehicle will take you out." With that command, the recruits surged towards the dormitory like wild horses set free. Finally, they could escape the confines of the training camp. Jiang, seemingly conjuring a large tote bag from thin air, handed it to Shun Qingzhu. Shun Qingzhu looked perplexed, asking, "What is this?" Bai Li and the others, curious, gathered around, peering in. "Just open it and see," they urged excitedly. Shun Qingzhu glanced inquiringly at Jiang, who nodded with a smile, as it was nothing shameful. As she opened the bag, she discovered neatly folded garments inside. The group paused in surprise. "Clothes?" Jiang crossed her arms, a proud grin on her face. "What? Have you never seen couple outfits before?" "Oh, the couple outfits. Our cool guy has a matching outfit too, but we do not. Who's to blame for your lack of girlfriends? You single dogs." Lin Qiye mimicked Jiang's posture, casting a sidelong glance at her. "Jiang, if you continue like this, I must say something about you. After all, our cool guy is still a fresh bachelor. How do you know his clothing size?" Upon uttering these words, the group erupted into even louder banter, laughter ringing out in waves. Shun Qingzhu cleared her throat, unable to conceal her amusement. "All right, I told her. Hurry back to the dorm and pack your bags. We won't have time soon." Bai Li, chubby, clicked his tongue. When our cool guy is in a relationship, everything is different. Even his speech is sweet and overly affectionate. Chao Yuan chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, I remember when he used to send people away with just one word. Get lost." Lin Qiye laughed. "All right, just don't speak ill of our cool guy in front of Jiang. Otherwise, if she decides to hit you, I won't be able to stop her." Once everyone had changed and gathered their luggage at the training ground, several buses awaited them, alongside a few instructors standing by, surrounded by piles of black long boxes. Those black boxes were exceedingly familiar to the new recruits, for they contained the essential weapon for all-night watchmen, the Starblade. Instructor Hong stood before the recruits, proclaiming loudly, "This holiday, everyone must carry the Starblade, but use it only if absolutely necessary. It must not be revealed to the general public. Understood?" "Understood." Lin Qiye, clutching the recently received black box, leaned closer to Jiang and whispered, "Is this trip really that dangerous? Everyone has to carry a blade." Jiang responded in a similarly hushed tone, "Indeed, especially you. Be cautious when boarding the bus, and always remain alert to activate the divine ruins." Lin Qiye nodded solemnly. "All right." As everyone boarded the bus in turn, it slowly departed from the training camp, just outside the camp's boundaries. The recruits were astonished to find that the forbidden ruins, long absent, had returned. Concurrently, their mental strength effortlessly reached the pool realm. A wave of excitement swept through the bus, filled with surprise and joy. Lin Qiye, feeling the shift in his mental strength, gazed incredulously at his hands, murmuring, "I have broken through to the pool realm." Jiang, while observing the sky outside, casually replied, "Congratulations." Lin Qiye turned to her, "What about you?" "Me? I haven't broken through. The town ruins tablet is of no use to me." "The town ruins tablet? Is it the object suppressing our forbidden ruins?" "Pretty much." At that moment, Jiang's attention was entirely captured by the sky outside, her fingers incessantly rubbing a game coin. Suddenly, 5 small black dots descended rapidly from the horizon. A new recruit noticed and shouted in terror, "Look, where are those?" Jiang's eyes lit up. "Little Qiye, prepare to activate the divine ruins." "Misid, they are missiles. Get down. Take cover." Amidst the cacophony of frantic cries on the bus, Jiang remained remarkably composed. Her mind raced as she calculated the distance of the missiles. 3 out of 5 soared directly above the bus and accurately struck the training camp behind them, instantly conjuring a colossal mushroom cloud. The violent shockwave caused the bus to tremble violently. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 missiles hurtled towards them, already perilously close. With resolute determination, Jiang opened the window and unleashed 2 blasts of the electromagnetic cannon, golden currents of electricity clashing with the missiles. The thunderous explosions sent countless fragments hurtling in all directions. Immediately, a translucent guardian barrier sprang into existence, safeguarding the bus securely. Despite being buffeted twice by missile explosions, the bus teetered but ultimately steadied itself, avoiding a catastrophic overturn. However, the new recruits inside were far less fortunate. The ferocious shockwaves and deafening blasts left them disoriented, with blood seeping from their ears, making even the simplest task of maintaining consciousness an arduous challenge. At that moment, Lin Qiye unhesitatingly activated the dark erosion, a wave of profound darkness swiftly enveloping the bus in a hemisphere, shielding it from all external scrutiny. Jiang silently commended his efforts. The concealment was executed flawlessly. Observing the recruits inside, swaying and grimacing in pain, she too invoked the divine ruins, Redemption Garden, a fantastical garden blooming with flowers and golden wings manifested simultaneously, as pure and warm energy radiated from her, enveloping those within reach. Their injuries healed rapidly, and they succumbed to a deep slumber. Lin Qiye, the sole witness to this spectacle, stood in astonishment, suddenly feeling a pang of unfairness. As divine agents, why did Jiang's abilities appear so visually stunning, complete with wings? Surely, Michael's 6 wings could be shared with him as well. He too yearned for such splendor. Chapter 42. I Can Still Grow. Training Camp. Before departing the camp, Jiang established a protective barrier over the entire training facility, ensuring that all individuals and structures within remained unscathed. Yuan Gang gazed up at the invisible shield overhead, a warm current surging within him. Yet, recalling Jiang's earlier words filled him with apprehension. Who could have anticipated that the ancient god sect would be so insidious, resorting to kidnapping a commandant's family member and covertly brainwashing 2 instructors within the camp to serve as their pawns? all in a bid to sever the future of the night watchman? Commander, an instructor rushed in, visibly anxious. 2 missiles have landed on the exit route. Yuan Gang's heart leapt into his throat. What did you say? The instructor continued. However, a beam of light in the sky successfully detonated the missiles, and a dark object flashed by. Not only was the bus unharmed, but the recruits also emerged unscathed. Only then did Yuan Gang exhale, nodding as he inquired, "Have we ascertained the status of the missile launch site number 39? According to footage relayed by the cameras we had previously installed at the launch site, we indeed observed a woman entering, and she was the one who activated the missiles. What about the others at the base? As per your instructions, everyone was taken to the hospital for a comprehensive health check today. There was no one left at the base." "Oh," Yuan Gang inquired with keen interest. "Did no one refuse?" Previously, there had been occasions where these researchers had evaded such health assessments with excuses about new developments in their projects, claiming they could not leave at the moment. Yet, this time they complied so readily. The instructor replied with an unusual expression. "Yesterday, the cafeteria inadvertently mixed in poisonous mushrooms with the food, along with undercooked green beans. Nearly 80% of the personnel suffered food poisoning and were hospitalized, while the remaining 20% experienced severe diarrhea and were also sent to the hospital." Cough, cough. Yuan Gang suppressed a laugh with a fist against his mouth, stifling the smile threatening to surface. Jiang's cleverness was indeed remarkable, albeit somewhat unfortunate for the staff at the launch site. On the road, a black van glided smoothly along. Han Ying and Jiang sat in the back seat, quietly sharing amusing anecdotes from their time away. In the front, Zhao Kongsheng and Wen Qima incessantly queried Lin Qiye about his experiences at the training camp and whether he had made any new friends. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was harmonious and amicable. Jiang suddenly turned to Lin Qiye and asked, "Qiye, are you heading home soon?" Lin Qiye nodded. "If nothing special arises, I'll just go home for a visit." He was still concerned about the influence of the Shiva's grudge on his aunt and Ajin, and this return would provide a perfect opportunity for Jiang to help investigate possible resolutions. Jiang also nodded. "All right, I'll accompany you shortly." Upon hearing this, Han Ying immediately grinned mischievously. "Oh my, have you and Qiye progressed to the stage of visiting family? Indeed. Do remember to inform us once you officially become a couple," teased Wen Qima, who was seated in the passenger seat. Only Zhao Kongsheng, who was driving, let out a soft grunt, remaining otherwise silent. Lin Qiye felt a wave of frustration. "My relationship with Jiang is not as you perceive it. We understand. Moreover, Jiang will soon have a boyfriend." Lin Qiye continued. "We understand. What?" Han Ying and Wen Qima exclaimed in surprise, their eyes widening. Jiang chuckled softly and nodded. "Yes, I will soon have a boyfriend. I will introduce him to you all in a couple of days." Han Ying's gaze darted between Jiang and Lin Qiye, incredulously stating, "Qiye, I must address you. Before the training camp, I warned you to keep an eye on Jiang and not let anyone steal her away. How did you lose her?" Lin Qiye looked exasperated, thinking to himself, "How could I dare to manage Jiang?" Suddenly, Zhao Kongsheng burst into laughter. You all lost. Remember to buy all the ingredients and drinks for tomorrow." "Lost what?" Jiang curiously asked, glancing at the suddenly dejected Han Ying and Wen Qima. Zhao Kongsheng cheerfully replied, "They bet with me that you and Qiye would definitely end up together. I said that was impossible, and we wagered that the loser would be responsible for preparing all the ingredients and beverages for the New Year's Eve dinner." Wen Qima looked at Lin Qiye with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. "Qiye, how could you let such an opportunity slip away?" Lin Qiye, feigning innocence, retorted, "Is Jiang a mere duck? She is more like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Among the entire training camp, only Shen Qingzhu is unafraid of her, believing her to be the most delicate girl in the world." "Shen Qingzhu? Is that Jiang's boyfriend? What does he look like? Is he as handsome as Qiye?" Jiang nodded vigorously. "He is incredibly handsome, standing at 185 meters tall with long, straight legs, perfectly aligning with my aesthetic. Moreover, he is a highly dangerous individual." Upon hearing this, the other three fell silent, casting sympathetic glances at Lin Qiye. It seems Qiye has lost out on height. When Shima patted Lin Qiye's shoulder sympathetically, offering consolation. "It's all right, Qiye. You're only 17. You still have time to grow." Lin Qiye. Upon arriving at the Peace Affairs office, Chen Mai and the members of Team 136 were eagerly awaiting their return. Chen Mai had meticulously prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome Jiang and Lin Qiye. Wow, so much delicious food. Being able to savor Chen Mai's exquisite culinary skills upon their return excited both Jiang and Lin Qiye. Wu Xiangnan gently adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Indeed, the captain went out early this morning to buy ingredients, just to ensure you would have a wonderful meal upon your return." "Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain." To be honest, during their 6 months in the training camp, they had truly longed for the familiar flavors. To my surprise, upon my return, I was immediately treated to a delightful feast. Surely, it is best to minimize idle chatter and focus on savoring the meal. After all, the time spent in conversation could very well mean sacrificing a delicious bite of food. Who would willingly endure such a loss? Once we had indulged in fine wine and sumptuous dishes, everyone reclined lazily in their chairs, contentedly cradling their full bellies, utterly unwilling to stir. At that moment, Jiang rose and addressed Chen Mai, saying, "Captain, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you privately." Chapter 43. The Forbidden Ruins, Light Purification Field. "How did you come to know?" In the office, Chen Mai wore a serious expression, his brows furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang, who sat casually on the couch. "Ye viens shuruk indiferently. Commander ye informed me." She effortlessly shifted the responsibility onto Yi Fan, seemingly unburdened by any guilt, perhaps believing that Yi Fan was eager for her to resolve the matter concerning Songnan. After a brief silence, Chen Mai immediately recalled the Vitality Jade and Guardian Barrier that had been gradually distributed to the Night Watchmen by headquarters since 2 months ago. Others may have been oblivious, but their team, Squad 136, as the first beneficiaries, surely understood. To that end, Shao had even called him to issue a confidentiality order, strictly prohibiting any disclosure that Jiang was the creator of these forbidden items. Having made such a substantial contribution, it was reasonable to assume that Commander Yi had shared these secrets with her with the intention of seeking her assistance in devising a solution. Chen Mai asked urgently, "Can your forbidden ruins negate the effects of Shiva's grudge?" Jiang shook her head, and before he could express disappointment, she continued, "It's still uncertain. We need to test it first." "How will we test it? Do you need my cooperation?" "Not necessary." With that, a white magic circle adorned with strange runes suddenly materialized on the office floor, and countless golden threads surged forth from the circle, flowing towards Chen Mai. The Forbidden Ruins. Light Purification Field. Chen Mai watched in amazement as the multitude of golden threads entered his body, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, a sense of relief washed over him, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Was this the effect of Shiva's grudge dissipating? He clearly sensed that he was no longer a mere resurrection through miracle, but had genuinely returned to life. Jiang retracted the forbidden ruins and carefully assessed the consumption of her mental energy. It seemed there was hardly any expenditure. Was it really that simple? Rescued instructor Li Yaoguang's family in advance, preventing him from becoming an undercover agent. Regret. 1. Saved all personnel at Missile Launch Base number 39. Regret. 1. Erase the effects of Shiva's grudge on Chen Mai. Regret. 1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 3. Would you like to extract the ability? Upon the appearance of the system prompt, Jiang felt a wave of relief. It appeared that this forbidden ruin was indeed effective. Ant and Songnan City were saved. She closed the system panel, intending to extract the ability upon her return. Chen Mai, exhilarated for a moment, managed to suppress his emotions and calmly inquired of Jiang, "Does your forbidden ruin consume a lot of mental energy?" Jiang scratched her head, replying, not much. Perhaps it's because the scope of this release was not extensive, hence it didn't require a significant amount of mental energy. Suddenly, Chen Mai slapped the table and stood up, excitement bubbling within him. "Wonderful! Songnan City is saved." Jiang hurriedly pressed down on his hand, which was poised to report the good news to Shao. "Wait, Captain, we cannot speak of this yet." Qian Mai was enveloped in confusion. Why? Would it not be preferable to resolve the matters concerning Tsangnan sooner rather than later? Captain, that entity still resides with you, and Tsangnan is undoubtedly under close surveillance by others. Thus, we must not expose ourselves at this moment. Are you implying? Jiang gestured toward the door, her lips moving gently. Qian Mai's pupils dilated in sudden realization. Who could it be? Jiang shook her head. Do not overthink it, Captain. The truth is not as you envision it. Every member of our team, 136, is deserving of trust. In any case, I shall employ the Forbidden Ruins at the appropriate time, but certainly not now. Having just exited the office, Jiang was immediately approached by Lin Qiye, who had been waiting outside, his eyes brimming with urgency and inquiry. Jiang smiled and nodded, which instantly brought a sense of relief to Lin Qiye's gaze, causing a smile to unconsciously blossom on his face. Enough with the silly grin. It is barely past 4 o'clock. I intend to visit the gold shop. Will you accompany me? She had little cash on hand and could not conjure money using her abilities, as that would disrupt the market's order. Hence, it was far more prudent to trade gold for currency. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye replied, I will go with you. He also wished to exchange the gold ingots Jiang had given him for money, to buy gifts for his aunt and Ajin. Very well. Then let us inform Hong, Ying, and the others. Lin Qiye added, let us also bring the Starblade along. As night deepened, the two emerged from the mall, laden with bags of various sizes. Lin Qiye eagerly counted their spoils from the day, meticulously checking for any overlooked items, while Jiang appeared dazed, her expression numb, as if she had lost her dreams and aspirations. She had never imagined that a boy could be so fervent about shopping. Lin Qiye had likely been constrained by financial circumstances in the past. Shall we seek out Bai Li and the others for dinner? After surveying their surroundings, Jiang's attention was drawn to a towering building nearby, prompting her to inquire. Lin Qiye glanced at the numerous shopping bags in his hands. Hesitating, should we not visit my aunt's home first? He was eager to see how his aunt and Ajin looked in their new clothes. Jiang playfully draped her arm over his shoulder. Why the rush? We can go tomorrow morning, and that way, we can enjoy the New Year's Eve dinner together with them. Well, all right then. As they strolled near the Kailansky Hotel, a blinding flash of fire erupted abruptly from the towering structure, resembling an exploding firework. A deafening explosion resounded, akin to thunderclaps, instantly capturing the attention of all onlookers. Even passers-by gaped in horror as various debris rained down from above, eliciting screams of terror. Amidst the falling chaos, 2 figures were plummeting at an astonishing velocity. Jiang and Lin Qiye felt an ominous premonition and swiftly stored all their shopping bags into the system space. In the next instant, their figures flickered like phantoms, reappearing at the base of the hotel. Looking up, they instantly recognized the rapidly descending forms of Bai Li and Chao Yuan. Bailey Pang Pang shouted incessantly, his voice drowned out by the continuous explosions surrounding him. Jiang and Lin Qiye could hardly discern what he was exclaiming. Save him! Lin Qiye felt an urgent pang in his heart and was about to rush forward. However, Jiang grasped his arm firmly, saying no. Look. Lin Qiye hurriedly lifted his gaze and beheld a resplendent golden light shimmering intermittently beside Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan. Their descent had evidently slowed considerably, and before long, they landed safely on the ground. Once their feet touched the earth, Chao Yuan curiously glanced at the bath towel wrapped around Bailey Pang Pang and inquired, where did you hide the free space? Bailey Pang Pang shot him a disgruntled look and retorted, mind your own business. Hey, Jiang, 7 nights, what brings you here? Upon noticing the two not far away, his round face radiated excitement, and like a jubilant ball, he dashed towards them. Chapter 44. A single strike, 7 night, Sister Jiang, what brings you here? Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed with excitement. Lin Qiye smiled and replied, we initially intended to invite you for dinner, but we did not anticipate such a lively scene here. Indeed, Jiang remarked, gazing up at the upper floors of the hotel, which had transformed into a blazing inferno. Her brow furrowed. The hotel owner would undoubtedly suffer a devastating loss this time. Ah, no worries. Once my security team arrives, they will compensate for the damages. Bailey Pang Pang said nonchalantly, patting his chest, clearly accustomed to such chaotic situations, showing no sign of fear. Chao Yuan, clutching the star blade, spoke gravely. I think you should focus on surviving the night first. Don't you find it unusually quiet around here? Moments ago, the sounds of vehicles and terrified screams echoed. Yet now, it felt as if the world had been muted, engulfed in silence. Lin Qiye warily scanned the surroundings, his brows knitting together. Is this unfettered domain? ISNT that a forbidden space exclusive to the Night Watchers? We'll address that later, but it seems we are likely surrounded. Jiang narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp as she peered into the nearby darkness. Lin Qiye also sensed something amiss, his voice icy. Be cautious. From the shadows ahead, a towering figure emerged, reminiscent of an iron tower, followed closely by another man, a specter bearing 3 blades, blocking their retreat. Seeing this, Bai Li Pang exhaled in relief, patting his round belly. Fortunately, there are only 2 of them. No, there's likely another who has opened the unfettered domain, but remains hidden, Chao Yuan replied, his expression grave. Are they also Night Watchers? Lin Qiye pondered, perplexed about how they had acquired the unfettered domain. We are no longer Night Watchers. We hail from the Abstinence House. The burly man's voice rumbled like distant thunder. Abstinence House. Bai Li Pang had never heard of such a place. Just as he was about to inquire further, Jiang interrupted. Qi, be careful. There's an archer up on that building. I'll handle this brute, while Pang and Chao Yuan keep the one with the 3 blades occupied. None of them are harmless, so let us not waste time with idle chatter. I was hoping to enjoy a splendid meal with everyone tonight. Moreover, she had long yearned to test her skills, possessing numerous formidable abilities. She felt a restless itch to showcase them. Her fists were already itching for action. Very well. The burly man scoffed derisively at Jiang's challenge. You think you can protect him? To be frank, today he shall not leave this unfettered domain. That depends on whether you possess the capability. In an instant, Jiang's figure flickered, appearing behind the man, and without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful punch. Serious punch. The man swiftly sensed her fierce assault, reacting promptly. He pivoted and met her blow with all his might. A fierce gale swept through, causing their garments to flutter and snap as if they were struggling against the wind. Then, with a resounding crash, the man was propelled backward like a cannonball. Upon closer inspection, one of his arms had vanished entirely, his muscles ruptured, blood splattering in all directions, and even his bones were shattered into several fragments. After he had forcefully created a gaping hole in the opulent hotel structure, he completely disappeared from the onlooker's sight. The man with 3 knives, watching from the sidelines, exclaimed what just flew past. Jiang replied, body recombination. Is that all you've got? Lin Qiye, Bai Li Pang, and Chao Yuan chimed in. Sister Jiang is truly fierce. Jiang flicked her hand and suddenly felt that this skill did not align with her delicate persona. It was too brutally violent. With a single punch, her enemies would be left with bruises and contusions. This was not befitting her gentle and beautiful image. After the imposing man's swift defeat registered, the 3 Knives man cautiously regarded Jiang, saying, Our target is merely the young master of the Bai Li family, and we mean you no harm. As long as you depart, we will not lay a hand on you. With a stoic expression, Jiang flicked a coin that had mysteriously appeared in her hand, sneering. If you cannot win, just admit it. What is the point of making excuses? In any case, before she could finish her sentence, the coin, charged with a formidable surge of electricity, surged towards the 3 Knives man with the force of thunder. The 3 Knives man was taken aback, unable to draw his weapon in time, and could only exert every effort to evade to the side. Yet, the diameter of the electric surge was so immense that no matter how he dodged, half of his body was still reduced to ash. 3 Knives man, perish. Jiang leisurely added, in any case, you cannot escape. Her tone was unruffled, as if she had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Wow, Sister Jiang is so cool. Sister Jiang is invincible. Bai Li Pang exclaimed, ecstatic, his rotund body bouncing with excitement, his face radiating admiration. Chao Yuan, too, was clapping fervently behind him, his eyes sparkling. After all, these were 2 formidable warriors, yet before Jiang, They had not withstood even a single strike, meeting their demise utterly. Truly, one punch for each little darling. They could only wildly cheer and shout in exhilaration, overwhelmed with emotions and unsure what else to say. At that moment, Lin Qiye rushed over from a distance, tightly gripping a person, more accurately, a corpse. This was the archer who had shot earlier. She mentioned another assailant outside, presumably the one who had opened the Void Realm. Lin Qiye's breath was slightly labored, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jiang nodded slightly, her demeanor composed. All right, we will go look for them shortly. What shall we do now? Lin Qiye inquired. This hotel is no longer a viable option. We cannot simply wait idly. He glanced at Jiang, his eyes full of questions. Where are Brother Zhu and the others? Jiang swiftly retrieved her phone and opened the message sent by Shun Qingzhu, saying, he and Deng Wei are staying at a nearby home inn. Shall we go find them directly? Li Pang eagerly nodded, his face brimming with anticipation. Sure, as long as we can stay. Chao Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him and couldn't help but comment. Is that really your plan? At that moment, Li Pang was clad only in a bathrobe and loose shorts, and in the near-zero temperatures, the chilly wind made the situation quite scandalous. If he were to stroll down the street like this, he would easily be mistaken for a pervert and sent to the police station. Li Pang awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled nervously. My clothes are up there. Jiang sighed in exasperation and, recalling the outfit he wore when he left the training camp, conjured a makeshift designer ensemble for him. Here, put this on first, Jiang said with a hint of annoyance. Li Pang quickly accepted it, his eyes sparkling with delight, and curiously inquired, Thank you, Sister Jiang. But how do you have my clothes in your space? Don't ask, just wear it. Chapter 45. The joyful planet, the four of them did not dine at the bustling restaurant outside. Instead, they hastily packed an abundance of sumptuous dishes, intending to share a meal with Shun Qingzhu. As they passed through the vibrant night market, the intoxicating atmosphere, filled with the aroma of street food, ensnared their steps. After indulging in a spree of shopping, they finally set off towards the home inn. However, after taking only a few steps, Chao Yuan abruptly halted, his voice low and serious. This is not right. We cannot go to a place that requires registration. Lin Qiye suddenly realized, indeed, Fatty's recent encounter with an attack likely stemmed from his exposed whereabouts. Not just that. Do you believe you are safe? Jiang mumbled through a candied hawthorn, her words somewhat garbled. Had it not been for their afternoons spent in crowded places, Lin Qiye might have faced several sudden ambushes already. Li Fatty, laden with packages, appeared utterly bewildered and exclaimed, So what should we do? Lin Qiye's eyes darted, and a spark of inspiration lit up in his mind as he exclaimed, I happen to know a place that doesn't require registration. Oh, come off it. Jiang interjected, having anticipated his thoughts the moment his eyes shifted. You big men going to a themed hotel? How suggestive. Chao Yuan looked on in confusion. A themed hotel? Li Fatty, with a knowing expression, teased. Do you often visit, Qiye? With whom? Lin Qiye grimaced, his teeth clenched, and managed to squeeze out, I've only been there once. Ah, we understand. Jiang laughed uncontrollably, her amusement causing Lin Qiye's reputation to suffer yet again. She casually tossed the stick from her finished candied hawthorn into a nearby trash bin and waved her hand, saying, Let Shao find an unpopulated place first. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye immediately grasped the implication. With Jiang around, slipping into a secluded location would be effortless. Sure enough, when they reached a deserted alley, Jiang swiftly stowed away their food into her system space and opened a spatial passage leading to Shun Qingzhu. A small vortex materialized before the three of them. Why does that look strangely familiar? Li Fatty mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Stop staring. Let us go. Jiang asserted, grabbing each of their arms and, in an oddly awkward fashion, hurriedly propelled them into the vortex. At the home inn, Shun Qingzhu lay languidly on the bed, idly scrolling through his phone, when suddenly his right eye began to twitch inexplicably. Rubbing his eyes nonchalantly, he muttered to himself, Have I not been resting well these past few days? In the next moment, a familiar spatial vortex appeared before him without warning, followed closely by the chaotic emergence of three figures. What the hell? You're pulling my hair. Qiye, are you alright? Can you all get off me? Jiang and the others precariously piled atop Shen Qingzhu, with a hefty Bailey Pang Pang nearly suffocating the one at the bottom. Jiang fortuitously landed right in Shen Qingzhu's embrace. After much effort, they finally disentangled themselves. As Shen Qingzhu gently massaged Jiang's arms, she turned to Bailey Pang Pang and inquired, "What brings you here so suddenly?" Bailey Pang Pang grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and cheerily replied, "We came specifically to invite you for a meal." Shen Qingzhu cast him a skeptical glance, saying, "Do you truly expect me to believe that? Sneaking in like this just for a meal? Well, to be honest, we're here seeking refuge with you." Bailey Pang Pang admitted with a resigned shrug, recounting the events of the evening. He animatedly highlighted Jiang's valiant performance, exclaiming, "You should have seen it. Sister Jiang knocked him out one by one. She was incredible." Shen Qingzhu glanced at Jiang, who was smiling sweetly and radiating a hint of pride, and gently squeezed her hand, reproachfully saying, "Didn't you bring your starblade? Why resort to using your fists?" Jiang blinked, remaining silent as she thought to herself that she wasn't particularly skilled with the blade. "And where will you stay tonight?" Lin Qiye interjected. Jiang and I can return to Team 136, but you and Shao Yuan will need to rely on her. Jiang, having retrieved the food she had stored away, casually suggested, "Since there's nothing pressing tonight, why don't we all just stay here? It saves us the trouble of running back and forth." Bailey Pong Pong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister Jiang, this is a big room. How can we fit 5 people in here?" Jiang waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned. "Oh, that's not an issue." With that, she swiftly conjured her mental domain, pulling everyone inside. Bailey Pang Pang and Shao Yuan were astonished, having never witnessed Jiang's extraordinary ability before. Once inside, they began exploring the vast expanse of the mental realm. "This place is surely spacious enough for the 5 of us. I assent to it," Jiang proclaimed with pride, arms crossed. "Indeed, more than sufficient," Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed. "But Sister Jiang, what exactly is this realm of yours? How can it possess so many functions?" He was utterly captivated, realizing that Jiang's domain seemed to surpass even his own possessions in versatility. Jiang smiled mischievously and wagged her finger. "That's a secret. You'll find out in due time." As she remained tight-lipped, the others ceased their inquiries. Lin Qiye, feeling hunger pangs after an afternoon of shopping, suggested, "Shall we head out for dinner now?" "Absolutely. I agree. Have Deng Wei and the others eaten? Let us invite them too." Shen Qingzhu shook her head. "They went out to have fun and R&T at the hotel right now. After half a year in the training camp, the new recruits are like huskies that can't stand being cooped up. Moreover, with the splendid gold ingots bestowed by Jiang, Deng Wei and his companions found themselves with ample funds after selling them, allowing them to indulge in a delightful outing." Bai Li, pleasantly plump, nodded in agreement. "Very well then. Qi, please turn on the television. I wish to watch Happy Planet." Chapter 46. New Abilities as Night Descended. Lin Qiye and his companions retreated into the spiritual realm for slumber. Jiang languidly reclined upon the grand bed in the hotel, deftly accessing the system panel. Rescue instructor Li Yaowang's family in advance to prevent him from becoming an undercover agent. Regret -1. Save all personnel at Missile Launch Base number 39. Regret -1. Eliminate the effects of a Shavoa grudge upon Chunmai. Regret -1. Abilities available for extraction. Extraction attempts 3. Would you like to extract an ability? Without hesitation, Jiang clicked yes. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the abilities Extreme Cold Ice Prison, Lock, and Puppet Distortion. Extreme Cold Ice Prison. The divine realm of the Ice Abyss god, Shavana, capable of unleashing profound cold that instantly freezes all, and can manipulate ice shards to form a sword array for attack, or confine enemies within an ice prison. Lock. A conceptual ability that allows you to lock onto anything you deem lockable. Puppet Distortion. The ability to transform living beings into puppets, or imbue lifeless entities with vitality, allowing them to move like dolls. Name, Jiang. Age, 17. Gender, female realm. Early Klein realm abilities, electromagnetic cannon, breath of the Archangel, merged with the origin, serious fist, unlimited technique, blink, guardian barrier, spiritual realm, clone, creation, soul retrieval, healing origin, merged, daylight origin, merged, spatial anchor, extreme cold ice prison, lock, puppet distortion. She had entered the Klein realm. Indeed, to grow stronger, one must rely on fortuitous enhancements. The exquisite feeling of becoming powerful with each ability extracted is beyond comprehension. However, as Jiang contemplated the abilities she had acquired, she thoughtfully stroked her chin, her gaze reflecting deep contemplation. Though these abilities were exceptional, they were largely influenced by her own spiritual power. Only electromagnetic cannon and serious fist boasted slightly higher starting points, enabling her to engage in battles beyond her current tier, probably a benevolent gesture from the system for newcomers. Nonetheless, the newly extracted abilities proved quite useful, particularly the conceptual ability. Gazing through the window at the crescent moon hanging high in the sky, her thoughts galloped freely like wild stallions. Did this imply that once she ascended to divinity, she could audaciously attempt to lock those repugnant entities on the moon? If so, it would undoubtedly be an unprecedented sealing capability. Moreover, the puppet distortion was a flawless amalgamation of puppet manipulation and spear infusion, was it not? Could she dare to transform Shao a grudge into a puppet, compelling it to inscribe words upon itself? Would that not effortlessly eliminate the likes of Loki and Zeus? Such a scenario would allow Songnan to avert divine warfare. Lost in this bold and whimsical reverie, Jiang couldn't help but chuckle at her own imagination. Yet, she reminded herself that Shao a grudge was a divine artifact. Perhaps when she ascended to godhood, she might indeed dare to experiment. For now, however, hope seemed rather distant. It would indeed be worth attempting to create a doll from the Shiva's grudge. If one could suppress its aura, it would be considered a commendable achievement. As Shen Qingzhu emerged from the realm of the mind, he noticed Jiang, lost in thought, wearing a sweet smile that radiated uncontainable joy. What could be occupying her mind to elicit such happiness? He knelt beside the bed, affectionately pinching the soft flesh of her cheek. Jiang gently nuzzled his hand, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. Would you accompany me to celebrate the new year with Team 136 tomorrow? Tomorrow marks her first new year in this world, and she yearns to share it with Shen Qingzhu and their friends. Shen Qingzhu appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for her request. With a playful raise of his eyebrow, he teased, "What is this? Are you introducing me to your parents? What? Are you reluctant?" Jiang feigned displeasure, grasping his hand and playfully nibbling at it, as if to say, "If you refuse, I might truly bite you." "Of course, I would love to," Shen Qingzhu replied tenderly, ruffling her hair with a gaze full of affection. However, it was late, and he urged her to sleep. Jiang's eyes sparkled mischievously as she sealed the door intended for Lin Qiye and the others in the mental realm, then playfully hooked her arms around Shen Qingzhu's neck and pulled him down. "Kiss. All right, off to sleep now, good night." She waved her hand cheekily, swiftly wrapping herself in the blanket and pretending to be fast asleep. Shen Qingzhu chuckled helplessly. "You need to open the door for me first." Oh, in the morning, the snow that had fallen throughout the night finally ceased, blanketing the outside world in a silvery sheen, resembling a fantastical dreamscape. So surreal, it was breathtaking. Li Pang gazed in astonishment at the scene outside. Isn't Songnan in the south? How could it have snowed so heavily? Lin Qiye was also surprised. It's indeed rare to see such heavy snowfall. It hasn't happened in previous years. Chao Yuan squinted, half reclining on the sofa, looking as if he hadn't rested well the night before. "Do we have plans today?" "We do," Shen Qingzhu replied, emerging from the bathroom while drying his face. "What is it?" "We're going to Team 136 to celebrate the new year." "Going to Team 136? The trio was momentarily stunned. Then Li Pang quickly grasped the situation, grinning mischievously. "Sister Jiang is taking you to meet her parents already?" "No, it's just to get acquainted." Chao Yuan suddenly inquired, "Is Jiang's family also in Songnan?" Lin Qiye pondered for a moment. "It seems not. She initially mentioned she was only traveling to Cangnan. Did she never disclose where she was from? Lin Qiye shook his head. No. What about her family? It seems not. The group was momentarily silent. Surely, Jiang did not spring forth from a stone. Before a sewer entrance, Jiang, the subject of their discussion, suddenly sneezed twice, rubbing her nose as she muttered to herself, "Who is speaking ill of me? Could it possibly be you?" Her gaze fell upon the diminutive white mouse before her. The mouse tilted its head, asking, "What are you saying?" Jiang replied, "Anqing you. I know you can hear me. I have something to discuss with you." The mouse paused for a moment, took a few steps toward the entrance of the sewer, and then looked back at her. Wang instantly understood. Yet she was reluctant to crawl into that filthy sewer. After a moment's contemplation, she carefully placed a spatial anchor point into a small mini bag, then gently secured it around the little mouse's neck. This is a spatial anchor point. Once you reach your destination, you can crush it, and I will be able to come directly to you. After speaking, she blinked innocently and added, "After all, it is the new year today, and I'm wearing my new clothes. Please understand." The anthropomorphized white mouse blinked in surprise, nodded, and swiftly scurried into the sewer. Chapter 47 Farewell to Qian moments later. A gray vortex quietly materialized before Jiang, and without hesitation, she stepped into it. This time, she did not find herself in the awkward predicament she experienced the previous night. Instead, she stood confidently before an underground cavern. A man clad in a black cloak stood quietly nearby, surrounded by several gray mice. "Qian, it has been a while." Jiang greeted with a cheerful wave, her smile warm and inviting. "How did you know these mice were mine?" Qian's voice emerged from beneath the cloak, tinged with curiosity. "Just a guess?" Jiang replied with a sly grin, conjuring 2 single sofas and an elegant coffee table out of thin air, then taking a seat while gesturing for Qian to join her. Qian tilted his head, his eyes filled with inquisitiveness. "Who exactly are you?" "A night watcher." Jiang answered briskly. "Yet a night watcher cannot find me." Qian remained unmoved. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have had several mysterious corpses stolen from you without being able to locate me." Jiang shrugged and began arranging food and beverages on the coffee table, most of which were hastily purchased snacks and fresh fruit from earlier, alongside a dozen takeout boxes containing dishes she had perfectly replicated from Chun Mai's cooking the day before. Once the table was laden, she slowly remarked, "I saved the head of the Nano serpent demon specifically for you. Otherwise, I would have smashed it directly with that punch." Qian remained as calm as still water. So, he was not convinced that Jiang had come solely to seek his acknowledgement. Jiang smiled, her expression revealing a hint of shrewdness. "So, I'm here to ask for your assistance. The situation in Cangnan City has been quite chaotic these past few days. You must know the whereabouts of those individuals. Is this payment for aiding you?" Qian inquired, glancing at the food on the table. "Not at all." Jiang shook her head, her fingertips glowing momentarily as 3 items appeared in an instant. A green crystal radiating a mysterious light, a translucent marble, and an ordinary-looking game token. These are the essence crystal, the guardian barrier, and the spatial anchor point. Jiang elaborated on their uses before handing them to Qian. Qian idly toyed with the game token, suddenly laughing. "How did you know I would help you?" "Ah, this isn't for my sake. It's for Lin Qiye. Most of those individuals are after him, and I thought it best to resolve the situation beforehand to avoid further trouble," Jiang explained. Qian remained silent for a moment. "Very well. I will send you their locations from my phone shortly." Let's see if you can resist the allure of Qiye. At the Peace Affairs office, Hong Ying commanded the others with hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority as she directed the cleaning efforts. "Wen Qima, have you cleaned the front door? Shaonan, tidy up the desk. Deputy team, mop the floor. Old Zhao, clean the windows." Zhao Kongcheng vigorously mopped the floor, lifting his head to inquire, "What are you up to?" Hong Ying, brimming with pride, cheerfully produced several large shopping bags from behind her, exclaiming, "Little Yi and Chi Yi are bringing their friends over for dinner. I need to go buy groceries." "Friends from the training camp?" Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, curiosity evident in his voice. "Indeed." Hong Ying's eyes narrowed into slits with her smile. When Shima interjected with a playful tone, "Is that boy little Yi likes also coming?" Hong Ying playfully smacked the back of his head, retorting, "Stop chattering. You talk too much. Just get a wiping." "Oh." Wen Shima responded with a hint of grievance, resuming his task of cleaning the door. Zhao Kongchang straightened up and glanced around, pondering aloud, "But where has the captain gone? I thought I just saw him." Wu Xiaonan couldn't help but chuckle. "The captain is in the office, checking the 100 precautions for new sons-in-law." In the old district, Andy's voice floated from the kitchen. "Ah, Jean, could you call your brother later and ask if he's coming back for the new year?" Holding spring couplets, Yang Jean replied, "My brother might not be able to answer. I'll give it a try." Auntie continued her rambling. "He hasn't called back in half a year. I wonder how he is doing." Yang Jin Laogit, "With my brother's skills and his impressive comrades, he'll be just fine. Don't worry, Mom." As he stepped onto the balcony, phone in hand, he noticed a black van parked outside and a beautiful girl approaching in the distance. Yi Jiang caught sight of his gaze and smiled, waving gently. According to the intel from Qingyu, this area was being watched by a group of followers, and if her memory served her right, they belonged to a team codenamed Scorpion. Although Annie's home had a protective barrier, it was said that cockroaches may not bite, but are still quite unpleasant. So she resolved to clear out these little pests before heading elsewhere. However, her greeting was evidently noticed by those inside the vehicle. "Scorpion 3, there's a woman coming. She seems to know the target," one reported. "Ignore her. Remain on standby," came the response. "Scorpion 1, we've been stationed here for 2 days. What if the target doesn't arrive?" "Do not fear. The target has already arrived," a strange female voice suddenly interjected. Inside the vehicle, Scorpion 3 was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. "Already here?" A crisp knock resonated from outside the car window. Scorpion 3 turned to the window, astonished to find that it was the woman. Yi Jiang flashed him a friendly smile, her lips moving. Scorpion 3 couldn't catch what she said, but he discerned her lip movements. She was saying, "Hello there, fool." In an instant, a frigid wave surged outward from Yi Jiang, enveloping the surroundings in an intense chill. Scorpion 3 found his body swiftly encased in a thick layer of frost, his terrified gaze freezing in place, the expression of fear forever etched upon his face. Meanwhile, Yi Jiang maintained a smile, wielding the power of the extreme cold to direct an even greater surge of icy energy towards the vehicle occupied by Scorpion 3. The temperature within the vehicle plummeted sharply, rendering the metallic components brittle and fragile, while the glass instantaneously became adorned with intricate frost patterns before shattering into countless crystalline fragments. As the ice shards cascaded to the ground, a faint sound emanated from a distant high-rise, followed by 2 bullets hurtling towards Yi Jiang's forehead with astonishing speed. With a sharp hiss, the projectiles were thwarted by her limitless technique, halting mere inches away. "I've located you," Yi Jiang announced, casting her gaze towards the high-rise that concealed the sniper. In an instant, she vanished from her position, only to reappear at the base of one of the towering structures. Without hesitation, she invoked the extreme cold prison once more. A chilling aura swiftly ascended along the building's walls, encasing all it touched in frost. The snipers atop the edifice sensed the encroaching cold and were struck with alarm. They attempted to aim and fire at Yi Jiang, but their fingers had become nearly numb from the freezing temperatures. Yi Jiang afforded them no opportunity. She blinked once more, materializing directly behind one of the snipers. The man felt a sudden chill enveloping him from behind, and just as he turned, he found himself ensnared by frost. With a disdainful snort, Yi Jiang waved her hand lightly, unleashing the power of extreme cold, instantly transforming the sniper into a mere ice sculpture. Immediately after, she flashed before another sniper. The man's eyes widened in terror, and before he could react, Yi Jiang's fist was poised to strike. With a resounding thud, the sniper's body was sent flying, akin to a ragged cloth, smashing against the ceiling before crashing down to the floor. Yi Jiang approached, examining the lifeless form. No breath, no heartbeat, devoid of humanity. Perhaps that was a bit too brutal, she mused. Once again, she activated the extreme cold prison, encasing the corpse in ice before shattering it. This, at least, would alleviate some burdens for her logistical comrades. Having dealt with the two snipers, Jiang brushed off the frost from her attire, her expression devoid of emotion, and turned to walk towards her aunt's residence. Chapter 48. The pitiful Lu Liang. For a second, the Scorpion squad comprised 9 members, yet Jiang swiftly dispatched 3, leaving her adversaries utterly defenseless. Those lying in ambush nearby were taken aback by this astonishing display. "Who is this person?" Scorpion 2 inquired, perplexed, through his earpiece. "I have never heard of such a figure in Sangnan City or the training camp. Could she possibly be from Shangjing City?" A deep voice emanated from Scorpion 1's earpiece. "Enough with the questions. Let's take her down. We'll capture her family afterwards." "Understood." Having already sensed the positions of several individuals nearby, Jiang's figure flickered, and she teleported behind Scorpion 2. With a gentle touch of her finger, an extreme chill surged forth once more, freezing Scorpion 2 mid-motion, who crumbled into shards of ice in an instant. The remaining 4, witnessing this, drew their firearms without hesitation and unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Jiang. However, the projectiles were effortlessly deflected by the shield enveloping her, leaving her unscathed, even as she offered them a slight, disarming smile. To an untrained eye, she might have seemed like a high school girl out to play with her classmates. Yet, her movements were merciless. Like a specter, she glided through the air, freezing any who ventured within her vicinity into crystalline shards. In a mere blink, Scorpion 2 and Scorpion 4 were reduced to a pile of ice fragments. The remaining 3, sensing the dire situation and realizing that conventional weaponry was futile against this enigmatic woman, inexplicably opted for close combat, brandishing their melee weapons and charging towards Jiang. As they recklessly rushed to their demise, a middle-aged man clad in a trench coat suddenly appeared at the foot of the aunt's residence. Observing the heaps of frozen human remains and the few remaining gunmen desperately resisting, he scoffed. "A bunch of dimwits. Do they not comprehend the principle of capture the leader first? To charge in without a chance of victory. How foolish." Casually discarding his half-smoked cigarette, he strolled leisurely towards the entrance of the low-rise building. The moment he arrived nearby, Jiang sensed his life energy. Noticing him heading towards her aunt's house, she remained unperturbed, even taking her time to toy with Scorpion 6 and Scorpion 7. Perhaps because she had not immediately eliminated them, Scorpion 6 and Scorpion 7 developed a misguided confidence that they might actually defeat Jiang, intensifying their assault. Once the middle-aged man's figure was out of sight, Jiang finally froze them into shards of ice. Stepping onto the ice fragments beneath her feet, she walked onto a patch of snow and stomped her foot, although she was stepping on ice rather than flesh. The fact that mere seconds ago they had been living beings felt somewhat unsettling. It was a festive season, and she was adorned in new attire. These individuals were truly a harbinger of bad luck. Suddenly, a man clad in the same uniform as the earlier assailants silently appeared behind Jiang. She paused, turned, and tilted her head upon recognizing him. "You are Scorpion 1. "Indeed," Scorpion 1 replied, slowly advancing towards Jiang, shedding his white camouflage to reveal a black tactical vest beneath. Jiang observed the scene before her, her brow furrowing in concern. What was that man doing to the young maiden? Was he behaving inappropriately? Scorpion, his gaze unwavering, fixed his eyes intently on Jiang and spoke. "I do not know who you are, but since you have appeared here and taken the lives of so many of my brothers, I cannot allow you to leave alive." With that, he removed all his firearms, retaining only a folding knife and a silver badge affixed to his chest. "Blood boiling?" Jiang interjected suddenly, catching Scorpion off guard, as if she had uttered his own thoughts. "How do you know?" The chill of ice surged forth with lightning speed, enveloping him until he transformed into an ice sculpture, the freezing not ceasing until it shattered into fragments with a resonant crack. Was he unaware that ostentation invites calamity? Furthermore, who taught him to delay so long before striking? Jiang remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then approached the shards of ice, bending down to retrieve the silver badge encased within. Truly, it was a forbidden object. Its quality was impeccable. She thawed the ice from the badge, gave the chain a shake, and ensured there was nothing amiss before pocketing it. After completing her task, she did not forget to wave cheerfully towards the distant rooftop, aware that someone had been observing her every move. Cold Qian gazed through his scope at the young girl who had just unleashed a torrent of violence. Now, beaming with delight, and mimicked her gesture of greeting. He had witnessed everything clearly and understood that the forbidden technique Jiang employed was certainly not minor healing. But what did it matter? To them, Jiang was simply the Jiang of Team 136. With a soft chuckle, Jiang set off towards her aunt's home. This clone could endure for over 40 more minutes, allowing her a brief visit at her aunt's before returning, during which she would purify the lingering effects of Shiva's grievance from her aunt, alleviating Lin Qiye's incessant worries. Consider it a New Year's gift from an older sister dam. At her aunt's doorstep, a black, rag dog lay sprawled on the ground, occasionally nibbling on the pristine snow beside it. Jiang paused, crouching down to stroke the dog's head, exclaiming, "Have you devoured Lu Yang again?" She had thought that with the guardian barrier in place, Lu Yang could not enter, which was why she had delayed in eliminating Scorpion. The sudden disappearance of Lu Yang's life force had led her to believe he had left due to the barrier. Little did she know, it was the black dog that had emerged. The dog tilted its head in confusion, wondering why it was being accused of again. It had only consumed one person. That individual had insulted its appearance, and thus, with a bark, the proud canine had asserted its dignity. Jiang, unable to resist the dog's adorableness as it stuck out its tongue, petted it a few more times before conjuring a gigantic beef and chicken-filled donut to present to it. "Here, that's your New Year gift. Happy New Year, you howling hound." The black dog, elated by the blessings and the gift, spun around joyfully several times before snatching the donut from Jiang's hand and scampering off upstairs. Chapter 49. The son-in-law bureau visiting Annie's house without bringing a gift is simply unacceptable. Before stepping through the door, Jiang swiftly conjured a few impeccable presents, ensuring that her entrance was suitably gracious. Yang Jin was already aware of Jiang's arrival. However, she had just been engaged in a scuffle, leaving Yang Jin uncertain whether she would make it over afterward. Thus, he refrained from informing Auntie. Now, upon seeing her enter, Yang Jin raised his voice and called out to the kitchen, "Mom, Mom, Sister Jiang is here." After his announcement, he dashed down the stairs with great enthusiasm. In the kitchen, Annie was engrossed in chopping vegetables. Upon hearing Yang Jin shout, her hand momentarily halted, and she hastily set down the knife, not even bothering to wipe the water off her hands before rushing out. As she emerged, she spotted the beautiful young lady who had returned with her little Qi last time, now standing charmingly in her living room. "Happy New Year, Annie!" Jiang greeted with a sweet smile. Auntie's face lit up with joy, her lips curving into an uncontainable grin. "Happy New Year to you too. Have you eaten yet? Stay for lunch. I'll prepare something delicious for you." Jiang gently shook her head, declining. "No. Auntie, I just came to see you. I have some matters to attend to later." Noticing Auntie's expression shift to one of disappointment, she quickly reassured her, "But Auntie, Qi will be back this afternoon. You can enjoy all the delicacies I missed out on. Qi is coming back today. My brother is returning." Auntie and Yang Jin's eyes brightened with excitement upon receiving the news. They had both been prepared for Lin Qiye not to return for the new year, so this unexpected surprise thrilled them. Jiang smiled and nodded. "Yes, but he is currently tied up with something, so I thought I'd come by to let you know." "Wonderful." Yang Jin, quickly fetch a drink for Sister Yi, Auntie said, her face brimming with delight, completely ignoring Jiang's refusal as she hurried back to the kitchen. Yang Jin leaped from the sofa and soon returned with a can of orange juice, handing it to Jiang. After receiving the juice, she pulled him down beside her. Yang Jin's body tensed up instantly. What was she planning to do? Surely, she didn't want him to help her string bracelets again? Unaware of his thoughts, Jiang leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly, "I have a way to eliminate the influence of the wet on Annie." "Really?" Yang Jin's face instantly radiated with surprise. "Indeed, but it might create quite a commotion, so I need your assistance to shield it from view. The effect of the light purification field is directly proportional to its visual spectacle. However, the issue lies in the fact that the effects are too conspicuous. The dazzling light, the enigmatic array, and the shimmering golden threads are all too clear to anyone with functioning eyesight. To execute this stealthily is nothing short of a pipe dream." Yang Jin's expression turned serious as he solemnly nodded. All right. In the kitchen, my aunt moved with remarkable efficiency, swiftly preparing an exquisite and visually appealing fruit platter. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to whip up a delightful fruit salad with yogurt, which the youth would undoubtedly relish. Suddenly, a fleeting golden glimmer streaked through the air like lightning. My aunt instinctively blinked, but when she looked again, the golden light had vanished without a trace. Could it be that her eyes were deceiving her? In the living room, the magical array beneath Jiang's feet gradually dissipated, its radiance slowly retracting. Yang Jin rose with a solemn demeanor, bowing respectfully to Jiang and saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist. Should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I, Yang Jian, shall certainly respond without hesitation." Jiang smiled slightly, accepting his offer with delight. After all, this was a promise from the legendary Erlang Shun, something that others could only dream of obtaining. Having spent less than half an hour in my aunt's home, Jiang excused himself, citing pressing matters. Before departing, he made sure to update the protective barrier outside. Now, unless a deity were to personally descend, it would be nearly impossible to breach this layer of defense. Even if a deity did come, Erlang Qian was there to safeguard them. Meanwhile, at the Peace Affairs office, a table was laden with an array of delectable dishes meticulously prepared by Chun Mai. Yet the group gathered around it had yet to touch their chopsticks. All eyes were fixed on Shen Qingzhu, who stood beside Jiang. Despite the attention, Shen Qingzhu maintained a calm demeanor, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his composure. Bailey Pang Pang discreetly tugged at Lin Qiye's sleeve, lowering his voice as he cautiously inquired, "Is this some sort of son-in-law gathering today?" Lin Qiye's lips moved slightly as he replied in kind, "It seems so." He admired Bailey Pong Pong's unyielding composure under pressure. Chao Yuan leaned in to join the conversation, whispering, "Indeed." Clearing his throat, Wu Xiangnan was the first to break the silence, asking, "So, Shao Shun, where are you from?" "I hail from Linjiang City." Shen Qingzhu replied smoothly, his voice steady. "And what do you like about our Shao Yi?" When Qima began, only to be interrupted eagerly by Hong Ying. "What do you like about him?" A blush spread across Shen Qingzhu's handsome face, and he unconsciously glanced at Jiang. His voice tinged with bashfulness as he said, "I like everything about Jiang. If she and your brother fell into the sea, who would you save first?" Without hesitation, Shen Qingzhu responded, "I would save her first. My brother can swim. And if you two were to argue, who would apologize first? I would apologize first. And who would manage the household finances? She would manage. And if you two were to have children—" "Stop, stop, stop. Let's eat first. The food is getting cold." Jiang's face turned as red as a ripe apple, feeling quite embarrassed to continue listening. Those aware of the situation knew he was merely dating Shen Qingzhu, while others might mistakenly believe they were on the verge of marriage. "Let us eat," Chen Mai declared, lifting his chopsticks with a deep, resonant voice. Yejing and Shen Qingzhu let out a slight sigh of relief, but in the next moment, their hearts raced once more. Chen Mai suddenly inquired, "If you were to marry in the future, would you ever resort to violence against your wife?" Shen Qingzhu promptly replied with gravity, "No, I would never strike my wife." Chen Mai nodded expressionlessly, "Let us eat." As dusk descended, the group gradually exited the office. Lin Qiye turned to Yejing and the others, saying, "I shall return to my aunt's home now." "I will accompany you," Yejing asserted without hesitation. Given the current turmoil, she could not bear the thought of him venturing out alone. Lin Qiye clearly understood his precarious situation and decisively agreed. "Please wait here for me. I shall return shortly." With that, Yejing took hold of Lin Qiye, and they vanished in an instant. Chao Yuan gazed in the direction they had disappeared, marveling. Yejing's forbidden realm truly is enviably effective. Indeed, Bailey Pang Pang chimed in, momentarily envious, realizing that his own family's forbidden items were utterly incomparable. No sooner had he spoken than Yejing reappeared before the three, their positions unchanged. "All right, let's be on our way." At that moment, the sounds of fireworks in the city grew louder, brilliant displays ascending from every corner, adorning the night sky with vibrant blossoms. The four strolled leisurely towards the hotel, appreciating the splendid fireworks, and their spirits soared ever higher. Yejing's mood was particularly buoyant. surrounded by picturesque scenery and accompanied by her beloved. She seized a moment when Bali Pang Pang and Chao Yuan were distracted to subtly slip her hand into Shun Qingzhu's pocket, gently grasping his somewhat cool hand. The instant Shun Qingzhu felt her touch, he firmly held onto her warm, soft hand, his expression remaining tranquil, though his ears had inexplicably flushed a gentle red. Bali Pang Pang and Chao Yuan exchanged knowing smiles, discreetly pretending not to notice the subtle display of affection between the two. Chapter 50. The eerie lines on the first day of the Lunar New Year. As the saying goes, the sound of firecrackers heralds the arrival of a new year. Early in the morning, I was jolted awake from my slumber by the incessant cacophony of fireworks and firecrackers. Bai Li, still bleary-eyed, rubbed his eyes as though all the energy had been siphoned from his body, struggling to rise from his bed. I suddenly feel that banning fireworks might not be such a bad idea, he mumbled, his voice thick with drowsiness. Chao Yuan was not faring much better. The previous night had been akin to a bombardment, the sounds echoing relentlessly, leaving him nearly unable to keep his eyes open. Upon stepping out of the mental realm, he discovered the room devoid of anyone, save for a table laden with food. Where are those two? Bali murmured weakly, eyes still shut. They probably went out on a date, he speculated. In the old city, Lin Qiye had just descended the stairs with a broom in hand, ready to sweep the snow. As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly collided with Jiang and Shun Qingzhu, who were laden with bags. Why are you two here so early? Lin Qiye asked, astonished. Jiang shrugged nonchalantly, replying, we came to pay New Year's respects to Annie and Jean, and thought we'd stop by to see you. The previous night, while appearing tranquil, she had actually created 2 avatars to guard the hotel vicinity, silently eliminating 5 attackers from the river realm. Otherwise, how could Bai Li and the others have slept so soundly? It must be said, Bai Li's bounty of 800 million was indeed tempting. Were it not for her own ability to conjure gold, she might have been tempted herself. With a protective barrier surrounding Annie's home, she felt relatively secure. However, they were set to return to the training camp the next day, and it was likely that the attackers would launch even fiercer assaults today. Thus, she stationed 1 avatar to guard Bai Li and the others while she and Shun Qingzhu came to pay respects to Annie and ensure Lin Qiye's safety. You all arrived too early. Annie hasn't even made breakfast yet. Oh really? Perfect. After we pay our respects, you should come out with us. Jiang smiled. Though to Lin Qiye, the smile seemed rather sinister. Lin Qiye clutched the broom tightly against his chest, his expression wary. What are you planning? To take you both for a practical training session. Annie was delighted to see Jiang visiting so early for the new year, her smile wide. Yet, upon noticing Shun Qingzhu standing closely beside Jiang, her heart sank. Little Yi, is this your boyfriend? Jiang nodded obediently. Yes, Auntie. Shun Qingzhu gently placed the gifts he was carrying on the ground, addressing Auntie politely. Hello, Annie. I am a comrade of Jiang and Lin Qiye, and also Jiang's boyfriend. Auntie examined the tall and handsome Shun Qingzhu, then glanced at her own sweet and charming Lin Qiye, her gaze finally resting on Jiang, who was elegantly linking arms with Shun Qingzhu. A quiet sigh escaped her heart. What a fine daughter-in-law she could have had. Yet, someone else had beaten her to it, while her Navi little Qiye remained blissfully unaware, still grinning like a fool. It seemed he was yet to awaken to reality. The participants are often blind to the truth, while observers see clearly. Jiang and Lin Qiye were oblivious to their aunt's subtle intentions. Yet Shun Qingzhu, observing her aunt's regretful gaze directed at them, discerned the truth. It appeared that the aunt was trying to bring them together. Alas, that would not do. The bride is mine. After paying their New Year's respects, Jiang and Shun Qingzhu enjoyed a breakfast at their aunt's home and spent some time playing with the Jean and Shao Heilai. They then excused themselves, claiming to have matters to attend to, and soon whisked Lin Qiye away. As they stepped out of the aunt's house, Lin Qiye lowered his voice and inquired, Did something happen last night? Jiang nodded, her expression calm. Several groups came, all in search of Pang Pang. And him? They're all dead. Shun Qingzhu, puzzled, remarked. How come I didn't notice anyone arriving? I didn't sleep soundly last night. Logically, I should have detected their presence, yet I also didn't see you leave. Oh, I created a few avatars to handle it. Yi Jiang replied nonchalantly. She had no intention of concealing this from Shun Qingzhu. He would find out eventually, and hiding it might even jeopardize their relationship. Lin Qiye, accustomed to her endless array of avatars, could only feel a twinge of envy. Wow, you have avatars now. What level are they? Generally, avatars possess only a fraction of the original's power, so given Yi Jiang's strength, they should be at least at the Qian realm, right? Yi Jiang's expression remained placid, though a hint of pride colored her tone. Qian realm. What? Say that again. Witnessing the invisible display of prowess yield such striking results, Yi Jiang couldn't suppress a laugh. Qian, my avatars share the same realm as my original self. So, what do you think? Jealous are we? She had longed to showcase her abilities, but had never found the right moment. Now, she could finally flaunt her talents before others. Shun Qingzhu's expression turned complex as he gently squeezed Yi Jiang's hand. How did you cultivate to this level? 17. No. 18 years old and already at the Qian realm. This is unprecedented in the history of the Night Watchers of Daxia. I assent to it. He certainly had never encountered such a phenomenon. Lin Qiye also felt a swirl of emotions. She was indeed a prodigy. There was simply no comparison. The three young individuals, each bearing a black box, strolled leisurely through the old city, deliberately choosing the more secluded paths, each holding a cup of milk tea, resembling high school students with nothing to do during the festivities. Lin Qiye observed their surroundings carefully and suddenly recalled something. What about Pang Pang and Shao Yuan? You all left them behind? Ye viank vavit hadhant dismissive. Don't worry, not only are my avatars there, but the Bailey family's forbidden object master is guarding them as well. As they continued their light-hearted conversation, they turned down an even more obscure alleyway. This path was flanked by dilapidated, abandoned low houses with scarcely anyone residing nearby. Their footsteps and the crunch of snow underfoot resonated loudly in the stillness. Suddenly, Lin Qiye halted, his brow furrowed. I feel that something is off. Shun Qingzhu kicked the snow at her feet, revealing the dark lines on the ground. Is this a custom of Songnan City? Certainly not. Yi Jiang tossed the unfinished milk tea in her hand onto the adjacent sidewalk. The warm liquid swiftly melting a large patch of snow, unveiling the same peculiar dark lines beneath. Lin Qiye scrutinized the orientation and shape of these dark lines, hesitatingly stating, it seems to resemble an eye. More precisely, a serpent's pupil. Shun Qingzhu maintained a calm demeanor, remarking that they must have entered someone's forbidden realm. Suddenly, a slow and deliberate applause echoed from the road ahead. The trio turned towards the sound, and there they beheld a woman of enchanting beauty, her figure alluring, sauntering leisurely towards them. Chapter 51. Unable to distinguish between the woman's long, dark curls cascaded down like a waterfall, and her enigmatic, emerald-green eyes exuded an aura of both mystery and danger, rendering her akin to a captivating yet lethal siren. Beautiful, indeed, but a presence that could spell death with a mere touch. Are you a member of the ancient god church? Lin Qiye inquired, his brow furrowed and tone serious. He had already been informed by Instructor Hong about the recent attack on Missile Launch Base 39, and the distinctive features of the woman before him instantly brought to mind a member of the ancient god church, the divine agent of Medusa, known as the Snake Woman. The Snake Woman chuckled softly, the legendary dual divine agents, not only strikingly handsome, but also quite astute. Yi Jiang leaned in closer to Shun Qingzhu and whispered, Do we really lack presence this much? Shun Qingzhu replied in a similarly hushed tone, It seems so. Their seemingly inconspicuous exchange was not only overheard clearly by Lin Qiye, but also caught the attentive ear of the Snake Woman, who turned her gaze toward Yi Jiang, her eyes narrowing with a hint of amusement. Oh, there's another pretty sister here. Her tone was flippant, yet her words carried an underlying malice, with looks like yours. How about I send you to feed the snakes later, little sister? Yi Jiang felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Firstly, I haven tea provoked you. Secondly, it seems you have little attachment to this world. Initially, she had intended to leave the Snake Woman for Lin Qiye and Shun Qingzhu to practice against. But now it seems she would have to engage the Medusa agent herself. as Lin Qiye faced off against the snake woman. He held the star knife tightly in his grasp, only to be suddenly pushed aside by Jiang from behind. Wait a moment. I think this sister looks somewhat familiar. I'd like to get closer. The snake woman giggled, covering her mouth. Oh, how delightful. Is that your lover over there? Don't worry. Once you're dead, I'll reunite you two. Jiang scoffed, her voice icy as frost. With you? It appears you cannot even tell the difference between the kings. No sooner had the words left her lips than her figure vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously behind the snake woman. The snake woman's reflexes were lightning fast. Just as Jiang's fist was about to strike her at the back of the head, her form distorted, as if the frame rate had dropped, and she dissipated into thin air. Try to escape? I'll give you 39 meters. Jiang swiftly constructed a mental domain centered around herself, with a diameter of approximately 40 meters, enveloping everyone nearby. Until now, she had only utilized the mental domain as a concealed space. But this marked her first use of its second function, imprisonment. The snake woman's figure manifested momentarily on the trunk of a nearby tree, but in the next second, a strange and potent force bound her tightly, rendering her immobile. Even the smile that had graced her lips was frozen in place, leaving her eyes to dart about in terror. Jiang flexed her wrists and leisurely approached the tree where the snake woman was ensnared. Why the sudden halt? Aren't you going to run? Her tone was exceedingly buoyant, yet to the serpent maiden's ears, it resonated like the whispers of a malevolent spirit, instilling profound terror. Jiang's face blossomed with a broad smile. She inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! The tree that the two embraced collapsed in an instant. And upon closer inspection, the area struck by Jiang had transformed into fine wood shavings. Lin Qiye, clutching his blade, clicked his tongue and couldn't resist teasing Qingju. Brother, what were you thinking? Are you not afraid of being abused by her? As Qingju observed Jiang's formidable display against the tree, he felt no fear. Rather, admiration shone in his eyes. In response to Lin Qiye's comment, he replied, Do you not find her quite adorable in this manner? Like a feisty little kitten. Lin Qiye's expression became complex as he patted Qingju's shoulder, advising, Bro, if it comes to that, you might want to visit an ophthalmologist. Adorable? A little kitten? If one were to insist. A tiger is also a member of the feline family. To this, he could only express his respect, best wishes, and a firm resolution to remain distant. The serpent maiden lay motionless on the ground, gazing in terror at the girl, approaching her with a smile. What was this girl's forbidden domain? Why had she suddenly become immobile? A single blow had rendered her powerless. How could someone so formidable remain unmentioned in her intelligence reports? The serpent maiden had expected Jiang to continue pummeling her, but to her astonishment, a mesmerizing and resplendent lavender light surged forth from Jiang's hand, cascading towards her like a stream, enveloping her body in a radiant membrane. Then, inexplicably, her form began to shrink, her skin and bones softening to an extraordinary degree, as if she had transformed into a mere doll. She could no longer feel her body. Jiang bent down to retrieve the doll from the ground, gently shaking off the snowflakes that clung to it. One must admit, although the serpent maiden was an alluring beauty, her doll-like form was undeniably charming. Her long black curls morphed into a series of tiny black Q-version snakes, and her round face bore two striking green eyes, complemented by a dainty upturned nose and a subtly curved red mouth, reminiscent of the Q-version doll she adored in her childhood. Having subdued the serpent maiden, Jiang retracted her mental domain. Just as Lin Qiye and Qingju were about to approach, a silver spear surged towards Jiang like a bolt of lightning, only to be firmly halted by unlimited technique, preventing it from advancing any further. The wielder of the spear was a man, approximately 30 years of age, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and an expression of apathy. Wang, Lin Qiye and Qingju exclaimed in unison, utterly oblivious to the presence of another individual nearby. By the time they reacted, the spear was nearly poised to pierce Jiang's face. The speed was astonishing. Only when they saw the spear's assault being thwarted did they exhale in relief. In their concern, they had forgotten that Jiang was a formidable figure of the Qian realm. How could an ordinary person hope to harm her? Yi Jiang lifted her gaze to the man, slowly articulating, "You are the captain of the Gusun Night Watch team, Han Shaoyan." Upon hearing this, Han Shaoyan's eyes flickered slightly as he sheathed his long spear behind him and calmly stated, "I am Han Shaoyan, the 13th seat of the Believers. I kindly request that you hand over the snake woman to me." Believers? The former Night Watchers? Lin Qiye and Shun Qingzhu were momentarily taken aback. Such a formidable Night Watcher had actually defected to join the cult of the ancient gods? Yi Jiang did not relinquish the snake woman doll to Han Shaoyan. Instead, she tilted her head in contemplation for a moment. She recalled that Han Shaoyan had been bound by a soul contract instilled by the Whisper. While she currently lacked the means to address matters concerning souls and contracts, she did possess a skill that she could attempt. Lock, she mused. If everything she believed could be locked away could indeed be restrained, then might the soul contract imposed upon Han Shaoyan by the Whisper also be confined? Without hesitation, she invoked her power. Mental domain imprison. Han Shaoyan had intended to say something further, but a sudden chilling sensation surged from behind him. It was the sixth sense of danger. He reacted swiftly, retreating immediately. Yet, before he could exit this area, his movements were abruptly halted. An Shaoyun's pupils constricta violently. What manner of forbidden realm was this? Was the snake woman ensnared in a similar fashion? Chapter 52. The ancient gods' church's abduction scheme, the release of the lock, required no physical contact. Yi Jiang lightly raised her hand and gestured toward Han Shaoyan, who immediately felt a peculiar force surge into his body. The binding curse that had clung to his soul like a malignant growth seemed to be secured with an indestructible lock. The incantation that had confined him lost its power in the blink of an eye. Han Shaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in shock. What kind of forbidden realm is this? Yi Jiang casually lifted the control of the mental domain over him, yet he remained rooted in place, resembling a lifeless statue, still immersed in the astonishing scene that had just unfolded. "Can you still feel the contract of the incantation?" Yi Jiang asked, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. Han Shaoyan remained silent for a long while, lost in thought. Yi Jiang felt a flicker of doubt in her heart. Could it be that the lock had failed? Perhaps it was time to try again. Forbidden Realm, Light Purification Field. A platinum-colored magic circle suddenly erupted into brilliance, illuminating the surroundings. Countless golden threads surged toward Han Shaoyan like a tumultuous tide, the light dazzling yet vanishing without a trace moments later. This forbidden realm seemed ineffective against soul contracts. After all, a contract is merely an invisible agreement at its core. As the light dissipated, Han Shaoyan awoke from his stupor. His eyes filled with astonishment and shock as he gazed at the young girl before him. Shun Qingzhu and Lin Qiye stood warily in front of Yi Jiang. How did you do that?" Han Shaoyun's voice trembled with excitement. Yi Jiang shrugged indifferently, her chin slightly raised, exuding a sense of pride. "Isn't it just a matter of having hands?" Ignoring her boastfulness, Han Shaoyun's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. "You must keep your forbidden realm a secret from others. Otherwise, the ancient God's Church will stop at nothing to assassinate you and this divine agent, Michael." His gaze turned to Lin Qiye, standing behind Yi Jiang, filled with concern. "The ancient God's Church will not relent in their attempts on your life. You must exercise caution and protect yourself at all times." His words began to sound increasingly like a final farewell, causing Lin Qiye to furrow his brow in suspicion. "What exactly are you planning to do?" Han Shaoyun's clenched fists turned white from the strain, his eyes brimming with suppressed hatred as he spoke in a voice as cold as frost. "I intend to confront the ancient God's Church." The mere mention of the ancient God's Church made his teeth grind, as if they were his implacable enemies. "Qingqing is still out there. Even if I cannot save her, I will drag that scum of the ancient God's Church down to hell with me." His voice resonated with determination and resoluteness. "What do you intend to do at the ancient God's Church? Offer yourself as cannon fodder?" Yi Jiang scoffed coldly. "I exerted immense effort to suppress the sole contract of the incantation, not to see you throw your life away so recklessly." Han Shaoyun remained silent for a considerable time, his voice raspy like sandpaper rubbing together. As he slowly spoke, I have betrayed the Watchers and deserve to face severe consequences. However, Qingqing is innocent. She knows nothing of this. If there is any chance, I would willingly sacrifice my life to rescue her. If I cannot save her, I would not hesitate to bring the ancient god church down with me. Upon finishing, his eyes reddened, tears glimmering in their corners. Lin Qiye pressed further. Why don't you seek help from the Watchers? Han Shaoyan shook his head, his face etched with bitterness and helplessness. The ancient god church is teeming with hidden dangers. Sending an ordinary Watcher in would be like throwing an egg against a rock, merely courting death. He paused, taking a deep breath, before continuing. Most importantly, the method of mind control through murmurs is formidable, nearly impossible to guard against, along with the nearly unsolvable soul contracts. I cannot drag my innocent colleagues into an abyss from which there is no return. Jiang tilted her head. So you know where the headquarters of the ancient god church is, and where your Qingqing is, correct? Han Shaoyun hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding. Yes, but I cannot disclose that information to you right now. Ye Jiang struck it Herchin, her eyes darting with thought. How about this? I can help you sneak Qingqing away. That is not feasible. Han Shaoyun chuckled bitterly. Qingqing's room was heavily guarded, with numerous skilled protectors. The moment she stepped outside, she would be easily detected. Then why not avoid leaving the room altogether? Ye Jiang snip her fingers. I possess a family heirloom that allows for directional spatial teleportation. You could use this heirloom to find Qingqing and then teleport back immediately. Without elaborating on the function of the spatial anchor, Yi Jiang found the idea of abducting someone to be a trivial matter with it in play. Yi Jiang confidently patted her chest. If that doesn't work, I have ways to ensure your safe retreat, so rest assured. Han Shaoyun did not immediately agree, but fell into deep contemplation, his mind racing to assess the feasibility of this plan. Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye were taken aback. Moments ago, they were at odds, and now they were discussing helping an enemy rescue his beloved? Wasn't that a rather large leap? Moreover, Han Shaoyun had a history. Having betrayed the Watchers before, it was not beyond reason for him to betray Yi Jiang as well. Yet, it appeared Yi Jiang was resolute in her decision to meddle in this murky affair, remaining unmoved by Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye's attempts to dissuade her. Shen Qingzhu sighed in exasperation. Shouldn't we at least inform Instructor Yuan? That's unnecessary, Yi Jiang replied, scrunching her small face in reluctance. It's just a minor matter. If Instructor Yuan finds out, he'll surely lecture me to death. Lin Qiye sneered. If anything happens to you, both I and Brother Zhuai will face Instructor Yuan's wrath. No, perhaps not just him. Even Commander Yi might come after us. That would be quite fine, she retorted. Shen Qingzhu wore a tranquil expression, for ultimately, everyone must face death. Whether one departs early or late, the end remains the same. When the time comes, the three of us shall meet directly in the underworld and continue our connection from previous lifetimes. Yi Jiang. Chapter 53. The Trial Series at the Peace Office. No way, absolutely not. Yuan Gang's voice boomed as he spoke, forcefully striking the table. Instantly, several palm prints appeared on Chun Mai's desk. Chun Mai winced at the sight, lamenting the cost of the desk. He subtly attempted to prevent Yuan Gang from continuing his assault on the table, while echoing, "Indeed, Shao Yi, the cult of the ancient gods is not a place one can easily venture into." Yi Jiang, seated on the sofa, sighed helplessly. "Why don't you believe me? I merely plan to use the spatial anchor to bring Han Shaoyun and Qingqing back. It will be swift, taking no more than a minute." Why did they assume she intended to confront the cult of the ancient gods head-on? Although she possessed formidable abilities, she was not foolish enough to knowingly walk into danger. Besides, Han Shaoyun had already set off with the spatial anchor, and he was likely to reach the headquarters of the cult in 2 days. Initially, Han Shaoyun had wished to spare her from peril, so Yi Jiang deceived him into thinking that once she retrieved Qingqing, she would simply shatter the spatial anchor, allowing them to return through the spatial passage. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the game coin she provided. Yuan Gang pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, his voice heavy with concern. "Shao Yi, are you aware that even without the soul contract of whispers, Han Shaoyun must still enter the fasting hall upon his return?" Yi Jiang nodded. "I understand. Then why would you still go?" Yuan Gang's voice escalated, but realizing his intensity, he lowered it, wary of startling Yi Jiang. Do you comprehend the uncertainties that lie ahead? Resting her chin on her hand, she blinked her lively eyes. What if I manage to resolve the soul contract, afflicting him entirely? If he behaves well, he could even serve as a guardian in Gusu City. With a wistful sigh, she continued, after all, he is a formidable force at sea. It would be a pity to abandon him. Moreover, Han Shaoyan is not a mere traitor. He was coerced into signing the soul contract under threats to his teammates. To let him perish thus would indeed be a regret. Regret. Yuan Gang momentarily fell silent. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Mai interjected, have you considered what might happen if there is a trap? You may find it impossible to escape. What sort of trap? Firearms? She retorted confidently, raising her chin. I possess a shield. Suppression in the Forbidden Ruins? She continued, her demeanor unfazed. I fear nothing of that sort. Surely, the president of the cult of the ancient gods would not personally guard Qingqing, would he? Was Han Shaoyan truly that valued as the next president of the cult? Even if Yu Huai was present, she remained unperturbed. If she could not defeat her, she could still evade capture. Even if captured, she could stand there with her shield and let them strike. If they could breach her defenses, that would be commendable on their part. If all else failed, she could dispatch a clone to retrieve Han Shaoyan. Had she known earlier, she would have suggested to Shun Qingzhu and Lin Qiye to send a clone, thus avoiding such a convoluted detour. What began as a minor matter had morphed into a significant ordeal. Qian Mai helplessly rubbed his forehead, and after a moment's reflection, he turned to the similarly silent Yuan Gang, suddenly proposing, why not let her go? Yuan Gang erupted in anger, exclaiming he pointed decisively between Yi Jiang and Qian Mai before conceding, I cannot make this decision alone. Perhaps we should inform Commander Yi and see what he thinks. Yi Jiang reluctantly agreed, knowing that if she refused, Yuan Gang would likely persist in his insistence like a mantra. The call to Yi Fan was swiftly connected, but the voice on the other end was not Yi Fan's. It was that of Deputy Commander Qing. Upon hearing Yuan Gang mention Yi Jiang's intention to venture to the ancient divine sect to rescue Han Shaoyan and Qingqing, he paused for a few seconds before addressing Yi Jiang. Shao Yi, could you come over through the spatial anchor now? I believe this matter requires a face-to-face discussion. Yi Jiang pondered for a few moments. Her suspicion piqued. Are you trying to deceive me into coming over? Qing replied, Look, your conscience is evidently troubled. He chuckled lightly. I had no such intention. Of course, if you prefer not to come, we can always travel to Tsangnan to find you. Then I suppose I will go, Yi Jiang decided. She was not afraid of being detained. She had meticulously laid out her plans in Tsangnan, making her return effortless. Moreover, she had some inquiries for Yi Fan, so a trip to the capital would suit her well. Qing affirmed, very well. I shall wait for you at the Night Watcher's headquarters. Yi Viang replied, understood. After hanging up, she cast a resentful glance at Yuan Gang, Instructor Yuan. If Commander Yi were to detain me and I couldn't return to the training camp, would I still be able to graduate? Yuan Gang coughed lightly into his fist. Well, it should be possible. Qian Mai chimed in, don't worry, Shao Yi. If worst comes to worst, you can always return to our team 136. This place will forever be your home. Yi Jiang retorted, will my salary still be paid then? Qian Mai responded, well. She shot them both a playful glare before stepping outside to inform Shun Qingzhu and Lin Qiye, who were waiting by the door, and then decisively entered the spatial passageway connected to Yi Fan's office. At the Night Watcher's headquarters in the capital, in the Commander-S office, Yi Fan, clad in the dark crimson cloak of the Night Watchers, and Qing stood on either side of the desk, their eyes fixed intently on a small pile of game tokens atop the table. Suddenly, a gray vortex materialized above the desk, and a girl dressed in a white sweater, deep blue jeans, and little boots emerged from within. Yi Jiang was taken aback to find herself appearing directly on Yi Fan's desk. After a moment of shock, she quickly leaped to the floor and saluted both Yi Fan and the unfamiliar man. Commander Yi, Deputy Commander Zhua. Yi Fan chuckled, oh please, do not hold me in such high regard. You are the one poised to confront the ancient divine sect. Soon enough, you may even surpass me. Qing could not help but laugh at this. Feeling embarrassed, Yi Jiang hastily explained, Commander Yi, please allow me to clarify. No, I mean not to explain. Yi Fan took his seat and gestured for Zhuo Qing to do the same. All right then, go ahead and defend yourself. Yi Jiang. The reason I am compelled to assist Han Shaoyun is twofold. Firstly, I possess the means to resolve the soul contract of the ancient god sect, and secondly, I cannot bear to see our esteemed night watchman of the great Xia in dire straits. Now that I have the capability, I must offer my unwavering support. So, what do you believe is my assurance of safe escape? I have 4 assurances which I have aptly named: try to strike me, try to touch me, try to let me hit you, and try to chase me. Collectively, I refer to them as the Triad series of Forbidden Realms. As soon as Yi Jiang finished speaking, Zhuo Qing burst into laughter. Upon meeting the gazes of Yi Jiang and Yi Fan, he waved his hand apologetically. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Yi Jiang continued with utmost seriousness. Moreover, I possess an ultimate trump card, aptly named Desperate Measures for 120 minutes. Chapter 54. Chunmoyu Yi Fan was instantly captivated by this so-called ultimate move, deadly 120 minutes. What could this possibly be? Yi Jiang responded, it is essentially a doppelganger. A doppelganger? They were not entirely unfamiliar with this concept, as the mutterings of the ancient god sect could conjure nightmarish projections, akin to one's own avatar, which greatly troubled the Night Watchers. Is this also your doppelganger? May we witness it? Of course. Yi Jiang nodded without hesitation, as she had initially intended to reveal this ability to them. This way, they would no longer worry about her venturing into perilous places, as she could simply delegate such matters to her doppelganger. In an instant, a radiant flash illuminated the space, and beside Yi Jiang stood another identical version of herself. The 2 Yi Jiangs appeared like twins, sharing the same visage expressions, and even the aura they emanated was indistinguishable. Zhuo Qing, in disbelief, exclaimed too. Klein Realms. Yi Fan quickly inquired, Little Yi, is this doppelganger identical to your original self? Indeed. Yi Fan and Zhuo Qing exchanged astonished glances, their eyes filled with incredulity. It was well known that even the nightmarish projections of the mutterings belonged merely to the sea realm. Yet Yi Jiang's doppelganger managed to attain the same realm as her original self. This signified that once Yi Jiang ascended to the pinnacle of humanity, the Night Watchers would suddenly possess 2 extraordinary beings at that apex. Zhuo Qing then asked, can this doppelganger only be sustained for 2 hours? Isn't that why it's called Deadly 120 Minutes? Yes, after 2 hours, the doppelganger will vanish and can only be recreated. What about the mental energy expended in creating the doppelganger? Yi Jiang pondered for a moment and fabricated a small lie, perhaps about half of my mental energy. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan and Zhuo Qing were not disheartened. After all, in urgent situations, 2 hours could suffice for many endeavors. Yi Fan stated, please dismiss your doppelganger. Given this, we will no longer obstruct your visit to the ancient god sect. However, there is one point you must remember. His expression turned grave, his tone earnest. Before you reach the pinnacle of humanity, you must never reveal your doppelganger. Moreover, let your doppelganger undertake any perilous tasks. Your safety must be paramount. Yi Jiang was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the profound significance of his words, and then she smiled. All right, I understand. Her choice had indeed proven to be wise. In truth, revealing her abilities and unique traits to Yi Fan had been a well-considered decision. She was wagering on whether this commander of the Night Watchers could resist temptation. After all, Vitality Jade, Guardian Barrier, and even Soul Recalling Talisman. Any one of these could incite the greed of countless individuals. Yet, from the very beginning, Yi Fan had granted her freedom, never coercing her to contribute to the Night Watchers. It was precisely this aspect that endeared her further to the Night Watchers and to this commander of the Night Watchers. This is precisely the reason why she willingly provides the 3 essential items for the Night Watchman each month. After discussing the pertinent matters, Zhuo Qing lifted her gaze to check the time, realizing it was nearly midnight. It was mealtime. Should Shao Yi sample the fare from the headquarters cafeteria? Yi Fan chimed in, asserting that the culinary skills of the cafeteria chef were not inferior to those of Sun Lao from the training camp. Since they had the rare opportunity to visit, why not indulge? Yi Jiang hesitated slightly, expressing concern. If I join you, won't it attract too much attention? Moreover, dressed in casual attire amidst a sea of night watchman uniforms, I already feel out of place. Dining with two commanders might even lead to my personal details being circulated before I leave the cafeteria. Yi Fan, struck by a sudden idea, reassured her, no worries. We can simply say you are my junior. Zhuqing added, indeed, you share the same surname as Commander Yi. Perhaps hundreds of years ago, you were of the same lineage. Dining with relatives is hardly a significant affair. The notion of suddenly having an uncle made Yi Jiang feel a bit bashful as she touched her nose. All right then, let us go, uncle, she conceded. Stepping out of the office first, Yi Fan paused, then patted Zhuqing's shoulder, beaming with delight. Come, today my dear niece is visiting me. We must have Chef Kai prepare some exquisite dishes. The cafeteria was bustling with activity, and their appearance undoubtedly piqued the curiosity of many. As people passed by Yi Fan and Zhuqing, they greeted them respectfully, while Yi Jiang was subjected to curious glances. This attention almost rendered her socially anxious. When Yi Fan and Zhuqing led Yi Jiang to a private room on the second floor of the cafeteria, they were greeted at the entrance by a young man with a buzz cut, who immediately stood at attention and saluted upon their arrival, then flashed a bright smile. Commander Yi, Commander Zhua, the dishes are all prepared. Zhuqing nodded slightly. Good. MOU, you should join us for a meal as well. The young man acknowledged and quickly descended the stairs. However, upon hearing the name MOU, Yi Jiang suddenly stiffened. Montague, Chen Montague, the grandson of Chen Lu? She fixed her gaze on Chen Mou's retreating figure, her brows furrowing, but she said nothing and walked straight into the private room. The dining table was adorned with 6 exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses, particularly the Peking duck that left Yi Jiang utterly enchanted. Now, this was what one called living. After their meal, Yi Jiang contentedly sipped warm water and then asked, Uncle, may I request the chef to prepare a few extra dishes for me to take home? It wasn't that she lacked ambition. She simply found the food too delectable to resist. She wanted to share this culinary delight with Shun Qingzhu and Lin Qiye, who had surely never tasted such exquisite cuisine. Yi Fan chuckled, of course, just inform the kitchen afterward. Feel free to come by whenever you wish to eat. Yi Jiang beamed in agreement, thinking that as Yi Fan's niece, it was hardly excessive to occasionally enjoy a meal. However, the thought of Chen Mo made her mood plummet like a landslide. Zhuqing, perceptive to her sudden change in demeanor, inquired, what is the matter? Why do you seem so glum? Yi Jiang appeared somewhat conflicted, uncertain of how to begin. Should he perhaps start with the origins and evolution of Cthulhu? Chapter 55, if you have the ability, try to kill me. No, it cannot be spoken of. The mere incursion of the outer gods is already sufficient to leave the night watchmen in a state of disarray, if they were to learn of Cthulhu's existence. Yi Fan and Zhuqing would likely have to sleep with one eye open from now on. Not hearing her response, Zhuqing immediately recalled the glance Yi Jiang had cast at Chen Moyu earlier, and in a hushed tone inquired, is it related to Chen Moyu? Yi Fan also turned her gaze towards Yi Jiang, awaiting her reply. Yi Jiang nodded, hesitating for a moment before drawing them into the mental realm, and then spoke. It's not just him. There's also Chen Lu, Old Chen. Both were taken aback. Old Chen was one of the upper echelons of the Night Watch. They have issues. You must be cautious. Yi Fan and Zhuqing exchanged glances, and Yi Fan hesitantly asked, are you certain? Old Chen is a pivotal figure among the Night Watch leadership. Moreover, Chen Lu nearly became the 4th commander-in-chief of the Night Watch. How could such a venerable individual be implicated? Yi Jiang nodded firmly. I am absolutely certain that Chen Lu and Chen Moyu are connected to the evil gods. I cannot disclose how I know this for the time being, but you may investigate discreetly, such as checking for any alterations in the new recruits' records, or whether there are collusions with the ancient God Church targeting the new recruits, or even if there are insiders in the technical department undermining special teams, etc. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Even a single successful instance among the examples Yi Jiang provided could inflict immeasurable damage upon the great Xia. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jiang added with particular caution, even if you uncover nothing, I urge you to remain vigilant regarding Chen Lu and Chen Moyu. Zhuqing remained silent for a moment before solemnly nodding. All right, I will conduct a thorough investigation. By the way, I actually came here to inquire about the efficacy of the soul returning talisman. Jiang shifted the topic, glancing at Yi Fan and feigning casualness in her question. Yi Fan shook her head. I haven't had the chance to use it yet. Recently, the ancient god church has been particularly active. The medium team has been occupied with pursuing the Murmurs, leaving no time to return. Jiang stroked her chin, clearly having thought of this as well. If there's anything you need my assistance with, just let me know. After all, I have little to do in the training camp. She had already reached the Qian realm, yet remained in the novice village. Wasn't that absurd? All right, if we need anything, you'll be the first we think of. If it were before, even if Yi Jiang had become the pinnacle of humanity, Yi Fan would never have put her in harm's way. However, the situation had changed. Wasting a Qian realm avatar would be foolish, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. Moreover, it would alleviate some of the workload for the Phoenix team, saving them from incessant calls from Xia, Simeng requesting time off. Once old Kai had prepared the meal, Yi Jiang expressed her gratitude and promptly stored the packaging into the system space, then turned to bid farewell to Yi Fan and Zhuqing. Commander Yi, Commander Zhua, we shall leave it at that for today. Let us gather again when we have the opportunity. Yi Fan and Zhuqing were amused by her playful words. All right, just let me know in advance when you come, and I'll ask old Kai to prepare some delicious food for you. Great, then I'll head back to Cangnan now. Yi Jiang waved her hand and stepped into the spatial passage. As the gray vortex vanished, the smiles on Yi Fan and Zhuqing's faces faded instantly. Modifications to the new recruits files collusion with the ancient god church, targeting the special teams. It would be prudent to conduct a thorough investigation within the Night Watchman first. Zhuqing asked, should we call back the medium team? Perhaps have Bu Li and the others return? Yi Fan furrowed her brow, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied slowly, call them back. If the medium team can truly be revived, Wu Tongxian should be out of the fasting place as well. In Cangnan City, at the Peace Affairs office, Chen Mai, Lin Qiye, and Shen Qingzhu sat on the office sofa, their brows knitted in concern. After a while, Chen Mai finally spoke up. I don't think you need to be so anxious. The likelihood of Yi Jiang being detained is quite low. The commander wouldn't go so far as to forcibly take someone. Lin Qiye countered, but what if? Yi Jiang is so powerful. She might have caught the commander's eye and could join the Night Watchman team in the capital, never to return. Hearing this, Shen Qingzhu's frown deepened, and she said coldly, if Yi Jiang doesn't come back, I will go to the capital to find her. Chen Mai felt a twinge of unease at their words. He picked up his phone, contemplating whether to call Shao Pinga to inquire about the situation. In the next moment, the familiar gray vortex reappeared, and Yi Jiang casually strolled out with her hands in her pockets. Noticing their worried expressions, she curiously asked, what is the matter? Why do you all look so troubled? Yi Jiang. Thus, the matter was resolved rather easily. Yi Jiang recounted the events that had transpired at the Night Watchman headquarters, leaving Chen Mai speechless. He sighed deeply. Yi Jiang perpetually challenged his understanding of the world. However, it was reassuring that for future perilous missions, she could send her avatars, ensuring greater safety. Yi Jiang shrugged. Commander Yi and Commander Zhua said the same thing, but honestly, with the Guardian Barrier in place, there probably aren't too many tasks that could truly endanger me. At times, she felt that the system was exceedingly attentive. Just look at the abilities she had drawn. The super healer's source of life ensured her safety. Unlimited technique and Guardian Barrier secured her protection. Avatar was impressive, allowing her to avoid danger without having to act personally. During escapes, she had blink and spatial anchor, and even if she encountered unforeseen circumstances, as long as she had revival talisman and ample life essence crystals, she could resurrect on the spot. How concerned was the system for her safety? She thought her abilities combined could aptly be termed, go on, try to kill me. You all are heading back to the training camp tomorrow. Would you like to stay and have dinner together tonight? Chen Mai inquired. Yi Jiang promptly raised her hand, yes. However, we still have a few comrades. Would it be possible for them to join us as well? I would feel quite guilty leaving by Li and Chao Yuan aside. Naturally, Chen Mai could not refuse. Certainly. How many are there? Yi Jiang gently squeezed Shen Qingzhu's hand and inquired, will Deng Wei and the others be coming? Shen Qingzhu shook her head. The three of them have been enjoying themselves around Cangnan these past few days, so they probably won't make it. Most of the money they earned from their gold ingots has been sent home, leaving only a small portion for themselves. These days, they have either been at the amusement park or visiting scenic spots in Sangnan City, having the time of their lives. If we were to invite them for dinner, it might disrupt their plans. Thus, it would just be the two of us. Shamai nodded. All right, then let's head to Hong Ying's house tonight. The office is not very spacious. Having too many people would not only make it cramped, but also uncomfortable. Understood. Chapter 56. Two Metals are the familiar. Sharp whistle echoed outside, and Jiang lay comfortably in bed, stretching lazily while feeling 100 reluctant thoughts about rising. Beside her, Emily was already in a frenzy, hastily putting on her clothes. Noticing Jiang still lying in bed, staring blankly, she anxiously urged, "Get up quickly. If you're late, you'll be punished with lapse." Jiang. Just 3 days into a good life? Is there no justice in this world? Though her mind was filled with thoughts of conquering the world, her body obediently sprang into action. With a swift motion, Jiang leapt out of bed, nimbly beginning to dress. Soon, the new recruits were neatly lined up on the training ground. On the drill platform, all the instructors, including Wang, had taken their positions. Unusually, today they donned military uniforms that differed from the usual attire, adorned with medals of varying sizes that sparkled brilliantly on their chests. "Hey, Qiye, have you noticed that a few instructors seem to be missing today?" Bai Li, the plump recruit, suddenly whispered. Lin Qiye nodded slightly. "Two are absent." At this moment, Wang quickly scanned the new recruits and solemnly announced, "Today's morning training is cancelled. The purpose of gathering you here now is to award medals to some among you." He continued, "Our night watchman's medals are classified into 4 types: the Starfire Medal, the Starlight Medal, the Stellar Medal, and the Starcia Medal. Now, I shall declare the first recipient of a medal." Wang took a small black box from a fellow instructor, his gaze searching the crowd, a flicker of satisfaction and admiration crossing his eyes. "Jiang, you decisively acted during the missile attack, saving over 50 recruits, subsequently capturing the Serpent Woman of the Ancient God Church and severely injuring the 13th seat of the Believers, Han Shaoyan. Herewith, I award you the Starcia Medal." The Starcia Medal? The instructors and recruits present were left utterly astounded. Wang had previously elaborated on the arduous nature of obtaining these 4 medals, and the Starcia Medal was the most challenging of all. How could Jiang, a mere recruit from this training camp, earn it so swiftly? What they did not realize was that Yi Fan, in making this decision, had also taken into account Jiang's contributions to the Night Watchman through the life-enhancing Jade, Guardian Barrier, and Soul-Returning Talisman. These 3 alone sufficed for her to receive such an honor. However, due to the need for confidentiality, the Starcia Medal was directly bestowed upon her during this awarding ceremony. Nonetheless, even so, Jiang was genuinely taken aback. She had never imagined that one day she would be honored in such a manner. My goodness, had this been in her previous world, she would have surely required a dedicated page in her family genealogy. Alas, there was no family tree at home. Under the admiring and astonished gazes of her fellow recruits, Jiang strode with determined steps towards the drill platform. Wang, smiling, approached her side and slowly opened the small black box in his hand. A resplendent medal of deep violet hue lay quietly amidst the dark silk, its crystalline surface seemingly harboring a vast expanse of starry seas, a sight both enchanting and exquisite. With a solemn expression, Wang lifted the Star Sea medal and carefully affixed it to Jiang's chest. As Jiang gazed at the weighty emblem, a surge of emotion welled within her. She had never anticipated such a day of glory, a moment that would surely bring honor to her family. From this day forth, it would become her treasured heirloom. After descending from the martial arts platform and returning to her unit, Wang announced the second recipient of the honor, and unsurprisingly, it was Lin Qiye. During the missile attack incident, he had assisted Jiang in rescuing over 50 new recruits, subsequently capturing the Snake Woman of the Ancient God sect alongside her, and repelling the 13th seat of the Believers, Han Shaoyan. Thus, he was awarded the Starlight Medal. Lin Qiye ascended the stage with a bewildered expression and returned to the ranks equally confounded. He stared at the medal adorning his chest in disbelief, never imagining that by following Jiang, he would earn such a commendation. Regrettably, this time there was no Han Xiaoyan's great storm disaster to cause Shun Qingzhu Starlight Metal to flutter away like a butterfly, yet Yi Jiang remained resolute, believing that with their prowess, they would undoubtedly secure more medals in the future. Soon, they would adorn their military uniforms with them entirely. After breakfast, Yi Jiang was summoned to Yuan Gang's office. "What is it, Instructor Yuan?" she inquired. Yuan Gang retrieved a small black box from his drawer and handed it to her. Yi Jiang examined the familiar little box. Her eyes filled with curiosity. "Open it and see," Yuan Gang encouraged with a smile. Upon opening, Yi Jiang discovered a deep blue metal resting quietly within the box. "This is the Starry Sky Medal. Is this for me?" she questioned, perplexed. Hadn't she already received the Star Sea Medal? Why was she being given another? Surely it wasn't merely for her admiration. Yuan Gang explained, "In truth, this is your reward for rescuing the new recruits and capturing the Snake Woman." Yi Jiang regarded him with caution. "You aren't suggesting it's a mistake, are you?" Yuan Gang chuckled. "How could that be? The Star Sea Medal is actually a recognition of your selfless contributions with the Life Essence Gem, Guardian Barrier, and Soul Reversal Talisman. Since the Life Essence Gem and Guardian Barrier have been allocated to the Night Watchers, they have undoubtedly saved countless lives, and you are wholly deserving of the Star Sea Medal. Hence, Yi Fan thoughtfully provided you with the additional Starry Sky Medal." Yi Jiang's understanding dawned upon her, and her heart swelled with joy as she beheld the deep blue metal in the box. Truly a splendid sight. In her elation, she effortlessly produced several Klein-level, super-compressed life crystals and super-compressed guardian barriers. "Instructor Yuan, please assist me in delivering these to Commander Yi and let him know that these are more suited for use at the Klein level and above. Particularly with these life crystals, even if one must consume them, they should do so sparingly. Otherwise, I might unexpectedly revert to childhood, and that would be quite a predicament." Instructor Yuan smiled broadly, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gain. He promptly replied, "All right, I'll deliver it to the commander right away. Is there any message you would like me to convey to him?" Yi Jiang pondered for a moment before handing him a substantial handful of spatial anchor points. "Can these assist me in distributing to the pinnacle of humanity in our great Xia?" "These are spatial anchor points? You wish to meet them?" "Not quite," Yi Jiang clarified. "It's merely a precaution. Who knows, they may find a use for my assistance in the future. I am merely establishing connections in advance." Yuan Gang nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will ask Commander Yi to pass it on." After exiting the office, Yi Jiang's thoughts began to soar. Her current realm had reached the initial stage of the Klein realm, meaning she only needed to resolve 3 more regrets to ascend to the pinnacle of humanity. And then what? To become a deity? The thought of becoming a deity made Yi Jiang chuckle softly. Once she achieved divinity, she would strike Loki with her fists, kick Azathoth, and compel chaos to kneel and sing her praises. Ahem. Such aspirations seemed somewhat distant at this moment. First, she needed to address the matter concerning Han Xiaoyan. Chapter 57. The Ancient God Church 2 days later, within the confines of the training camp classroom. "Who among you knows the essence of spiritual power?" At the podium, Instructor Gu adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping slowly across the students. Bai Li Duming, nestled in the back row, was soundly asleep, utterly oblivious. Lin Qiye, with a quiet resolve, extended his leg and delivered a forceful kick to Bai Li's chair. Startled, Bai Li jolted upright, responding reflexively. "Here, do you know what the essence of spiritual power is?" "The essence of spiritual power is, I don't know, instructor. Run 10 laps. "Yes." Bai Li, his face contorted in dismay, trudged out to fulfill his punishment. Yi Jiang cast a glance at Shun Qingzhu, who sat beside her. Under her vigilant supervision, Shun Qingzhu had neither succumbed to slumber nor appeared disinterested. She seemed to be paying close attention, though it remained uncertain if the knowledge truly penetrated her mind. At the very least, she was spared from the fate of running laps. Suddenly, a grave vortex materialized before Yi Jiang without warning. Quick to react, she entered the realm of the mind, conjuring a doppelganger to traverse the spatial passage before withdrawing from the mental domain herself. If her intuition served her correctly, it was likely Han Xiaoyan who had employed the space anchor. Lin Qiye and the others observed the gray vortex, their hearts racing in alarm. Fortunately, they occupied the last row, and with Yi Jiang's swift actions, the other recruits remained oblivious to the anomaly. However, Instructor Gu at the podium had certainly witnessed the occurrence, his eyes widening in astonishment. Upon returning to her seat, Yi Jiang offered a charming smile to Instructor Gu, who exhaled in relief. The sudden appearance of the vortex followed by Yi Jiang's instantaneous disappearance had nearly prompted him to trigger an alarm, fearing an invasion from the ancient god church. Lin Qiye, Shun Qingzhu, and Bai Li regarded Yi Jiang with concern, their eyes brimming with questions. Yi Jiang smiled gently and shook her head, signaling that all was well. She could visualize the scene from her doppelganger's perspective, confirming that it was indeed Han Shaoyun who had activated the space anchor. However, he had not anticipated that the spatial passage would manifest upon shattering the game currency. Yet he could not enter. Dumbfounded, he then witnessed Yi Jiang emerge from within the vortex, a woman slung over his shoulder, tightly gripping a long spear, her gaze fixed warily upon Yi Jiang. Suppressing her fury, "Did you deceive me?" Yi Jiang shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "If I were deceiving you, why would I bother coming to retrieve you?" Her intention was merely to deliver a grand gesture to the ancient god church while fetching him. "Just a moment, please." With that, Yi Jiang summoned the entirety of her spiritual energy, unleashing a chilling frost that seemed capable of freezing souls, rapidly spreading from beneath her feet. In an instant, the room transformed into an icy chamber. Those stationed outside had no time to react. Their forms stiffened before they crumbled into a heap of small ice fragments. The headquarters of the ancient god church, smaller in scale than the Watcher's headquarters, was swiftly encased in a colossal ice cavern within mere seconds of Yi Jiang's full exertion. Regrettably, formidable beings of the Qian realm and beyond were stationed here. Soon, a voice brimming with fury reverberated through the ears of everyone present, including that of the little ice block. "Who dares to seek their demise at the ancient divine church?" "It's me, Ingzi. It's Daidi." The terrifying aura of that powerful entity enveloped the entire headquarters of the ancient divine church. Han Shaoyun, carrying Qingqing, nearly succumbed to this overwhelming pressure, but fortunately, the guardian barrier he bore activated in time to shield them. The little one had stirred up quite a commotion within the ancient divine church, much to Yi Jiang's delight. "Let us depart." Without hesitation, she grasped the arms of Han Shaoyun and Qingqing, leading them into a new spatial passage. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in the office of Commander Yi Fan, perhaps due to Yi Jiang's previous visit, where she stood upon the desk. Yi Fan placed a game coin in the corner of the room. Han Shaoyun surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. "Have we emerged?" Yi Viang nodded. "This is the headquarters of the Night Watchers. Please set Qingqing down. I shall see if I can heal her." "You can heal Qingqing." Han Shaoyun's eyes widened in astonishment as he eagerly grasped Yi Jiang's arm. He was unconcerned about their current location, solely focused on Yi Jiang's promise to heal Qingqing. "I'm not certain yet. Please lay her down so I can assess." "All right." Han Shaoyun gingerly placed Qingqing onto the sofa, his eyes filled with anticipation. Though Yi Jiang expressed uncertainty, it instilled in him boundless hope. Yi Jiang promptly administered a vitality crystal to Qingqing. The crystal dissolved upon entry, releasing a pure essence of life that surged through Qingqing's limbs. Soon, a hint of color returned to Qingqing's complexion, yet there were no signs of awakening. Yi Jiang contemplated, pondering whether a comatose individual required even more life energy. Just as she prepared to administer another vitality crystal, Han Shaoyun suddenly exclaimed with joy. She moved. Qingqing moved. Bang! The office door was violently kicked open, and several night watchers in dark crimson cloaks stormed in. "Everyone freeze. Raise your hands." Yi Jiang exclaimed. "This is a disaster. How did she become the criminal?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Yi Fan's laughter rang out robustly, contrasting sharply with Yi Jiang's sullen demeanor, resembling a despondent mushroom. "Can we not laugh about this? Just moments ago, she and Han Shaoyun almost clashed with the night watchers. Thankfully, Zhuo Qing heard the commotion and arrived in time to clarify matters. Otherwise, both he and Han Shaoyun would have been on a trip to the fasting chamber today." Yi Fan chuckled. "Who told you not to announce your arrival in advance?" Yi Jiang rolled her eyes, nearly to the heavens. I was in class when I arrived. And then I went directly to fetch them. There was no time to inform you. All right. No need to be upset. Shall I ask old Kai to prepare some delicious food for you to take back? Sure. With the promise of good food, Yi Jiang was willing to forgive him. But what about Han Shaoyun and Qingqing? Upon awakening, Qingqing consumed a vitality crystal. Her bodily functions have nearly restored to their former state. Although prolonged rest necessitates a period of rehabilitation to regain her previous vigor. Yi Fan remarked, let us first take her to the fasting center. Their subsequent performance will determine the next steps. Yi Jiang nodded in agreement, indeed. By the way, did you manage to pass on the items to those esteemed individuals of the Great Xia, as I requested through Instructor Yuan? They have been delivered. However, I am curious as to why you provided them with the spatial anchor points, Yi Fan replied, initially expecting her to send vitality crystals and protective barriers instead of spatial anchors. It will facilitate their ability to summon me when they find themselves in a predicament during battles. Yi Fan could not suppress a chuckle. If even the pinnacle of humanity cannot prevail, do you truly believe you can? Yi Jiang shot him a sidelong glance. Uncle, do you doubt that I could ascend to the pinnacle of humanity in mere moments? Yi Fan shook his head earnestly. I do not believe it, unless you demonstrate it to me right now. After all, ascension to such heights cannot simply be willed into existence. If it were that simple, there would not be only 5 in the entire Great Xia. Not just yet. Perhaps in a couple of days, she replied. Having saved Han Shaoyun and Qingqing, she had only been granted 2 opportunities to draw upon abilities, and she now stood at the pinnacle of the Klein realm, just a step away from ascension. Chapter 58. Resurrection at the Tsangnan Training Camp. Yi Jiang reclined comfortably on her dormitory bed, legs crossed, a lollipop dangling from her lips. Rescued Han Shaoyun from the ancient God Church. Regret -1. Rescued Qingqing from the ancient God Church. Regret -1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 2. Would you like to extract an ability? Yes. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability. Mental Shock, 0 grade, Forbidden Gun. Mental Shock, capable of directly attacking the target's brain or mental realm, causing temporary disorientation, hallucinations, loss of sense of direction, and memory confusion. It can also be employed for mental defense. 0 grade Forbidden Gun, a black pistol forged from the core of a fallen star, capable of absorbing psychic energy for charging, detonating upon impact, resulting in the simultaneous annihilation of the target's body and soul. After reviewing these newfound abilities, Yi Jiang scratched her head in resignation, inwardly lamenting her increasing propensity for violence, as she had envisioned herself in the role of a healer. Click! The dormitory door swung open, and Molly rushed in, clutching her toiletries. Yi Jiang, noticing her still clad in military attire, blinked in confusion. Aren't you going to take a shower? Molly replied, I just ran into someone who said Instructor Yuan is looking for you. He wants you in his office. What could Yuan Gang possibly want at this hour? Yi Jiang nodded. All right, I'll head over now. Inside the office, Yuan Gang was engrossed in paperwork. Upon hearing a knock, he commanded, enter. Yi Jiang stepped in and stood at attention, saluting. Instructor Yuan, you called for me? Shao Yi, Yuan Gang began slowly. Would you like to go out and have some fun? Yi Jiang raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical. Go out and have fun? Am I being expelled from the training camp? Yuan Gang quickly shook his head with a wry smile. Not at all. To be frank, I've decided to conduct a drill for the recruits in a couple of days. A drill? Yi Jiang pondered, stroking her chin, secretly wondering if this would involve the spider, the cube, and the headless man scenario. This was a traditional event for every cohort in our training camp, and this time, I intend to introduce 3 mysterious entities from the Chuanjing region. Yuan Gang emphasized the last part. Realization dawned upon Yi Jiang. Was he concerned about her overpowering presence disrupting the exercise? If that were the case, spending a day out would be no issue, as she had little interest in trivial challenges. Very well, just let me know in advance, and I shall head to Beijing to enjoy some time with Commander Yi and the others. On the eve of the drill, Yuan Gang summoned Yi Jiang to his office once more. Yi Jiang made an okay gesture, indicating her understanding. I will take my leave now. Please look after things at the dormitory. At the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Beijing, In the office of the Supreme Commander, Yi Jiang appeared out of nowhere, where Yi Fan and Zhuqing had already been waiting. "Hello, uncles. Have you eaten dinner yet?" The two individuals burst into laughter, and Yi Fan remarked, "If you haven't eaten yet, I can accompany you for a bit more. Finishing your meal will perfectly prepare you for work." Yi Jiang, bewildered, inquired, "Work? What kind of work? Wasn't I here to have fun?" The atmosphere suggested a summons for conscription. Zhuqing chuckled. "The spirit medium team has just returned, and I thought of bringing you to meet them. However, if you prefer not to go, I can take you to the dormitory to rest first." The spirit medium team. Yi Jiang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Let's go. I'm in." After waiting for more than half a year, she was thrilled that the day had finally arrived. Zhuqing and Yi Fan exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware that Yi Jiang would never let this opportunity slip by. They rose from their seats, leading Yi Jiang out of the office and towards the conference room. Inside the conference room, 7 figures cloaked in black sat in silence, 6 of them resembling lifeless puppets, while the young man at the edge focused intently on his phone. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his gaze towards the entrance, greeting Yi Fan and Zhuqing with a radiant smile. "Commander Zhuo." However, his expression shifted slightly upon noticing Yi Jiang following behind them. Yi Fan cheerfully introduced her. "This is Yi Jiang, my dear niece, and a new recruit in this training camp." She then turned to Yi Jiang, saying, "This is Bu Li, the captain of the spirit medium team." Yi Jiang gazed at Bu Li, then at the 6 shadowy figures, her excitement palpable. To be honest, while reading the original work, the spirit medium squad had evoked the most sympathy in her heart, particularly Captain Bu Li, who carried his comrades' corpses into battle, and Wu Tongxian, who awaited his teammates' remains in the sanctuary. Both had moved her to tears. Thus, when she drew the ability of rebirth, her first thought was to resurrect the entire spirit medium team. Upon hearing that Yi Jiang was related to Yi Fan, Bu Li raised an eyebrow, his skepticism evident, though he refrained from voicing his doubts and greeted Yi Jiang amicably. Yi Fan turned to Yi Jiang and asked, "Little Yi, considering their situation, let us enter my spiritual realm first. It's not particularly safe out here." With a wave of her hand, she drew everyone present into her mental domain. Bu Li instinctively reached for his weapon, but Zhuqing calmed him, saying, "This is Little Ye's forbidden domain. There is no need to be anxious." Bu Li frowned, questioning, "Commander Zhua, what exactly is the purpose of summoning us back this time?" Zhuqing did not respond directly. Instead, teasingly replied, "Be patient. You will find out shortly." Yi Jiang approached one of the unmoving figures, cautiously extending her hand. A stream of pale blue light surged from her palm, swirling around the figure's body as she released her mental energy. A blue light shield formed around her and the figure, enveloping them within. For some inexplicable reason, a breeze began to swirl inside the shield, rustling their garments. Suddenly, indistinct shapes began to appear around the figure, resembling fragments of souls gathering and merging. As Yi Fan and his companions beheld the scene, their pupils constricted sharply. It was the soul of this team member. With the continuous invocation of the soul recalling technique, the once complete soul gradually fused with the corporeal form. The body that had stood upright before Yi Jiang softly collapsed onto the ground, the hood falling away to reveal a pale yet dignified face with eyes tightly closed. Observing this, Yi Jiang decisively retracted the soul-recalling technique and activated the Divine Ruins Garden of Redemption. Golden wings accompanied the ethereal garden as it manifested before the group, an abundant aura of life flowing ceaselessly towards the individual lying on the ground. His complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and his nostrils subtly flared, as if striving to breathe. Moments later, his fingers twitched gently, and his limbs instinctively began to wriggle, as if struggling to awaken. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, filled with bewilderment and confusion. Bu Li, witnessing this spectacle, felt his eyes welling with emotion. He saw that the once lifeless gaze of Shao Hua had transformed, no longer vacant and numb, had truly come back to life. Chapter 59. The human pinnacle. After infusing the man on the ground with a surge of life energy akin to that of the mass team, Yi Jiang finally retracted the Forbidden Realm. Bully could no longer contain his emotions and rushed forward. Shao Huar, the man, referred to as Shao Huar, gazed at Bully's familiar face, his lips trembling slightly as he uttered in a faint voice, "Bully, have you perished as well?" Bully, overwhelmed with joy and tears, embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "How could I possibly die when I am this strong? You, my friend, have returned to life." Yi Fan and Zui Qing experienced a tumult of emotions, a blend of exhilaration and profound sentiment. "Shao Yi, how are you?" Yi Fan inquired, gently placing a hand on Yi Jiang's arm, filled with concern. Yi Jiang shook her head. "I'm fine. It requires less mental energy than I anticipated. To revive one person using both Soul Resurrection and Garden of Redemption, she had expended less than a third of her mental capacity. This indicated that, at her current level, she could potentially revive up to 3 individuals at once. The most demanding aspect was indeed Soul Resurrection, which involved summoning, gathering, and merging souls. However, if she utilized a Soul Resurrection talisman, she could conserve a significant amount of mental energy. Reviving the remaining 5 individuals at once should pose no significant challenge, especially with the life essence continually replenishing her mental strength. "Should we return to rest for a while?" Zui Qing inquired with concern. She had previously regarded Yi Jiang as a treasure. Now, however, her status had escalated to that of a national treasure. Yi Jiang's gaze shifted to Bu Li and Shao Huar, who were still weeping in each other's embrace. She silently shook her head. "There is no need. I can utilize the Soul Resurrection Talisman next. My mental energy is sufficient." She eagerly anticipated the full revival of the medium team. Most importantly, rectifying this regret would allow her to ascend to the pinnacle of humanity. With her impending meeting with EU, she had to be thoroughly prepared. Half an hour later, 5 individuals lay neatly before Yi Jiang. Bully had regained much of his composure and, after gently placing the still feeble Shao Huar aside, approached Yi Jiang to express his gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough. In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. The medium team will never utter a single no." Yi Jiang, unreserved in her response, smiled and nodded. "I shall take you at your word. However, they have just been revived, and their souls and bodies are not yet fully integrated, especially considering they have been sacrificed for quite some time. Therefore, it would be best for them to refrain from engaging in combat missions for the time being." Yi Fan inquired, "How long will their condition last?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jiang replied, "Approximately 7 to 8 days. She had infused each of them with a surge of life energy, which would be ample time for them to recover to their optimal state." Bully nodded and turned to Yi Fan. "Very well. Let them rest at headquarters during this period. You aren't thinking of embarking on a mission alone, are you?" Yi Jiang questioned with suspicion. "Could it be that you intend to pursue EU?" Bully was taken aback. "How did you know?" Yi Jiang shrugged. "I possess the ability to divine the future, but I suggest you refrain from hasty actions. In a few days, the ancient god sect will make its move once more, and the true form of Whisper will reveal itself. I intend to capture him alive then." Bully regarded Yi Jiang with a peculiar look. "Are you certain it is you who will capture him, rather than the other way around?" To him, it appeared that Yi Jiang possessed merely auxiliary abilities, lacking formidable combat prowess. Seeking out Whisper seemed akin to courting death. Yi Fan quickly interjected, "Indeed, little Yi, you must not take such risks. Though both you and Whisper are of the Klein realm, the fact that he has evaded pursuit for so long suggests that, even as a Klein, he is of the utmost caliber. Do not unwittingly attract the attention of that perverse individual." Feeling disheartened by their lack of faith in her, Yi Jiang, in a fit of anger, activated her system panel. Resurrect Medium Squad, Regret -1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 1. Will you extract the ability? Yes. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability. Conceptual Annihilation. Conceptual Annihilation. The ability to manipulate the concepts of existence and non-existence, allowing the user to strip and erase the key concepts of a target from the world's perception. Name, Yi Jiang. Age, 17. Gender, female realm. Human pinnacle ability, electromagnetic cannon, breath of the Archangel, integrated with source, serious punch, unlimited technique, blink, guardian barrier, mental domain, clone, creation, soul rebirth, healing source, integrated, daylight source, integrated, spatial anchor, extreme cold ice prison, lock, phantom aberration, mental impact, zero forbidden gun, conceptual annihilation. Gazing at this splendid panel, Yi Jiang felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "My goodness, how times have changed." She cast a glance at the system information panel, her hands comfortably nestled in her pockets, her chin slightly raised. What realm is Whisper in? The peak of the Qian realm. And now, take a look at my realm. You are. Wait. The expressions of the three shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, it was clear she was of the Qian realm, yet now she appeared indistinct. Yi Jiang, maintaining an air of serenity, patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and earnestly advised, "Uncle, times have changed. Make sure to catch up on The Dragon King Returns, the self-cultivation of a hang-up, in 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West." Yi Fan, scratching his head in disbelief, replied, "You have reached the pinnacle of humanity." After relocating the members of the medium squad to the Watcher S dormitory, Yi Jiang returned to her assigned dormitory for rest. Once they departed, Bu Li, with a puzzled expression, questioned Yi Fan, "Commander, is Yi Jiang also a divine agent?" The potent divine aura, when she revived those little ones, along with her conspicuous large wings, was unmistakable. Yi Fan, unreserved, replied, "Perhaps so." Bu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, given all this, how can it still be a perhaps?" Yi Fan sighed lightly, her expression grave as she explained, "To be candid, I would prefer to believe that she is a deity rather than merely an agent of the divine. After all, have you ever encountered a mortal capable of resurrecting the dead? The most astonishing aspect is that there is no apparent cost. Those familiar with Yi Jiang are well aware that she harbors significant secrets. Initially, there were doubts, and some even contemplated delving deeper into her mysteries. However, her various actions gradually alleviated their suspicions. Regardless of whether she is a god or a human, as long as she resolutely stands on the side of the Great Xia, she will forever be regarded as an exceptional soldier of the Great Xia, a loyal guardian of the realm. It has been proven that her deeds merit their complete trust." Bu Li smacked his lips, contemplatively remarking, "The new recruits are indeed astonishingly impressive. Isn't they're also an agent of the deity Michael, the Seraph? Is he as remarkable as Yi Jiang?" Yi Fan's expression shifted oddly, and after a moment of silence, she slowly began, "In truth, if it were not for Yi Jiang, Lin Qiye would also be quite remarkable. After all, he has maintained the miracle of Chang'an City for a decade on his own. However, based on our observations, the dynamic between Yi Jiang and Lin Qiye resembles that of siblings, with Lin Qiye clearly at a disadvantage in their contests. One reason is that he cannot land a hit, and another is that he cannot prevail. But isn't Yi Jiang a support-type agent of the Forbidden Realm?" Yi Fan's gaze grew profound as she slowly articulated, "A few days ago, the headquarters of the ancient god church was destroyed. Are you aware of this?" Bu Li nodded eagerly. "Yes, I know. The Whisperer has been nearly driven mad. During his escape these days, he even dared to strike back. This is the handiwork of Yi Jiang. Is that true? Just how many types of Forbidden Realms does she possess?" "I'm not certain. I've never counted." "Commander, I suddenly feel that a genius like Yi Jiang would be perfectly suited for our spirit medium team. If she is willing to join us, I would readily cede the position of captain to her and take on the role of vice captain. What do you think?" The mass team feels similarly. Chapter 60. The Versatile Support. Yi Jiang. The following day, Yi Jiang found herself waking up past 9 in the morning. A delightful sensation of lingering in bed that she had not experienced in ages. It had been a considerable time since she had enjoyed the luxury of waking naturally, and even her previous dependence on her mobile device had vanished without a trace. The training camp was devoid of any signal, and the daily regimen of rigorous training and classes consumed her time entirely, making her forget the last occasion she had taken her phone out. Lost in her thoughts, the tranquility of her dormitory was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent knocks at the door. "Wait a moment." Yi Jiang ruffled her tousled hair and swiftly donned her clothes before descending from her bed. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the cheerful visage of Bu Li. who appeared to be in high spirits. Shao, would you like to go out and have some fun today? After much deliberation and taking into account the suggestions of his teammates, he had decided to first establish a good rapport with Jiang, believing that once their relationship deepened, it would be effortless to invite her into the spirit medium team. Jiang was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Buli's casual attire. Were they planning to go? An amusement park? Was it a bit chilly? It was still early spring, and the weather in Beijing was quite brisk. Shopping? Well, she found that to be tiring. Buli scratched his head and suggested, how about watching a movie? After that, we could enjoy some delicious food? This was his first time inviting a girl out, and he was genuinely unsure of what activities to propose. However, Jiang's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Bu Captain, I already have a boyfriend, and he is waiting for me at the training camp. We are not suited for each other. Realizing she had misunderstood his intentions, Buli's face flushed crimson as he hastily waved his hands in explanation. No. You've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I actually wanted to invite you to join our spirit medium team. Jiang experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed her formidable skills had left an impression. Nevertheless, she had already resolved to join Lin Qiye's team. Otherwise, how would the plot unfold? Feeling a bit awkward, she replied, I'm sorry, Bu Captain, but I don't have any intention of joining a team at the moment. However, I can offer you this. She extended her hand, and a gaming token materialized in her palm, which she handed to Buli. Bewildered, he took the token, his face a mask of confusion as he asked, Is this a gaming token? This is my forbidden domain, spatial anchor point. When I need assistance, I can shatter it, and I will immediately arrive to find you. Conversely, when I have matters to discuss, I can use it to reach you directly. Once you've used it up, let me know, and I will provide you with another. Buli stared blankly at the gaming token and suddenly inquired, You can use this anchor point to come directly to where we are? Jiang nodded, Indeed, but it can only be used by me, or I can bring someone along. I cannot accept this. Buli returned the spatial anchor point. The tasks we undertake are exceedingly perilous. If you were to suddenly appear, it could easily place you in danger. Jiang smiled and reassured, Rest assured, it is not so easy to harm me. My forbidden domain is quite formidable. Noticing Buli still in doubt, Jiang took a few steps back, casually placing her hands in her pockets. If you don't believe me, why not try striking me? Although Buli was curious, he had no intention of actually hitting her, merely giving her arm a gentle pat. To his surprise, his hand was met with an invisible barrier, unable to advance even a fraction. See? There's no need for you to worry about my safety. After hearing this, Buli could not resist trying again, this time applying a bit more force. It's still to no avail. All right, I'll accept that. However, just to be safe, do inform me beforehand whenever you seek us out. Jiang made an okay gesture. Oh, sure. By the way, there's this. She rubbed her hands together, conjuring several guardian barriers into existence, which she handed to him. This is a guardian barrier. I wonder if you're familiar with it. Buli's eyes widened in surprise before he accepted it with a smile. Of course, I'm aware. Now, not only special teams, but also night watchmen in every city have one. I just didn't expect you to have created this. They had always believed it was developed by headquarters. Jiang's lips curled into a proud smile as she shrugged. What can I say? I'm quite versatile. Buli laughed heartily at her smug demeanor, raising the game coin in his hand. So, we now have a versatile ally. Indeed, I seem to be juggling several roles. I ought to discuss with Commander Yi about a potential salary increase. Jiang joked. I think you should give it a try. Buli suggested as he carefully tucked the items into his pocket. Since there's nothing pressing today, how about going out for some fun? He hadn't had a day off in quite a while, and with his teammates recuperating, he found himself rather bored. Jiang pondered for a moment before proposing. Why don't we go shopping? I've been to the capital several times, but never left the night watch headquarters. Today, since I have some free time, I could buy gifts for Lin Qiye and Qingzhu. Suddenly recalling Lin Qiye and the others, Jiang was struck with realization. She had forgotten to inform them of her visit to the capital today. Given the instructor's usual conduct, they wouldn't have gone so far as to place a fake corpse in her bed, would they? Sangnan training camp. Qingzhu surveyed the warehouse before him, eyes sharp. The voice of Li Jia crackled through the walkie-talkie. Brother Shun, the bombs are all set. Should we detonate now? No. Let me go in and take a look first. Wait for my signal, Shun Qingzhu replied. Lin Qiye's voice brimmed with concern. Brother Shun, that's a mysterious area in Chuanjing. Even if you seek vengeance for your sister-in-law, you can't just walk into danger. Why not just blow it up? Shun Qingzhu retorted, Yi Jiang isn't dead. What vengeance am I seeking? You should stop reading those romance novels. Without even discussing Yi Jiang's prowess, her ability to effortlessly intercept missiles speaks volumes. Considering Yuan Gang's level of concern for her, would he truly remain so composed if she were in peril? Perhaps Yi Jiang is merely off playing somewhere. Lin Qiye chocolate quarterly, remarking that this aligns perfectly with the atmosphere of the narrative. Upon first encountering Yi Jiang's lifeless form, everyone was utterly astonished. Shun Qingzhu and Lin Qiye nearly resorted to demolishing the training camp, but fortunately, they quickly recognized that this must be a test, which allowed them to relax. Chapter 61. Pending in the capital city, at the headquarters of the Night Watch, Yi Jiang returned to her dormitory, laden with numerous bags. Oh my goodness, I'm utterly exhausted, she exclaimed, tossing the shopping bags onto the floor before collapsing onto her bed. She had purchased an array of delectable treats, clothing, and shoes for Shun Qingzhu, Lin Qiye, and others, as well as a plethora of gifts for her recuperating teammates. The two of them felt that everything they encountered was suitable for their friends and companions, and they did not return until the afternoon after a prolonged shopping spree. Ding ding. Suddenly, her phone buzzed twice from her pocket. Yi Jiang retrieved it to find a message from Zhuqing. Shao Yi, the exercises at the training camp have concluded. Are you planning to return today or tomorrow? Yi Jiang promptly replied, I will return today. Zhuqing quickly responded, all right. Yi Jiang stored the shopping bags in her space and tidied up her room before exiting the dormitory. At the training camp in Sannan City, on the training grounds, Lin Qiye, Shun Qingzhu, Bai Li Pangpang, and Chao Yuan sat together, engaging in light-hearted conversation. After the exercises concluded, Instructor Yuan had granted them over a day off, but lacking phones and entertainment, they found themselves chatting once more. Bai Li Pangpang reclined lazily against the steps and said, Did Instructor Yuan mention where Sister Jiang went? Lin Qiye shook his head. Instructor Yuan merely said she went out for some fun. How could she go out and not inform us? I am genuinely upset. Bai Li Pangpang feigned anger, throwing a small stone far away. Gao Juan Vimak Pen Sivili, where she brings back some delicious treats for you. Bai Li Pangpang hesitated. Well, then I might consider forgiving her. But, bro, you can't let this slide either. Sister Jiang going out without telling us is one thing, but you not informing us as well? That is quite disappointing. He smirked, nudging Shun Qingzhu, who was sitting nearby. Shun Qingzhu shot him a sidelong glance. When Yi Jiang returns, I will certainly relay what you just said. Bai Li Bang Gaspat, hey. You don't need to tell me. I heard everything. A melodic female voice suddenly interrupted their banter. The four of them turned abruptly to see the subject of their discussion, Yi Jiang, standing behind them with a cheerful smile. Yi Jiang raised an eyebrow. I specifically went to the capital to buy you gifts, and here you are speaking ill of me behind my back? Sister Jiang, Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed joyfully as he ran to her side, ingratiatingly stating, How could I possibly speak poorly of you? I was merely testing Bro's affection for you. Shun Qingzhu rolled his eyes. You are truly shameless. Sister Jiang, did you buy us anything delicious? Yi Jiang knew Bai Li Pangpang's true motive and smiled. Indeed. I bought plenty of treats and gifts for you all. With that, she drew them all into her spiritual realm and began retrieving items from her space. Here, I have pastries and meals, all packed from restaurants. And these are the spring outfits and shoes I picked out for you. Oh, and I also bought some undergarments. You can select your own sizes. In addition to skincare products, you should all remember to apply them after washing your faces daily. Just look at the roughness of your skin. At some point, the expansive space was filled only with the incessant chatter of Yi Jiang. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and looked up to find four young men staring at her in astonishment. Yi Jiang, puzzled, asked, What troubles you? Do you dislike it? Shun Qingzhu stepped forward to embrace Yi Jiang, solemnly declaring, I like it very much. Thank you, Yi Jiang. Lin Qiye's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gently wrapped his arms around her from the left side, adding, Thank you, Yi Jiang. Aside from his aunt and Ajin, she was the first person to treat him with such kindness, akin to a beloved sister, and he was genuinely elated. Finally, Pang Pang eagerly took his place on Yi Jiang's right, exclaiming, "I adore it too. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Even when going out to play, she remembered to buy them gifts, selecting clothing according to their preferences. He was profoundly touched by her thoughtfulness. He decided, then, that Yi Jiang would be his only sister from now on. Chao Yuan stood to the side, hesitating as the three of them completely enveloped Yi Jiang. What was he to do? In the end, he stepped forward and embraced all four of them, thus blending in harmoniously. Today's emotional display made his heart feel somewhat heavy. Yi Jiang interjected, "Hold on a second. I can understand hugging my boyfriend. But what else with you all crowding in? How presumptuous, little brothers." As spring gave way to summer, it also signified the countdown to the training camp days. In the cafeteria, familiar faces occupied their usual spots. With the training and assessments concluded, Lin Qiye inquired, "Is there anything else left to do?" "I don't think so. Next, we just need to wait for everyone's overall scores to determine our placements, followed by the oath-taking ceremony, where we will receive our star blade, cloaks, and medals. After that, we can depart from the training camp to our respective bases." Does that mean Sister Jiang and Zhuangge will be starting a long-distance relationship? It seemed that, at some point, aside from Shun Qingzhu, everyone had begun to address Yi Jiang as sister, despite her not being the eldest. Yi Jiang could only accept this with resignation. After all, sister is a kind of aura. However, once Chao Yuan made his remark, the others exchanged glances in silence. Yi Jiang swallowed her food, glanced at them, and finally fixed her gaze on Shun Qingzhu, who appeared rather displeased beside her, and helplessly said, "Please stop teasing him." They all knew about the space anchor point, and she and Shun Qingzhu could meet at any time. They merely found it amusing to rile him up. Hadn't he begun to emit cold air the moment this topic was mentioned? Finally, Pang Pang was the first to burst into laughter, with Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan joining in, casting amused looks at Shun Qingzhu. "Zhuangge, I'm not trying to criticize you, but how can you still be angry after so many times?" Shun Qingzhu shot them an exasperated glare, then placed a peeled egg onto Yi Jiang's plate, tauntingly remarking, "A bunch of single dogs, what do you know?" Lin Qiye, Bali Pang Pang, Chao Yuan. Ding ding. The phone emitted a sound, and the devices resting on the table received a text message simultaneously. Not only they, but all the new recruits received the same message at that moment. Bali Pang Pang picked up his phone and exclaimed, "Wow, the overall scores are out. My total score is 74, ranking 184 in the battalion. How can it be so low?" Chao Yuan replied, "I have a total score of 91, ranking 3rd. Have you no awareness of your performance in physical training, close combat, and strategy, aside from the exercises and shooting?" Yet, to our astonishment, Qiye is in first place. What? Qiye is in first. The group was taken aback, not questioning Lin Qiye's achievement, but rather astonished that the top position was not occupied by Yi Jiang. Even more perplexing was the absence of Yi Jiang's score on the list. Next to his name were merely the words, "Pending." Chapter 62. The order by Li, looking perplexed, inquired, "What does pending mean? Has Sister Jiang been held back?" Chao Yuan, however, entertained a different thought. Perhaps her score was too high, and the instructors needed further discussion. "What does it matter? We'll find out in due time." Yi Jiang replied nonchalantly. Deep down, she could surmise the thoughts of Yi Fan and the others. After all, she had already reached the pinnacle of humanity. What purpose did these scores serve? It was not as if she could be assigned to the night watchman squad. So pending was simply the most straightforward outcome. At the border of Great Xia, within a primordial jungle, a woman cloaked in golden fabric spoke with unwavering resolve. "We must secure Lin Qiye. With her, as a dual god agent, ranked first in the training camp, and a recipient of the Star Medal, she's a talent our Phoenix team cannot afford to overlook." She rifled through documents, pointing at a line with evident skepticism. But what does this pending status signify? Did she fail? A refined man beside her glanced at the file and remarked, "This Yi Jiang likely does not require grades." "Why?" The woman furrowed her brow, suddenly exclaiming, "They both share the surname Yi. Could she be related to Commander Yi? How outrageous!" Commander Yi is using his position for personal gain. Watch me report him. The cultured man sighed in resignation. Reporting him won't grant you any reprieve. For it appears this Yi Jiang is also a pinnacle human. A pinnacle human? A pinnacle human attending a training camp? Am I delusional? Or has the world gone mad? The woman's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across her face. It was said she reached the pinnacle of humanity within just 6 months of entering the training camp. A pinnacle human in merely 6 months? What prodigious talent is this? Her gaze fixated intensely on the name Yi Jiang in the document. She resolutely declared, "Then we shall not pursue Lin Qiye. We shall recruit her instead." The man responded, "You can't simply recruit someone of her caliber at will. By the way, we must find a way to obtain her contact information. Talents like her will undoubtedly attract the attention of both spirit medium and mask, and we must act swiftly. In fact, we already possess her contact information." "What?" The man produced a necklace from around his neck, revealing 2 differently colored circular beads and 2 silver game tokens. Didn't Commander Yi mention that this spatial anchor point could summon a pinnacle human in times of crisis? The woman suddenly comprehended. "You mean this is to summon Yi Jiang?" The man nodded helplessly. You haven't been paying any attention to Commander Yi's words. "Forget that. How do we use this?" The woman asked eagerly. "Just crush it, but it cannot be used at this moment." The man swiftly evaded the woman's reaching hand, decisively tucking the necklace back into his clothing. "Only our special squad has received these 2 tokens. We cannot afford to waste them." The sky was overcast, as if brewing a torrential downpour. As Yi Jiang emerged from Yuan Gang's office, she glanced up at the sky. Today should be the day. A few days prior, she had conspired with Yi Fan to arrange for the relocation of the villagers from the nearby settlements of Jinan Mountain. She wondered how that was progressing. If this relocation of the populace could serve as a means of redemption, she would ascend to divinity. Strangely, she felt a sense of anticipation. The familiar whistle pierced the air, and thanks to a year of rigorous training, everyone instinctively set aside their tasks and sprinted towards the training ground like arrows released from a bow. In accordance with the unfolding narrative, Instructor Hong announced the deployment orders for all the new recruits. By Li Tu-ming, assigned to Team 010 in Guangshan City. Mo Li, assigned to Team 017 in Suzhou City. Chao Yuan, assigned to Team 007 in Huaihai City. Shun Qingzhu, assigned to Team 006 in Shangjing City. Lin Qiye, assigned to Team 136 in Songnan City. Yi Jiang, temporarily assigned to Team 136 in Songnan City. The strongest individuals from both training camps were dispatched to the night watchman team in Songnan City, eliciting expressions of confusion, shock, and discontent among the recruits. However, only Bai Li and a few others understood the underlying reasons, remaining largely expressionless. The moment Shun Qingzhu learned that he and Yi Jiang were to be stationed in different cities, his countenance darkened, his brow furrowed tightly. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he still loathed the thought of parting from Yi Jiang. After Instructor Hong read through the deployment orders, he called for dismissal. Tick-tick, raindrops began to fall upon everyone, soon escalating into a torrential downpour. The new recruits dashed towards the dormitories, while Yi Jiang activated her guardian barrier, enveloping a 10-meter radius around her to shield Lin Qiye and the others from the rain. Shun Qingzhu grasped Yi Jiang's hand gently, squeezing it softly. Yi Jiang took the opportunity to link her arm with his, smiling as she said, "Didn't we already know this?" Why the long face? Shun Qingzhu's dark eyes clouded, revealing a pitiful expression akin to a forsaken puppy. "We want to be able to be together every day anymore." Yi Jiang nuzzled her cheek against his hand, speaking softly. "Haven T, I created so many spatial anchors for you. Whenever you have time, I can always come and find you. That's not the same." "Oh dear. Qiye, it's not the same." Lin Qiye, Bai Li, and Chao Yuan, hiding behind them, could not help but chuckle at Shun Qingzhu's woeful remark. "Heavens, you're no longer the cool guy, but rather, you should be called Sister Jiang's little darling." Bai Li loga uproariously. In a fit of frustration, Shun Qingzhu kicked out, chasing after him in a playful scuffle. "You're asking for it, fatty." Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan watched as Bai Li was playfully punished. Offering no intervention, leisurely strolling alongside Yi Jiang. Lin Qiye observed Yi Jiang's calm demeanor, devoid of any sorrow, and couldn't help but click his tongue. You two are about to embark on a long-distance relationship, yet you appear completely unfazed. How is that possible? Ye viens shuruk nonchalantly. A pilefu simile adorning her lips. What is there to be sad about? It won't be long before we are apart. Besides, as long as I desire, I can visit Shin Qingzhu every day. Most importantly, witnessing how clingy he has been towards me lately. To be honest, I quite enjoy it. Lin Qiye regarded her with disdain. You are truly wicked. Yi Jiang playfully winked. A woman must be a little wicked for a man to fall in love. Just as Lin Qiye was about to retort, he suddenly paused. Do you all feel the ground shaking? Chapter 63. The doll. The rain outside fell with increasing ferocity akin to a deluge. Just as the drenched recruits returned to the dormitory, intending to take a shower, a sharp whistle pierced the air once more. Yi Jiang and Lin Qiye, who were engaged in conversation on the training ground, were caught off guard. What could this mean? It was likely related to the recent earthquake. Yi Jiang swiftly infused a surge of life energy into their bodies and quickly conjured several guardian barriers to distribute among them. Lin Qiye inquired, perplexed, why the sudden abundance? Today is not ordinary. This is for your protection. As long as a deity does not personally intervene, it will safeguard you, Yi Jiang replied. The recruits, now solemn, carefully stowed away the guardian barriers they had received. Amidst the pouring rain, the bewildered recruits hastily assembled on the training ground. Even the instructors appeared equally confused. It was not until several military green trucks approached from the distance that Yuan Gang descended from one of the vehicles and bellowed, 10 minutes ago, due to the earthquake. A massive landslide occurred near Jinan Mountain, claiming the lives of 6 surrounding villages. Everyone board the vehicles. We are heading to the disaster site. The sky darkened ominously as the vehicles sped along the treacherous, muddy roads. Instructor Hong sat at the front, distributing raincoats, boxes containing the star blade, and 2 translucent orbs, one green and one clear. These 2 orbs are Life Essence Jade and Guardian Barrier. You must hold on to them. They will save your lives in critical moments. Instructor Hong meticulously explained the usage of these items, while Yi Jiang sat quietly in the vehicle with Yuan Gang, gazing out at the curtain of rain. At the base of Jinan Mountain, the Temporary Disaster Relief Command Center was bustling. 2 instructors diligently calibrated satellite tracking devices, while Yi Jiang assisted by passing items to them. Yuan Gang stood at the entrance of the tent, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance at the looming mountains. The recruits had been divided into various rescue teams, dispatched to the affected villages, with voices from the satellite communication devices confirming their arrival at their respective destinations. This operation, ostensibly a disaster relief effort, was in truth a spectacle for the ancient God Church. However, using so many recruits as stakes left Yuan Gang with an unsettling feeling in his heart. As he pondered, subtle changes began to unfold around him. A barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. Indeed, it had arrived. He feigned a state of disarray, glancing around, until his gaze settled on a distant figure, a man clad in a tailcoat, with an alluring appearance and flowing hair, approached slowly. The ancient God Church, Murmur's, Yurongong Murmuret. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise. I did not expect you, the deputy captain of the night watch team from the capital, to recognize me. Yuan Gang sighed. What can I say? We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Murmurs hesitated. We? A melodic voice chimed from behind him. Indeed, I have been waiting for you for half a year. You have finally arrived. Middle domain control. A look of astonishment momentarily froze on Yuan's face, rendering him motionless, while a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. Yi Jiang smiled and continued to wield her abilities. Illusory oddity. For personal reasons, Yi Jiang chose not to transform the snake lady into a chibi doll as she had previously done. Instead, she crafted a life-sized inflatable doll. In the final step, she locked away all of his mental energy, as well as the soul of this nightmarish projection. I will not let you escape. With his mental prowess sealed, Yuan's nightmare lost its potency, and Yuan Gang and Yi Jiang reappeared within the makeshift tent. Yi Jiang held her hand, what resembled an adult doll. Yuan Gang's expression was complex. Little Yi, your interests are rather peculiar, aren't they? One can only blame Yuan for being so attractive that even in doll form, he looks appealing. Well, if the child enjoys it, let her keep it. Yi Jiang, lifting the doll, remarked expressionlessly, do you not think it resembles a sandbag? Yuan Gang paused. A sandbag? Mi Jiang raised her fist and mercilessly struck the doll's face. The doll's features caved in softly before quickly rebounding. Yi Jiang was quite pleased. The material is quite good. I shall use you for practicing my punches. Watching the scene, Yuan Gang felt an urge to join in and shyly asked, Little Yi, may I have a turn as well? Chapter 64. The Stalwart Man at this moment. Yi Jiang's true self was following the rescue team towards the designated location, feeling a wicked delight as the nightmarish projection of the murmuring entity was captured and transformed into an inflatable doll. She couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. If even the projection had become a mere plaything, there was little hope for the entity itself. Yet, it remained uncertain if the entity would appear again. If it did not, she would have to consult Bu Li, who had been relentlessly pursuing it and would undoubtedly know its whereabouts. Gazing out at the torrential rain from the car window, a smile danced in her eyes. Murmur, do not falter, she thought. The mountain path was treacherous and muddy, rendering the vehicle incapable of ascending any further, thus forcing the group to proceed on foot with great difficulty. The arduous trek drained their energy, and soon fatigue and hunger, accompanied by the biting cold, assailed them like a relentless tide. Yi Jiang struggled to extract her foot from the muck, conjuring a bag of bread, biscuits, and energy drinks to share with her companions. She then inquired of Instructor Hong, how much longer until we reach Village 1? This village was the target assigned to their rescue team. After a moment of contemplation, Instructor Hong replied, at our current pace, it will take approximately another half an hour. However, given our prolonged exertion, would you like to take a brief respite? Lin Qiye promptly shook his head. No need. With the essence jade, our stamina replenishes rapidly. With that, the group pressed onward towards Village 1. Half an hour later, a fragment of the village, buried beneath a landslide, became faintly visible. They had finally arrived at their destination. The group halted, with Instructor Hong vigilantly scanning their surroundings before commanding, everyone, ready your weapons and search for survivors. The truth behind this rescue operation was known only to Yi Jiang, Yuan Gang, and Instructor Hong within the entire training camp. While it was proclaimed that everyone was mobilized for disaster relief, in reality, only their team had genuinely ventured deep into the Jinan Mountains. The remaining recruits had been assigned to nearby villages to simply pass the time. However, to maintain the facade, even Lin Qiye and the others were oblivious to the fact that they were merely lying in wait for an opportunity. Upon hearing Instructor Hong's command, the 8 members dispersed immediately to search for survivors. Yi Jiang exchanged a glance with Instructor Hong and then sprinted towards the outskirts of the village. If her memory served her correctly, the first member of the ancient cult had appeared in the mountains, subsequently killing Li Jia. In an instant, her figure flickered and vanished from sight. Shen Qingzhu's subordinate. Wasn't that her own brother? It was only fitting for a sister to avenge her brother, was it not? A voice crackled through her earpiece. What's the situation? It was Yuan Gang. Instructor Hong replied in a hushed tone, for now, all is quiet, but Yi Jiang has ascended the mountain. Let her act freely. Just be sure to hold on to the game coins I gave you. Crush them at the first sign of danger. Do you understand? Yuan Gang reiterated his concern. The guardians of the Great Xia often felt a peculiar reluctance to expend valuable items, fearing that if a real threat arose, Hong Hao might hesitate to use them, which would be disastrous. Hong Hao grinned, I've got it, Commander, before taking action. Yuan Gang had emphasized several times the purpose of the game currency. He wasn't foolish. If he could summon a master to save him, why would he choose to face death himself? After Yi Jiang ascended the mountain, she ceased her teleportation and instead ambled leisurely along the winding path. The sky was somewhat dim, and she had crafted a flashlight to shine around, fearful that others might not realize her presence. It must be said that this method proved effective, for soon enough, a robust man wielding an axe appeared not far along the trail. A smile tugged at the corners of Yi Jiang's mouth. The first fish had taken the bait. She feigned a search for someone, approaching him with feigned urgency and inquiring. Are you the father of Yi? Yeah? I don't know any Yi, the burly man replied, his gaze brazenly appraising Yi Jiang, lingering particularly long on her chest. Yi Jiang's smile grew ever brighter. Then do you know who I am? The man's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing as he stepped back 2 paces, gripping the axe firmly in his hand. Who are you? Yi Jiang enunciated each word deliberately. I am your ancestor. She snapped. Where are your eyes wandering, fool? As her words fell, she clenched her right fist tightly, then propelled herself off the ground. Her punch, powered to 10%, surged forward like a tempest, aimed directly at the man. The man's pupils dilated in shock, and he swiftly raised the axe to defend himself. In the next moment, her fist descended with a velocity that was almost imperceptible. Bang! The collision of flesh and metal resounded, yet the metal could not withstand even a moment's resistance, being pierced through as her fist drove straight into the man's chest. The overwhelming force shattered his upper body, crimson blood spewing forth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and terror, and as Yi Jiang withdrew her arm, his body crumpled to the ground like a tattered rag. Ye Viang ehalit slowly. This being her first experience in ruthlessly taking a life, the sensation was indeed nauseating. She carried a recording device, allowing Yuan Gang to observe her actions in real time. Meanwhile, the temporary command center fell silent, several instructors staring in shock at the scene they had just witnessed. Yuan Gang rubbed the back of his head as he watched the events unfold on the screen. One instructor, who had trained the new recruits, swallowed hard and asked, Sir, is this what the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 389-foot S minor healing entails? Sent to eliminate new recruits, this man must be at least an advanced level, correct? A new recruit, capable of killing an advanced level with a single punch, and evidently a power type from the Forbidden Ruins. Does this align with what a healing type should possess? Yuan Gang clicked his tongue, pondering, perhaps this is what genius looks like. Suddenly, another instructor interjected. Wasn't Instructor Han knocked out by her during the swordsmanship lesson? Ye Viang. After freezing the corpse at her feet into shards of ice to erase any evidence, dusted off her hands, pondering where the next unfortunate soul might be. Could these people not coordinate their actions? What caliber of adversary warranted her personal involvement? Suddenly, she sensed several life forces rapidly approaching her direction. Chapter 65. So tragic. As Yi Jiang turned her gaze to the mountain path behind her, she indeed spotted Instructor Hong hastening towards her, accompanied by Lin Qiye and the others. Upon their arrival, Yi Jiang raised an eyebrow and inquired, What brings you here? Instructor Hong sighed in resignation. These little rascals insisted on following you up the mountain as soon as they learned you had ventured out alone. Li Pang wore a disgruntled expression. Sister Jiang, do you not trust our abilities? You set off for battle and left us behind. Chao Yuan quickly chimed in, Exactly. What if you encounter trouble and we are unaware? We would be unable to assist you in time. Indeed, echoed another voice. You should have seen how anxious Brother Zhu was. Indeed, Shun Qin Zhu, holding hands with Yi Jiang, knew her strength was not in question, yet still admonished her gently. You must not act this way in the future, or we shall be quite upset. Indeed, Ye Vang, ekasperatet, swat Yuan pidai fully, scolding. So you are the designated mood maker, are you? In truth, it hadn't been long since they had discovered that the village was devoid of any survivors. Upon realizing Yi Jiang was missing, Lin Qiye had promptly sought out Instructor Hong, whose acting skills left much to be desired, which led to their unmasking. Upon hearing that Yi Jiang had ventured out alone to seek the followers of the ancient god church, Shun Qin Zhu and Li Pang were incensed, insisting they accompany her to find her. Thus, they had no choice but to come together. Yi Jiang looked at Instructor Hong bemused. You cannot even deceive a few new recruits. Instructor Hong rubbed his nose, exclaiming helplessly, There's nothing to be done. They're simply too perceptive. Lin Qiye had remained silent during their exchange, his attention drawn to a heap of fragmented ice at Yi Jiang's feet. Within the shattered ice, remnants of human tissue were faintly discernible. He picked up a piece for inspection, noting with interest the freshness of the eye embedded within. Hong Hao also noticed the fragmented ice and asked, Have you already encountered one? Yi Jiang nodded, Yes, a man wielding an axe, seemingly from the Sichuan region. After speaking, her gaze flicked toward Li Jia, who was observing the human tissue alongside Li Liang. This could be considered a form of retribution for the otherworldly Li Jia. This mission will be perilous, so you must exercise extreme caution. At crucial moments, do not hesitate to employ the Guardian Barrier and the Life Essence Jade. Understood? Even if you cannot defeat the enemy, with the Guardian Barrier, they shall not lay a finger on you. Jiang earnestly reiterated her warnings before turning to Instructor Hong. Should we inadvertently become separated, you must immediately crush the game token that Instructor Yuan provided you. Remember this. Instructor Hong chuckled in disbelief. Understood. Instructor Yuan has reiterated this many times already. A substantial number of individuals from the ancient god sect have arrived. So far, aside from this pile of fragmented ice, I have identified 3 individuals. Judging by the fluctuations in their mental energies, 2 appear to be at the river realm, while 1 possesses exceptionally strong mental power. I estimate he may be at the sea realm. The expression on Instructor Hong's face shifted dramatically. If a sea realm practitioner is present, this operation is beyond your capability to participate in. It would be best for you to return. Rest assured, Instructor, we are equipped with numerous life essence jades and guardian barriers. We shall be fine, Lin Qiye reassured him. Jiang, having little to occupy her time in the training camp, busied herself with beadwork. Once she completed her task, she crafted bracelets, and now each of them boasted several fully beaded adornments. Hong Hao hesitated, casting a questioning glance at Jiang. She showed no objection, since they had come this far. They might as well broaden their horizons. With her presence, there was little cause for concern. Seeing her tacit approval, Hong Hao relented, reiterating, above all, prioritize your safety. Understood. Jiang observed the deepening twilight. The sky had turned an inky black. Shao Qiye, it is time to unleash the might of Michael. We shall resume our fishing endeavor. The Sea Realm practitioner should have already detected the flame pulse earth dragon. Let us first lure and eliminate those 2 River Realm practitioners before seeking out the Sea Realm individual. Lin Qiye nodded, a brilliant golden radiance suddenly illuminating his eyes as he fully released the power of the Seraphim. The dazzling golden light stood out starkly against the night. Moments later, he retracted this divine aura, the golden hue in his gaze gradually fading. Should we conceal ourselves? Bai Li Pang's eyes shimmered with eager anticipation. That may not be necessary. Jiang assessed her companions. How about, you all give a try shortly? She recognized the importance of practical experience and could not simply shield them behind her. Bai Li Pang's expression soured instantly. Is that really necessary? Weren't we merely here to observe? The others were keen to experience it firsthand. With Jiang by their side, they felt assured they would not face mortal peril. It was a golden opportunity to gauge the disparity between themselves and the River Realm practitioners. Jiang conjured a few large stones for them to rest upon at the roadside. Before long, a man wearing a cap emerged from the woods. Upon seeing them lounging on the stones, chatting and snacking, his expression turned to one of astonishment. Wait, are you all specifically waiting for me? Lin Qiye and the others noticed the newcomer, hastily setting aside their snacks and standing at the ready with their starry blades. The man sniffed the air, his gaze honing in on Lin Qiye. Divine Agent, I found you. As for the others, he paid them no mind, perceiving them merely as a group of fledgling Pool Realm practitioners. Even if they had come to ambush him, a mere River Realm practitioner could easily dispatch them. As the 2 sides locked eyes, an intense battle fervor ignited within them. Lin Qiye was the first to charge at the man with his blade, with the others quickly following suit. Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and Mo Li confronted their adversary, while Shun Qingzhu, Bai Li Pang, Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang engaged in long-range harassment. The essence of their strategy was unity. With 8 against 1, if a one-on-one duel proved unfeasible, a collective assault must suffice. Hong Hao, munching on dried fish, observed as they subdued the man from Chuanjing, particularly noting Shun Qingzhu's malicious tactics. Seizing every opportunity, she unleashed a devastating Qi Min, rendering the Chuanjing man breathless, prompting the others to surge forward. The man wielded a hunting knife, and the nature of his forbidden domain was unknown. He shattered the knife into fragments for both offense and defense. This technique bore a striking resemblance to Bai Li Pang's Ichi Hua San Qian. Throughout the encounter, the man's focus remained fixed on Lin Qiye, directing most of his blade attacks towards him. Consequently, Lin Qiye's guardian barrier activated automatically, with a series of resounding clangs. The blades were not only deflected, but also rebounded back onto the man himself. His eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. The shards of his own weapon inflicted deep gashes upon him. Had he truly been wounded by his own forbidden domain? Was there no justice left in the world? He. Bai Li Pang, witnessing the scene, let out an eerie laugh, stowing away his forbidden item and shouting, "Brothers, encircle him." The others instantly grasped his intent, sheathing their own forbidden domains and revealing wicked smiles as they advanced to surround the man. Onlookers Jiang and Hong Hao exclaimed, "What a tragedy! This is truly dreadful." Chapter 66. The Earth Dragon, the man, being besieged at this moment, deeply understood the meaning of many ants can take down an elephant. Yet he found himself devoid of any viable options. All assaults were thwarted by the peculiar protective shields surrounding the vigilantes. Moreover, these shields could rebound attacks, causing him to sustain most of his injuries from his own forbidden realm. If given the chance, he would have dearly liked to roar, "Is there no honor in combat? Is there any sense of justice left?" Once Lin Qiye and the others had dispatched their foe, Jiang instinctively stepped forward to erase all traces of the body, conjuring another heap of fragmented ice upon the ground. Bai Li, exhausta, plopped down on the ground and couldn't help but break into a grin. This style of fighting is truly exhilarating. Indeed, a group assault is the essence of it. Chao Yuan also chuckled, wiping his soot-blackened iron rod with his garment. Indeed, this iron rod is quite handy. A single strike is just perfect, leaving them dazed without any mental strain. He realized that he had previously limited his perspective. Even without swords and blades, a sturdy club would suffice. Why must one be fixated on knives? It was also thanks to the guardian barrier they bore. Otherwise, given their mere pool realm, it would have been uncertain whether they could have slain him. Lin Qiye took a sip of water and remarked, "The disparity between the pool realm and the river realm is vast. Had it not been for our guardian barrier, even if we could win, it would likely have been a Pyrrhic victory." Instructor Hong, concerned that their confidence might swell, cautioned sternly, "Lin Qiye is correct. The gap between realms is significant. Do not let a stroke of luck in defeating a river realm make you complacent. Without the assistance of the guardian barrier, you would still be far from sufficient. Have you all rested well?" Jiang emerged from a nearby thicket, surveying the group. They all stood up from the ground, affirming, "We are ready." "Good. Let's continue our journey." Instructor Hong's expression hardened. "Shao Yi, have you discovered something?" Jiang nodded, revealing no intention to conceal. "There is one sea realm, and also an infernal pulse earth dragon." The infernal pulse earth dragon? Instructor Hong's voice involuntarily rose. Lin Qiye and the others, puzzled, inquired, "What is the infernal pulse earth dragon?" "It is a formidable dragon-like entity, typically found in ancient deep mountains or renowned peaks. What could possibly bring an earth dragon to the foot of Jian Mountain?" Jiang shrugged. "I don't know, but we can find out by investigating. Coincidentally, that sea realm has also discovered this infernal pulse earth dragon, and we can catch them all in one fell swoop." "Great. I've never seen a dragon before." "Me neither. It will be a chance to broaden our horizons." Instructor Hong outright rejected. "No, you all must ascend the mountain. The earth dragon's realm is at least that of the river realm, which is beyond your capability to confront." At his words, the group fell silent. Yet Lin Qiye insisted, "Instructor, I want to go. I can protect myself." Upon hearing this, the others recalled their own guardian barrier and instantly became excited. "I want to go too. I can protect myself." "Me too. Me too." Bai Li proudly shook the radiant gems adorning his chest and the bracelets on his wrist, exclaiming with delight, "Instructor, you can rest assured. We will not cause you any trouble." Instructor Hong looked at the troublesome group with a pained expression, turning to Jiang and inquired, "What do you think, Shao Yi?" Jiang, indifferent to whether they followed or not, thought it would be beneficial to broaden their horizons since they were already there. With a resigned sigh, Instructor Hong replied, "Very well, but you must stay close and not fall behind." Understood. The group traversed through the dense forest, swiftly following Jiang and Instructor Hong in a singular direction. As they passed a sturdy tree, Lin Qiye suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, why are there fragments of ice here?" Everyone's attention was drawn to the pile of ice and ice shards, partially obscured by branches beneath the tree, and they promptly turned their gazes toward Jiang. Jiang explained it was one of the members of the ancient god society. He had been lurking in the shadows, attempting to ensnare me with a branch when I caught him. Clearly, he was up to no good, so I turned him into ice. Upon hearing that it was a member of the ancient god society, the group ceased their inquiries and continued to hasten after Jiang. As they approached the mountainside, Jiang abruptly halted and conjured a long rope. "You all need to tie this rope around your waists and form a chain," she instructed. In her heightened sense of awareness, she knew that the member of the ancient god society named Qian had already descended underground and might soon engage in a conflict with the Earth Dragon. If they did not tether themselves together, they risked becoming separated if the dragon turned. Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pangpang did not question her reasoning. They simply took the rope and began to secure it around their waists, one after another. Just as they finished binding Mo Li, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, as if something were about to emerge from beneath the earth. Subsequently, all the foliage, soil, and rocks on the mountain tilted dramatically, and numerous boulders cascaded down. "What the hell? Is this an earthquake?" Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed, hastily clutching a nearby tree. How could an earthquake overturn an entire mountain? Grab the rope. In the next moment, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as the ground beneath their feet vanished, and they plummeted into darkness. Observing the situation, Jiang decisively created a clone to assist those bound together, while she herself dove to rescue Lin Qiye and the others. Lin Qiye, Shun Qingzhu, Bai Li Pangpang, and Instructor Hong had yet to secure themselves with the rope and were currently in free fall. Jiang flickered through the air, first rescuing Lin Qiye, then Shun Qingzhu, and finally Bai Li Pangpang and Instructor Hong. When Bai Li Pangpang was lifted, he was still screaming with his eyes shut, enveloped in a golden light. Clearly having activated Yao Guang's protective shield, Shun Qingzhu promptly smacked the shield, signaling him to be quiet. After safely landing with the four, the clone also brought Mo Li and Chao Yuan to safety before vanishing. Bai Li Pangpang, still shaken, stood on the ground, patting his chest. What just happened? Instructor Hong switched on his flashlight to inspect the cavern beneath, frowning as he remarked, "It must be the Earth Dragon turning over. We need to move quickly. The members of the ancient god society have already engaged with the Earth Dragon. Let us see if we can seize an opportunity." Jiang rubbed her hands together with excitement, thinking how loyal Qian must be. He surely had informed EU of the Earth Dragon's emergence. At long last, she was able to behold the embodiment of her musings, and to be candid, she felt a surge of excitement. The deeper they ventured, the higher the temperature of the subterranean cavern became, prompting the group to remove their heavy military coats, now clutched in their hands, as beads of perspiration began to form on their faces and bodies. Suddenly, Jiang, who was leading the way, came to an abrupt halt. She had discerned the sounds of a fierce altercation resonating through the air. Chapter 67. You possess such skills. She enveloped the individuals behind her within a protective barrier and instructed them to remain silent. They then stealthily proceeded towards the source of the sound. As they ventured deeper into the subterranean cavern, they were met with a vast, fiery, crimson expanse, where searing magma filled much of the space. Within this molten realm, a colossal gray earth dragon was fiercely engaged in combat with a man who appeared disheveled and severely injured. Though the clash was described as intense, it was, in reality, a one-sided domination by the dragon. Amidst the dragon's roars, numerous thick pillars of fire surged towards the man suspended in midair. Even a mere brush from one of these flames resulted in the instantaneous vanishing of his entire right arm. Jiang conjured a mental domain, drawing everyone into its confines. Once they confirmed that they were invisible to those outside, they began to excitedly discuss the scene unfolding before them. "Wow, this dragon is incredible. Did you see that? It just incinerated the man's arm. One exclaimed, "Yes, I saw." I almost couldn't hold back an exclamation. Another replied. Molly, with a hint of concern in her voice, remarked, "But if even the Sea Realm experts cannot contend with this fiery earth dragon, how can we, who struggle against River Realm beings, possibly remain here?" They collectively gazed at Jiang, who was casually arranging drinks and food on a newly created coffee table. Bailey Pang, feeling uneasy after Molly's words, suggested, "Sister Jiang, perhaps we should wait until they finish fighting before we venture out? If we can't defeat one Sea Realm expert, what will happen if there are two?" Jiang chuckled lightly, nonchalantly savoring a lamb skewer that had mysteriously appeared in her hand. "This is the moment for me to impress you. To you, they are Sea Realm experts. To me, they are merely two insignificant Sea Realm beings. Rest assured, I would not have brought you here if I lacked confidence." Upon hearing this, the group fell momentarily silent, taken aback by her audacious demeanor. Then, Bailey Pang cautiously glanced at Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu, who seemed inexplicably cheerful, and asked Jiang, "So, Sister Jiang, what is your current realm?" Jiang smiled, her lips parting slowly to utter two words, "Guess." The group responded with incredulity. Instructor Hong chuckled and cleared his throat. "At the very least, you must be at the pinnacle of the Sea Realm, right?" Chao Yuan shook his head. "Instructor Hong, you are underestimating her. I posit she is at the Boundless Realm. Could it be the Qian Realm?" Sister Jiang entered the training camp with us. "How is it that you're the only one so exceptional?" Shen Qingzhu offered Jiang a piece of peeled lobster meat, laughing. "You might still be unaware of just how remarkable Jiang truly is." Lin Qiye added, "I guess she must be at least at the peak of human potential now." During the holiday break, she was already at the Qian Realm, and given her rate of advancement, she must surely be at the apex of humanity. The group gazed at Jiang with eyes wide in disbelief. "Is this for real?" Jiang nodded with a smile, eliciting a chorus of lament from the others. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals can be even greater than that between humans and dogs. The once delectable crayfish in Bai Li's mouth suddenly lost its allure. "Sister, have you been honing your skills since birth?" he exclaimed. "Impossible. Je viens chaque lightly." I only awakened my forbidden abyss a month prior to joining the training camp. Chao Yuan raised his cola can, declaring, "No more words needed. From now on, we shall rely on Sister Jiang for protection." Indeed, after drinking this cup of joy, we shall be like siblings of different fathers and mothers. Within the realm of the mind, one can observe the outside world, yet the outside cannot perceive the inside. Thus, the group leisurely dined and drank while watching Ma Etienne struggle to evade the attacks of the flame pulse dragon, occasionally lamenting, "How tragic." "However, Sister Jiang, must we wait for them to exhaust each other before we venture out?" Jiang shook her head. "I will not wait for them. I am waiting for someone else. This individual belongs to the ancient deity church and will undoubtedly report the discovery of the flame pulse dragon. I await his superior." No sooner had her words left her mouth than a figure clad in a tailcoat appeared beside the beleaguered Ma Etienne. "Finally arrived. Lord Yui," Ma Etienne exclaimed with excitement. Yui surveyed the creature before him, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, it is the flame pulse dragon. Though its current level is low, its potential is considerable. "Well done. I shall commend you upon my return." "Thank you, my lord." Yui gazed at the flame pulse dragon, and suddenly, an eerie luminescence enveloped the entire underground cavern. Under this ghostly light, the flame pulse dragon sensed an imminent threat. It warily regarded the man who had appeared before it, and then, whoosh, Yui seemed to lose his footing, plummeting from midair towards the lava below. Ma Etienne gasped, "My lord." In the next instant, a figure darted past, seizing the startled Yui and carelessly tossing him onto the ground at the entrance of the passage, brushing off his hands in disdain. "Who are you? How dare you?" Both Yui and Ma Etienne exclaimed in unison, but Jiang looked down upon the now disheveled Yui, her demeanor no longer as polished as before. With a tone rich in mirth and malice, she remarked, "So, you are Chen Erniu, are you?" Yui was momentarily stunned, then descended into utter madness. "What did you say?" Ma Etienne, realizing that Jiang was certainly not a member of the ancient deity church, swiftly moved to attack her. Yet, Yi Jiang did not even glance his way. She merely pointed at him casually, erasing his forbidden abyss and combat prowess conceptually. To her delight, this skill was indeed satisfying when used against targets weaker than herself. Yi Qian faltered, unable to maintain his levitation, and fell headfirst into the lava, which hissed softly as he disappeared without a trace. Yi Jiang waved towards the realm of the mind, prompting Bai Li to poke his head out first, his eyes darting around mischievously until Chao Yuan kicked him out. Don't block the way. Instructor Hong and Lin Qiye emerged one after another, first casting a glance at the dormant flame Vain Earth Dragon, and then closely observing the illustrious Lord of Whispers from the ancient god sect. Shen Qingzhu inquired, Jiang, who is Chun Ernie that you mentioned earlier? Yi Jiang let out a chuckle, pointing at the immobile figure whose eyes alone could shift, exclaiming, It's him. Who would have thought Whispers is merely his stage name? Upon hearing their mockery, Whispers was consumed with a chilling rage, his eyes burning with murderous intent. How dare they? How dare they? Once his mental strength was restored, he vowed to execute every night watchman in a brutal fashion, feeding their remains to the dogs. Deng Wei, noticing the ferocity in Whisper's gaze, exclaimed, Look at his eyes. He must be holding back a foul wind. Shall we toss him into the magma to rid the world of this menace? This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement, yet Yi Jiang objected, No, that won't do. I still need him as a punching bag. The group was taken aback. Hey, punching bag? Instantly, an unsettling image flashed through their minds. Yi Jiang, feigning anger, retorted, What are you all thinking? She swiftly dispelled Whisper's confinement and invoked Phantom Oddity, transforming the living being before their eyes into a soft, elastic, and perfectly scaled inflatable doll. The crowd was left speechless. You possess such a skill? Chao Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, applauding, Sister Jiang, your confinement techniques are truly inventive. Lin Qiye added, bizarre. Shen Qingzhu remarked, diverse. Bali Pang said, inexplicable. Instructor Hong, in a fit of rage, shouted, Enough. I say, you have all gone too far. Chapter 68. Guardian deity Lin Qiye pointed at the Yanmai Earth Dragon, still standing in the lava, and inquired, What about it? Shall we kill it? Yi Jiang glanced at the defiant and rebellious creature, stroking her chin in contemplation. A sea realm Yanmai Earth Dragon, if tamed, would undoubtedly serve as formidable combat prowess. However, lacking the mystical soul contract, she could not ensure its loyalty. Perhaps it was better to slay it? After all, the dragon's carcass could be presented to Lin Qiye. A dragon's remains could surely summon a creature more powerful than that war mummy. The system recommends that the host spare it. The system's sudden interjection momentarily stunned Yi Jiang. One unusual day, it was for the aloof system to engage her directly. Curiously, she asked why. The system replied, The host is on the verge of ascension to godhood. Upon achieving divinity, you can utilize divine power to transform this Yanmai Earth Dragon into a true divine dragon, thereby acquiring a god-tier battle companion. A divine dragon? Images of the majestic and sacred dragons from her past cinematic experiences flooded Yi Jiang's mind, causing her to involuntarily swallow. How enticing. Well, I prefer fluffy creatures. Can it be transformed into a nine-tailed fox or a white tiger? She was indeed a staunch advocate for plush companions. The system coldly responded, No. If she could have a divine dragon, she ought to be content with that, without further desires. Very well. Yi Jiang wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, waving her hand. I still have use for this earth dragon. I shall spare its life. Approaching, she locked its spiritual essence and transformed it into a plush toy, approximately a meter tall, cradling it in her arms. A divine dragon. A divine dragon. Instructor Hong observed Yi Jiang, who was grinning ear to ear while clutching the dragon plush, and cleared his throat. Since we have concluded our business here, shall we take our leave? Staying in this lava cave is quite stifling. At the temporary command center at the foot of Jinan Mountain, Yuan Gang frowned at the flickering static on the display. Has there been no signal from Instructor Hong yet? The instructor tasked with signal adjustment was sweating profusely. Still no luck. Ever since the last dark image transmitted from Instructor Hong half an hour ago, the recording device had lost its signal, leaving them uncertain about their current status. Suddenly, the static on the screen began to dissipate, revealing the footage from the recording device. It was several presences suddenly emerged behind Yuan Gang, drawing the attention of those in the tent, who turned warily to see a group stepping forth from a gray vortex. Upon spotting Yuan Gang, Hong Hao stood at attention and saluted, proclaiming loudly, "Report, Commander. The mission has been successfully completed. Rescued over 100 villagers near Jinan Mountain. Regret -1. Averted Lin Qiye's death. Regret -1. Prevented Shen Qingzhu from being gravely injured by the ghostly spirit and joining the ancient god society. Regret -1. Abilities can be extracted. Extraction attempts remaining. 3. Do you wish to extract an ability? Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the abilities Predator, Origin of Order, and Laws of Order. Detected that the host is about to ascend to divinity. The system will undergo an upgrade. Upgrading, please wait. Upgrade successful. Ding. The God-slaying system has been activated. Detected that the host simultaneously possesses the essence and laws of divinity. Would you like to merge? Yes. Merging. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine rank. God of Guardianship. God of Guardianship. Overseer of Order and Justice. Divine Realm. Holy City of Order. With impenetrable walls and shimmering legal runes within, symbolizing fairness and regulation. It provides formidable defense for the Guardians, capable of rebounding enemy attacks, discerning unlawful actions, and administering sanctions to uphold the balance of justice in the world, protecting the virtuous. Forbidden Realm, Divine Punishment Judgment, drawing upon a thread of primordial energy from the endless chaos, transforming it into a sphere of judgment in the palm, which when hurled at a target, erupts instantaneously, capable of piercing divine shields and impacting the essence of divinity, shattering its soul structure. Forbidden Realm, Light of Order, Purification, summons forth the pure light of order, a manifestation of the power of rules. Wherever the light reaches, it purifies the chaotic forces within the divine, gradually disintegrating its malevolent will. Furthermore, the light of order can construct a purifying domain in the surrounding space, continuously suppressing the powers of chaotic deities within. Warm sunlight cascaded on her fair cheeks, and her curled eyelashes fluttered slightly as Jiang slowly opened her eyes. Before her lay a world of white ceiling, white walls, and a white hospital bed. Nearby, muffled voices attempted to lower their volume, accompanied by an enticing aroma, the scent of a meal. It resembled the chicken stewed with mushrooms that old Sun used to make. Wait, chicken stewed with mushrooms? Jiang jolted awake from her dazed state, directing her gaze toward the source of the sounds. Lin Qiye, Shen Qingzhu, Bai Li Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan were gathered around a small tea table, feasting, utterly oblivious to her awakening. As she inhaled the delicious aroma, Jiang swallowed hard and called out, "Hey, slow down. Leave some for me." A few minutes later, Jiang devoured her meal voraciously, feeling as though she could gnaw through an entire cow. Shen Qingzhu continuously piled food in her bowl, but could hardly keep up with her ravenous pace, while Bai Li Pang Pang curiously bit on his chopsticks. "Sister Jiang, it's only been a day since you last ate. Why are you so famished?" They had returned to the training camp the previous afternoon, and while indulging in food and drink within the spiritual realm, Jiang had suddenly fainted, her body flickering in and out of existence like a faulty tape, startling them. They hastily summoned Yuan Gang, but he too was baffled by the situation, prompting them to reach out to Yi Fan in the capital. Through the spatial anchor point, on his end, Shen Qingzhu and the others transported the still indistinct Jiang to the headquarters of the Night Watchers in the capital. Upon seeing Jiang's condition, Yi Fan was taken aback. How has she begun the transformation? Transformation? Shen Qingzhu and the others were somewhat perplexed by the meaning behind the words. With a face full of complexity, Yi Fan elucidated, to ascend to divinity, one inevitably must undergo the transformation of the Tao. If the physical form cannot withstand the power of the laws, it will collapse. Jiang is currently in the midst of this transformation of the Tao. Shen Qingzhu's tone was dry as he questioned, "If the physical form collapses, does it not imply?" The remainder of his words lingered unspoken, yet it was evident that the others understood the implication. Yi Fan sighed. It would mean death. However, he quickly added, yet. Yi Jiang's divine ruins are unique. Judging by her current state, she appears to be using divine energy to mend her body. Let's be patient for a moment. Bai Li, who was rather anxious, inquired, is there any way to assist her? Yi Fan shook his head. No, attaining divinity is not a simple feat. If there were a method to overcome the transformation of the Tao, the great Xia would not have been devoid of deities for so many years. The group fell into silence. Chapter 69. The oath. Yi Jiang swallowed the food in her mouth before speaking. I've exhausted my mental energy. It feels as if my body has been completely drained. According to Bai Li, Pang and the others, she had spent a full 6 hours in the process of transformation, which meant that throughout this duration, she was incessantly utilizing the forbidden ruins to mend her collapsing body. It's no wonder she felt hungry. Have you succeeded now? Yi Jiang glanced at the system panel and nodded. Yes, I have succeeded. Her realm had ascended to the subdivine level. According to the system's description, as long as she continued to use Predator to devour deities, she could achieve further upgrades. Chao Yuan expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. So, you have become a deity now? Indeed. Bai Li Pang, curious, inquired, what kind of deity are you? He had never encountered a living deity before and found it quite intriguing. Yi Jiang chewed the food that Shen Qingzhu had offered her, the guardian deity. In truth, she found this divine title somewhat lacking. Its combat prowess seemed rather feeble. Even the divine ruins she possessed were defensive in nature. She couldn't fathom why the system had bestowed upon her such a meek divine status. Was she not deserving of a more flamboyant and powerful divinity? Guardian deity? That suits you perfectly, Shen Qingzhu suddenly remarked. Yes, indeed, Bai Li Pang chimed in. Sister Jiang has always been our protector. It's no surprise that she is the guardian deity. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. Yi Jiang posed, suddenly reflecting on her actions since arriving in this world. Could it truly be that her persistent role as a guardian had led to her acquiring this divine title? The door to the ward was abruptly pushed open, and Yi Fan entered, carrying some items. Upon seeing that Yi Jiang was safe and sound, he felt a sense of relief. Shen Qingzhu, Bai Li Pang, and Chao Yuan hurriedly rose to salute. Commander Yi Fan nodded, gesturing for them to continue their meal, then addressed Yi Jiang. You truly are remarkable. Little Yi, you have endured the transformation. Yi Jiang waved her hand modestly. Oh, it's just a trivial matter. This is far from trivial. Yi Fan placed the fruit basket he was holding on the table. I have come to seek your wisdom. Yi Jiang blinked, understanding his intention. With the addition of the specialized Team 001's Heroic Spirits Squad, humanity in the Great Xia was undoubtedly reaching the pinnacle of its capabilities. However, due to the transformation, many were hesitant, or rather, unable, to attempt ascension to divinity. Now that Yi Jiang had become the first to take this bold step, they naturally wished to ascertain whether her method would be effective for them. In the current state of Great Xia, devoid of deities and plagued by external threats, the emergence of more deities would undoubtedly enhance their chances against these invaders. To this, she was more than willing to assist. You have indeed come to the right person, Yi Jiang said with a smile playing at her lips. I do possess a method to withstand the transformation. So, who shall be the first to try? Sangnan Training Camp. Today marked a significant occasion. The new recruits stood solemnly in the training field, clad in immaculate military uniforms. Lin Qiye, Yi Jiang, Shen Qingzhu, Gao Duan, Bai Li Tuming, Mo Li. On the training platform, the instructor called out names from a list, and those summoned stepped forward in turn to receive their exclusive Night Watcher gear. The former Night Watcher set comprised 3 items: the Star Blade, Cloak, and Night Watcher emblem. Now, the updated ensemble consists of 5 essential items: the Star Blade, Cloak, Night Watcher emblem, the rejuvenating Jade Bracelet, and the Guardian Necklace. The previous Guardian Barrier, recrafted by Yi Jiang, has transformed into a forbidden artifact exclusive to the Night Watchers. The Guardian, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from any being below the divine sovereign realm. Once equipped, the group donned their dark crimson cloaks, adorned themselves with the bracelet and necklace, and finally grasped their star blades, each inscribed with their names. Alongside the Night Watcher emblem, Indeed, there was a palpable change upon donning the gear. It felt as if a heavy burden had settled upon their shoulders, one that embodied responsibility and duty. Jiang gently traced the inscriptions on her star blade and emblem, momentarily lost in thought as she began to grasp the profound sense of faith inherent in a soldier's calling. With all the new recruits now equipped, Yuan Gang surveyed the neatly aligned dark crimson figures below him and solemnly proclaimed, "The oath-taking ceremony officially commences." Everyone followed suit, gripping their emblems tightly in their right hands over their hearts, while their left hands held the star blade's hilt, and they recited with solemnity, "I pledge allegiance beneath the national flag. Should the dark night descend, I shall stand before the multitude, with blade drawn towards the abyss. Blood shall stain the heavens." Jiang gazed at the fluttering national flag atop the training platform, her eyes brimming with excitement and her heart resolute. Indeed, she would stand before the multitude, blade drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Today marked the final day for the recruits at the training camp. After a year of camaraderie, it was time to bid farewell. "Brothers and sisters, after I leave, don't you dare miss me. Come here for a hug." Bai Li, with reddened eyes, embraced Lin Qiye, Jiang, and Shun Qingzhu in turn, finally shyly wrapping her arms around Li. "Seriously? Gao Yuan Yin does that?" Sister Jiang has given us so many space anchor points. One a day would suffice for an entire month. Bai Li shot him a glare. "Chao, are you allergic to romance?" She continued, "By the way, do come visit me in Guangshan whenever you have the time. Just give me a call, and I'll arrange a private jet and 5-star hotel for you." Lin Qiye replied with a resigned smile, "Got it. We'll come when we can." "Well, I'm off. Jiang, Qiye, Brother Chao, and Li, don't forget to come find me." Jiang waved him off, urging him to depart. "Why are you so clingy?" After Chao Yuan and Li exchanged farewells with Jiang, they departed, one hand clutching a black box and the other a suitcase. Now only Jiang, Lin Qiye, and Shun Qingzhu remained. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Lin Qiye remarked, observing Shun Qingzhu clinging tightly to Jiang's hand. "You two are quite the couple. Don't you ever tire of each other?" "I'm sending him to Beijing," Jiang replied, "and I'll also visit Commander Yi." Once inseparable, they now faced the abrupt prospect of separation. She found herself quite reluctant to part ways, ultimately deciding to accompany him to the capital. Coincidentally, Yifan had just completed his work handover. She needed to assist him in attaining divinity. Lin Qiye was taken aback. "Will you not return to Team 136 with me?" Suddenly, another individual appeared beside Jiang, identical in every respect. The two Jiangs spoke in unison. "Isn't this perfect?" After achieving divinity, all her abilities were elevated, with even the duration of her doppelganger extending to 24 hours. Chapter 70. Is he ill? Outside the training camp, a familiar black van was parked by the roadside, and a beautiful woman clad in a red tracksuit leaned against the car door. Upon seeing Jiang and Lin Qiye emerging with their luggage, she excitedly waved her hand and hurried towards them, enveloping Jiang in a warm embrace. Jiang felt the softness and fullness against her face, her ears slightly reddening. Sister Hongying, still as enthusiastic as ever. Inside the vehicle, Hongying chattered about the recent happenings of Team 136, occasionally throwing in a few playful jabs. At first, the team leader thought that the two of you would surely be reassigned to Shangjing City, which made him so upset he could hardly eat. It wasn't until he learned that both of you had been reassigned back to Team 136 that he began pondering what delicious meals to prepare for today. Often perusing recipes while waiting for your return, eager to showcase his culinary skills. However, have you perhaps offended Instructor Yuan? Given your capabilities, you shouldn't have been reassigned to a lesser place, right? Initially, they believed the two of you had poor performance, but upon reviewing the report card, they discovered Lin Qiye ranked first with an impressive score of 95, while Jiang inexplicably had no score. Lin Qiye remarked, offended, "Sister Hongying, you must not have seen how Instructor Yuan nearly cherishes Jiang as if she were a treasure. He probably kept us in Songnan out of concern for our homesickness since we emerged from Team 136. Jiang concurred indeed. "I missed everyone in Team 136 so much over the past 6 months. Staying in Songnan brings me immense joy. Hong chuckled. Oh dear. It seems our little Yi has quite the sweet tongue. Lin Qiye, feeling overlooked, added, I often sense that you all favor the girls over the boys. The vehicle sped down the road and halted in front of the Peace Affairs office. As Jiang and Lin Qiye alighted with their luggage, they gazed at the familiar scenery, filled with nostalgia. Since the start of the year, they had undergone nearly half a year of intensive training. Stepping out now felt as though they had awakened from a long dream. Let us go, Hong said, descending from the car and pulling each of them along into the office. Their return was met with enthusiastic welcomes from everyone. Louis, Qiye, welcome home. Welcome, welcome. Are you hungry? Thirsty? I just brought out some cola. Have a few sips to cool off. Cold Qian, expressionless, opened a confetti cannon, and colorful shreds erupted from within, showering Jiang and Lin Qiye. Chun Mai emerged from the kitchen, donning an apron and carrying 2 plates of food. Upon seeing the scattered debris, he immediately exclaimed, Clean up the mess before you eat. Cold Qian. After a whirlwind of activity, the table successfully executed a clean plate initiative, with even the soup being divided for rice soaking. The food prepared by the team leader is truly delicious. If only we could enjoy it every day. When Qima leaned back, contentedly patting his slightly full belly, Hong teased, Oh, you wish. Unlike you, I'm not so thoughtless. Twice a week is sufficient. When Qima shouted, What is the difference between that and me? Of course, there is a difference. The crowd chuckled as they observed the verbal sparring between the two. Lin Qiye recalled the information he had gathered during his casual chat with Hong on the road and inquired, I've heard that a mystery has resurfaced in Songnan. It remains uncertain whether it is indeed a mystery, when Qimo replied. This morning, we received a report stating that a corpse was discovered in the backyard of a tavern in the eastern part of the city. The victim's fingers had been severed, and the body was nailed to the wall in a gruesome manner. Furthermore, this marks the 4th victim this month with a similar fate. Jiang sat up slightly, declaring, Here it comes, bell cranned. The tavern owner fortuitously captured the incident on camera. The deceased appeared to levitate before suddenly being suspended in midair, as iron nails from the ground soared up and pierced through the limbs and heart. In a matter of seconds, the fingers vanished as if gnawed away by some unseen force. The thought of such a bizarre scene rendered when Chima's expression grim. Jiang set down her cup, asking, May I see the surveillance footage? Certainly, when Qimo replied, retrieving his laptop from the office and opening a video. As he had described, in the dimly lit backyard of the tavern, a figure that had been standing was seemingly grasped by an unseen entity around the neck and lifted into the air. The individual was abruptly slammed against the wall, followed by a flurry of iron nails that ascended from the ground, piercing the figure's limbs and body at unnatural angles. The person's fingers appeared to be slowly devoured by an unseen force, disappearing bit by bit. When all 10 fingers had vanished, leaving only the palms, the final iron nail levitated and forcefully plunged into the person's chest. The video concluded, sending a collective shiver through the gathered individuals. Hong rubbed her arms, where goosebumps had risen, and remarked, That's truly twisted. Jiang turned to Wen Qimo, asking, Could you play the video in reverse? Of course, he answered. Reverse? Wu Xiangnan was taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that this video has been reversed? Jiang nodded. I believe this footage is a self-directed performance by an ability user capable of rapid regeneration, intended to mislead us. Then who manipulated this video? The tavern owner? Why would he do that? Zhao, Kongchang pondered, stroking his chin. Could it be that the tavern owner is the murderer? I find the tavern owner quite suspicious. Perhaps we should seek him out for further inquiry? I believe that would be prudent. Jiang sprang to her feet. 7 night, and I shall go. We are swift. In a nearby residential building, a short, balding, greasy middle-aged man sat on his bed, reverently cradling a crystal ball. His gaze was fervent and adoring as he fixated on the golden hue nestled within the orb. Soon, the great Lord Belcrand shall be resurrected. No one must disrupt the sacrificial ritual. He glanced at the flight information on his phone, a manic grin curling at the corners of his lips. Unbeknownst to him, 2 individuals were observing his every move from outside his room. Upon hearing the tavern owner's murmurs, Lin Qiye suddenly realized, Is it a sacrificial ritual? Is it merely to resurrect that creature within the crystal ball? His expression grew complex. Could it be that he has lost his mind? Ye Jiang, with a solemn demeanor, replied, "This is the formidable Bel Crand, a powerful enigma from the western mists, the sovereign of desire and spirit. In its prime, it could incite the entire city to turn upon itself within mere minutes. Show it some respect." Lin Qiye looked at her, speechless. "No, you must be out of your mind too. Respecting a mystery is akin to revering a mere teapot." Smack! Lin Qiye clasped his head with both hands, wincing in pain. Indeed, while disrespecting the creature might have no repercussions, failing to show deference to Yi Jiang would certainly lead to a beating. Chapter 71. Resolution: what shall we do next? Should we seize him directly? Lin Qiye unsheathed his blade, poised for action, awaiting Yi Jiang's command. Yi Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Not so fast. First, go outside and find a mouse." Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. "For what purpose?" "Once you find a mouse, tell it you are seeking Archangel, and bring Archangel here. Oh, and mention there is a gift for him." Though this creature possessed only modest strength, its ability of mental control could prove invaluable at a critical moment, surely piquing Archangel's interest. Archangel? Lin Qiye's expression reflected confusion, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Yi Jiang shot him a glance, reminding him the academic prodigy we met during the Nanduo serpent demon incident. "Ah, I recall now. I shall go seek him." Without further inquiry, Lin Qiye turned and descended the stairs. Half an hour later, Lin Qiye returned with a demure young man in tow. With a lollipop between his lips, Yi Jiang nodded at Archangel. "You arrived quite swiftly." Archangel, taken aback by their immediate intention to present a gift, felt a twinge of bashfulness. He chuckled and shook his head. "If you intend to gift me, I ought to come over promptly." "Very well, let us proceed." Yi Jiang stepped into the realm of consciousness. The tavern owner had already been imprisoned, rendered immobile, his wide eyes fixated upon them in disbelief. "This individual is yours to handle. He possesses an intriguing, forbidden object within him. Keep an eye on it." "Understood." Suddenly, a frost-laden spear materialized in Archangel's grasp, swiftly piercing the tavern owner's skull. The low temperature prevented a gory outburst, instead solidifying the blood. The tavern owner, caught off guard by such an abrupt demise, stared with unyielding eyes, unable to close them in death. As Archangel gazed upon the corpse, an intense fervor ignited within his gaze. Yi Jiang seized the crystal ball, which the tavern owner had cherished, revealing a golden insect nestled inside. "What now? Should I shatter it?" She tentatively infused it with a modicum of mental energy, and the crystal absorbed it instantly, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface until it shattered with a resounding crash. Yi Jiang, quick on her feet, caught the insect in her hand. It glimmered in golden hues, round-headed and somewhat adorable. Lin Qiye poked at it curiously, inquiring, "Is this little creature truly so formidable? A being of immense mystery from the West, the master of desire and consciousness, reduced to this tiny form?" As if responding to Lin Qiye's skepticism, the golden insect's wings fluttered slightly, awakening. Yi Jiang swiftly restrained its abilities and mental prowess before handing it to Lin Qiye. "Here, eliminate it, and ensure Archangel retains a complete specimen." Lin Qiye glanced between the blade in his hand and the insect, which was no larger than his fingernail, falling into silence. Had he known, he would have chosen a smaller knife for the task. Yi Jiang seemed to discern his thoughts and conjured a delicate knife, sharp enough to slice through iron. "Try using this to kill it," she offered. Lin Qiye took the knife and, with a swift motion, pierced the insect, impaling it on the blade. The creature convulsed twice before falling still. "So what do you think? Is it dead?" This inquiry was not merely about the insect's state, but rather whether the creature marked as Bel Crand still resided in the dungeon of the Divine Asylum. Lin Qiye's consciousness entered the Divine Asylum, and upon confirming the demise of the marked insect in the dungeon, he returned to reality. "It's dead. Good." Yi Jiang reclaimed the knife with the impaled insect, glancing at Archangel, who had closed her eyes and waited patiently. "Little fish, come here. There's another one." Archangel, undeterred by the lifeless insect, took it and placed it on the table, carefully retrieving a scalpel to conduct an autopsy. Lin Qiye observed this scene, momentarily speechless, and leaned closer to Yi Jiang, whispering, "Do you think you can see it clearly given its size?" With a gaze filled with compassion. Yi Jiang patted his shoulder and replied, "Don't ask. It's simply the difference between a genius and the rest of us." The dissected remains were not wasted. Lin Qiye was tasked with testing whether he could summon new beasts using summoning magic, while the other responsibilities were handed over to the Night Watch's logistical team. The trio descended the stairs at a leisurely pace, and Qing Yu inquired, "Will you be staying with the Night Watch team in Songnan City?" "That seems likely. What about you? Are you interested in joining the Night Watch?" He responded with a chuckle and a shake of his head. "I'm currently a wanted criminal. Joining the Night Watch would be akin to walking into a trap." "A wanted criminal?" Lin Qiye looked at him incredulously, asking, "What misdeed have you committed?" Wasn't he the top student of the second high school? In just a year's absence, had he already crossed the line of legality? Yi Jiang explained, "Do you recall Sister Hongying mentioning a thief of secrets recently active in Songnan? That's him." The thief of secrets Lin Qiye's expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon him. "Is it for dissection?" And Qing Yu adjusted her glasses, a smile playing on her lips. "My forbidden ruins are rather unique. I need to continuously dissect corpses to level up. Honestly, I don't believe you've committed a grave offense. Isn't it merely pilfering scraps? The Night Watch wouldn't apprehend you for such a trivial matter, and you wouldn't have to hide underground anymore if you joined. I think I'll pass. The environment of the Night Watch doesn't suit me, and I don't trust them." That night, Yi Jiang knocked on the office door of Chen Mai. "Come in." Yi Jiang pushed the door open and walked to the desk, standing firm. Chen Mai regarded her with curiosity, unsure of her intentions. Clearing her throat softly, she stated, "Captain, I wish to borrow something from you." "What is it?" "The wrath of Shiva." Chen Mai furrowed his brow. "What do you need that for?" "The moment it is drawn, its aura will emanate, attracting the attention of outer gods." "No need to worry." Yi Jiang spoke. "Today, I simply wish to see if I can resolve this matter directly." "Do you truly possess the means to solve it?" Chen Mai replied, his gaze laced with suspicion. "If this forbidden object could be so easily destroyed, I would not have suppressed it in the forbidden ruins for nearly a decade." "Let us give it a try," Yi Jiang said, as she constructed a realm of consciousness and drew Chen Mai into it. After a brief silence, Chen Mai retrieved the ominous sheepskin scroll from his bosom and handed it to Yi Jiang. Chapter 72. Compliance within the realm of the mind. As long as Yi Jiang desired, no aura would emanate. However, recalling that Songnan Divine War, she imperceptibly released a trace of the Shiva's grievance aura. She was still anticipating the consumption of divinity for her ascension, and those outer gods needed to arrive swiftly. The moment her aura dispersed, countless gazes in the void converged upon Songnan. Chen Mai observed her, lost in thought while holding the Shiva's grievance, and furrowed his brow, asking, "Can it be destroyed?" "I shall attempt it," Yi Jiang replied, trying to employ the concept erasure on the parchment scroll, aiming to obliterate the presence of Shiva's grievance. Silvery light flickered at her fingertips, yet the scroll remained unscathed. "No, there's indeed a change. The aura of Shiva's grievance has considerably diminished. Could it be due to my insufficient realm? Is this the extent of my capabilities for now? Let me try again. Concept erasure. The aura weakened further. Continue." The aura diminished yet again, but the scroll itself remained largely intact. Could it be that the effect of Shiva's grievance was inherently one of erasure, thus rendering the concept erasure skill less effective? Was the effect countered? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jiang shifted her approach, attempting to lock its erasure effect. As she executed the skill, she distinctly sensed the aura of Shiva's grievance vanish instantaneously, leaving the scroll appearing as an ordinary parchment. "Remarkable," Yi Jiang murmured, scrutinizing it meticulously. Chen Mai also noticed the absence of the Shiva's grievance aura and hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Is it done?" Yi Jiang handed the scroll to him, stating, "It's about right. In any case, no one else will be able to use it henceforth, except for myself." Yet, she pondered, what would she do with Shiva's grievance? Annihilate Olympus? Or Asgard? Quit joking. Not only does she lack the capability to wield Shiva's grievance presently, but even if she did, she relied on personally infiltrating these outer gods' realms to consume divinity for her elevation. "Chen Mai, holding the Shiva's grievance, appeared somewhat dazed. Is that it? What shall we do with this? Jiang scratched her head. If you desire it, keep it as a memento. If not, may I have it? I'll keep it as a keepsake. Qian decisively returned it to her. Then you may keep it. This object felt ominous to him. He had no wish to retain it. Jiang, undeterred, accepted it without hesitation, even enhancing its appearance with phantom oddity distortion, ensuring that even its original creator, the goddess, would fail to recognize it. Thus, Qian watched in astonishment as the parchment transformed into a large red handkerchief, resembling the kind used in northeastern folk performances. Jiang casually toyed with it before carelessly stowing it away in the system's space, completely disregarding Qian's astonishment. Next, there was another matter to address. Captain, I have a few things to attend to. Should we return first, or would you prefer to wait here for me? Given the choice, he opted to stay, eager to see what further antics Jiang would conjure. Qian asserted, since I have no pressing matters, assisting here is perfectly fine. Very well, just ensure your safety. Jiang retrieved the long-forgotten Earth Dragon doll from the depths of the space, tossing it onto the ground several meters away. With a subtle flick of her finger, the phantom doll distortion effect was dispelled. The once 1 meter tall Earth Dragon gradually expanded, towering to the height of 17 or 18 stories before finally halting. Qian stared in astonishment at the colossal figure before him, instinctively gaping in disbelief. This is an Earth Dragon? Good heavens! Where on earth did this ancestor acquire such a creature? Jiang offered no reply, continuing her actions. The lock effect was lifted. The flame-vein Earth Dragon sensed its body regain mobility, its pupils dilating with excitement as it let out a thunderous roar. Qian exclaimed, "It's still alive." It lowered its gaze upon the human who had previously rendered it immobile, a flood of old grievances and new animosities surging within. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a surge of crimson light. Feeling the air around heat up rapidly, Jiang narrowed her eyes dangerously. It seemed the beast remained defiant. What to do if the child is unruly? Tame it. Captain, take cover. After issuing this command, Jiang's figure flickered, appearing atop the flame-vein Earth Dragon's head, mercilessly delivering a punch that condensed into the Qian realm. Ack! The flame-vein Earth Dragon howled in pain, unable to unleash the flames it had been gathering, raising its diminutive claws to shield its head. Jiang delivered another punch, coldly demanding, "Are you submissive yet?" After several strikes, the Earth Dragon's eyes sparkled with stars as it writhed on the ground, howling in distress. Jiang hovered above it, patiently waiting until its cries diminished before delivering yet another blow. With each punch, she inquired, "Are you submissive yet?" Each of her strikes resonated with a shockwave effect, inflicting excruciating pain within several meters, causing the entire mental domain to echo with the anguished roars of the flame-vein Earth Dragon. The commotion made Qian wince in sympathy from a distance. This Earth Dragon is truly unfortunate. Finally, when the flame-vein Earth Dragon clutched its head, trembling and sprawled on the ground, Jiang ceased her assault. She approached it, her tone calm as she asked one final time, "Do you yield?" Yielding would mean transforming into an intelligent divine dragon. If not, a dim-witted dragon would suffice for riding. The flame-vein Earth Dragon quivered, reluctantly emitting a few discontented grumbles from its throat. Jiang's gaze sharpened. "It seems you remain defiant." The flame-vein Earth Dragon. "Ack, must I yield or not?" Satisfied, Jiang patted its massive head, soothingly assuring, "Mother knows you are a well-behaved one." The flame-vein Earth Dragon. "Qian, I am so unfortunate." Chapter 73. The Fire God Dragon. The obedient flame pulse Earth Dragon gently nudged Jiang with its large head, its eyes filled with fear and despair. Its dragon life was over. It had contemplated launching a surprise attack on this human, yet truly found itself incapable. As soon as its sparks of fire began to flicker, her fist struck its head with relentless force, each blow inflicting genuine damage. Despite its robust physique, it could not withstand such onslaught. Unperturbed by its thoughts, Jiang summoned the divine power within her. Suddenly, A golden radiance erupted from her eyes, akin to two blazing suns suspended in the sky. Her hands slowly rose, vibrant golden divine light swirling within her palms, the luminescence pulsating as if alive, weaving its way towards the flame pulse earth dragon before her. The dragon's gray body began to tremble violently, and under the infusion of divine power, its scales gradually glowed with an intense red light until engulfed entirely by roaring flames. As it burned within the fire, the dragon's form underwent visibly dramatic transformation. Its head broadened into a majestic visage, a prominent fleshy bulge emerging between its brows, from which a sharp horn broke free, soon followed by a second horn, both dazzling in the sunlight. The once rotund body elongated gracefully, new scales sprouting forth. No longer the rough gray texture of the former flame pulse earth dragon, but resembling the legendary divine dragon, with a luster akin to jade and the brilliance of glass. Each scale appeared meticulously crafted, their edges shimmering with fiery patterns. As the divine power continued to flow, its limbs transformed, claws becoming sharper and larger, resembling 5 curved hooks, sending sparks flying as they sliced through the air. Its tail, a blazing whip, burned fiercely, the flames shifting from crimson to a mysterious platinum hue. With a resounding dragon roar, the flame pulse earth dragon soared into the sky amidst the flames, its several dozen-meter-long body nearly shattering the confines of the spiritual realm. Surrounded by golden fiery clouds that radiated waves of heat, instantly reducing anything nearby to dust. Jiang stared in awe at the newly emerged dragon. She had expected a minor adjustment, yet what unfolded was a complete metamorphosis. The previous flame pulse earth dragon had resembled a Western dragon, whereas this new incarnation was unmistakably a Chinese dragon. Truly magnificent, it suited her perfectly. Detected that the host possesses a battle pet. A reward is granted. Both the host and the battle pet will ascend 1 tier in their realm. The system's fireworks crackled in Jiang's mind for several seconds before coming to a halt, prompting her to hastily open her personal information panel. Name: Jiang. Age: 18. Gender: female. Deity status: guardian god realm. Main god: 0. Abilities: electromagnetic cannon, breath of the Archangel, merged with the source, serious punch, unlimited technique. Blink: guardian barrier, mental domain, clone, creation, soul recalling technique, healing source, merged, daylight source, merged, spatial anchor point, extreme cold ice prison, lock, phantom oddity distortion, mental shock. 0. Forbidden gun, conceptual annihilation, predator, order source, merged, order rule, merged. Battle pet: fire god dragon, unnamed, realm, main god, advances with a master, abilities, inferno fire sea. Flame shield, dragon flame impact, judgment of fire. Special abilities: flight, shape-shifting, rebirth in fire, fire eye insight. With a spirited leap, Jiang gazed with satisfaction at the fire dragon swirling above her, her eyes brimming with affection. The once worthless flame pulse earth dragon was now a treasure in the form of the fire god dragon. She waved at the dragon, which had been watching her intently, calling darling, shrink down, and come mommy. The fire god dragon hesitated for a moment before gradually transforming into a length of approximately 2 meters and gliding toward Jiang. She stepped forward and embraced it, delighting in stroking its scales. Indeed, she had come a long way. Petting cats and dogs was trivial compared to petting a dragon, a real dragon. The system quietly interjected. Didn't you previously dismiss it for not being fluffy? Nonsense. Jiang scolded. What are you babbling about in front of my darling? The system chuckled derisively. Ignoring its mockery, Jiang showered the fire god dragon with affectionate kisses. As her battle pet, its flames posed no harm to her, and it willingly accepted her affection. From now on, you shall be called Jiang, okay? Jiang. The dragon blinked and tilted its head, nuzzling Jiang, prompting another round of hugs and kisses from her. What is this? Chunmai finally found his voice, stuttering in disbelief. Jiang and Jiang turned to face him. Chunmai approached with heavy steps, his eyes fixated on Jiang. Is that truly a dragon? Indeed, Jiang affirmed. But was he just a flame pulse earth dragon a moment ago? Chun Mai was flabbergasted. He had entered with an earth dragon and emerged with a divine dragon. Are you here playing with a live transformation? Yi Jiang earnestly replied, Captain, times have changed. Who says a flame pulse earth dragon cannot evolve into a divine dragon? Chun Mai's expression grew blank. Are you seriously trying to deceive me with such outlandish claims? Don't overthink it, Captain. If you are this astonished now, what will you do in the future? Yi Jiang gently patted his shoulder. As long as you diligently cultivate, one day, I too shall possess a dragon. Chun Mai's eyes sparkled. No, Yi Jiang replied with a sympathetic expression. One day, you will understand that it is impossible. At present, the celestial realm has yet to be fully reconstituted, and there are scarcely any deities present. Where can one possibly procure a dragon for you? This particular dragon was indeed self-created by her. However, she recalled that the first seat of the ancient god church was supposedly occupied by a wind-vane earth dragon. Her eyes sparkled with realization. The ancient god church truly serves as her treasure trove. What would she do without it? This morning, a powerful typhoon made landfall along the eastern coast, with wave heights reaching 30 meters. Today, the Peace Affairs Office had no visitors, so the members of Team 136 lounged in the living room, each passing the time in their own way. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan were engaged in a playful tug-of-war over the television remote. Lin Qiye was maintaining his firearms. Si Shaonan, fatigued, rested on the table while yawning. Old Zhao sat backward in his chair playing a match 3 game, and when Shima was feeding birds alongside Lin Qiye, Yi Jiang gazed at her phone screen, occasionally touching the platinum bracelet on her wrist. Hearing the childish bickering between Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan over the remote, an idea struck her. Now that she had ascended to the realm of the main deity, could she perhaps attempt to heal Wu Xiangnan's injuries? Deputy, come here for a moment. Wu Xiangnan turned to see Yi Jiang calling him, and in a huff, tossed the remote back to Hong Ying, provoking a playful grimace from her. What is up, Shao? Yi Jiang gestured for him to extend his hands. Wu Xiangnan, albeit puzzled, complied and stretched out his hands, revealing 2 deep crimson scars on his wrists. These were the eternal wounds left by the Amatsukumi's sword, and to effectuate healing, both the eternal and the soul aspects needed to be addressed. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jiang attempted to employ the concept of erasure, focusing first on eliminating the eternal attributes of the scars. Subsequently, she worked to mend the soul's affliction. Before their eyes, the red scars gradually faded, ultimately leaving no trace whatsoever. Yi Jiang sighed softly. Alas, her abilities were indeed too versatile. She sent the exhilarated Wu Xiangnan off to practice his swordsmanship and joined Wen Qima and Lin Qiye in their avian endeavor. Lin Qiye inquired, "What did you say to the deputy to get him so worked up? He seemed to be limping when he left." "Nothing much," Yi Jiang replied nonchalantly. "Just a small gift." "Oh," Lin Qiye remarked, "this bird is rather attractive. Is it easy to care for?" Yi Jiang gently tapped the bird's head with her finger. When Qimo replied, "It's manageable as long as it doesn't make a sound. It can live indefinitely." Chapter 74. Captain, I will save you once more. It is indeed quite manageable. Yi Jiang took a handful of bird feed from Wen Qimo's hand and offered it to the blackbird. The poor little creature was on the brink of death. It might as well indulge in whatever it fancied. Just as the group was on the verge of boredom, Chun Mai emerged from the office, glanced at the listless crowd, and remarked, "Are you all this bored?" Hong Ying rose from the sofa, nodded emphatically, "Bored, exceedingly so." The others followed suit, nodding in agreement. "Very well," Chun Mai said, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "Let us tidy up. Today we shall embark on a team-building outing." The destination remained unchanged, still the park in the heart of Sangnan City, known for its exquisite surroundings, pleasant climate, and a sense of leisure, all while being budget-friendly. A large picnic blanket was spread across the grass, laden with an array of snacks, pastries, and juices. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan took turns grilling skewers at the barbecue area, working in perfect harmony, while the others occasionally lent a hand. Yi Jiang basked in the sunlight, feeling drowsy, her face shaded by a red handkerchief. To her mind, gloomy weather was ideal for sleeping, but delightful weather was even more so. Beneath her, peculiar white symbols flickered in and out of visibility, only to vanish beneath the sunlight. Lin Qiye, meanwhile, was capturing photographs nearby, which he promptly shared in a group chat with by Li and the others, receiving a flurry of images in return. Yachts, the sea, and men and women clad in light attire. Skewers are here, Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan announced, placing several plates of grilled treats on the picnic blanket and urging everyone to dig in. The tantalizing aroma had already captivated the group, who eagerly reached for the food. When Shima seized a skewer of beef, taking a hearty bite, and the juices burst forth in a delightful explosion of flavor. Honestly, Captain, perhaps we should abandon the firm and open a restaurant instead. With your culinary skills, it would be a shame not to. Chunmai cast him a sidelong glance. So I should open a restaurant just to ensure you can mooch off meals every day? Is that it? Nearby, a family of 3 strolled across the lawn. A little girl holding a green flower, animatedly chatting with her parents. Hong Ying, still chewing, gazed at the happy family. She pointed at the green flower and inquired, "What kind of flower is that?" The group looked up, and Wu Xiangnan was the first to speak. "You must be unfamiliar. That's the manjusaka, also known as the red spider lily." "That's not right," Hong Ying replied, puzzled. "Aren't red spider lilies supposed to be red? When did they come in green?" The manjusaka comes in various colors, each signifying different meanings. For instance, the red ones symbolize longing, memories, and the beauty of death, while the blue ones represent sorrow and separation. And the green ones? Yi Jiang raised her hand. "I know this one. It means the hope of eternal life." Wu Xiangnan bestowed her an appreciative glance, then turned to Hong Ying with an expression of exasperation. "Look at you. When I urged you to study, you insisted on raising pigs, and now you ask questions you cannot answer, and waste everything you eat." The gaze of Hong Ying gradually turned perilous as she clenched the empty can in her hand into a crumpled ball. "Could you repeat that?" Wu Xiangnan instantly capitulated. "It's nothing." The onlookers watched with amusement as they exchanged verbal jabs, stifling their laughter with great difficulty. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group languidly reclined on the picnic blanket to digest. Chunmai wiped his hands and spoke up. "Has everyone had enough to eat? I have an announcement to make." The somewhat drowsy crowd forced themselves to sit up and focus on him. Chunmai hesitated for a moment, as if steeling himself, and slowly declared, "This morning, I received notification that Team 006 from Shangjing City has invited our Team 136 to observe and learn from them. After today's team-building activities conclude, we can return home to pack our bags and set off for Shangjing together tomorrow morning." Yi Jiang squinted at him. Indeed, no matter the circumstance, Captain Chun might always strive to protect his team. However, he did not anticipate that his team members were not as obedient as he thought. Reflecting on the damaged Boeing 737, Yi Jiang sighed once more. "Captain, allow me to save your wallet one more time. There's no need to rush. I can take them to Shangjing later, saving both time and money." Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Chunmai's lips moved as if to say something, but he swallowed his words upon encountering Yi Jiang's serene dark gaze. Ultimately, he could only respond, "That works too." Hong Ying excitedly waved her hands. "That's fantastic. We're going to Shangjing. I've always wanted to go." Wu Xiangnan hesitated. "But what if something mysterious happens in Songnan while we're away? I, Qiye, and the captain will remain behind, so you can boldly enjoy your time in Shangjing. I mean, observe and learn." Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. He had no objections, as he couldn't leave Songnan anyway. Hong Ying happily wrapped her arms around Yi Jiang's neck, nuzzling her face against hers, her tone exceedingly affectionate. "Thank you, Shao Yi, you're the best. However, why has the Night Watch team from Shangjing invited us to observe and learn? We aren't even familiar with the teams in Shangjing." When Shima inquired, puzzled. Just as Chunmai opened his mouth to respond, Yi Jiang interjected. "Because of me and Qiye. You have no idea how impressive we were during the training camp. Not only were we powerful, but we were also quite good-looking. The Night Watch teams from first-tier cities nearly went mad trying to recruit us. This opportunity arose perfectly, and I happen to have a slight network in Shangjing." Yi Jiang gestured with her hand to illustrate slight, and then raised her chin. "So seize this chance. Shop, explore, and have fun." Upon hearing her explanation, the group looked at Chunmai with skepticism. He silently nodded. This girl is even more adept at spinning tales than he is. The situation is as follows. You will engage in a 3 to 7 day observational study there. Pay close attention, observe diligently, and learn earnestly. Is that understood? The group shouted in unison, understood. Chapter 75. The city walls at the break of dawn the following day. Jiang found herself besieged by a relentless barrage of calls from Qian. With her eyes scarcely open, she swiped across her phone screen and greeted, "Hello, Captain. What is the matter? Get up quickly. We need to send Hong Ying and the others to the capital." Qian replied, lowering his voice from within the confines of his office. "They've packed their bags and are just waiting for you." Jiang, now fully awake, sighed in resignation. "Captain, are you certain that keeping them hidden is truly for their benefit? They are night watchers, not cowards fleeing at the last moment. I believe you ought to disclose the truth to them." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Qian's deep voice. "This time is different. This time, it involves an outer deity." Jiang interrupted him. "So what? Every family has its own deity. We just need to get on with it. Do you intend to keep Sister Hong Ying and the others forever sheltered beneath your wings? I think they would prefer to stand shoulder to shoulder with you as comrades in battle rather than remain forever as immature children under your protection." Emerging from her cocoon of blankets, Jiang continued, "Moreover, what if, in the end, Songnan emerges victorious, only for Sister Hong Ying and the vice captain to be discovered fleeing before the battle? How embarrassing would that be? Will you blame yourself or me then? This does not bode well for team harmony." Qian was rendered silent by her reasoning, contemplating the scene she painted. It certainly seemed troublesome. Noticing his silence, Jiang pressed on, "Besides, I have purified the entire effect of Songnan's the wrath of Shiva. Once the boundless void opens, we shall engage without hesitation. Have you forgotten that I possess a dragon as well? Then, should I discuss this with Xiangnan and the others? Perhaps wait a bit. When I come to find you later, you can elaborate." She hadn't forgotten about the little traitor lurking within their ranks. Qian acknowledged with a non-committal grunt before ending the call. Rubbing his temples, he lamented, "These damned outer deities." At 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiang made her entrance into the peace affairs office, draped in a dark red cloak and clutching a carton of milk. Upon her arrival, when Qian's eyes lit up, "Wow, Shao looks incredibly handsome in that outfit." Hong Ying rushed over, inspecting her from every angle, puzzled. "Shao, why do you look so striking in a cloak?" Her slender waist and long legs radiated an undeniable charisma. Jiang flicked her ponytail and boasted, "Perhaps it is due to my natural beauty." "Ha, you're even more confident than I am," Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, raising his phone to capture several photos that showcased her elegance, sending them to Team 130 SXS group chat. Xiaonan glanced at the photos and complained, "EW not as good as the ones taken by Lin Qiye." Zhao Kongcheng rolled his eyes. "Hey, can a phone's camera compare to that of a professional? Besides, this phone is 2 or 3 years old and is starting to lag." Xiaonan stuck out her tongue in playful defiance, while Lin Qiye produced a camera from somewhere, snapping a few shots of Jiang. She posed enthusiastically in response. "However, Xiaoya, why are you dressed so formally today?" When Qima inquired with curiosity, "Aren't we just sending them to Shangjing? Why the serious attire?" Jiang innocently shrugged her shoulders, stating, "Isn't this to demonstrate the importance I place on the night watch team of Shangjing? Moreover, it is my first visit to Shangjing. Shouldn't we dress a bit more ceremoniously?" As she spoke, she made her way toward the empty chair beside Xiaonan. Upon reaching Xiaonan, she affectionately patted her twin bun hairstyle, exclaiming, "So adorable. Xiaonan's my SAK YLY. Yviang acted civifti." She initiated the sealing of the contract between the deity and the agent, suppressing the spiritual power of the deity within, and sealing Xiaonan's spiritual power as well. With this trifecta of seals, the effect was remarkable. Xiaonan stood frozen, her head stiffly turning in shock to gaze at Jiang, who remained calm beside her. How are you feeling? Can you still sense anything?" Cold Qian perceptively noted the tense atmosphere between the two and inquired, "What's wrong?" Not only he, but the others, who had previously been relaxed, also sensed the unusual tension. Xiaonan pressed her lips together, then hesitantly shook her head. "I can no longer feel the connection. It's severed." Jiang nodded. "That's good, Captain. Come out. She called toward the office. Within seconds, Chun Mai and Lin Qiye emerged, their expressions somewhat grim. Jiang quickly tried to ease the tension. All right, don't be so serious. Xiaonan was compelled. Don't be harsh with her. I have temporarily blocked her connection with Loki, and to be on the safe side, I also suppressed her spiritual power. Those who were puzzled were already taken aback by the mention of Loki. Chun Mai sighed, stepping forward to gently tousle Xiaonan's hair. It's not your fault. With such a significant matter at hand, why didn't you say anything? Upon hearing this, tears of grievance fell from Xiaonan's eyes, and cold Qian quietly held her hand, offering silent comfort. On the coast of the East Sea, the black waters surged and boiled, waves crashing against the shore under the onslaught of the fierce wind, as if conducting a final test before an impending attack. Suddenly, a colossal wave appeared on the horizon, threatening to engulf the city. Heavens! Is that a tsunami? Exclaimed a man in military attire as he watched the scene unfold on the screen. Beside him, another middle-aged man in uniform grimaced. A tsunami isn't typically this terrifying. If it strikes true, all cities along the southeastern coast will suffer. Ding! Just as the tension peaked, a clear, resonant sound of a sword echoed through the air. The once menacing wave was abruptly cleaved in two, crashing heavily back into the ocean, sending countless waves surging toward the city. Buzz! A beam of golden light swiftly swept along the coast. An imposing wall, stretching for hundreds of miles and towering several meters high, materialized at the city's edge, effectively blocking all incoming waves. What is this? A middle-aged man exclaimed, hastily enlarging the video content. Who possesses such extraordinary prowess to construct a city wall? Who possesses such extraordinary prowess to construct a city wall? This spectacle must surely be the work of a divine ruin, he pondered, gazing at the sprawling city wall adorned with shimmering golden runes. He scratched his head in confusion. I have never heard of any divine ruin or guardian from the Night Watch that is associated with building a city wall. The middle-aged man sighed in relief, his eyes brimming with delight. Regardless of who this individual may be, I only know that this person has saved everyone along the southeastern coast. Thus, he is a hero of the Great Xia. By the coastline, two figures approached slowly. One, a young man clutching a long box, had slightly long hair that obscured his handsome brow and eyes. The other, a young woman, donned the exclusive dark red cloak of the Night Watch, her figure graceful and her features exquisite as she tilted her head to converse with the young man. Boom! The sea roiled once more, and a wave even more colossal than before surged toward the heavens, then aggressively charged toward the city wall. The young man regarded the oncoming wave with a calm demeanor, raising his hand slightly to strike the long box cradled in his arms. Clang! The familiar sound of a sword echoed once again, and the wave was once more cleaved in two, crashing down into the ocean and sending countless droplets soaring, all halted by the transparent shield that appeared before the two. The man cast a glance at the red bracelet adorned with beads that encircled his wrists, an accessory forcibly placed upon him by the girl beside him moments ago. Chapter 76. A fine day in the territories of the Great Xia. Divine beings are forbidden to tread. The man's voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering conviction, cutting through the tumult of crashing waves with remarkable clarity. As his words faded, the previously restless sea fell into an eerie stillness, a profound tranquility enveloping the waters, as if every droplet and wave had been momentarily suspended in time. Soon, the ocean roared back to life, seemingly cleaved asunder, surging forcefully to either side. A towering figure emerged from the parted waves, wielding a trident, his gaze sweeping over the two individuals standing by the shore, ultimately fixing upon the younger man. Mortal, do you know who I am? If not, you may inquire with your mother, Jiang interjected before the man beside her could respond. Were you just a deity? Not even the supreme one. Spare us the pretense. Zhou Ping shot her a complex look, bemused by her boldness. Poseidon, incensed by such irreverence, bellowed, Insect, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Never before had he faced such affront. A terrifying pressure descended upon Zhou Ping and Jiang. Yet they remained unscathed, protected by their guardian. If this shell is your trump card, then you shall perish. Poseidon instantly materialized before them, raising his trident, the sharpened tip brimming with divine energy, and lunged fiercely towards Yi Jiang. At that moment, the sword sheathed in Zhou Ping's arms emitted a resonant cry, and a fearsome sword mark appeared before Poseidon, who, as if frozen in time, took the blow directly. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Jiang brandished an oddly shaped black pistol, its barrel radiating a golden glow as a bullet was swiftly discharged. With a thunderous crack, the golden bullet struck Poseidon's chest, causing him to falter, breaking free from the constraints of the mental realm, and he staggered back, clutching his chest in disbelief. "You two are a deity?" he gasped, unable to comprehend how this could be, for he had sensed no divine presence within the great Xia. "Isn't it said that no gods dwell here? Yi Viang Sikofut. Do you think everyone is as pretentious as you? The trend now is to feign weakness while hiding true strength, isn't it?" With that, she hurled a blue, jelly-like substance toward the collapsing soul of Poseidon, her eyes devoid of any spark as she knelt before him. The slime bounced a few times before rapidly expanding, enveloping Poseidon's form and the scattered fragments of his soul. Moments later, the slime reverted to a palm-sized jelly, bouncing back into Yi Jiang's hand. As she clenched her fist, the slime vanished. Zhou Ping watched this spectacle, blinking in bewilderment. He was not alone. Even those in the command room, observing the monitors, were left in a state of shock. After a moment of contemplation, a man murmured, "Are deities now so easily vanquished?" This girl dispatched her foes with such effortless grace, instilling in them a sense of, "I could do that too, but surely, does no one know who this girl is? When did such a figure emerge in the Night Watch? Is it possible she is an external aid? Could she be the sixth pinnacle of humanity from the great Xia?" A middle-aged man discerned the crux of the matter. "Look at the cloak she wears. She must be one of the Night Watch. Perhaps an elite assassin cultivated by the headquarters. Let us send the surveillance footage back to them. They will surely clarify." Indeed, Zhou Ping closed his sword case and cradled it once more. He gazed at Yi Jiang, curiosity brimming in his eyes. "What technique did you employ just now?" Yi Jiang revealed the Zero Forbidden Gun to him. "This move I call American Aido. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Just when they presumed she bore no weapon and dared to approach her, she swiftly drew a gun, delivering a lesson that penetrated the very soul of her adversaries. The thought of it alone was exhilarating. Upon hearing her explanation, Zhou Ping's gaze shifted, filled with newfound respect. A sneak attack is still a sneak attack, yet she dubbed it American Aido, having successfully showcased her prowess before the sword Saint Zhou Ping. Yi Jiang felt elated and willingly escorted him back to his uncle's house before departing leisurely. In the northern realms of the great Xia, waves of deathly darkness surged toward the city, thwarted only by a blinding ray of Buddhist light. A figure, shrouded in the aura of death, faced off against a middle-aged man, cloaked in dark crimson. Yi Fan's calm voice resonated through the forest. "I did not expect that after a decade. You remain undeterred in your pursuit of the Shiva's wrath. That artifact is far too perilous. Only Olympus is worthy of its guardianship. Surrender the Shiva's wrath, or I shall turn this realm into the desolate soil of my underworld." I believe one should not speak too boldly nor act too recklessly. The last one who attempted to feign superiority before me was reduced to nothing but remnants. A mocking female voice chimed from behind Hades. Both Hades and Yi Fan turned towards the source of the voice, a smile flickering in Yi Fan's eyes. Hades, however, appeared taken aback. When had this human materialized behind her, without his notice? Yet, he dismissed the additional presence. A mere human and a demigod could hardly impede him. Yi Jiang sighed, observing how these deities had grown so arrogant, their eyes seemingly reaching for the heavens. Indeed, benevolent deities like Nyx were a rarity. Considering that this entity lacked a physical form, she swiftly conjured a mental domain, enveloping herself and Hades within. Hades nonchalantly surveyed the surroundings, scoffing, "What? Are you seeking death?" Yi Jiang disregarded his derision, activating light of order, purification as the divine aura and pressure reverberated within the mental realm. Hades frowned. "You too are a deity? But why did I not sense it before? Either you possess a unique ability to conceal your aura, or you are merely a false god. However, The oppressive aura and presence unmistakably mirrored his own. They both embodied the essence of the supreme deity. Countless tangible strands of rule, power emanated from her, swirling towards Hades, who was engulfed in a dense miasma of death that erupted in an attempt to repel the encroaching forces. The clash between the black, deathly energy and the golden radiance was palpable, yet it was evident that the former was being gradually devoured by the latter, binding Hades ever tighter. At this juncture, Hades had begun to perceive the gravity of his predicament, his mouth spewing curses and pleas for mercy, foolishly hoping that Jiang might show him clemency. The deathly energy continued to radiate from him, striving to sever the rule power that ensnared him. Little did he realize that this forbidden realm was his ultimate nemesis. The more he struggled, the more exhilarated she became. Jiang smiled gently, casting forth the blue slime once more. The prospects of this day were exceedingly promising. Within mere hours, she had consumed 2 deities. Upon devouring Poseidon, the system indicated a progress of 5, and upon the completion of Hades' consumption, it would likely reach 10. Truly, today was a fortuitous day. Chapter 77. The stronghold. Jiang strolled out of the spiritual realm with her hands nestled in her pockets, her demeanor relaxed and cheerful. Observing this, Fan understood that Hades had likely met his match in her. He couldn't help but lament the vast chasm that existed between individuals. The disparity was greater than that between man and dog. Despite both being newly ascended deities, while she effortlessly dealt with a supreme god, he would need to engage in a fierce confrontation with one, the outcome of which was likely to be his defeat. He shook his head in resignation. It was utterly unjust. Where to next? Back to Cangnan. Ye fan inweited. Jiang nodded. Cangnan is probably on the brink of conflict. Only Team 136 and the Master remain, and they may not withstand the pressure. I must return to maintain order. Do you require my assistance? Fan asked, his brow furrowing with concern. If Jiang's assumptions were correct, the number of deities and mysterious entities appearing in Cangnan City would be substantial. And with only herself and a clone, Fan felt uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang replied, if you have the time, it would be helpful for you to come to Cangnan and keep an eye out for me. This time, it's that old schemer Loki, and I truly need to be cautious. Cangnan City. At this moment, the cacophony of artillery fire intertwined with a rumble of thunder, heralding the onset of calamity. Countless blue giants wielding colossal frost axes marched forth from a distance. Human artillery posed no threat to them. Even when struck, their bodies could swiftly regenerate. Some projectiles hadn't even reached them before being encased in the frost and snow surrounding the giants, rendering them ineffective. Meanwhile, storm clouds enveloped the sky, shimmering with countless flashes of lightning. Among them, the most formidable bolt descended, transforming into a bald, barefoot foreign man who hovered in midair, gazing down upon the city below. He was none other than Indra, the Indian god of storms. Lin Qiye lifted the curtain of the carriage to peer outside and met the gaze of the celestial being for a fleeting second before retreating silently. Observing the relaxed master, who was savoring tea, Lin Qiye curiously asked, Master, do you think you could defeat that foreign god? The master paused, casting Lin Qiye a sidelong glance, and replied irritably, if I could defeat him, would I still be traipsing around with you? He would have confronted him directly long ago. Moreover, hadn't Shao said that these foreign gods were her responsibility? Our role was merely to draw his attention. News had already reached them from Fan's side, revealing that Jiang had first allied with the Sword Saint to slay the sea god Poseidon, and subsequently joined forces with Fan to defeat Hades, showcasing her formidable prowess. Given this, why would he risk his life? Instead, he could enjoy tea, admire the scenery, walk the dog, and fulfill the tasks assigned by Shao. Oh, Indra, suspended in midair, fixed his gaze intently on the carriage, the only source of threat he perceived within the city. Hand over Shiva's forbidden item. His thunderous voice reverberated through the air, clearly reaching the carriage. Both the master and Lin Qiye, who had been drinking tea, froze momentarily. The master raised his voice, calling to the attendant outside the carriage, quickly depart. The attendant promptly urged the carriage to speed away from the battlefield. Lin Qiye suddenly inquired, Master, have you brought the guardian? He rolled up his sleeves and gestured towards the bracelet on his wrist, adding, if you haven't, I can lend you a string. Upon hearing this, the master smiled with pride and rolled up his sleeve. Look, on his wrist, he wore 2 bracelets of distinct colors, each adorned with round beads. And look again, he continued, removing a red sachet tied to the corners of the carriage, opening it to reveal 3 transparent orbs within. These are all gift from young friend Yi. I have plenty, so you'd best keep yours for yourself. After his display, the master carefully returned the sachet to its place. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at the carriage. This was Indra's warning, as he observed those within the carriage not only refusing to surrender the Shiva's grudge, but also hastily retreating. However, to his astonishment, the occupants of the carriage exhibited no fear, nor did they attempt to evade. Just as the lightning was about to strike the carriage, a transparent shield unfurled gently, yet resolutely, not only halting the bolt, but also redirecting it towards Indra high in the sky. Indra, clearly unprepared for his attack to be rebuffed, remained unflinching, being the god of storms himself. Consequently, with a sudden, echoing cry, Indra's voice pierced the sky. The sound of thunder drowned out the report of bullets being fired, as golden bullets and lightning struck Indra in swift succession. While the lightning did not inflict significant damage upon him, he was taken aback when, at the moment his assault rebounded, a figure, cloaked and shrouded in obscurity, appeared behind him, gun in hand, and leisurely fired a cold shot. As the bullet penetrated his body, Indra howled in agony, acutely aware of his physical form and soul disintegrating rapidly, the tearing of his essence eliciting continuous wails. Who are you? Indra gasped, his eyes filled with a mixture of rage and pain, stripped of the arrogance he once held. Jiang, tenderly stowing away the zero forbidden gun, chose not to respond to his futile query. After casually tossing aside a slime, she ignored him entirely. Now, beneath her supreme presence, the mere chief god was unworthy of her discourse. Moreover, knowing her identity would change nothing. Could he resurrect to confront her again? Once the slime had finished its meal, Jiang teleported into the carriage. Indra had been dealt with. Next was Loki, the trickster god of Norse mythology. Accepting the tea offered by the master with a word of thanks, she continued, that scoundrel Loki will undoubtedly strike at Sangnan City, so Qiye. Her clear gaze shifted to Lin Qiye. He will attempt to take you out at Sangnan City, and I hope you can hold him back as best as you can. Of course, if it proves impossible, that is of little consequence. Just don't recklessly charge in. Understood, Lin Qiye replied. He comprehended Jiang's thoughts regarding Si Xiaonan's matter. Loki resembled a rat in the gutter, sly, treacherous, and malevolent. If an opportunity arose to eliminate him once and for all, it would undoubtedly be for the best, sparing them from any future mischief he might conjure. The sage, listening to their conversation, sensed something amiss. Wait. If young Frenchie Yi were to be taken out Sangnan, would that not imply? Jiang chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, master. Sangnan City is no longer in peril. Chapter 78. Loki above Sangnan City. Jiang hovered serenely in the air, gazing down at the city below, while a small serpent transformed from Jinyu danced joyfully around her. Team 136 had engaged in a fierce battle with the incessantly attacking frost giants. Apart from Chunmai and Si Xiaonan, the rest of the team members were at the pool or river realm, but fortunately, the frost giants were also predominantly at the river realm, allowing them to maintain their ground for the time being. Ah, who is that? Jiang turned her gaze toward a figure clad in a black trench coat and hood, coordinating with Hong Ying and others to slay the frost giants, her lips curving into a smile. Indeed, and Xingyu was as tough as nails on the outside, but soft-hearted within, displaying a strong sense of patriotism. As her gaze shifted to the opposite side of the city, she noticed a figure in a yellow delivery uniform skillfully weaving through the battlefield on an electric scooter, executing a graceful drift before coming to a halt in front of a Western man. Hello, you must be Loki. Here is your delivery. The young deliverman retrieved a pizza box from his insulated bag and offered it to the Western man. Loki did not accept it, instead furrowing his brow at the young deliverman who had eliminated several of his avatars. "How do you keep finding me time and again?" The young deliverman pulled out a crumpled receipt from his pocket and replied earnestly, "Because your name is on my order." He added, "Meituan delivery, mission accomplished." Jiang, observing this scene from a distance, couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, there are remarkable individuals everywhere in Daxia. Each one is more amusing than the last. Although her voice was not loud, both the deliverman and Loki turned their gazes toward her simultaneously. Jiang did not shy away. Instead, she cheerfully waved at them. Loki, uninterested in this seemingly harmless human woman, soon diverted his attention, while the deliverman offered her a friendly nod. It was Jiang's first encounter with the pinnacle of humanity in Daxia, Lu Wuwei, and she wholeheartedly accepted the goodwill he exuded. "With just you, perhaps along with that woman, you cannot stop me," Loki declared. "The few pinnacles of humanity in Daxia, one is in the East Sea, another in the North Border, one entangled with Indra, and one lies in slumber. Shiva's grievance, you cannot hold your ground." Loki spoke nonchalantly, yet Lu Wuwei's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He hesitated. "You deities, don't you ever go online? Poseidon, Hades, and Indra are all dead beyond measure, you know? If you had only exchanged a message online, you wouldn't be spouting such arrogance now." Loki was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" Then, as if grasping something profound, he sneered. "Do you think holding me back with these rabble can turn the tide? I can only say, you know nothing of my power, nor of Asgard." With that, he pointed toward the sky, and a colossal spatial vortex materialized above his head. As the vortex expanded, two immense figures began to emerge from within. A gigantic wolfhound, drenched in blood, stood alongside a colossal octopus, the fearsome hellhound Garm and the monstrous kraken of the North Sea. The emergence of these two mythic beasts of considerable might cast a brief silence over the battlefield, even causing a grim expression to cross Lu Wuwei's face. The cunning god of Norse mythology seemed resolute in his intent to annihilate Songnan and seize the wrath of Shiva. Yet, his gaze traversed past Loki, landing on the girl, suspended in midair with her arms crossed. Whether Songnan would be obliterated or this deity would fall from grace remained uncertain. At that moment, Jiang had ceased its circling antics, its eyes aglow, fixated on the mythic beast summoned by Loki. A peculiar, viscous substance dripped continuously from its mouth. Jiang, catching a glimpse of this scene, couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. The creature was indeed famished, yearning to devour anything in sight. Yet, who could blame Jiang for its hunger? Since its transformation into the fire god dragon, it had only nibbled on human fare insufficient to sate its appetite. The sudden appearance of two such grand meals was utterly tantalizing. After instructing Jiang to moderate its movements while feeding, the creature quickly darted away in its serpent form. Jiang glanced at the two colossal beasts, then back at Loki, who was still locked in a standoff with Lu Wuwei, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Who could discern who the true courier was in this chaotic scenario? The counterfeit courier delivering explosive pizza boxes, while the genuine one brought forth copious fresh meat. If a frost giant were to join the fray, it would undoubtedly resemble a cold chain delivery. Such splendid circumstances warranted entrepreneurial efforts, yet instead of striving for success, they resorted to deceit, truly beyond comprehension. Nonetheless, the arrival of Garm and the Kraken undeniably exerted immense pressure on the assembled crowd. Even the apex of humankind would find it challenging to contend with these impending deities, especially since the sage had already been instructed not to intervene. And Lu Wuwei was occupied restraining Loki, while Chumai led Team 136 to eradicate the frost giants and dismantle the portal. Jiang pondered, realizing that apart from herself, the only remaining high-tier combatant in Songnan City was Lin Qiye. She harbored a lingering question. Had Lin Qiye not been sent to the sanctuary for treatment during the past year, would the narrative have unraveled beyond recognition? Should the storyline falter, affecting subsequent events, would she still possess this divine perspective? The answer was undoubtedly no. Her gaze fell upon Lin Qiye, now transformed into the magical youth embodying Merlin's soul. A flicker of hesitation washed over her as she observed Loki, who was currently intimidating Lu Wuwei with his divine authority. Regardless of the circumstances, this shameless entity needed to be dealt with promptly. With a decisive step, Yi Jiang materialized behind Loki. As a deity of equal stature, her control skills would not restrain him for long. Thus, swift action was imperative. Spiritual domain, imprison. Loki's form stiffened. Bang! The bullet from Yi Jiang's zero forbidden gun erupted from the chamber. As the saying goes, a gun is precise from 7 meters away, and within that distance, it is both swift and accurate. In a fleeting moment, the golden bullet struck Loki's nape while his body was momentarily paralyzed, penetrating deep within and initiating a process of destruction. As Loki attempted to concoct a ruse to escape his constraints, he merely felt an impact from behind, followed by the shattering of his soul, his divinity, and his corporeal form. He found himself utterly powerless. An agonizing torment akin to the scraping of bones and the severing of flesh surged through his spirit and body, yet he remained immobile. Who? Who dared to lay a hand upon him? Lu Wuwei felt a sudden lightness. The divine pressure that had weighed upon him dissipated. He extricated his feet, which had been embedded in the ground, and observed with amusement the trickster god, who had inexplicably assumed a wooden demeanor. What was this predicament? He turned to the daisy Jiang for clarification. Yi Jiang, squinting as she searched for the contract between Loki and Si Shaonan, waved the black pistol in her hand, stating, "I shot him in the head." As Loki's soul crumbled, the divine contract binding him to Si Shaonan unfolded before Yi Jiang's eyes. With swift precision, she erased the contract and seized the law associated with the trickster god. This artifact would be preserved for Shaonan, to be utilized when she neared divinity. The realm of consciousness ensnared Loki's scattered soul fragments and his disintegrating body, yet Yi Jiang unexpectedly infused him with a spark of life energy to sustain his corporeal existence. Now, with his soul trapped, his body unable to perish, his divinity shattered, and the laws stripped away, even if he possessed some form of death replacement array, she held little faith in his capacity to resurrect. After all, one could argue that a state of half-life still constituted existence, did it not? Lu Wuwei observed Loki's pitiful state, casting a peculiar glance at the composed Yi Jiang, involuntarily shivering. This young lady possesses a formidable resolve. What a state she has reduced a god to. Ahem. He cleared his throat, inquiring, "So what shall we do next?" Yi Jiang contemplated for a few seconds, utilizing illusory oddity distortion to transform him into a dazed, doll-like figure resembling Qian, surrounded by a multitude of fragmented soul shards, which she then stored within her spatial realm. Loki had a means to revive himself, thus he could not be allowed to perish just yet. First, shatter the soul, then toy with the body. Lu Wuwei chuckled awkwardly. I understand. If there's nothing else, shall I take my leave?" Yi Jiang pointed in a direction, suggesting, "Commander Yi and the Master are over there. Do you wish to seek them out?" "All right then, I shall go find them," he replied, and before the words had fully left his lips, the yellow electric scooter sped away for several meters. Yi Jiang scratched her head in confusion, wondering why it seemed that this rider was a bit apprehensive of her. Chapter 79. Entering the psychiatric hospital now that Loki has been captured. The city of Songnan is rejuvenated, and the fates of Si Shaonan and Lin Qiye have also been altered. Moreover, she has devoured 3 deities in a few days. Once she consumes Loki, she will have gathered 4 deities, achieving a success rate of 20. Yi Jiang silently commended herself, realizing her efforts were not in vain. The next issue at hand was the handling of Lin Qiye. Yi Jiang felt a headache coming on. Perhaps it would be best to let him sleep for a year. This way, the storyline would not deviate too drastically, and she could utilize this year to engage in other pursuits. Otherwise, if he were to revel outside for a year, who could foresee how the narrative would unravel after that? Although it had already disintegrated significantly, with this thought, she communicated in her spiritual realm to Jiang, who was still frolicking and indulging. Jiang, cease your play and simply devour those 2 colossal beasts. Meanwhile, under the relentless assault from the crowd, Gam and Kraken had reached their limits. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Jiang opened wide and swallowed half of Kraken's tentacle without even chewing. gulping it down in one swift motion. When others were oblivious, it stealthily approached for another bite, relishing the moment. Kraken, in agony, shrieked incessantly, increasing its attack frequency, bombarding the crowd below with fury. Unfortunately, the troops and night watchmen below were equipped with the new model of Guardian, which thwarted all of its assaults. At this moment, Lin Qiye gazed at the mythical behemoth before him, his eyes alight with excitement. If he were to sacrifice them all, perhaps he could attempt to summon a frost dragon? Ice elemental, super tier magic, eternal. A shiver coursed through Lin Qiye as he beheld the unfolding scene, causing the surrounding magical elements to disperse by half. To his astonishment, the already enraged Kraken vanished, replaced by a dragon enveloped in fiery clouds, shimmering in radiant platinum. At the instant this dragon appeared, Gam, previously filled with bravado, visibly stiffened, realizing that this dragon was a true divine beast, far beyond its own impending divinity. How could it possibly contend with such a creature? Just as Jiang had swallowed Kraken. Feeling only partially satiated, it turned its gaze toward Gam, drooling in anticipation. A commanding roar echoed, and with a flick of its tail, Jiang lunged toward Gam. Sans signe danger, Gam attempted to flee, spewing black flames behind it as it ran. However, it was unaware that Jiang, as a fire god dragon, possessed nearly complete immunity to all earthly flames. Thus, it effortlessly seized the hellhound and, with a swift extension of its neck, swallowed it whole. While the crowd below remained in a state of bewilderment, Jiang materialized before Jiang, affectionately stroking its large head. She transformed it back into a bracelet and adorned her wrist with it. After a moment, someone finally reacted, murmuring in disbelief. There truly exists a divine dragon in the world. As this statement was uttered, it seemed to trigger a switch. All who witnessed Jiang erupted in fervor. The Great Xia truly has the protection of a divine dragon. Who dares claim that Great Xia lacks deities? Old Town. The little black dog barked furiously in the direction where the golden dragon had just appeared. Yang crouched down, gently stroking its head to soothe it. Beside him, a small boy clad in a red tracksuit, with a pair of sporty headphones hanging around his neck, stood with his hands in his pockets, astonished. I've never seen this dragon before. Whose is it? Do you know? Yang shook his head. I haven't seen it, but the aura it emits is quite familiar to me. Indeed, rather intimate. Neza raised an eyebrow. Who could it be? Surely not the primordial heavenly venerable? But that doesn't make sense. Isn't the venerable's dragon a golden one? It wasn't a deity from the celestial court, but rather... Yang pondered his words carefully. An anomaly. An anomaly that also served as an outsider in this realm. Neza, struggling to comprehend the cryptic dialogue, waved his hand dismissively. I don't care about that. As long as it isn't an enemy of the Great Xia, that's all that matters. Yang recalled the individual who was keen on having him string beads, his expression stiffening slightly. Well, she should not be an enemy. At that moment, Lin Qiye felt as though the sky had collapsed. He simply wanted to find some offerings to summon the dragon, yet it proved exceedingly difficult. After Jiang led him to a secluded spot away from the crowd, she waved her hand in front of him. What's going on? Have you become daft from carrying the soul of the May Force for too long? Lin Qiye swatted away her hand as it waved incessantly before his face, letting out a heavy sigh. Could you ask this dragon to regurgitate a bit of the scraps from that dog and that octopus? Jiang paused, recalling the limitations of his summoning magic. However, the items consumed by the golden dragon, having been refined by divine fire, had quickly transformed into pure energy, leaving no scraps behind. Her expression turned somewhat troubled. Well, how about I gather some leftover remains of a deity's corpse for you after some time? Perhaps you can make use of that? Lin Qiye's eyes brightened, and he readily agreed. A deity's remains would be far more precious than that of an unfinished giant beast. By the way, Qiye. Lin Qiye was taken aback. What is it? A sudden, ominous premonition washed over him. It was rare for her to speak so politely, and when things deviated from the norm, something was amiss. He instinctively knew Jiang was up to something. She draped her arm over his shoulder, addressing him in a cordial tone. I need your help with something, but it might require you to be in a coma for a year. Must it be a coma? It is imperative. Well, all right then. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiye acquiesced, fully trusting that Yi Jiang would not harm him. Just keep an eye on my aunt and Ajin for me. Yi Jiang, moved by Lin Qiye's unwavering trust, quickly made an okay gesture. Absolutely no problem. I shall begin now. Lin Qiye nodded. In the next instant, Yi Jiang's eyes transformed into a profound black, resembling an endless abyss, as intangible mental energy surged toward Lin Qiye's spiritual sea like a tidal wave. With a whoosh, Lin Qiye felt as if he had been forcefully shoved, and he found himself in the psychiatric ward of the gods. A Zhu ambled over, nibbling on half a carrot, and upon seeing him, exclaimed, "Ah, esteemed director, you have arrived. Is this sister a new caregiver? A new caregiver?" Lin Qiye was somewhat puzzled until he turned to spot Yi Jiang behind him. "How'd you get in here?" Yi Jiang first surveyed her surroundings before producing a glistening cucumber from her hand. After breaking it in half and taking a couple of crunchy bites, she replied, "I just followed you in." She had not anticipated this outcome. Originally, she intended to use mental shock to render Lin Qiye unconscious, but somehow, she ended up entering his mental realm alongside him, arriving at this peculiar asylum of the gods. It was rather astonishing. Lin Qiye, at a loss for words, said, "Since you're here, it's fortuitous that Nix has mentioned you several times. You should go meet her." Chapter 80. Who is the director of the psychiatric hospital? In the garden, several individuals were gathered, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that Nix, Lin Qiye, and a young man clad in a wizard's robe were engrossed in a lively game of do-di-ju. Lin Qiye had an array of white slips plastered across his forehead, while two strips adorned Nix's exquisitely beautiful face, one on each side. Ye Wang, momentarily paising, herchijing, thought to herself, is their daily entertainment so diverse? If it weren't for the lack of players, I suppose Mahjong would also make an appearance. Lin Qiye shrugged helplessly. There's no internet here, so we're left with playing cards. Their conversation, though quiet, caught the attention of the three who were still engaged in battle. Upon seeing the newcomers, Nix abruptly rose from her chair, lifting her skirt as she rushed towards Yi Jiang. "Hemera, you have finally come to see me." Yi Jiang nestled gently into Nix's fragrant, soft embrace and replied, "I apologize. Mother, I've been quite busy." Perhaps it was the overwhelming maternal love she felt from Nix that drew her to this goddess. Despite her awareness that Nix was not her biological mother, Nix tenderly stroked Yi Jiang's back and said softly, "Do not apologize, my dear. I understand that you are busy. Just the fact that you can spare some time to visit me brings me immense joy." As the mother and daughter shared a warm embrace, oblivious to the presence of others, Lin Qiye approached the young man in the wizard's robe and greeted him. "Good afternoon, Lord Merlin." Merlin responded with an elegant bow. "Good afternoon, Director Lin." His gaze shifted towards Yi Jiang, a flicker of surprise and understanding dancing in his eyes. "Is this lady your friend?" Following his gaze, Lin Qiye glanced at Yi Jiang, who was still happily conversing with Nix, and nodded gently. "Yes, her name is Yi Jiang. She is a very good friend." "I see." A smile graced Merlin's lips, and he mused that the director had indeed befriended someone remarkable. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, pushing aside the slips of paper in front of him, shuddered upon recognizing Yi Jiang's face. She had caused him considerable psychological distress during their school days, and he was taken aback to find her here. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, Lin Qiye discreetly made his exit. At that moment, Nix approached Yi Jiang and introduced her. "Lord Merlin, allow me to present my child, Hemera." "Hemera, this is Lord Merlin, a formidable magician and my neighbor here." With a smile gracing her lips, Yi Jiang greeted the legendary magician from Scottish mythology politely. She was well aware of the significance behind Merlin's gaze, likely having discerned something, yet she remained unconcerned. In truth, whether it was Merlin, Nix, or other deities such as Bragi, Sun Wukong, and Gilgamesh, they were all mere pawns in Lin Qiye's grand scheme, not hers. Her sole focus resided in vanquishing the three pillars of the Qie family and the malevolent gods that would pose a threat to the great Xia. The rest held no fear for her. Moreover, she has ascended to the realm of the divine, albeit still a distance away from full divinity. However, with unwavering diligence. Her elevation to greatness is merely a matter of time. With a flick of her wrist, an array of impeccably arranged shopping bags materialized before her, including several state-of-the-art tablets preloaded with an assortment of films, documentaries, and animations, each freshly conjured and still warm to the touch. Mother, Lord Merlin, I have brought you some gifts this time. Please have a look and see if they please you. If there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall bring more upon my next visit. She presented a shopping bag brimming with exquisite garments, shoes, and high-end cosmetics to Nyx, while passing a tablet filled with documentaries, animations, and various books to Merlin. The remaining fruits and snacks could be entrusted to Lin Qiye for distribution. Both Nyx and Merlin were elated to receive their gifts and promptly began unwrapping them in the small garden. Meanwhile, Jiang accompanied Lin Qiye as they wandered through the mental institution, adding some ingredients and utensils to the kitchen as they passed by, demonstrating great thoughtfulness. Lin Qiye chuckled. If this mental institution were yours, I can scarcely imagine how splendidly they would fare. Don't be ridiculous, Jiang replied with a laugh. Each person possesses their own unique advantages. This is yours, and I would not dare to covet it. Nonetheless, a flicker of curiosity arose within her. Why did I remain unconscious for an entire year? Lin Qiye, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, posed the question. Ye Viang Sikit, do you recall when old Shao was battling the Phantom King, and you asked me why I did not assist him? What was my reply? Lin Qiye pondered for a moment. You mentioned everyone has their own timing. All you can do is arrive on time and not cut in line, correct? Precisely. The issue now is that I inadvertently cut in line, altering the sequence for others, which is why I must trouble you to lend a hand. Oh, Lin Qiye mused, then suddenly chuckled. Jiang gazed at him in confusion. What are you laughing at? I can't shake the feeling that you are unlike us. In what way? Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes slightly. You resemble a director in a television drama, possessing a script that reveals all the plot lines and the fates of every character. You are mistaken, Jiang countered, halting before the door of the 6th ward. Who says a director cannot also be a character within the script? She raised her gaze to the plaque above the door, where an indistinct, open book was etched, then grasped the doorknob and pressed down firmly. Lin Qiye intended to warn her that it was locked, but to his astonishment, with a click, the door swung open. You actually opened it, he exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the composed Jiang. Who can discern whether the head of this institution is you or me? As the door creaked open, a sacred light poured forth, revealing a figure standing serenely in the center of the ward. There stood an elderly man clad in garments of purest white, his feet seemingly resting upon clouds and mists. His countenance radiated compassion and benevolence as he gazed gently towards the doorway of the infirmary. However, when he beheld not Lin Qiye, but an unfamiliar woman entering, his pupils momentarily contracted in an imperceptible manner, only to swiftly return to their tranquil state. Lin Qiye's eyes drifted to the familiar panel behind the man, and he murmured, Yeland? This deity certainly possesses a remarkable stature. Chapter 81. The god of chaos Lin Qiye was utterly astonished. The name Yeland, though perhaps unfamiliar to some, is synonymous with the god of the Western Holy Church, a figure known by all. Even the Archangel Michael serves as his foremost angel. Yet, how could such a being appear in a psychiatric ward of gods? Was it he who had lost his sanity, or was the asylum itself in a state of madness? Jiang stood protectively in front of Lin Qiye, quietly observing the elderly man clad in white. It was only when the man approached them slowly that Jiang spoke. Yeland? Yeland halted 2 meters before them, his deep blue eyes imbued with warmth and compassion. He gazed at Lin Qiye and said gently, You have done well, my child. Lin Qiye was taken aback, staring blankly at Jiang. A teasing smile played on Jiang's face, and he finally sighed deeply. You may deceive others, but do not deceive yourself. Would you not agree? Chaos? Or should I call you? The entity resembling Yeland, Chaos, appeared oblivious to Jiang's words, maintaining an expression of warmth and kindness, though a fleeting glint of malice flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by others. Crossing her arms, Jiang uttered the final words, Nyarlathotep. You have done well, my child. The Yeland before them spoke once more. I also believe I have performed admirably, but you may not fare as well in the near future, Jiang retorted, tilting her head. This time, the elderly figure in white fell silent, the facade of compassion and pity vanishing from his face. He regarded Jiang with a blank expression, his eyes brewing a tempest. Golden light enveloped Jiang, and numerous streams of platinum purification light emanated from her, cascading outward like a tidal wave toward the elderly man. The purifying energy within this light was overwhelmingly potent. Chaos, however, showed no inclination to evade it. He sneered at Jiang and Lin Qiye, raising a finger. "You cannot harm me," he declared. "Can I not?" Jiang channeled the majority of her divine power into the purification light within the ward. Chaos initially perceived it as mere ordinary purifying force, yet upon contact with the radiance, he felt his power being devoured, dissipating gradually without a trace. "What is this?" He stared incredulously at the golden light, akin to a parasite clinging to its host. "This is not purifying power. What is it? How can it consume my strength?" "Enjoy the gift I have prepared for you," Jiang remarked, casting one last glance at the pervasive order light within the ward before decisively shutting the door and securing it with a lock, sealing away the commotion and radiance within. Even if the purifying energy of the order light could not completely vanquish chaos, it would surely inflict some suffering upon him, weakening most of his power with relative ease. Content. Jiang clapped her hands and turned to find Lin Qiye gazing at her with a look of bewilderment. Lin Qiye struggled to comprehend the events that had just transpired. He blinked and looked at Jiang. "Could you explain what has happened?" "First, you opened the sixth ward that even I could not access, and within it, the divine being was none other than the god Yelland of the Western Holy Church." Then Jiang remarked that this Yelland was not the Yelland he had envisioned, but rather a guise of chaos. Ultimately, Jiang seemed to have done something to chaos, and upon his exit, he secured the door. Would he still be able to extract the abilities of the patient in room 6? The individual within was not Yelland, but chaos. Leaning against the corridor railing, Jiang inquired, "Are you familiar with Cthulhu?" Lin Qiye nodded. "The Cthulhu pantheon? There are numerous mythological systems, yet, to my knowledge, humanity has yet to observe any Cthulhu deities." Reflecting on Jiang's earlier actions and the name, Chaos, he suddenly suggested, "Could it be that this Chaos is indeed a Cthulhu deity?" "Precisely. Now, can you guess why the Archangel Michael has remained on the moon?" Lin Qiye shook his head, having always assumed it was merely Michael's preference. Jiang, recalling the original text, narrowed his eyes. The internal records of the Watchers noted that in 1928, Archangel Michael first appeared on the moon to suppress the fallen angel Lucifer, and subsequently, 10 years ago, he bestowed upon you mortal divine realm. However, it is peculiar that both events transpired on the moon. Do you not find it strange that he remains on the moon rather than engaging on Earth like other deities? Could it be that he is guarding something? Lin Qiye pondered thoughtfully, glancing toward room 6. Bingo! Jiang snapped his fingers. In fact, the Cthulhu deities once roamed the earth in ancient times, only to be sealed on the moon by the supreme god of the heavenly kingdom in conjunction with earth sovereigns. Michael is tasked with guarding these imprisoned Cthulhu deities. Unfortunately, 3 Cthulhu deities remain unsealed, hiding somewhere on earth. These 3 are the Black Goat, Shub-Niggurath, the Key to the Gate, Yog-Sothoth, and the Chaos, Nyarlathotep in the ward, collectively referred to as the 3 pillars of Cthulhu mythology. The mists enveloping Earth are but a fragment of the Key to the Gate, Yog-Sothoth. Why has chaos manifested in this psychiatric hospital? There are 2 reasons. Jiang held up 2 fingers, expressing his desire to seize the authority of this hospital, as well as your body. Despite sounding formidable, he currently possesses only a fraction of his former strength. To regain his power and act freely, he must set his sights on you and the psychiatric hospital. Lin Qiye wore a complicated expression, knowing that his striking good looks and exceptional talents could be a source of trouble, attracting those with ill intentions. Jiang reassuringly patted his shoulder. "Do not worry. I have established a barrier within the ward and secured both that space and the ward door. He cannot escape. It is unfortunate that chaos still possesses the strength for self-preservation, She cannot directly consume him with the predator, or it would surely be a great boon. Wait, a boon? Yi Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 82 Departure. How could she not have thought of this? Lin Qiye sensed the sudden surge of excitement in the girl before him, perplexed by her exuberance, wondering what mischievous idea had crossed her mind to elicit such joy. Before he could voice his curiosity, Yi Jiang declared, "In any case, you should stay here for a year, perfect for you to learn from Nikes and Merlin. I will visit you whenever I have the chance. But what about my body?" Lin Qiye scratched his head, suddenly feeling uneasy knowing someone coveted his physique. "Do not worry. I will safeguard your youthful form," Yi Jiang teased him playfully. After exchanging a few words with Nikes and Merlin, she departed from the asylum of the gods. Sangnan City. Lin Qiye's abrupt fainting took everyone by surprise. After examination, the doctor merely stated that he had fallen into a coma due to mental shock. However, the specifics of the shock and the duration of the coma remained unknown. Ultimately, it was Yi Jiang who, after discussions with the teacher and Yi Fan, decided to transfer Lin Qiye to a fasting center for treatment, under the full responsibility of the attending physician, Wang. After safely escorting Lin Qiye to the fasting center and ensuring his comfort, Yi Jiang returned to Sangnan City. Although there were no casualties on their side during this divine battle, considerable damage was inflicted on the buildings, and reconstruction would be a monumental task requiring special personnel. Old Town. Woof, woof, woof. A chorus of barks erupted. "What is it, Shao? Jean, go check if someone is outside," Ani called from the kitchen. Jean had just finished bathing, a towel draped around his neck, and upon hearing her call, he emerged from the room with damp hair, responding, "Coming, Mom." Standing on the balcony, he peered down to see Shao circling around a girl clad in a yellow dress, occasionally nudging against her legs, only to receive gentle strokes on his head in return. Jean stared in astonishment. "Sister Yi Jiang?" Hearing his voice, Yi Jiang smiled and waved at him. "Oh dear, little Yi, you could have given us a heads up about your visit. Auntie has prepared delicious food for you. Jean, hurry and buy some drinks and snacks." Auntie, overjoyed to see Yi Jiang, insisted on preparing a feast for her. Reluctantly, Jean complied, taking Shao with him to procure ingredients and treats. Having visited Ani's home several times, they were quite familiar with each other, and Yi Jiang missed Ani's culinary skills. She decided to assist in the kitchen, regardless of Ani's protests, lingering at the kitchen door to chat. "You soldiers have it tough. I see you've lost quite a bit of weight. Don't tell me you haven't been eating well?" Leaning against the kitchen door, Yi Jiang chuckled. "I eat plenty, even more than Qiye, yet I don't gain weight. It's simply my nature." She was naturally slim, a trait that had often evoked envy among her friends. Upon mentioning Lin Qiye, Ani became more talkative. "You're just like Shao Qi. No matter how much he eats, he never gains a pound. He's as thin as a reed." Yi Jiang's eyes twinkled with mirth. Boys tend to have a high metabolism and engage in more physical activity. It's quite normal. However, I sneaked over to mooch a meal without his knowledge. And if Qiye finds out, he will surely be upset with me. After conversing with her aunt for a while, Yi Jiang finally broached the subject. "Aunt, Qi will be going away for a year to study and may not be able to contact you for a while." The aunt paused her chopping, a hint of concern in her voice. "Little Qi, is he in any trouble?" She set down her knife, hastily grasping Yi Jiang's hand. "My dear, if anything happens to him, you must not conceal it from me." Feeling the tremor in her aunt's grasp, Yi Jiang chuckled softly, reassuring her. "I assure you, nothing is wrong. He simply has to study in seclusion for a year and won't be able to communicate with the outside world for a time. Please don't worry." The aunt regarded her with suspicion. "Is that true?" Yi Jiang nodded earnestly, her expression sincere. "Indeed, if necessary, I can have him request permission from his superior in a few days to send you a message of reassurance." Upon hearing this, the aunt finally exhaled in relief. "As long as he is safe, that's all that matters. With him away serving in the military, my heart is constantly in turmoil, fearing ill tidings." She offered Yi Jiang an embarrassed smile and resumed her tasks. Yi Jiang gazed tenderly at this middle-aged woman, shaped by the trials of life, yet still radiating warmth and kindness, listening to her gentle chatter, savoring the moment. It was no wonder Lin Qiye was so attached to his aunt, after the disappearance of Songnan City in the original story. He fell apart. Such a wonderful aunt deserves his affection. Reflecting on the impending reconstruction of the building, her thoughts turned, and she retrieved her phone to send a message to Chunmai. Captain, I would like to open a small supermarket and purchase a larger house. Could you assist me in finding one? It would be best if it were close to our office in number 2 middle school. Before long, Chunmai replied, all right. In Jing City, Team 006, Shun Qingzhu emerged from the bathroom, bare-chested, a towel in hand to dry his hair. Ding-dong. The notification sound chimed, and he casually picked up his charging phone from the table, glancing at the screen. Jiang, heart, what are you doing? Just finished showering. What about you? No sooner had he sent the message than Shun Qingzhu sensed an unfamiliar presence behind him and swiftly turned around, only to find a soft, fragrant girl in his arms. Caught off guard, he chuckled as he ruffled her fluffy hair, gently teasing. Little rascal, was that on purpose? Unbeknownst to him, the news from Songnan City had been sealed off, so far away in Jing City. He had no inkling of the divine battle that had unfolded there. Instead, thinking Yi Jiang was playfully seeking his affection. Yi Jiang wrapped her arms around his bare waist, nuzzling against him, her hands subtly exploring the coolness of his skin. Shun Qingzhu stiffened momentarily, taking in her innocent demeanor, and sighed in resignation. She was his girlfriend, after all. If she wanted to touch, so be it. Leaning against him, Yi Jiang cooed, I didn't mean anything mischievous. I just missed you and wanted to see what you were having for dinner. Ever since they had become a couple, she found herself increasingly drawn to him, relishing every hug, kiss, or simply the joy of being together, which filled her with an overwhelming sense of contentment. In this moment, she felt an immense gratitude towards the system. Had she not arrived in this world, where could she possibly find such a handsome, gentle, and considerate boyfriend, who also possessed remarkable strength? Most importantly, he showered her with affection. Currently, Shun Qingzhu resided in a modest single dormitory prepared by Team 006 for its members, measuring around 30 square meters, comprising a bedroom and a bathroom. Thus, he embraced Yi Jiang as they sat on the bed. That evening, their captain treated them to hot pot. What about you? Yi Jiang inquired, as she lifted a towel to dry his hair. I went to Aunt Qiye's for a meal. She prepared a feast for me that was absolutely delightful. She paused, then continued, by the way, you probably haven't heard, but a divine battle erupted in Songnan City today. Her tone was so nonchalant that Shun Qingzhu momentarily failed to grasp the gravity of her words. A divine battle? A divine battle? His eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively tightening his hold on Yi Jiang. Yi Jiang chuckled as she elaborated, it's not a big deal. Just a few foreign deities showed up, accompanied by some colossal beasts. However, Commander Yi was there with 2 of humanity's finest, and those foreign deities were swiftly vanquished. The battle commenced in the morning, and by noon, everyone returned for lunch. She added that she had even managed to snag a couple of takeout meals from the EC Coast and Beijiang. Relishing the experience, Shun Qingzhu's expression grew complex. I haven't heard any news from Songnan while being here. You managed to keep it under wraps quite well. There's no choice. There are those within the Night Watch who harbor ulterior motives, and some matters must remain undisclosed. After a brief pause, she shifted her gaze thoughtfully. Moreover, there's one more thing. I anticipate that I will need to leave for a few days. Chapter 83. Not a drop left. Where to? The moon. Yi Jiang conveyed the matters concerning the K-series deities to Shun Qingzhu, then remarked, my abilities possess a formidable restraining effect on the K-series deities. I wish to attempt to resolve the sealed K-series gods upon the moon. By doing so, not only will the K-series gods on the moon be dealt with, but also Michael and Kronos will no longer need to pitifully guard the moon. Furthermore, I can ascend effortlessly, achieving 3 objectives in one stroke. How delightful that would be! The most significant reason, however, was her fervent desire for progress. Lacking the status of the universe's strongest left her feeling insecure. Shun Qingzhu let out a gentle sigh, holding Yi Jiang in his embrace, savoring the warmth of the moment. The formidable strength of his girlfriend placed considerable pressure upon him. Although he was aware of her impending venture into danger, he felt utterly powerless to shield her from harm or even accompany her, which left him feeling quite defeated. Moreover, as he was still at the Chuan realm, It seemed imperative for him to intensify his training regimen to hasten his pursuit of his girlfriend's pace. After a joyful 2-day excursion in the capital city with Shun Qingzhu, Jiang made her way to the headquarters of the Night Watchers to inform Yi Fan of her departure to the moon. Just as she was about to set off, a familiar voice called out to her. It was none other than the master and a middle-aged man clad in a checkered shirt and a flat cap. Recognizing the attire, Jiang immediately realized that this individual was none other than Guan Zai, a pinnacle of humanity in the Daxia realm. Shao, we meet again. The master greeted Jiang with a smile. Ever since witnessing her prowess, he had been effusive in his praise for her. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she single-handedly withstood the recent incursion of the outer gods, alleviated the repercussions of Shiva's wrath that had obliterated Sangnan City and saved countless lives in that city. Truly a remarkable achievement. At such a young age, to possess such strength and noble character, selflessly devoting living jade and guardians to the Night Watchers, and even aiding Yi Fan in his ascension to divinity. Any single one of these accomplishments would suffice for her to be honored numerous times. Yet, even after achieving divinity, she sought neither fame nor fortune, choosing instead to contribute quietly. What a commendable child! Guan Zai had also heard of the new Night Watcher's feats from the master and Yi Fan, and upon meeting her, he exhibited great enthusiasm. Hello, I am Guan Zai, a programmer. I have heard of your deeds, and I am delighted to finally meet you in person. Jiang felt a touch of shyness. In comparison to the contributions of my seniors, my modest efforts are hardly noteworthy. As the two exchanged compliments, the master, unable to endure their awkward banter any longer, interjected, "Have you eaten Shao? If not, would you care to join us for a meal?" With a smile, Jiang politely declined. "No need, master. I just finished my meal. You two may go ahead and eat." After all, she had once been a student in her previous life, and there lingered a natural apprehension towards her teachers. Dining with them felt rather daunting. At that moment, Yi Fan emerged from the office, observing the three of them with curiosity. "What are you all doing here?" He chuckled. Confucius chuckled softly, realizing that they wished to inquire about the principles and transformation of the Tao from young Master Yi. It is widely acknowledged that discussions flow more freely during meals. Guan Zai nodded in agreement. Having been confined beneath the ceiling of humanity for so long, he too yearned for advancement. Previously, they had all been limited to the pinnacle of humanity, resigned to the despair of never attaining divinity. Yet now, unexpectedly, hope had emerged, especially since Yi Fan had successfully ascended to godhood. How could the rest of them, trapped at this human apex, not feel anxious? Merely observing Yi Fan was almost unbearable for them. Yi Fan quickly grasped the situation. They were seeking his assistance. He understood their intentions and saw no reason to decline. After all, it was only through the continuous enhancement of Daxia's combat capabilities that greater safety could be assured, was it not? Seizing this opportunity, Yi Fan decided to call Lu Wuwei and Zhou Ping, inviting them to the headquarters of the Night Watchers. However, only Lu Wuwei arrived, as Zhou Ping had to decline temporarily, citing that the recent influx of customers at his uncle's rustic eatery left him overwhelmed with dishwashing duties, unable to spare the time, and thus he would wait for another opportunity. Upon hearing this reasoning, Jiang shot a peculiar glance at the exasperated Yi Fan, suddenly curious whether he would step in to help Zhou Ping. Unfortunately, Yi Fan merely replied nonchalantly, "All right, then join the next wave," before ending the call. Noticing the strange look in Jiang's eyes, he inquired, "What's the matter?" Jiang carefully chose his words. "Uncle, should you go to your uncle's restaurant and assist Senior Zhou Ping with the dishes to free him up?" Even in moments of exasperation, one can find humor, and Yi Fan chuckled. "As the commander of the Night Watchers, would it be proper for me to wash dishes at a restaurant? Furthermore, with the elite forces of Daxia concentrated in the capital, it is prudent to retain at least one person outside." Thus, he did not press Zhou Ping to come. Jiang pouted, choosing silence. He knew that eventually, Yi Fan would end up washing dishes, as his uncle would teach him how to be a competent server. 3 days later, Jiang, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto the single bed of Shun Qingzhu, motionless. There was nothing left, truly not a drop remained. After 3 consecutive days of assisting Confucius, Guanzai, and Lu Wuwei, she experienced for the first time how the recovery of divine power paled in comparison to the exhaustion she felt. Once Lu Wuwei succeeded, she could no longer endure. Retreating in haste, rejecting even the temptation of the cafeteria. From then on, they were left to stabilize their own realms. Her presence was no longer required. Thus, when Shun Qingzhu returned to the dormitory that evening, he discovered an unfamiliar presence occupying the bed. Frowning, he threw back the covers to reveal a cherubic face flushed with sleep. Shun Qingzhu smiled, pinching Yi Jiang's small cheek, sighing in resignation, wondering what she had been up to these past 3 days to become so utterly fatigued. "You're back," she murmured, her eyes fluttering open, rubbing her face against the pillow. She had sensed Shun Qingzhu's return, but had been too lazy to move. "Yes," Shun Qingzhu replied in a low voice. "Do you wish to sleep more?" Yi Jiang nestled deeper into the covers, slightly rising to embrace his waist. "I'm fine with whatever." In truth, it is not merely physical exhaustion, but rather a profound mental fatigue, coupled with my previous habits. The sensation of impending demise from lack of sleep becomes palpable after 3 sleepless days. However, after resting for over 3 hours, I have somewhat recuperated. "Have you dined?" "No. I have been toiling away at Yifan's for 3 days, and I just finished my tasks before coming here." Upon hearing this, Shun Qingzhu assumed she had not eaten in 3 days, and her brow immediately furrowed. "What would you like to eat? I can go buy something." "No need. I still have some leftover meals stored in my space. A mere bite will suffice." Shun Qingzhu nodded. "That works as well." He moved the bedside table closer to the bed, and, as Yi Jiang began to eat, he took out his phone and started scrolling rapidly. Curious, Yi Jiang leaned in to glimpse the screen and discovered he was ordering takeout. Selecting from various establishments, he had placed orders with over 10 different restaurants within mere minutes. "You haven't eaten dinner either, have you?" Shun Qingzhu chuckled softly, ruffling her disheveled hair. "I ordered for you, preparing ample food to store in your space for later." Chapter 84. "You can eat," Yi Jiang chuckled as she playfully pinched the flesh at his side, feeling quite touched. "You are truly considerate." The area around Shun Qingzhu's waist was particularly sensitive, and he was taken by surprise when she squeezed him, eliciting an involuntary laugh. "Ah, stop it, that tickles. It's really ticklish." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiang became even more spirited, playfully pushing him down onto the bed and mischievously poking and prodding at his sides. Shun Qingzhu, while trying to evade her, retaliated, and the two engaged in their playful banter for quite some time before finally coming to a halt. "When do you set off?" Shun Qingzhu asked, as he lay quietly beside Yi Jiang on the bed. The joyful moments always seemed to pass in a blur. In thinking about returning to work the next day, Yi Jiang let out a deep sigh. "Tomorrow. Who knows what the situation on the moon is like? The sooner we go, the sooner we can resolve it." The moon, a figure with 6 enormous white wings, stood within a vast crater, holding a holy sword, quietly gazing at the distant azure planet. Suddenly, a streak of golden light appeared in the previously silent cosmos, racing towards the moon like a bolt of lightning. Michael observed the streak of light, his form shifting slightly as he began to draw the holy sword, which was deeply embedded in the ground. At that moment, an elderly man in black suddenly materialized beside Michael, looking at the golden streak with curiosity. It seems to be another deity, but the divine aura surrounding it is quite unfamiliar. "Do you recognize it?" Michael replied calmly, "I do not recognize it. Simply eliminate it. Anyone attempting to disrupt the seal and release the deities of the Kronos lineage, whether divine or mortal, would find no return once they set foot on the moon." Kronos wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. Thus, when Yi Jiang set foot on the moon, she was met with the scrutinizing gaze of 2 supreme gods. Even from a distance of several meters, she could distinctly sense the overwhelming hostility directed at her. Yi Jiang awkwardly scratched her head. "You two aren't here to welcome me, are you?" Kronos, with a vigilant expression, questioned, "Who are you?" The girl before them had an Eastern visage, most likely a deity from the great Xia, yet the divine aura she exuded was unfamiliar. As the tension mounted, Yi Jiang hastily introduced herself. "I am Yi Jiang, a good friend of Lin Qiye, and also a guardian of the great Xia. Pausing briefly, she seemed to recall something and added, Lin Qiye. Surely Senior Michael must be aware of him? Given that Lin Qiye and Michael were not particularly acquainted, she genuinely feared a response of ignorance. Michael remained silent, while Kronos leaned closer, whispering in his ear, Lin Qiye is your divine agent, right? Michael shot him a glance. I know. He wasn't foolish enough to be unaware of his own divine agent's name. He merely wished to hear what this individual would say next. That's good to know. Jiang sighed in relief and continued, I have received the authority of the guardian deity and have become the new guardian deity. I heard that Senior Michael is stationed on the moon, so I came to see if there is any way I can assist. The guardian deity. The eyes of Kronos sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Even the ever-imperturbable face of Michael displayed a hint of change. The guardian deity Themis, presiding over the domains of order and justice, possessed the ability to summon the pure light of order, which inherently countered the deities of the Cthulhu mythos. Had he still been alive, neither Michael nor Kronos would have had to remain stationed here for many years. Even a gradual exertion of effort could have eradicated these repulsive monsters. Regrettably, he had perished too soon. To their astonishment, the youthful maiden before them was the new guardian deity. Though their hearts surged with excitement, Michael and Kronos maintained their composure. Kronos inquired, Can you summon the light of order? Certainly, Jiang replied, immediately invoking the divine radiance. At once, countless strands of golden light, resembling resplendent golden silk, surged from her being and rapidly spread in all directions, resolutely directed towards Michael's rear. Some rays of light inadvertently traversed the bodies of Michael and Kronos. Having coexisted with these Cthulhu deities for an extended period, they were susceptible to their influence. Even with the miraculous protection of the mortal realm, Michael could not entirely evade their effects. It could be considered a free purification for them, as they felt a warm current fleeting pass over them. Michael and Kronos exchanged astonished glances, each deity's eyes reflecting sheer amazement. What a pristine force of purification. Even a former Themis would have paled in comparison. After a moment of contemplation, Michael decisively unsheathed all the sacred swords held by his subordinates. In a flash of light, the formerly grayish-white earth reverted to its charred and shattered state. Beneath the crimson seal patterns lay a multitude of eerie, open eyes, now fixated on Michael and his companions with unwavering intensity. The malevolent and sinister gaze signified no good. This sight would have undoubtedly terrified anyone suffering from a fear of clustered entities, potentially rendering them unconscious. Not far away, a conspicuous gap was evident. The light of order emanating from Jiang surged into this breach, and soon after, the three deities were inundated with a cacophony of countless anguished wails emanating from the fissure. The sounds, reminiscent of unspeakable torture, sent shivers down their spines, interspersed with a sizzle akin to frying eggs. Kronos could not help but frown. If only we could silence those mouths. It's utterly unbearable. He held no sympathy for these loathsome creatures, wishing instead for their suffering to intensify. Michael nodded in agreement. That could be arranged. After channeling a substantial amount of divine power into the breach, Jiang snapped her fingers, using her divine energy to seal the rift. In an instant, the wailing and sizzling sounds ceased, and even the relentless outpouring of corruption was confined within the seal. The Cthulhu deities trapped within could only silently endure the onslaught of the light of order, their cries muffled. This scene was undeniably exhilarating, especially for Michael, who had battled these deities for centuries. The relief was a rare and cherished sensation. Jiang cast a glance at the system panel, observing the progress gradually ascending. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. A satisfied smile graced her lips. The moon truly was her auspicious domain. In her exuberance, she conjured a magnificent spiritual realm modeled after a five-star hotel presidential suite, complete with an array of delectable dishes and beverages. She cheerfully beckoned the two deities standing nearby, who appeared utterly bewildered. Have you two elders dined yet? Just so happens I brought some food before my arrival. Shall we make do with a little something? Concerned that they might not be accustomed to Chinese cuisine, she thoughtfully prepared steak and burgers with fries and mashed potatoes from case. Mikel Kronos. Despite being deities, what hardships have they endured over the years? Yi Jiang. Consider yourselves fortunate to indulge. Chapter 85. Ascending to the apex with the issue of the sealed breach resolved, both Michael and Kronos relaxed their stances. Kronos, wielding a knife and fork, inquired while savoring his steak, "But how did you come to know that the lunar surface harbors the sealed deities of the Chaos Pantheon?" His curiosity was justified, as such knowledge was not widely possessed. Michael paused momentarily, turning his gaze towards Yi Jiang. After swallowing his morsel, Yi Jiang extended 2 fingers, explaining, "There are 2 reasons. First, do you recall the entity known as Chaos? This deity of the Chaos Pantheon is one of the 3 pillars alongside the black goat and the key of the door." Yi Jiang nodded. "Given this, you must also be aware that these 3 chaos deities have not been sealed away, but rather lie in hiding upon the earth. It seems fortuitous that I have encountered one of them." Upon hearing this, Michael and Kronos' expression soured. Chaos was notorious for its deceit, and they wondered if this newly ascended deity was similarly treacherous. Sensing the subtle hostility emanating from the 2 divine beings, Yi Jiang continued, "At present, he exists solely as a spirit without a corporeal form, concealed in a location where I recently confined him and purified his essence. He cannot escape. You should have brought him along," Michael remarked, his skepticism evident. It was not that he doubted Yi Jiang's capabilities. Rather, Chaos was far too cunning, and the prospect of its escape was alarming. If they could confront it on the moon, perhaps Michael and Kronos could neutralize the threat once and for all. Yi Jiang spread her hands in resignation. "I wish I could, but the place where he is confined allows me only to enter and exit. Extracting him is currently beyond my reach. However, rest assured, since I can lock the breach on the moon, I can also lock the door that contains chaos. Once I ascend to the status of the supreme deity, I will annihilate him in one fell swoop." Her conviction was palpable. Yet Michael suddenly chuckled. "Do you understand how long it takes to ascend from the position of a deity to that of the supreme deity? If such a transition were so simple, the realm of deities on earth would not be limited to just a handful of supreme beings." Yi Jiang lowered her gaze upon the progress bar on her system panel. 10. Kronos too laughed. "You believe you can achieve the status of a supreme deity in merely 10 years? How naive." 9. Kronos, puzzled, queried, "What? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. System detected that the host progress bar is full. Commencing upgrade. Please wait. 1, 2, 77, 96, 99, 100. Congratulations. Host has ascended to the supreme deity. Ability Predator upgraded. Reward, Healing Law. Upgrade successful. Predator has evolved into Devouring Slime. The Devouring Slime allows for the unlimited summoning of slimes with the ability to consume, boasting formidable defenses and the capacity for endless devouring." Both Michael and Kronos were taken aback as they witnessed Yi Jiang's aura surge dramatically after she counted to 1. Was this what they termed instant divinity? A close-range ultimate move? What then was the significance of their earlier mockery? Were they mere jesters? As Yi Jiang's divine light receded, Kronos gazed at her, torn between words, as if he wished to speak, but hesitated. "What is it?" Kronos inquired. "Are you really only 19 this year?" After a moment's contemplation, Yi Jiang shook her head. Kronos exhaled in relief, thinking to himself that it was preposterous for a human to ascend to the status of a supreme deity before turning 20. However, Yi Jiang responded with utmost precision. "To be exact, I am nearly 20. With the new year approaching in a few months, she would indeed celebrate her 20th birthday." And that was a valid assertion. Clatter. The fork in Kronos' hand fell to the table. Michael regarded Yi Jiang with an expression of utter bewilderment, as though she were a creature of legend. After a prolonged silence, Kronos sighed. "Indeed, the youth of today are truly remarkable." Yi Jiang wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the plethora of prodigies among the night watchers, each more formidable than the last. Suddenly, Michael posed, "Is there anyone more formidable than you?" Yi Jiang posed, pondering how to respond. Were it not for her fortuitous advantages, she would be an ordinary person, lacking even the qualifications to join the Night Watchers. Yet, she had earned her prowess through merit. With newfound resolve, she straightened her posture and declared, "For now, probably not. I am exceptionally strong." Michael refrained from further comment, as this singular genius was already astounding enough. If several more emerged, he would begin to suspect that the great Xia possessed some secret method for nurturing prodigies. After their meal, Jiang accompanied Michael and Kronos to the sealed breach. Just a few hours had passed since their last visit, and an air of tension enveloped the trio. The sealed chaos deity seemed to have regained some strength, only to face execution once more. Honestly, had they not been adversaries, Kronos might have felt a twinge of pity for them. Jiang unfastened the seal, unleashed the light of order, and infused the breach with a multitude of resplendent golden rays, pushing back the creatures desperately yearning for freedom. This time, the energy was more potent, manifesting as the torment of anguished screams and wails that assailed their ears. Yet, Jiang remained undeterred, resolutely bestowing the light of order upon each guest. Occasionally, the excess golden light that overflowed from the breach was not wasted, diligently exploring inch by inch across the moon's surface, akin to a tireless cleaner. Before long, as far as their eyes could see, the area was enveloped in this profoundly purifying golden light, eradicating any trace of corruption. Kronos observed this scene with a smile. "How long has it been since we've seen such a pristine moon?" Michael, his golden eyes narrowing slightly, replied, "It has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been quite some time since the deities of the K-line were sealed upon the lunar surface. Even the veil of the mortal realm cannot conceal the foul stench that lingers. Gazing upon the crimson patterns beneath my feet and the grotesquely contorted eyes yearning to flee." Kronos spoke with palpable disdain. "Let us hope that we can truly eradicate these abominations this time." Beside her, Jiang, fervently unleashing divine energy, was taken aback. Hey, do not jinx it." Considering the potential for their prey to escape, she wasted no time and immediately invoked the seal. She fortified the seal, closed the breach, and encapsulated the domain formed by the light of order upon the moon. The light of order now enveloped the entire lunar expanse, signifying that even if the seal were to falter, as long as she maintained the domain, the realm of the light of order would persist. Within it, death awaited, and outside, the same fate would befall them. She was resolute in her conviction that they could not possibly escape. Once all was set in place, Jiang retracted her divine energy. Suddenly, Michael interjected, "You mentioned 2 reasons earlier. What is the second reason?" "The first is chaos, but what of the second?" Jiang gestured towards the sealed breach. "Well, Haven't you guessed? There are individuals on Earth attempting to dismantle the seal. Coincidentally, I happen to know 2 followers of the K-line deities from whom I gleaned this information." Chapter 86. Arrangements. Michael furrowed his brow. "Are they followers of Cthulhu?" Wang nodded. "Indeed, it was from them that I learned the truth of the mist's arrival, as well as your guardianship of the seal on the moon. Moreover, there currently exists a Cthulhu beast within the borders of the Great Xia. Does this mean that the Great Xia is not only host to one of the 3 pillars of the Cthulhu pantheon, the Chaos, but also harbors a Cthulhu beast?" Kronos summarized. "To be precise, it should be regarded as 1.5 pillars of the Cthulhu pantheon," Jiang replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Michael and Kronos both paused in confusion. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. What does 1.5 mean? Faced with their bewildered gazes, Jiang shrugged helplessly. "Well, actually, the key of the gate is also in the Great Xia." "What?" Kronos was genuinely baffled. "Is the Great Xia some kind of geomantic treasure land? Why are all the Cthulhu deities congregating there? Perhaps it is due to the protagonist effect?" "What? Nothing, I was just rambling. You need not worry about the key of the gate. I have it under control." Jiang waved his hand dismissively. "There shouldn't be any issues here. I must return to Earth to handle that beast." The Cthulhu deity sealed on the moon was weak enough to have become fodder for slimes, and those still resisting were deities of supreme rank or higher, which would likely take more time. Jiang glanced at the massive deep blue slime in the distance, continuously devouring divine power. With this slime present, combined with Michael and Kronos, she felt assured that nothing would go awry. Kronos assured her, "You can focus on your tasks. If anything arises, I will come find you in the Great Xia." Jiang handed them 2 game coins. "These are my spatial anchor points. If you need to reach me, simply crush one." Recalling the task involving Wang Mian, she inquired, "Do we still require the Yada no Kagami?" The Yada no Kagami was with Susanoo, and if needed, she would make another trip to Takamagura, Japan. Kronos shook his head with a smile. The search for the Yada no Kagami was primarily to mend the seal's breach. Now that the seal is complete, it is no longer necessary. However, if you have the time, a visit to Takamagura might yield unexpected delights. Jiang scratched her head, acknowledging that there could indeed be unexpected treasures, such as the Kusanagi sword, the Yada no Kagami, and the power of belief, yet none were intended for her, as she would not usurp Shikia's possessions. Having settled matters on the moon, Jiang returned to Earth. She took out her phone to message Wang Mian, but it seemed they were occupied with a mission and did not respond. Thus, Jiang decided to head to the headquarters of the Night Watchers. "You mean to say you have obliterated the Cthulhu deities sealed on the moon?" Yi Fan exclaimed, holding a thermos, stunned to the point of forgetting to drink. Jiang corrected him. "Not that I have obliterated them all, but rather that I have eliminated a portion. The remainder are still being dealt with." Yi Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. The pressing issue was not whether a portion or all had been eradicated, but rather the fact that she was capable of resolving the problem of the Cthulhu deities. According to her assertion, the Cthulhu deities will pose a significant threat to Earth in the future. If this menace could be eliminated in advance, it would undoubtedly benefit both the planet and the Great Xia. Little did he anticipate that Jiang would quietly undertake a monumental task. However, why seek the masked team? Jiang did not conceal her intentions, reiterating her previous conversation with Wang Mian. "You know, I promised Wang Mian I would bring them along. Could I possibly go back on my word?" Yi Fan, taken aback, suddenly felt a twinge of headache. Wang Mian and his team had yet to reach the Klein realm. Was it not a tad perilous to venture there? Jiang, displeased, shot him a look reminiscent of a dead fish. "With me around, would they encounter any trouble?" "Old Yi, are you underestimating my capabilities?" Noticing her discontent, Yi Fan hurriedly clarified, "It's not that I underestimate you. There are only 4 special teams in our Great Xia. The loss of any one of them would be a tremendous blow, and I am merely concerned for their safety. Rest assured, I will ensure their safe return. We may also require the assistance of the local Night Watcher team for follow-up. Please arrange that accordingly." Jiang tapped her fingers on the table, her eyes darting as she recalled. "Right. What about Chun Lu and Chinimoyu? What is your plan for them?" At the mention of this, Yi Fan felt even more troubled. Chun Lu was a venerable elder among the Night Watchers, esteemed and respected, while Chinimoyu served as secretary to Zhui Qing, young yet promising. Furthermore, neither displayed any signs of betrayal. Acting recklessly against them would be difficult to justify to others. Jiang recognized his predicament and candidly suggested, "How about this? You make the arrangements, and I will take action when the opportunity arises." Yi Fan was taken aback. "Ancestor, please don't act rashly." He genuinely feared that Jiang might impulsively eliminate the 2, which would lead to significant complications. Perceiving his lack of confidence in her, Jiang clicked her tongue in annoyance. "I intend to control them first. The fishing village has almost entirely become a congregation of Cthulhu-esque followers. What if they cause some trouble among the Night Watchers? Control them?" Yi Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Controlling them was indeed preferable. "Very well. I shall inform you when the time comes." Jiang gestured with her hand, exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with him, and then departed from the Night Watcher headquarters. The mask team was currently engaged in a mission, and without knowledge of their whereabouts, she decided to head to the fasting hall. Just as she emerged from the spatial passage, she observed Liang Wang, donned in a white coat, bending over Lin Qiye, who lay on the hospital bed, seemingly engrossed in some task. However, that posture, Jiang gasped, "Goodness, you thick-browed, bright-eyed Liang Wang. Lin Qiye is still but a child." Sensing this sudden presence, Liang Wang's eyes sparkled as he turned to face the conflicted Jiang, who was awkwardly holding a hand in the air. He adjusted his glasses with a smile and spoke gently. "Little Yi, what brings you here?" Yi Jiang found herself most apprehensive when confronted with individuals who appeared gentle and harmless, yet were actually akin to a black sesame dumpling encased in white skin. Her intellect was insufficient to contend with them. She licked her lips and forced a chuckle. "Dr. Li, are you busy?" "Well, I'm just here to check on Qiye. I hope I'm not disturbing you," Wang said, hands in his pockets, a smile gracing his features. "Of course not." Lin Qiye remains as oblivious as ever, but strangely, I have yet to sense any injuries on him, including within his mental realm. "Shao, do you have any idea why that is?" Yi Jiang chuckled softly, fully aware that he was unharmed. He was merely confined within the asylum of the gods, unable to escape. But would such knowledge be beneficial to you? How could you comprehend that he might be lying in a state of dormancy for an entire year in the fasting house? Ultimately, could this not be seen as a squandering of public resources? It seems somewhat hypocritical. Perhaps he is simply exhausted and has fallen asleep. I suspect he will awaken of his own accord in due time. By the way, Dr. Li, why not take a moment to rest? I can keep watch here. Wang fixed his gaze on Yi Jiang for several seconds, making her feel slightly uneasy before he finally nodded. "Very well. I entrust this to you." Yi Jiang eagerly nodded in response, urging him, "Go on, go on, go." Chapter 87. The Caregiver. After Wang departed, Yi Jiang entered the asylum of the gods. Upon her entrance, she beheld a pink starfish, brandishing a fishing net and frantically waving it, accompanied by a yellow square yelling and darting about. If one were to assume that this starfish was conjured by Merlin, then the identity of the SpongeBob, she speculated it was unlikely to be Nyx. Upon spotting Yi Jiang standing nearby, SpongeBob froze momentarily. Yi Jiang had no intention of exposing him. She stifled a chuckle, clearing her throat before calling out, "Li Yifei, is Lin Qiye here?" Hearing her address him as Li Yifei, SpongeBob instantly relaxed, gesturing with his slender arm towards a distant ward, and quickly scampered off alongside the starfish. Observing his slightly flustered retreat, Yi Jiang could not help but laugh. How Merlin managed to transform Lin Qiye and him into companions for jellyfish catching was a mystery. It was a struggle for her to maintain her composure just moments ago. Upon reaching the small garden, she spotted Lin Qiye seated on a stone bench. As she approached, she noticed him evading her gaze, yet Yi Jiang refrained from teasing him. Her purpose for visiting was to deliver a caregiver. Previously, during the capture of the fragment of reverie, she had first apprehended a doppelganger and later the original entity. The original was currently serving a sentence in the fasting chamber, but she had intended to bring the doppelganger to Lin Qiye for amusement, yet she had frequently forgotten. This time, she finally remembered and decided to deliver it directly. From her spatial pocket, she retrieved the fragment of Reverie doll and, after dispelling the illusory puppet distortion, tossed it onto the ground. Devoid of its forbidden domain, it was now merely an ordinary being from the sea realm, and Yi Jiang did not bind it. Lin Qiye was taken aback upon seeing it. "You brought him here? He is merely a doppelganger of reverie. I thought your caregivers were few, so I specially reserve him to assist you," Yi Jiang replied, giving the dazed Reverie a gentle nudge with her foot. "How is Lord Merlin?" "To transform Reverie into a caregiver, we require his assistance." No sooner had she spoken than Merlin, clad in his magical robes and holding a tablet, elegantly appeared in the small garden. "I seem to have felt someone summoning me." Yi Jiang and Lin Qiye turned to face him. Sensing the latent divine aura emanating from Yi Jiang, Merlin smiled. "Congratulations to you." Yi Jiang returned the gesture with a fist salute. "Mutual congratulations. I have brought a caregiver, yet I must trouble you for a favor." Merlin's gaze drifted past them, landing on the prostrate Reverie. "What do you require of me? Could you transform him into a dog?" Lin Qiye interjected, visibly surprised. "Are we being so harsh?" "It's a rather simple request," Merlin replied with a slight nod. "Of course, I can." Yi Jiang continued, "I noticed our facility is in need of a cleaner, so I shall have him take on that role. This would also return him to his original position." While Merlin busied himself, Yi Jiang glanced around, her curiosity piqued. "By the way, where is Nyx gone? And what of Li Yifei and the others? Why is no one in sight? Isn't Nyx usually basking in the sun in the small garden?" Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. "Is indeed those tablets you brought that have captivated them. They have become engrossed in watching television dramas, spending their days idly clustered in Nike's hospital room, indulging in those soap operas. Isn't that rather splendid? Jiang replied. It prevents them from spiraling into unnecessary thoughts. I shall bring them some fabric, yarn, and wool later, not to mention a sewing machine. They must engage in some handiwork. Lin Qiye sighed. I shall express my gratitude on their behalf. Jiang waved her hand dismissively. We are all family. No need for thanks. At that moment, a melodious strain of music accompanied by a coarse, piercing voice distinctly reached their ears. Jiang felt the hair on her skin stand on end, a shiver coursing through her. What on earth is that? Lin Qiye helplessly covered his face. Yesterday, I opened the third hospital room, and it houses Bragi, the god of poetry and music from Greek mythology. Do you have any means to expedite his discharge? Who can endure this cacophony day in and day out? Jiang facepalmed, nearly forgetting that Bragi was indeed in the third room. It was no surprise that such sounds emanated from him. However, aside from the noise, his condition proved rather complicated. Jiang stroked her chin, recalling the original text. His wife, Aiden, now resided in the realm of chaos, and retrieving her required the assistance of Gilgamesh's Holy Grail. This meant that chaos could not perish until Lin Qiye acquired the Grail. TSK, that old man has truly committed many misdeeds. Bragi's situation was peculiar. A solution would only emerge when the fifth hospital room was unlocked. For now, she lacked the power and authority to reclaim souls. Must we wait that long? Lin Qiye lamented, realizing that opening the fifth room would coincide with his ascension to a higher realm. Yet he was still at the initial stage. Jiang's eyes shimmered with sympathy. Endure it. After all, those are your golden opportunities. Lin Qiye remained silent, unable to bear any longer the enchanting voice of Bragi. Jiang briefly recounted the recent occurrences to Lin Qiye before taking her leave. After placing a layer of lock on the shrine's monument, she leisurely departed from the sanctuary. However, she was uncertain of her next destination. Her friends were either at work or engaged in missions, and she felt disinclined to intrude. After some contemplation, Jiang resolved to rest in Shun Qingzhu's dormitory. Just as she opened the spatial passage, a message arrived on her phone from Yifan. Chapter 88. A home for Shun Qingzhu. The message was succinct. Chun Lu and Chen Moyu have been apprehended. Jiang stared at this news in disbelief. This was not in accordance with the script. Wasn't he the plan merely to detain them temporarily? How could Yifan be so resolute as to arrest them outright? After replying with "wait for me," she utilized the spatial anchor to arrive at Yifan's office. Inside the office, Yifan and Zhuqing were leisurely sipping tea, and upon her arrival, they greeted her warmly, inviting her to join them. What on earth was happening? After taking a sip of tea, Yifan explained, "Didn't you ask me to pay attention to the Special Task Force S assignments?" "Well, guess what?" "What?" Jiang prompted. Zhuqing interjected. "This morning, the masked team received a mission to investigate anomalies in the fishing village. The warning you gave Wang Mian proved beneficial. He called directly to inquire, which led us to the technology department, and we conveniently apprehended Chen Moyu and Chun Lu." Jiang was at a loss for words. What was this? Were they practically offering their heads on a platter? One could only say that this grandfather and grandson pair was quite unfortunate. However, it was expected that they wouldn't act until after the establishment of the 5th Special Task Force, right? Lin Qiye was still at the fasting center. Why the urgency? Thinking this over, she voiced her thoughts. Why do they seem so anxious? Almost reckless. Zhuqing shook his head. We don't know yet. They're still in the interrogation room. We're waiting for you to return before proceeding with the questioning. At this, Jiang set down her teacup and stood up. Then let us go. Let us wrap this up quickly. I was hoping to get some sleep. Speaking of which, Yifan gently patted her head and earnestly remarked, You're not short on money, and haven't you considered buying a home to settle down? Do you intend to live in Shun Qingzhu's dormitory forever? Zhuqing added, Indeed, while you often undertake missions, having a home of your own would be worthwhile. Besides, if you and Shao should marry in a few years, you will need a place to live, won't you? Jiang felt a flush of embarrassment. Was she feeling an inexplicable pressure to marry? Was it merely her imagination? Noticing her flustered demeanor, Yifan's expression shifted, and he spoke gravely. Shao Yi, You haven't seriously considered marrying Shun Qingzhu, have you? He has followed you at such a young age. We cannot abandon him. If you were to do such a thing, we would undoubtedly stand with Shao Shan. Zhuqing nodded in fervent agreement. Ye Viang. What is this conversation? Uncle, perhaps you should read fewer melodramatic novels. Engaging in light banter, they made their way to the interrogation room, where a few guards in military attire saluted upon their arrival. Once inside, Jiang was met with a serene gaze. An elderly man with a head of silver hair was confined in the center of the room, his demeanor calm and solemn, exuding a commanding presence, a perfect embodiment of the military magnate often depicted in novels. Jiang took a seat directly across from him and initiated the conversation. Old Chun, it is an honor to finally meet you. Chen Lu gazed at the young woman who entered alongside Yi Fan and Zhuqing, and after a moment, he offered a gentle smile. I have perused your dossier. Your connection with that agent of the divine, Michael, is quite intimate. I must admit, I underestimated you. Initially, he had indeed paid attention to those surrounding Lin Qiye, and as a fellow recruit from Team 136, Jiang had also drawn his notice. However, upon discovering that her forbidden ruins were of sequence 389, categorized as micro-healing, and that her performance was rather unremarkable, he had ceased his observations. Little did he know that the most inconspicuous of them all would harbor the greatest strength. Jiang shrugged nonchalantly. That merely indicates that your perception requires refinement. However, I did not come here to serve as your training partner. I wish to inquire why you have suddenly targeted the mass team. At her words, Chun Lu's pupils constricted sharply before he swiftly regained his composure. I'm not entirely certain of what you are implying. Jiang sighed. Chun Lao, feigning ignorance is rather futile. Do you truly believe you and Chun Mo you were apprehended by mere chance? We have had our sights set on you for quite some time. By now, you cannot possibly think we are oblivious to the events in the fishing village, can you? Chun Lu fell silent, myriad emotions flashing through his eyes. Well, you know, everything that is meant to be known we know, and what ought not be known, we know as well. Logically, you should not be so hasty in your actions against the special team. It would be prudent to wait another 2 years, or perhaps until the establishment of the 5th special team. Your urgency, even to the extent of exposing your mole within the technical department, piques my curiosity. Can you enlighten me, Chen Lao? Chun Lu regarded Jiang with a deep gaze, suddenly breaking into a hearty laugh. It is you. His mirth vanished abruptly, replaced by a dark intensity. It is you, isn't it? You have taken action against them. Jiang replied. If you are referring to those grotesque creatures on the moon, then yes, that was indeed my doing. She observed Chun Lu's contorted features, her lips curling into a mischievous grin. Strangely enough, despite their hideous appearance, they are quite delectable, rich in nourishment. Have you not seen how they have elevated me to the status of a supreme deity? Upon hearing her words, Chun Lu's expression twisted into a snarl as he furiously struck the table with the chains on his wrist. You dare to insult the divine. They will come for you. They will come for you. Jiang's expression turned peculiar. You do not honestly believe I would fear a mere assemblage of ingredients, do you? Perhaps overwhelmed by the provocation, Chun Lu's body suddenly convulsed. His eyes turned a fierce crimson, his expression contorting in a mad frenzy. As if he were succumbing to a fit, amidst his spasms, he muttered, They are coming again, they are coming again. Yi Fan and Zhuqing rose, their brows furrowed in concern at the scene before them. What is happening to him? Jiang immediately unleashed the light of order, which spread throughout the small interrogation room. Soul corruption. One does not easily find faith in the Cthulhu. The purifying power of the light of order exerts a formidable, restraining influence upon Cthulhu, swiftly eradicating the soul contamination afflicting Chen Lu, who gradually returns to a state of tranquility. With the spiritual corruption now dispelled, the remaining matters are entrusted to you. I shall take my leave and retire for the night. She has already discerned the reasons behind their preemptive actions and thus chooses not to linger any longer. However, she feels compelled to visit the moon once again to impart some fortitude to those deities of the Cthulhu mythos. For it is indeed a dereliction of duty that they still possess the energy to command their earthly followers. Chapter 89. Departure to the fishing village. After spending 2 days in Shun Qing's U.S. dormitory, Jiang finally received news from Wang Mian. For this expedition to the fishing village, the mask team had requested a full 3 days off after completing their mission. Ordinarily, such a lengthy leave would be difficult to obtain, let alone 3 days. However, upon hearing that they would be accompanying Jiang to the fishing village, Fan promptly approved their request without hesitation. When Jiang found them, the group was devouring a meal at a hot pot restaurant with such fervor that they resembled famished souls who had not tasted food in centuries. Xuanhua shouted hoarsely, "Waiter, bring us 3 more plates. No, 5 plates of lamb." Upon noticing Jiang's arrival, the group hurriedly welcomed her. Rose, with her mouth full of meat, could barely speak, so she simply pulled Jiang to sit beside her and, once settled, resumed her fierce competition with Xuanhua and Yuegui for the cooked meat. Jiang raised an eyebrow, wondering how long it had been since they had last enjoyed hot pot to warrant such urgency. Wang Mian took a swig of cola and explained, "It's not about how long it's been since we had hot pot. It's about how long it's been since we had a proper war meal." Indeed, Yuegui chimed in, biting into a hot sweet potato, wincing at the heat, yet continuing to speak. "This mission has been exceedingly challenging. We had to take turns even sleeping, let alone eating." Feeling a pang of sympathy, Jiang poured him a drink, earning a grateful response interspersed with hasty breaths. Once they had eaten their fill, Wang Mian finally broached the serious matter at hand. "I must thank you for your earlier warning. Otherwise, we would have surely faltered this time." He referred to the task assigned to them regarding the fishing village by Chun Lu and Chen Moyu. Jiang waved her hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. I share part of the responsibility. If it weren't for me, they might not have been so eager to act against the special team." She had truly not anticipated that those sealed deities could remotely manipulate their followers. Had she not given Wang Mian a heads up, the situation could have escalated into utter chaos. Wang Mian chuckled. "Regardless, I must express my gratitude, not just for this incident. The life energy you left within us has repeatedly helped us escape peril, and those guardians have saved us on numerous occasions. When one considers it carefully, we owe you quite a debt of gratitude. Ye viang similet, racing hergulas. Come now. We are comrades. There is no need for such formalities." Wang Mian lifted his glass as well, clinking it gently with hers, to comradeship. Hey, what secretive chatter are you all engaging in behind our backs? Why the toast? I wanted to." Xuanhua interjected, his keen eyes catching the moment, resulting in a collective toast that further burdened their already full stomachs. The following morning, the 8 of them embarked on their journey to Ningqiang County. Jiang and the members of the mask team all donned casual attire as they exited the airport. At first glance, they resembled a group of youthful travelers, their striking appearances capturing the attention of many passers-by. "What should we do next?" Wang Mian inquired as he surveyed the surroundings. Jiang, fixated on the map displayed on her phone, suggested, "The fishing village is near the Sunset coastline. Shall we take a taxi there?" Just as they were about to nod in agreement, a large bus adorned with travel advertisements appeared in the distance, halting before them. A woman clad in a red vest, brandishing a megaphone and a small red flag, shouted enthusiastically, "3-day tour of local attractions. Single ticket for 300. Group tickets at a discount. Don't miss out." Xuanhua excitedly pointed at the bus, exclaiming, "Why don't we take this one?" Upon seeing the bus, Jiang felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, even before boarding. Yet, observing the eager anticipation of her companions, she refrained from dampening their spirits. Thus, after settling the fare, they boarded the bus. Though the number of passengers was sparse, they instinctively chose to sit together. Yuegui reflected, "I had always dreamed of spending my vacation by the seaside, and here we are, realizing that dream so swiftly." Changwei scoffed. "Indeed, after 3 days off, we'll likely have no more holidays left for next year." Yuegui was momentarily at a loss for words. Changwei's statement held a grain of truth. Given their current workload, future vacations might indeed be scarce. Jiang gazed out of the window, her mind adrift. In the original narrative, who could have foreseen that what was anticipated as a delightful holiday would lead this group to an inexplicable fishing village? The fate of the mask team was the most disheartening aspect of the story for Jiang. Out of 7 promising night watchers, 6 met their untimely demise, leaving only one, whose life was also in jeopardy due to the reckless use of forbidden realms. This plot twist nearly shattered her heart. It was precisely this unresolved anguish that spurred her to swiftly address the issues in the fishing village. With her presence, no one would dare extend their malevolent grasp towards the great Xia, not even deities. Anyone who dared to reach out would face her wrath. As more tourists boarded, the bus gradually filled, and once nearly at capacity, it commenced its journey. The trip to the Sunset Coastline would take over 2 hours. After messaging Jiang turned off her phone and closed her eyes to feign sleep. Amidst the gentle swaying, she eventually drifted off. It was Wang who roused her, announcing that they were nearing the Sunset Coastline and it was time to disembark. Upon stepping off the bus, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of barbecued delights wafting from the beach, causing everyone to swallow in unison. Qiye tentatively suggested, "Well, it is midday. Shall we grab something to eat first?" Xuanhua immediately chimed in, "I agree." Changwei followed suit, agreed. Tianping added 1. Tanxiang echoed 2. Yuhen concluded with, "Then I'll add 3. Wang, observing the eager faces of his teammates, looked at Jiang helplessly and proposed, "Shall we eat something first?" Jiang readily replied, "Sure." Bringing the mask team out was intended for a seaside excursion, and besides, a meal won't take much time. She nodded slightly, and with a cheer from the swirling vortex and the moon spirit, they dashed toward the nearby barbecue restaurant. The others followed suit, resembling monkeys that had just escaped from their cages, chattering excitedly as they ran. Sensing the astonished gazes of those around them, Wang and Jiang instinctively lowered their heads, covering their faces, and hastily departed from the scene. Chapter 90. The arrival of vengeance. As the 8 individuals once again set foot upon the beach, dusk had descended. The waning sun, akin to a mystical artist, gently adorned the sandy shore with a warm and enchanting glow. After an afternoon filled with indulgence and merriment, their spirits soared. However, it was now time to attend to serious matters. The fishing village was conspicuously absent from a map. Wang scrutinized the maximally zoomed-in map on his phone, his brow furrowed in concentration. According to the intelligence provided by Zhuqing regarding Chun Lu's hometown, there had indeed been visitors to the fishing village during the recruitment of new sentinels, yet the precise location remained uncharted. This implied that to locate the village, they must rely solely on their own exploration. Jiang surveyed her surroundings, suddenly frowning as she pointed in a particular direction, addressing the group. "It should be over there. Let us proceed in that direction." She possessed the ability to sense all life forms within a 100-mile radius, and the aura emanating from that direction felt distinctly peculiar. Each life force seemed ensnared by a repugnant, viscous black mire, a scent she recognized all too well, reminiscent of the affliction she had witnessed in Chun Lu not long ago. The group hastened towards the fishing village, and as they drew nearer, the unsettling aura intensified. Xuanhua knitted his brows, gazing ahead with evident distaste, hesitantly voicing, "Do any of you sense something eerie?" Rose tightened her grip on her miniature hammer, her tone sharp. "If what you mean is an inexplicable urge to lash out violently, then I certainly share that sentiment." Tianping also spoke slowly. "I too feel an inexplicable aversion to this place. I have no desire to venture inside." The others echoed similar sentiments, expressing profound discomfort. Some felt a strong repulsion, while others harbored an almost overwhelming desire to turn back. Even Wang's expression was dark and troubled. Jiang remained silent. In many respects, the masked team had narrowly escaped annihilation here, making it rather peculiar for them to hold any favorable impression of the place. "Perhaps I should enter alone, and you all can wait for me here?" "Absolutely not." Rose was the first to vehemently refuse, her instincts warning her of the sinister nature of the place. "We will accompany you." Tianping quickly concurred. "Indeed, we shall go together." Someone had evidently plotted to ensnare their team within this fishing village, and they needed to uncover the secrets hidden here, as well as the rationale behind the belief that they would meet their demise in this very spot. Moreover, The mask team bore the responsibility of resolving the mysterious occurrences within the realm of Daxia. Thus, entering this fishing village was imperative. Upon receiving unanimous consent from the team, Jiang ceased her attempts to persuade, swiftly conjuring an invisible mental domain that enveloped herself and all members of the mask team, their figures vanishing into the intangible. To avoid unnecessary complications, let us enter quietly. Be cautious and do not step beyond the boundaries of the domain. This mental domain, which allowed for both invisibility and free movement, was a skill she had acquired following her ascension to divinity. The utility of this tool is undeniable, yet its limitations are apparent, as it can only cover a distance of 5 meters. Beyond this range, one becomes exposed to the scrutiny of others. To facilitate a seamless exploration of the fishing village, she took the time to offer her instructions before leading the group into the village. This fishing village, modest in size, houses merely 20 to 30 families and appears considerably underdeveloped. Upon entering, they encountered only a few fishermen returning home with their catch. And it was unsurprising that these individuals emanated an unpleasant, dark aura. Wang had been closely following Jiang, but suddenly felt a shiver run through him, as every hair on his body stood on end, akin to an urgent alert from his inner senses. Was there something amiss with the passage of time in this fishing village? He cast a grave look at Jiang. Without hesitation, Jiang confirmed, indeed. The moment we stepped in, we became ensnared by time. The group was momentarily taken aback, and the vortex eagerly inquired, "What do you mean by being trapped in time?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang responded, "It must be a temporal loop." Jiang snapped her fingers in realization, explaining that if normal time could be likened to a ceaseless straight line, then the time within this fishing village resembled a circular loop connecting back to itself. In other words, while time outside flowed uninterrupted, here it perpetually replays a specific segment. Once this segment concludes, all beings and objects revert to their original state, commencing the cycle anew. This is the essence of a temporal loop. Her gaze swept over the quaint adobe houses surrounding them, and she stated, devoid of embellishment, "Judging by the condition here, this temporal loop has existed for at least 50 years. After speaking, she inwardly chuckled, grateful for the astute analysis presented in the original text by Qing, which allowed her to showcase her understanding before them. Indeed, the thrill of pretense is fleeting, but its enjoyment lingers on. Tianping suddenly had an epiphany and remarked, "So this is the reason we died here?" As the vice-captain of the masked team, he was privy to the information Wang had shared, yet none anticipated he would bring it up at that moment. The atmosphere grew tense. The vortex stood frozen, bewildered, and asked, "What do you mean by we died here?" "Tianping, what are you talking about?" Seeing this, Wang sighed internally and recounted the events he had learned during their training camp in full detail. The voice of Yu Gui emerged, strained. "So, in another timeline, we unwittingly entered this fishing village and were subsequently erased by this temporal loop, and except for the captain, we all perished?" Rosa's complexion darkened to the utmost degree. No wonder I felt a strong aversion to this village the moment I laid eyes on it. This is a matter of life and death. Xinghen raised a hand to pose a question. "So, our presence here now implies we are at risk of encountering the same fate?" Silence enveloped the air once more. Jiang crossed her arms, her enchanting gaze sweeping over each face in the group. "Do you know why I brought you here?" The group, in unison, shook their heads. First, Jiang extended a finger, indicating that in that timeline, you were initially meant to enjoy a seaside holiday during your vacation. Yet, before you could truly savor the experience, you found yourselves ensnared in this predicament. I contemplated seizing this opportunity to bring you here for some genuine amusement. Secondly, she raised another finger, forming a gesture of triumph. My intention in bringing you here is to exact vengeance for the other version of yourselves from a different timeline. Therefore, do not perceive this place as excessively terrifying. Today, I shall elucidate for you what it means to confront the notion that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and conspiracies are mere paper tigers. Upon hearing her grand proclamation, the members of the mask team fell into a profound silence. Even Vortex's eyes glistened with unshed tears as they gazed at her. Ahem. Yi Jiang feigned a cough, feeling somewhat awkward. So, is there any question? If there are no further inquiries, let us prepare to enact our revenge. Chapter 91. Chun Yangrong in a tranquil expanse of the ocean, 8 radiant figures, aglow with golden light, swam swiftly. They had now descended into the depths of the sea, surrounded by an almost impenetrable darkness. Save for the divine energy bestowed upon them by Yi Jiang. Relying solely on her life perception to navigate, Yi Jiang closed her eyes, attuning herself to the peculiar essence of the water. It was only when a familiar thread of black aura intruded upon her senses that she opened her eyes. Over there, under her guidance, the masked squad hastened toward that direction. As they moved rapidly, the concealed mountain beneath the waves gradually unveiled its true form. That must be it, Yi Jiang declared. Wang Mian gazed intently at the colossal carcass of the beast, lost in contemplation. The creature before them was immense, akin to a fishing vessel. Its body cloaked in a dense array of black scales, marred by numerous gashes inflicted by an unknown weapon. Its visage featured a solitary, tightly shut eye, exuding a bizarre and fearsome aura. Yet, it was evident that this beast was long deceased. But what of the soul contamination? Could a dead creature wield such profound influence? Vortex approached the beast, scrutinizing it with distaste, rubbing his arms as he remarked, "This thing is truly hideous. I suddenly feel that our mysterious entities from Great Xia align more with our aesthetic. While not particularly attractive, they paled in comparison to the uniquely grotesque appearance of the creature before them." Suddenly, Vortex pointed to a specific spot on the beast's body, exclaiming in astonishment, "Hey, look! There seems to be a person there. Am I mistaken?" He had just glimpsed a fleeting shadow. Moon Ghost glanced in that direction, uncertain. "You must be mistaken. How could there possibly be anyone here?" "No, there is indeed a person," Yi Jiang asserted confidently. Within her life perception, she discerned a faint life force deep within the creature's maw. This individual was one of her targets for this mission, Chun Lu's grandfather, Chun Yangrong. Vortex certainly possessed keen perception. Yi Jiang was the first to plunge into the beast's mouth. Strangely, her immediate thought was a relief that the creature had no foul breath. The massive beast's mouth was correspondingly vast, littered with the bones of large fish. The group felt no desire to explore the creature's dietary preferences and swam straight into the depths of its cavernous mouth. The deeper they ventured, the more skeletal fragments they encountered, accompanied by a noxious stench. Yi Jiang enveloped the masked squad with divine energy, swiftly traversing this grim region until they beheld a blood-red wall of flesh, with a figure ensconced at its center. It was an elderly man with graying hair, his lower body entangled in the fleshy wall, as if he had been consumed. His upper body was bare, and a long knife, strikingly familiar to them, was deeply embedded in his emaciated chest, pinning him to the meat wall. At the end of the hilt, a brilliant circular ring floated in the water, slowly rotating. The members of the mask team simultaneously turned their gazes toward the yuan that hung beside Wang Mian, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment. Could it be that there exist 2 blades named Yuan in this world? Wang Mian stared at the dagger embedded in the old man's chest, his hand instinctively caressing the hilt of Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "This blade must originate from my future self." His voice was deep and resolute, as he sensed the laws of time resonating within the hilt. Such formidable temporal power must have been established by a future iteration of himself for some unknown reason. Nevertheless, he, like the others, could not fathom why the future Wang Mian would create a temporal loop in the fishing village, nor what his purpose could be. It was clear that, had it not been for Yi Jiang's reminder, they would have likely met their demise within this temporal enclosure. Surely, it could not be that his future self wished to eliminate his present self? Such a notion was ludicrous. As the group sank into contemplation, the old man, impaled against the flesh wall, slowly opened his eyes. His murky gaze swept across the faces of those before him, ultimately resting upon Wang Mian. The old man's lips quivered slightly as he uttered a frail voice. "So it is you. Have you come to kill me?" Wang Mian furrowed his brow and retorted, "Do you recognize me?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he realized that with his dagger having pinned the man here, It was indeed impossible for the old man not to know him. Upon hearing this, the old man began to laugh. He did not answer Wang Mian's query, but instead said, "Regardless, you have already entered this temporal enclosure." His voice bore a seductive quality. "If you wish to live, pull the dagger from my chest. Once I am free, I will surely express my gratitude to you." He emphasized the word gratitude with particular intensity. Yet the others paid him no heed. Such an obvious ploy to deceive. Did he truly believe they would fall for it? Jiang, observing the old man before them, suddenly spoke, "Qin Yangrong, you must be aware that the K-class deity on the moon has encountered a mishap. She has devoured nearly half of them." At this revelation, Qin Yangrong's previously calm demeanor grotesquely contorted as he glared at Jiang. "How do you know this? How do you know?" For days, he had been haunted by the relentless urging and wails of the divine. The deities had informed him of their great suffering and urgent desire to return. He would sacrifice even his last remnants of flesh to fulfill their wishes. Jiang smirked maliciously, golden threads of law surging forth from her being, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. As the light of order encroached, the stomach wall of the colossal beast began to writhe violently. Even the seawater within it churned tumultuously. Yet, Jiang merely raised her hand and applied a gentle pressure, causing the space they occupied to fall into an eerie silence, as if it feared her power. "4. They're what I consume." Her tone was playfully teasing, yet it struck Qin Yangrong's heart like a heavy hammer. He stared blankly at Jiang's youthful and beautiful face, feeling the divine aura subtly radiating from her, and slowly uttered, "You are a deity." Jiang, weary of further discourse with him, unleashed a myriad of gelatinous slimes, allowing them to roam freely. She then grasped the hilt of the Yuan dagger embedded in Qin Yangrong's chest. The resplendent ring transformed into a pure essence of temporal laws the moment her fingers made contact. After a brief manipulation, she handed it to Wang Mian, stating, "Take this and see if you can make use of it." Upon receiving it, the temporal law seemed to find its rightful place, merging seamlessly into Wang Mian's being. Given his current prowess, he was unable to absorb the law, so he chose to retain it for the time being. "What shall we do next?" Jiang queried. Extracting the yuan from Qin Yangrong's chest, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean by next?" Isn't this nearing its conclusion? The carcass of the colossal beast was left for the slimes to consume, while the soul pollution was entrusted to the light of order for purification. As for Qin Yangrong, he had nearly fused with the beast in his quest for power. With the demise of the beast, his own existence was also forfeit. This operation was a resounding success, even yielding an extra day of respite. Splendid. Chapter 92, The Divine Monument at the Airport. Jiang bid farewell to the members of the mask team at the security checkpoint. Rose clung to her shoulder with reluctance, while the others wore expressions of sorrow. "Oh, how swiftly time flies. Little Yi, can you truly not join our team?" Rose pretended to cry in an attempt to soften Jiang's heart. Jiang chuckled and gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Whenever you miss me, just use this spatial anchor. I will come to see you." She had never been stingy with the spatial anchors, often bestowing them generously at each meeting, yet few had utilized them thus far. Unbeknownst to her, Yifan had quietly warned everyone behind the scenes. Unless it was an urgent matter, they should refrain from using the spatial anchors or face deductions from their precious leave. It is worth noting that these special teams were truly formidable, having only a handful of days off throughout the year. Securing time off was no guarantee, and further deductions would only exacerbate their already limited vacation time. Consequently, Captain Xia Simeng of the Phoenix team had repeatedly suppressed her urges to seek Jiang's assistance. Otherwise, she would have sought help long ago, perhaps even on a yearly basis. However, they had not disclosed this matter to Jiang. As they approached the security check, the whirlpool of activity pulled Rose from Jiang's embrace. Wang Mian gazed at Jiang with gentle eyes, stating, as the saying goes, "Great kindness need not be spoken of, so I shan't express my gratitude this time." Jiang responded with a look of mild confusion. Wang Mian was amused by her expression, and he gently patted her head, speaking solemnly, "However, the mask team will always be your steadfast support, your family, your brothers and sisters." Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call upon us, and we shall rush to your side." Though delivered with a certain bravado, his words inexplicably struck a chord within Jiang. She smiled, raised her fist, and tapped it against Wang Mian's, affirming, "All right, I shall remember that. Safe travels." Watching the 7 figures depart, Jiang remained rooted to the spot for quite some time, until they vanished from sight. She then lowered her gaze and kicked the ground, realizing that she indeed disliked scenes of farewell. They were far too sentimental. Nevertheless, she cherished these warm-hearted individuals. A ripple of emotion danced in her eyes. Perhaps it was to allow her to once again feel the warmth of the world that the system had sent her to save it. The system had truly made a wise decision. She turned and walked towards the airport exit, her mind already calculating. The growth rate on her system panel had begun to slow considerably. It was likely that the smaller Karamis had been nearly consumed, while the larger ones still resisted fiercely. She needed to find time to return to the moon and remind them what it meant to face the harsh realities of life. She also considered checking on Lin Qiye. If necessary, she might assemble a 5th reserve team to take them on an expedition. After all, while she was out chasing stars each night, they were living in ease, which left her feeling somewhat unbalanced. Perhaps she should inquire if the heavenly realm was in need of repair workers. She went to assist with a job interview, as she was the highest combat power remaining in the Great Xia. To be honest, she felt rather inadequate, considering her role as a support. While she was lost in thought, her phone in her pocket vibrated twice. Upon checking, she saw it was from Zhuqing, containing 2 messages. One was an address, the other a command. "There's an anomaly at the National Monument. Hurry there." Jiang, with a resigned sigh, instantly overturned all her previous thoughts. Well, work comes first. However, there were still numerous matters at the border. She was uncertain whether her plan to trim the border with a golden edge for the Great Xia would prove effective. Although her divine realm had little effect on the fog, it could still have some impact on foreign gods and mysterious entities. Coupled with a national monument, perhaps they would no longer need to fear foreign invasions, and the Phoenix team would find their tasks a bit easier. On the Pamir Plateau, a black, towering stone monument stood proudly before the swirling black mist, adorned with countless vibrant divine energies that shimmered in Jiang's eyes. Standing before the monument, she silently gazed at this divine pillar forged by the heavenly court and deities. After a moment, she raised her right hand, and a verdant divine energy materialized, gently touching the monument. The monument sensed her divine power, and its originally stable, resplendent energy